Chapter 1. The Thief's Game. On this night, the summer breeze was exquisitely warm, and the full moon hung high, casting its silvery light equally upon all. This serene scene was harmoniously complemented by the bustling vibrancy of H City, particularly from the rooftop terrace of the tallest building, the International Trade Hotel. A dozen individuals clad in matching attire stood with grave expressions, seemingly holding their breath in anticipation. They were poised for action, and before them stood a young man dressed in white. His immaculate white suit was adorned with a clover decoration on his right monocle, complemented by a medieval European white top hat, and a smile graced his lips. A gentle breeze stirred his white cloak, adding an ethereal quality to his presence. In this moment, the world fell silent, all eyes fixated on the young man, as if he were the sole protagonist of this unfolding drama. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed, slowly extending his arms. Bathed in moonlight, he resembled a celestial figure of the gaming realm, his confident smile revealing, "It's showtime." Half a day earlier, during daylight. Dear viewers, hello, and welcome to the live broadcast of the Thief's Game in Huaxia District 3. I am your host, CC, delighted to be with you. As technology advances, peace has largely prevailed across the globe. However, the primary issues facing humanity have shifted from the turmoil of war to crimes such as theft and robbery. In order to assess crime prevention worldwide and address gaps in public safety management, countries have collaboratively produced this program. The Thief's Game is the first and only major production by the United World Government. To effectively nip crime in the bud, 800 divisions were established globally, each with 10 contestants, totaling 8,000 participants. Upon commencement, all participants were free to engage in non-destructive illegal activities like theft across any region of the world to acquire illicit assets. If they could successfully evade law enforcement and search teams within a specified time frame, they would be deemed successful. The value of the stolen assets will be converted into cash and awarded by the United Government. The higher the asset's value, the longer the pursuit duration. Naturally, if a contestant was captured beforehand, they would be eliminated. Upon hearing these rules, the chat room erupted with excitement. "What the heck? Isn't this just understanding Shi Zai's words?" Zhou Tai stepped forward first, extending his robust arm into the red box and rummaging through it until he finally retrieved a slip of paper. Following him were the second contestant, Lin Qingyao, and the third, Scar. Chen Feng was the last to take his turn, and by the time it was his turn, only one slip of paper remained in the box. Upon unfolding the paper, he clearly saw the words inscribed District 7. Chapter 2. Next to the Pursuit Bureau, the district selection has been completed, and official personnel will now escort each contestant to their designated locations. Each of you will participate in the game as fugitives. 5 minutes after the game commences, the production team will disclose your initial locations to the pursuit team. Therefore, at the onset of the game, please make haste to flee. During this period, the Heavenly Eye system will provide live coverage of your every move, although the content will not be shared with the pursuit team. Lastly, we wish you all the best of luck. The Heavenly Eye system is a unique surveillance network in this world, comprising satellites in the sky and ground monitoring systems. This network is far more advanced and comprehensive than that of the past, covering nearly every inhabited area across the globe. Consequently, the capability to combat crime has significantly strengthened. Whether it be brazen criminals or petty thieves, their actions can be swiftly detected, prompting the dispatch of specialized personnel for apprehension. Meanwhile, Chen Feng and the others were promptly escorted to their designated locations, albeit still wearing black blindfolds. The game officially begins now, contestants. Please remove your blindfolds. As the announcement echoed throughout the room, the game was declared underway, and all 10 live streams, including Chen Feng's, were activated simultaneously. Wow, I can hardly breathe. Finally, it has begun. I wonder where Yao Yao is. Wait, what's happening? Is the production team up to something? Out of 10 contestants, 6 have been placed in the outskirts, which seems quite unfair for those in the city, doesn't it? Haha, forget about fairness. Guess what I found? One poor soul's initial location is right across the street from the pursuit team's base, at a resort hotel. Is there really such a misfortune? I have to check it out. Count me in. Meanwhile, Chen Feng realized the awkwardness of his position indeed. He was that unfortunate soul whose starting point was directly opposite the Pursuit Bureau. However, he appeared to be in no rush, leisurely seated on the sofa, sipping the coffee provided by the production team. Internally, he engaged in a dialogue with the system. Ding! The host has officially entered the game. System tasks released. Task 1. Please evade capture under the watchful gaze of the public. Reward: 1 to 5 fusion of the Phantom Thief Kid card, dependent on task completion. Task 2. Increase the viewership of your live stream to 100,000. Current popularity: 9,832. Reward: Skill Enhancement Card X1. Evade capture under the public's watch? That seems a bit audacious, Chen Feng mused, a smile playing on his lips, exuding an air of significance. After glancing at the hotel area distribution map provided by the production team, he had already made up his mind. The Phantom Thief Kid would never opt for subtlety. The audience in the live stream was oblivious to Chen Feng's thoughts. They merely saw him lounging on the sofa, sipping coffee, appearing to surrender to his fate. What's up with this guy? 5 minutes are nearly up, and the pursuit team is about to pinpoint his location, yet he still isn't running. I think he's given up. But can you blame him? With only 5 minutes and an initial position right across from the pursuit bureau, who could escape? True, it's such a pity to see this handsome fellow get caught so soon. Just as the viewers assumed Chen Feng was about to capitulate, he finally made a move. Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, he set down his coffee cup, rose from the sofa, and slowly exited the room, entering the elevator and pressing the button for the top floor. Meanwhile, sirens blared outside the hotel. The pursuit team had arrived. Wait, what is he doing on the rooftop? Is he planning to jump? Shouldn't he be heading to the first floor to escape? Are you foolish? The pursuit team is already here. Going to the first floor would be walking right into their trap. Did you not notice the hotel area distribution map? The rooftop is an open-air bar. It's crowded there. He must intend to use the bar patrons as cover to evade capture. Seems futile. The pursuit team isn't stupid. They can seal off the pathways, and even if they search one by one, they'll still find him. Hell, just be prolonging the inevitable. As they conversed, Chen Feng had already reached the rooftop. The night had fallen, and the sky was adorned with countless stars illuminating the lively crowd below, where lights and starlight intertwined, and music mingled with voices. Hello, beautiful lady. May I buy you a drink? At the bar's front, Zhou Wanning stared at Chen Feng, momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, she finally burst out laughing. Brother, I've been sitting here for quite some time. I've had people ask me to dance and others to buy me drinks, but you're the first to invite me to buy you one. Zhou Wanning chuckled. Sizing Chen Feng up, he looked decent enough, albeit a tad, too young, merely a little brother. Chen Feng chuckled lightly. There's always a first time for everything. Perhaps the drink in your hand is willing. As he spoke, Chen Feng lightly tapped the glass in her hand. Zhou Wanning was momentarily puzzled. However, Chen Feng offered no explanation, merely smiling as he said, "Ask it, and it will tell you. Are you going to perform magic for me?" Zhou Wanning seemed to grasp the implication. Chen Feng smiled but did not reply. All right then, I'll trust you this once. Zhou Wanning placed her glass on the bar counter and, suppressing a smile, addressed the glass. Do you wish to be drunk? After speaking, she turned to Chen Feng, her face filled with curiosity, seemingly asking, I've said my part, how will you prove it? Before Chen Feng could respond, a gasp erupted from someone nearby. What the? Is this magic? What's happening? Zhou Wanning looked on in confusion as she noticed the straw in her glass standing upright in the center of the glass. The pale pink liquid seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, continuously surging from the straw like a fountain scattering in the air before falling like raindrops onto the counter. In no time, the drink was entirely dispensed, leaving behind an empty glass and two words formed by the spilled liquid on the bar willing. Applause erupted around them, and many gazes turned toward Chen Feng in astonishment. Is there such a suave way to flirt? I'm learning something new. Given Zhou Wanning's alluring figure and exquisite appearance, she had attracted many suitors at the bar, yet all had failed dismally. Just when they thought no one could succeed that night, they witnessed Chen Feng's display. It was impossible not to feel that there were always greater talents beyond one's own, and that flirting also required skill. How'd you do that? Zhou Wanning gazed at Chen Feng in delight, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Once again, Chen Feng did not answer her question, merely extending a finger 2 centimeters from her lips, seemingly urging her to refrain from further inquiries. Beautiful Miss Zhou Wanning, remember, one should never ask a magician for the secret behind their magic. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wanning had no choice but to relent. However, another question quickly followed. How did you know my name? Chen Feng smiled mysteriously at her, as if reminding her of what he had just said. Very well. Although she did not receive the answer she desired, Zhou Wanqing refrained from further inquiries. With a sudden snap of his fingers, Chen Feng extended his right hand before her, his middle and thumb fingers meeting in a gentle gesture. In the next moment, a blue rose materialized in his palm. Might I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Chapter 3. It's showtime. At this moment, the live broadcast room was already in an uproar, with comments flying across the screen. Wow, what a technique! Is there anyone knowledgeable about magic to explain this? Forget about magic. The pursuit team has arrived and is currently searching each floor. They'll be here any moment. I just saw Zhou Tai over there making a getaway in a car. Why is he still flirting with girls here? Who knows? Maybe he has given up. In the dance floor, accompanied by soothing music, couples swayed together. Chen Feng held Zhou Wanning's hand as they moved to the center of the floor, their graceful dance unfolding beautifully. Although not breathtaking, it exuded elegance. Feeling the warmth of the breath in front of her, Zhou Wanning couldn't help but blush. Unfortunately, this tranquility was short-lived, shattered by a sudden clamor. Before the patrons of the rooftop bar could react, the soothing music ceased abruptly. The atmospheric lights turned off, and bright spotlights illuminated the previously dim environment, transforming it into a scene as bright as day. Upon witnessing this, those with fiery tempers were about to curse when the hotel manager stormed in, flanked by a group of burly men. The pursuit team is apprehending a fugitive. Related personnel, please step aside. A fugitive? Who is the fugitive? Oh my, there's a fugitive here. In an instant, the bar erupted into chaos, with voices overlapping in a frenzy. Lin Chuanxiong, the middle-aged man leading the pursuit team, furrowed his brow at the sight. No wonder countries around the world collaborated to produce this show. Modern people live so comfortably that they have lost even the most basic crisis response skills. All unrelated personnel, please crouch against the east wall, hands on your head. In a single line, Lin Chuanxiong's powerful voice quickly silenced the commotion. Some quick-witted individuals rushed to comply, followed by the rest who hurried to catch up. It was as if they feared being taken hostage by the fugitive if they delayed even a second. In the center of the dance floor, Zhou Wanning attempted to pull Chen Feng away, but after a couple of tugs with no response from him, she looked up in confusion. Where are you, Chen Feng? You have nowhere to run. Surrender. Zhou Wanning's words were interrupted by Lin Chuanxiong's voice, the content causing her eyes to widen in disbelief. Gazing upon Chen Feng's handsome visage, a chill crept from her heart and rapidly spread throughout her body. You are the fugitive? Zhou Wanning's lips trembled in terror. At that moment, her mind conjured images of various high-profile criminals from novels, such as the jade-faced murderer. As the pursuit team embarked on their first operation, the show's host, CC, had also accompanied the cameraman. Dear viewers, we have just learned that within less than half an hour of the program start, our pursuit team has cornered the first fugitive at the hotel rooftop. However, it seems the fugitive has taken a hostage and intends to make a final stand. For the safety of the hostage, the on-site pursuit team must pause their advance. We'll unfold next. Let us stay tuned. As CC's voice faded, the camera panned toward Chen Feng, with the host's live broadcast boosting the momentum. The number of viewers in Chen Feng's room skyrocketed, soon surpassing 50,000. What a pity. Just as a handsome man from this area caught my eye. He is about to be apprehended within half an hour. What a stroke of bad luck, starting right next to the Pursuit Bureau. There's no choice now. It's game over. Lin Chuanxiong called out once more, Chen Feng, give up the struggle. You can't escape. Meanwhile, the team members spread out to encircle him. You should surrender. Zhou Wanning mustered her courage to speak, although she had no idea how such a young man could become a fugitive. Judging by his demeanor, he likely wouldn't harm her, right? Zhou Wanning gradually raised her head, only to meet Chen Feng's calm gaze. Panic surged through her, but before she could react, Chen Feng knelt on one knee and gently kissed the back of her left hand. I hope this beautiful night does not leave you with unpleasant memories. His gentle voice reached every ear in the vicinity. Zhou Wanning stared dumbfounded at Chen Feng, her mind blank. Even at this moment, he was still flirting, and with such a beautiful girl. I envy him to the core. I have a feeling that if this guy starts a live stream to sell products after the show, he will undoubtedly rake in a fortune. Agreed. Support. However, Lin Chuanxiong had no time to ponder such trivial matters. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's actions, the seasoned detective seized the opportunity and decisively ordered, "Go." Without further ado, a dozen members of the pursuit team surged forward. Zhou Wanning felt a tightening in her heart. For some reason, she felt a flicker of anxiety, as if she didn't want Chen Feng to be captured just like that. Of course, at that moment, her thoughts were irrelevant. In an instant, the pursuit team members were upon him, with one already reaching for Chen Feng's clothing. Just as everyone believed Chen Feng's capture was inevitable, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In a split second, Chen Feng's body seemed to crack open. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted. The next moment, Chen Feng's figure vanished from the spot, replaced by a flurry of white doves taking flight. What just happened? Where'd he go? Oh my, what the heck? Is this magic? The members of the pursuit team were utterly bewildered, exchanging confused glances, unsure of what had transpired. There he is, someone shouted, pointing in a direction. Everyone turned to see a white figure standing atop a nearby wall, clad in a well-tailored white suit, adorned with a clover-shaped pendant, sporting a monocle over his right eye, and wearing a medieval-style white top hat. His cape fluttered in the wind. Through the areas not obscured by the glasses and hat, one could vaguely recognize Chen Feng's true appearance. The moonlight illuminated him, making it seem as if he were the only one existing in the world at that moment. Chen Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's show time." As his words fell, the previously scattered doves flocked back from all directions, landing one by one on Chen Feng until he was completely enveloped. By the time the pursuit team reacted and attempted to rush forward to apprehend him, the startled doves scattered again, leaving behind an empty space. P.S. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please give a free nudge for updates? Let me explain the live broadcast room setup. There are 10 contestants in each district, meaning 10 exclusive live broadcast rooms, plus the host room, totaling 11. Chapter 4. The Lost Live Broadcast Room. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupted unexpectedly from an unknown individual at the scene, soon followed by a thunderous ovation from the entire rooftop. Although the gathered crowd recognized the inopportune timing, they could not help but admire Chen Feng's astonishing skills. The resounding applause cast a shadow over the faces of the pursuit team, particularly Lin Chuanxiong, the captain, whose already sallow complexion darkened further. After 2 decades as a police officer, having apprehended countless criminals, this was the first time he faced such blatant provocation. The most troubling aspect was that the entire event was being broadcast live. The host, CC, promptly sensed the delicate atmosphere and adjusted her expression, turning to face the camera. It seemed that our pursuit team's inaugural operation was not proceeding as smoothly as anticipated. However, I believe this does not signify anything definitive. The pursuit continues, and we shall see what transpires next. With a playful wink to the viewers, CC signaled to Lin Chuanxiong before leading the cameraman away. With Chen Feng's departure, the pursuit team had little reason to linger. Under Lin Chuanxiong's orders, only 2 remained to handle subsequent matters while the rest temporarily withdrew. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the once lively atmosphere of drinking and dancing faded, leaving only Zhou Wanning standing in a daze. She raised her left hand, holding a small square card inscribed with Chen Feng's earlier words. "I hope this beautiful evening does not leave you with unpleasant memories." From Kid the Phantom Thief. Kid the Phantom Thief? Chen Feng, Zhou Wanning muttered to herself, slowly lifting her gaze towards the direction where Chen Feng had vanished, lost in thought. What? Chen Feng is missing? At the headquarters of the Huaxia District 3 Thief Game production team, Director Wu was in a fit of rage. With only 10 contestants, and the show barely 2 hours in, how could one simply vanish? Is he capable of flying or burrowing into the earth? Or are you all utterly incompetent, unable to keep track of a single person with the assistance of the Sky Eye? He might actually burrow, a timid staff member muttered, but hastily fell silent under Wu's fiery glare. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of high heels striking the floor echoed as the director's office door swung open, revealing Ho Cece. Upon seeing Wu's furious countenance and the subservient demeanor of the staff, she paused momentarily. However, upon noticing the live broadcast wall still displaying the rooftop scene without Chen Feng's presence, it all became clear to her. With a smile, she approached. Why the anger, Director Wu? It's merely a case of someone going missing, which hardly warrants such a reaction. Wu shot her a glance, irritation evident in his tone. You make it sound trivial. We've lost one contestant out of 10, and how are we to explain this to the audience? Cece replied, Director Wu, you're overreacting. Our show revolves around crime, aiming to raise awareness about criminal activity. Isn't it true that real-life crimes often occur unexpectedly? Chen Feng's sudden disappearance is entirely plausible. I suggest we announce it publicly. It could add an intriguing twist to our program. Wu regarded her in silence for a moment before sighing. Well, it seems we have no choice. Following the announcement from the director's office, the already sensational topic of the thief game gained even more traction, with various media outlets clamoring to report. Some enterprising individuals even edited and shared footage of Chen Feng's disappearance across social media platforms, garnering significant attention. Shocking. The globally produced show, Thief Game, has lost a contestant on its very first day. Huaxia District 3 contestant Chen Feng mysteriously vanishes before the audience's eyes. Is it magic or merely an illusion? Stay tuned. Incredible. On the first day of Thief Game, a contestant from District 3 pulled off such a stunt. The speed at which the news spread was astonishing, igniting the curiosity of netizens. Disappearing under the cover of a white dove. Was this magic? How has humanity evolved to such heights? Why wasn't I informed? A living statue. How had I never heard of such a figure in the world of magic before? Wait, am I the only one focused on his attire? Dressed in white with a matching hat. Isn't it a tad ostentatious? Chen Feng's husband is so handsome. I want to bear your children. In a CAF in H City, a subtly disguised Chen Feng was leisurely sipping his coffee. At this moment, he was blissfully unaware of the chaos he had inadvertently caused online, and even if he were, it was unlikely he would care. Ding. Task 1. Escape pursuit under public scrutiny. Task complete. System calculating. Task evaluation. Excellent. Reward. Kid the Phantom Thief Card Fusion Rate 5. System points 500. Kid the Phantom Thief Card Fusion Rate reaches 20. Reward. Voice modulation technique. Beginner. Task 2. Increase the viewer count of your live broadcast to 100. 000. Task in progress. Current popularity. 80,451. Reward. Ability Enhancement Card 1. With each 10 increase in the card's fusion rate, a new skill is granted. At the 10 mark, he received a basic disguise technique, and this time, it was the voice modulation skill. Both were among Kid's most frequently utilized and valuable abilities, much to Chen Feng's satisfaction. However, the popularity for Task 2 had already reached over 80,000, though it fluctuated. It was impressive considering Chen Feng had already shaken off the live audience. He believed that should he make a reappearance in a live broadcast soon, the viewer count would swiftly surpass 100,000. As for why he needed to shake off the live audience, Kid the Phantom Thief was notoriously elusive. How could he allow anyone to follow him closely, not even in a live broadcast? Meanwhile, 2 young female servers at the CAF's front desk were stealing glances and giggling at him, their faces slightly flushed. Noticing that Chen Feng's coffee cup was empty, one of the younger servers mustered the courage to approach him. Sir, would you like a refill? It's complimentary. Chen Feng smiled warmly. That would be lovely, thank you. And no trouble at all. The server's face reddened further as she swiftly took the empty cup and departed. Chen Feng paid her little mind, continuing to enjoy the news broadcast on the CAF's public television. Recently, the Kingdom of Lord Qing in Western Europe, celebrating its centenary and commemorating the hard-won peace of the world, has decided to host a global cultural relic exhibition for the first time in 10 years. Sponsored by the royal family, the exhibition's first stop is H City. Among the dazzling array of exhibits, the most eye-catching is the necklace known as the Heart of the Ocean, reputed to possess the largest sapphire in the world. Crafted by several master artisans and once worn by a cultural relic exhibition, a smile played on Chen Feng's lips. Gems and thieves are eternally a perfect match, are they not? Don't ask me which country Lord Qing is. I have no idea. Chapter 5. Initial announcement the following day. The scorching heat of early summer was already palpable, particularly in H City, a locale nestled in the southern reaches. The temperature was almost unbearable. Even the dogs by the roadside sought refuge in the shade, panting for a hint of coolness. The streets were sparsely populated, save for the bustling center where throngs of people gathered. Dozens of journalists braved the sweltering sun, eagerly awaiting the arrival of news, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Yet none showed signs of departing. At last, a cacophony of engines roared in the distance, invigorating the gathered reporters. "They've arrived," someone exclaimed. Soon, a procession of luxury vehicles appeared at the street's end, gliding toward them with grace. The sight ignited excitement among the journalists, each one poised to seize the first scoop. Before long, the convoy came to a halt before them. The doors of the leading Audi car swung open, and 7 or 8 imposing figures clad in black emerged. Hastening to the Lincoln at the center, they formed 2 lines, akin to gallant knights guarding a princess standing vigilantly. One approached and opened Lincoln's door, and a figure descended, stepping onto the prepared red carpet. With strikingly beautiful, well-defined features and captivating, peach blossom-like eyes, she donned a white lady's suit that accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. Upon her arrival, the journalists could no longer contain their enthusiasm, surging forward like wolves, only to be firmly held at bay by the lined-up bodyguards. "Princess Amaya, we have heard you are bringing the kingdom's most precious treasures. Is that true? Miss Amaya, is it true that your father wishes for you to find a suitable partner during this global artifact exhibition? Your Highness, what are your thoughts on the upcoming exhibition in Huaxia?" Faced with the barrage of inquiries, Amaya maintained her composure and smiled. "Ladies and gentlemen, this global artifact exhibition celebrates the centenary of our nation's founding, naturally showcasing our country's invaluable treasures. As for the rumors of seeking a life partner during the exhibition, I believe such gossip should be silenced by the wise." To everyone's surprise, her command of Chinese was remarkably proficient. However, she did not address each reporter's question individually, opting instead to answer a few succinctly before withdrawing from further commentary. "Ladies and gentlemen, our exhibition will commence tomorrow evening at 6 and will span 2 weeks. Should you have any further inquiries, please feel free to approach." After speaking, Amaya signaled to her bodyguards. They promptly understood, and 2 robust men stepped forward, parting the throng of journalists to clear a path for her. At that moment, a fluttering sound filled the air, followed by a flock of white doves swooping gracefully toward them. Doves? Where did all these doves come from? The question lingered in the minds of the crowd. Before they could react, the doves gracefully dispersed, forming a white circle around a singular dove. "What is that dove carrying?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. It appeared to be a flower with a slip of paper attached. As the dove neared Amaya, the bodyguards instinctively moved to shoo it away, but Amaya halted them. She extended her hand, and the dove, as if understanding, gently alighted on her palm, raising its head to present its offering. At that moment, Amaya discerned what the dove bore, a blue rose with a small white note affixed to it. "To the beautiful Miss Amaya, when the moon traverses the dome, and the northern starlight meets the moonlight, Pandora's box shall open, and I shall take the heart of the ocean." The Phantom Thief Kid. Given her fluency in Chinese, Amaya easily comprehended the note's contents. However, it caused her delicate brow to furrow slightly. Was this a provocation? Amaya had not anticipated that her journey's first stop would be met with such scrutiny, and the audacity of the individual behind it to inform her of their intentions was bewildering. Noticing Amaya's change in expression, the reporters grew curious about the note in her hand. Surely, a piece of paper capable of eliciting such a response from Amaya could yield an explosive story. "Miss Amaya, could you share the contents of the note you hold?" "Princess, has someone conveyed a troubling message to you?" "Your Highness, may I ask?" Unfazed by the barrage of questions, Amaya displayed the note openly, allowing the reporters to read its contents clearly. "To take the heart of the ocean? Is this a theft? Or a preemptive notice?" The journalists were taken aback. Never had they heard of a thief announcing their intentions before a heist. This was, incredibly brazen. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, the reporters signaled to their photographers to capture the moment. Princess of the Lauralcian Kingdom receives a provocative note from a thief. The gemstone heart of the ocean is in imminent peril. This was truly a sensational scoop. Miss Amaya, what are your thoughts regarding the thief known as Kid the Phantom who aims to steal the heart of the ocean? As the question hung in the air, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on Amaya, awaiting her response. With a slight adjustment of her expression, she smiled and replied, "Since we, the Lauralcian Kingdom, dare to host this exhibition, it is open to all. We will not deny anyone the chance to view our artifacts, nor will we permit anyone to take anything away. I advise this Mr. Kid the Phantom. As a guest, you are most welcome. As a thief, should you arrive, do not expect to leave." Upon uttering this declaration, Amaya's youthful, delicate visage radiated determination, seemingly a retort to Kid's audacity. Applause erupted throughout the venue. All present expressed their admiration for the young princess's resolute stance. Meanwhile, unnoticed in a corner, a young man observed the scene quietly, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at deeper intentions. "A declaration of war, Miss Amaya? You truly are a beautiful and intriguing lady." Chapter 6. The turmoil of the invitation as the evening breeze wafted gently, warm and soothing. Princess Amy of the Lauralcian Kingdom arrived to hear the sensational news of a provocative letter from the infamous Phantom Thief Kid. However, an even more explosive revelation emerged. As Chen Feng's magical performance video surged in popularity online, his empty livestream room was still brimming with over 70,000 eager viewers. The screen continuously displayed the bar atop the hotel. Suddenly, the live stream flickered, and the rooftop image vanished, replaced by a slip of paper inscribed with words. It was none other than Chen Feng's invitation. The live stream erupted in chaos. What am I seeing? My phone god intends to steal the heart of the ocean at the Lauralcian exhibition? Phantom Thief Kid? Is that my husband's alias for thievery? How splendidly he has named himself. The comments flew in, "Get lost upstairs. That is my husband. Stop quarreling. Thanks to your comments. He has been kneeling by the bed explaining for half an hour. Which sister has the yellow urine? Wake her up." The invitation sent Chen Feng's live stream into a frenzy, with viewership skyrocketing to over 150,000. Even numerous viewers from other regions of the Thief game flocked to witness this audacious announcement. How arrogant! They seem to disregard our pursuit team entirely. In the meeting room of the Pursuit Bureau, Lin Chuanxiong, the head of the second group of the Huaxia District 3 pursuit team, slammed his palm on the table, causing the tea set to momentarily leap from its place. "Calm down, Captain Lin. Chen Feng is not a true criminal. His advance notice may reflect an intent to avoid misunderstandings," spoke a young man with gold-rimmed glasses, appearing scholarly. He was Sun Luo, the leader of the third group, the only non-police expert among the three leaders, rumored to have placed third in an international detective competition. "I concur with Captain Sun," a cool voice interjected, belonging to a tall and elegant woman. "This matter involves other nations. Prior notification could prevent unnecessary diplomatic troubles. Furthermore, it seems to present no detriment to us. We can strategically position ourselves at the scene, aiming to capture him when he takes action." Li Qingyan smiled lightly, seemingly unfazed. It was understandable, as just a day into the program, she had personally led the arrest of 3 participating contestants in the West City. As for the remaining 7, she believed it was merely a matter of time before they were caught. Lin Chuanxiong exhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on a copy of the invitation on the table, a stubborn look crossing his face. "All right, I shall await his move. But this time, he shall not slip away from my sight again." Ding. Task 2. Increase the viewership of your live stream to 100,000. Current popularity, 156,811. Task completed. Reward, Skill Enhancement Card 1. Task 3 issued. Increase the viewership of your live stream to 1,000,000. Reward, Skill Enhancement Card 2. Ding. Detected that the host has issued an invitation for the first time. Phantom Thief Kid Card Fusion Degree 10. Reward, System Points 1,000. Phantom Thief Kid Glider 1. Appraisal Technique Beginner. Current Fusion Degree 30. On a park bench near the exhibition hall, Chen Feng, holding a newspaper, raised an eyebrow upon receiving the system's notification. The glider was one of Kid's most iconic tools. Chen Feng was quite pleased with this reward, having spent 1,000 system points to exchange for basic hacking skills to ensure the invitation's notoriety throughout the city. It seemed well worth it. As for the skill enhancement card, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved to elevate his disguise skills first. Ultimately, one's appearance is the primary source of judgment, and enhancing disguise skills was essential for a stealthy thief. Ding! Skill enhancement card successfully used. Disguise skill upgraded. Current proficiency, intermediate. Chen Feng then spent 200 points to purchase a miniature camera robot from the system mall. After completing these tasks, he checked his watch. It's nearly time to get to work. As dusk fell, at the exhibition hall rented by the Laurel Qing Kingdom in the heart of H City, the doors swung open precisely at 6 o'clock. The turnout was surprisingly large, with genuine admirers of the world's largest sapphire and those drawn by the invitation eager to witness the spectacle. As the doors opened, a long queue formed for tickets, and one by one, attendees entered the venue. Among the crowd, a young man in a black cap and checkered shirt blended in, but unlike others, he did not rush toward the exhibition's focal point, the heart of the ocean. Instead, he quietly observed the surrounding throng. This young man was none other than Chen Feng in disguise. Though the Phantom Thief Kid would only take the treasure once the scheduled time arrived, who said Kid could not appear beforehand. A man in the eastern corner, nervously fidgeting with a walnut, was either an official or a thief. A young couple in the northwest whispered to each other, their eyes darting, with a subtle bulge at their waists suggesting concealed items. The cleaner to the south, the repairman at the counter, and the mother in the southeast all raised suspicions. Chen Feng discreetly noted everything around him, a smile playing on his lips. "Miss Amy, I didn't expect your preparations to be so thorough." Just then, a commotion erupted at the exhibition, followed by a voice calling out, "Look, Princess Amy has arrived." As this announcement reached the ears of the crowd, all attention shifted. "I see it. Princess Amy is here in person." The crowd buzzed with excitement. "She is truly breathtaking. If I could marry her, I would gladly forfeit 10 years of my life." 10 years? I'd give up 20, 30, 100 years. Cough, cough, you're quite bold, my friend. The raucous environment did not seem to faze Amy. Perhaps accustomed to such scenes, she maintained a distant yet polite smile as she made her way to the center stage, escorted by a contingent of Laurel Qing bodyguards. Chapter 7. The Heart of the Ocean, ladies and gentlemen. Amelia's melodious voice resonated from the stage, instantly silencing the audience. "I express my heartfelt gratitude for your presence at this exhibition, which is primarily held to commemorate our nation's centenary anniversary. Therefore, on behalf of the royal family of Lorking, I assure you that all proceeds from this event will be dedicated entirely to global charitable endeavors. Furthermore, I extend my appreciation for your contributions to the world of philanthropy." Applause erupted throughout the venue. Amelia offered a slight bow in acknowledgement and, after a few brief remarks, gracefully descended from the podium. As she did so, a throng of visitors immediately encircled her, though they were held at bay 2 meters away by a ring of bodyguards. "Your Highness, may I have your autograph?" "Amelia, can I take a picture with you?" "Your Highness." As one of the 10 outstanding unmarried women of 2050, Amelia was accustomed to the fervent admiration of fans from various locales. She responded to their enthusiasm with a warm smile. While she graciously accepted some autograph requests, she tactfully declined the photo opportunities. However, no one seemed perturbed by this, as society often holds a high tolerance for exceptional individuals, especially when that individual is a beautiful lady. At that moment, a young man in a checkered shirt stepped forward, presenting a piece of paper and a pen. "Miss Amelia, would you be so kind?" Amelia politely accepted the pen and deftly inscribed her signature on the paper. Yet, as she extended the signed paper back to the young man, he did not withdraw his hand immediately. Confused by his intent, she watched as he snapped his fingers with his right hand, whereupon a blue rose magically appeared in his grasp. "For you, the lovely Miss Amelia." Amelia was momentarily taken aback. However, upon realizing the gesture, she accepted the rose with a smile and softly uttered her thanks, evoking envious glances from those around her. unbeknownst to anyone. As Amelia received the flower, a minuscule, exquisite object slipped from a young man's hand and precisely fell into Amelia's pocket. Having achieved his objective, Chen Feng promptly turned and left the venue. At that juncture, a bodyguard from the royal family of Lorking approached, accompanied by a dozen individuals. "Your Highness, these are members of the police force from Huaxia, here to assist regarding the notice." "Excuse me?" Amelia inquired curiously, turning her head. Li Qingyan stepped forward, introducing herself. "Miss Amelia, I am Li Qingyan, the leader of the Huaxia District 3 pursuit team from the show Thief game." "Hello, Captain Li." Amelia extended her hand for a handshake. As a princess of Lorking, she was well aware of the collaborative efforts of nations in establishing such programs. Her own country had even contributed 20 contestants. However, Amelia was curious about their reason for seeking her out. Could it be that the individual who distributed the notice was a contestant from Huaxia District 3? Her suspicions were soon validated as Li Qingyan explained. The person who issued the reservation notice was indeed a contestant from Huaxia District 3 named Chen Feng. "We have come to provide assistance regarding this matter." Amelia nodded. "Thank you, Captain Li. Let us discuss this further upstairs, please." With that, Amelia departed the venue, escorted by her bodyguards alongside Li Qingyan and her team. What transpired in their discussions remains unknown. However, following their deliberations, the Lorking exhibition organizers revealed the true significance of the notice. The dome mentioned referred to the church dome situated to the north of the exhibition, while the northern starlight indicated the North Star. The convergence of starlight and moonlight denoted the moment when the moon, positioned south of the church, illuminated the church's rooftop, aligning precisely with the North Star, expected to occur around 10 o'clock in the evening. The third statement regarding Pandora's box was rather straightforward. The day following the exhibition's commencement, which falls on the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, coincides with the traditional Chinese festival known as the Ghost Festival. Legend has it that on this day, the gates of the underworld swing wide open, allowing countless spirits to emerge, paralleling the release of demons upon the opening of Pandora's box. In essence, the notice conveyed a singular message. The heart of the ocean is to be stolen at 10 o'clock on the night of the 15th day of the 7th month. This revelation caused an uproar across the internet. I initially thought that Feng Shan's audacity in announcing his intent to steal was already brazen, but I underestimated him. He even specified the exact time. I must admit that the two magic tricks performed on the bar rooftop were astounding, and to this day, no one has detected a flaw. Yet, performing magic and committing theft are two entirely different matters. I share the sentiment. Being overly confident often leads to downfall. When Shan was on the rooftop, many thought he would surely be apprehended. Yet here we are. Not only did he escape, but he also evaded the surveillance system. I concur with that fellow on the second floor. Magic tricks and thievery are worlds apart. I await the inevitable comeuppance. While the online discourse raged on, Chen Feng had already finished his bath and lay leisurely on the hotel bed, engrossed in his computer. Notably, he had used an ID and funds he had acquired earlier from the pursuit team while on the bar rooftop. It seemed reasonable that the thief would pilfer from those hunting him. Moreover, Chen Feng had thoughtfully left each of them a note, instructing them to seek reimbursement from the program, and whether they would inflate their claims was beyond his concern. Donning his headphones, Chen Feng began to meticulously examine the content displayed on a screen. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, atop the exhibition's highest floor in Amelia's room, a diminutive object emerged from her pocket, gracefully descending to the floor and making its way into the living room, where Amelia was conversing with her female assistant. Speaking in Lorking dialect, for Chen Feng, possessing an intermediate language mastery skill, comprehending their conversation was effortless. "Has the item been procured?" Amelia inquired, her legs elegantly crossed, gazing at her assistant. Mill held a beautifully crafted small box, her expression betraying uncertainty. "Your Highness, is it appropriate for us to proceed this way? If your royal elders were to find out, it may not bode well." Amelia smiled slightly, seemingly unconcerned. "Mill, the appropriateness of our actions can only be discerned through execution. Now, please hand me the item." Upon hearing this, Mill hesitantly extended the small box to Amelia. She accepted it, slowly opening the lid to reveal a stunning necklace. The silver-white chain was adorned with dozens of exquisite gemstones, shimmering under the light, with the most dazzling being a blue gem set upon a heart-shaped gilded base. The deep blue radiance sparkled with an enchanting beauty, seemingly encapsulating the entire essence of the ocean, representing none other than the legendary heart of the ocean, renowned as the largest blue sapphire in existence. Chapter 8. The action begins. In the dim light, Amelia gazed at the heart of the ocean necklace before her, a wicked smile curving her lips. I believe tomorrow will be quite the spectacle. Don't you think, Mill? Of course, Your Highness, Mill replied, though a hint of concern lingered in his voice. However, with time running short, I'm worried that the fake may be discovered. Amelia tucked the heart of the ocean away, contemplating for a moment. Then how about this? Tonight, find someone to subtly obscure the glass of the display case. If the glass is slightly blurred, those who are not intimately familiar with the heart of the ocean should not notice the difference. Mill considered her suggestion and nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Highness. However, I still have one question. You have already arranged for guards to watch over the heart of the ocean, and with the assistance of the Huaxia pursuit team. Why go to such lengths? While we are out in the world, it is always prudent to have an extra layer of protection. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, Amelia replied with a smile. Mill nodded, refraining from further comments. Now, Mill, stop lingering there. Come, help me put on the heart of the ocean. Tomorrow, I intend to witness the prowess of that infamous thief Kid firsthand. Certainly, Your Highness. But tell me, if that scoundrel Kid manages to evade everyone's gaze and claims the heart of the ocean only to discover it is a fake, how do you suppose he would react? I imagine his expression would be quite a sight. I believe so as well. Meanwhile, seated before his computer, Chen Feng removed his headphones after acquiring the information he sought. Glancing at the time, he noted it was getting late. He had no interest in invading a lady's privacy. Such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Closing his laptop, he reclined on his bed, reflecting on the details of the upcoming operation, a smile gracing his lips. Miss Amelia, you truly are an intriguing lady. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 9 o'clock the following evening, with an hour remaining until the time indicated in Kid's invitation. Numerous spectators of the thief game had gathered, including many from out of town, eager to witness whether Chen Feng could indeed fulfill the promises made in the invitation. The production team had thoughtfully arranged for a live feed of Chen Feng's room to be displayed within the exhibition venue. Consequently, the viewership surged rapidly, soon exceeding 300,000. As the host, Cece was also present at the venue. Hello, dear viewers of the live broadcast from the Huaxia District 3 of Thief Game. I am your host, Cece. I'm sure many of you are awaiting Chen Feng's arrival, just as I am. His previous astonishing magic left us in awe. I wonder what surprises he has in store for us this time. As the hour approaches 10, let's eagerly anticipate. As Cece spoke, the barrage of comments in the live chat continued unabated. It's already 9. Why hasn't Chen Feng shown up? Is he afraid? Why are you so chatty? There is still an hour left. Are you in a hurry to catch someone in the act? Or do you think you won T survive the next hour? You're the one who is anxious. Exactly. If Feng claims he will arrive at 10, you can bet he will. Who are you calling a jerk? Whoever speaks. I will curse. Come on. Dare you give me your address? I'll come find you right now. Come if you dare. I live in City County Community. You better show up. You little brat, just wait. At that moment, the young man disguised as Chen Feng entered the exhibition hall, quietly surveying his surroundings. Undoubtedly, the number of special guests present was significantly greater than the previous day. The display case for the heart of the ocean was heavily guarded, with 4 burly men from the Loriking Nation wielding iron rods to ensure no one approached. Chen Feng remained composed, diligently seeking his target. Soon, he noticed 2 workers from Loriking dressed in uniforms to his west. Brother, what bad luck. Why did it have to be us on this wretched shift? It's all that detestable Huaxia person's fault for trying to steal something while we're on duty. I can't even slack off properly now. One of them grumbled in frustration. Shoo, keep your voice down, Lyle. We don't want anyone overhearing. His companion promptly cautioned. I'll wave him off. Relax, Karis. We're speaking Lorking. They want to understand us. It's still better to be cautious, Karis insisted. Lyle, unable to argue further, glanced around and suddenly seemed to have a bright idea. He nudged Karis and whispered, brother, since there's still time, how about we sneak off to the restroom for a smoke? Now, I'm not so sure. Karis hesitated. If we get caught leaving our posts, we're finished. What is there to fear? Those lazy bums are probably playing cards in the monitoring room. They wouldn't even notice us. Karis, swayed by Lyle's words, began to waver, but after a moment of thought, he shook his head. Forget it. You go ahead. I'll pass. Lyle looked disappointed. All right, but brother, don't betray me. Am I that kind of person? Good. Then I'm off. With that, Lyle set down his toolbox, ensuring no one was watching, and hurried towards the restroom. Karis is such a coward. No wonder he hasn't been promoted after 3 years. Upon entering the restroom, Lyle voiced his annoyance before eagerly pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. It had been 4 hours since his last smoke, a torturous wait for a seasoned smoker. I've never tried Huaxia cigarettes before. As he produced the cigarette, his desire intensified. But just then, reality dealt him a heavy blow. Damn it, I forgot my lighter. Lyle cursed under his breath, reluctantly stepping out of the stall. Just as he exited, he collided face first with a young man clad in a plaid shirt and wearing sunglasses. Spotting someone, Lyle's hopes reignited, and he animatedly gestured with his limited Mandarin friend. You help. Lyle's comical attempts at communication seemed to resonate. The young man pulled out a lighter and inquired, Do you need this? Chapter 9. The Time a Kid Thank You. Lyle's face lit up with surprise as he quickly accepted the lighter, igniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. The rich aroma of nicotine captivated him. When he intended to return the lighter to the young man, he suddenly noticed that the youth had vanished without a trace. Although puzzled, Lyle dismissed it, thinking perhaps he had stepped into a nearby stall. After all, who would prioritize returning a lighter over smoking? With that thought, he took another deep drag, consuming a third of the cigarette in just 2 puffs. I must say, this Chinese cigarette is quite a unique experience, though. It seemed a bit too strong. Why am I feeling increasingly drowsy? In the next moment, Lyle collapsed uncontrollably onto the floor, still holding a half-burned cigarette. At that moment, the young man who had just disappeared reappeared, having transformed into the disguised Chen Feng. Observing Lyle sprawled on the ground, Chen Feng kindly lifted him into a stall and locked the door behind them. When he emerged once more, he had completely assumed Lyle's appearance. Lyle slowly approached the mirror, a smile gracing his lips. The performance has officially begun. Stepping out of the restroom, Lyle returned to his original position. Karis glanced at Lyle with mild surprise. Why was he back so soon? According to his recollection, Lyle would usually take at least half an hour to smoke. So what had caused this rapid return? Don't mention it. Lyle replied, his expression sour. I barely arrived in the restroom before I received a directive to check the alarm system of the heart of the ocean display case. What a nuisance. Hearing Lyle's words, Karis stifled a laugh, feeling it inappropriate, almost causing him internal injury. He could only offer consolation. All right, brother, it didn't take too long. You can smoke afterwards. That's all I can do, Lyle replied helplessly, picking up a repair kit and heading towards the heart of the ocean counter. In truth, Chen Feng was already aware that the heart of the ocean on display was a fake and could easily ignore it. However, regrettably, others were unaware, and to maintain the integrity of the performance, Chen Feng decided to retrieve the counterfeit gemstone as well. The area surrounding the heart of the ocean counter was undoubtedly the most crowded, with 4 burly men stationed around it, blocking access to the curious crowd. Fortunately, the 4 guards recognized Lyle, so when they saw him approaching the heart of the ocean counter with a repair kit, they did not intervene. One even nodded slightly at Chen Feng, acknowledging him. In the monitoring room, a security officer from the Laurel Kingdom, whose face was plastered with white labels, seemed to notice an anomaly at the heart of the ocean counter and quickly spoke up. Hey guys, what are those people doing at the heart of the ocean counter? Upon hearing the phrase heart of the ocean, the 4 individuals who had been playing cards immediately snapped to attention, rushing to observe the monitor. However, they quickly realized it was a false alarm. It was that rascal Lyle. He was merely inspecting the counter with his damned repair kit. It was nothing to worry about. The young security officer from Laurel Kingdom felt a slight relief, but continued to cast occasional glances at the monitor. The team leader of the Laurel Kingdom security detail seemed to sense his concern and reassured him. Don't worry. The heart of the ocean counter is equipped with the most advanced anti-theft system. Any slight operational error or forceful tampering will trigger an alarm. Upon hearing the leader's words, the young man nodded and ceased his monitoring. Meanwhile, Chen Feng at the counter also discovered this anti-theft system. A smirk crossed his face as he discreetly placed a small object at the junction between the glass cover and the base, hidden from sight. After pretending to inspect the area, he lifted the repair kit and departed. As time passed, Amia and her assistant, Mir, arrived on the scene, their eyes fixed intently on the heart of the ocean counter. Similarly, the members of the pursuit team, including Li Qingyan, concealed among the crowd, held their breath, concentrating their utmost attention on their surroundings. With only moments until 10 o'clock, the audience grew increasingly silent. Even the barrage of comments in the live stream diminished. The clock on the wall continued to tick, the sound of the second hand's movement distinctly audible amidst the throng of attendees. Only 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8. Cece also halted her commentary, joining the viewers in gazing at the counter. Each tick of the second hand heightened the tension in the air, prompting everyone to unconsciously begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Click. As the second hand aligned with the minute hand, the venue's lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. The previously quiet atmosphere erupted into chaos once more. More precisely, the trained royal guards of the Laurel Kingdom became frantic, each shouting to protect the princess, further escalating the disorder. These fools! Amia cursed inwardly as she listened to the pandemonium around her. However, this was not the time for blame. She had to suppress her anger for the moment. This chaotic situation also alerted the pursuit team, led by Li Qingyan and Lin Chuanxiong, to a sense of impending crisis. Without regard for concealment, they quickly revealed their identities and rushed towards the heart of the ocean counter, striving to ensure its safety. Everyone stay calm. We are the pursuit team from Huaxia. All unrelated personnel, please make way. Despite Li Qingyan and the others' utmost efforts to control the situation and protect the heart of the ocean, unfortunately, before they could reach the glass showcase, the venue's lights flickered back on. The collective gaze of the crowd returned to the heart of the ocean display case. However, to everyone's astonishment, the heart of the ocean, which had been prominently displayed under the glass cover, had vanished without a trace. How could this be? The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the turn of events, while the 4 royal guards stationed near the display case were left pale with fright. Where is the heart of the ocean? Where is Chen Feng? 2 questions flashed through everyone's minds. Over there. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon everyone turned their attention towards a single direction. There, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, was a figure clad in white, standing tall. Beneath the single eyeglass, that infuriatingly charming smile remained intact. In an instant, the crowd erupted. How did he do that? Where is the heart of the ocean? I told you, in front of my husband Chen Feng, nothing is impossible. Are we in a movie right now? This is so thrilling. Isn't this more captivating than a film? My husband is so handsome. Chapter 10. Did Amaya win? The elusive phantom thief kid, Amaya, curiously observed Chen Feng from a distance. Although she had previously seen his photographs and videos online, this was her first encounter with him in person. I am truly grateful to everyone for attending my performance. As for the heart of the ocean, I shall graciously accept it. As he spoke, a silver necklace dangled from the fingertips of his right hand, the pale blue gem captivating all eyes. Li Qingyan and her companions swiftly advanced, forming a semicircle around Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you are under arrest. Surrender and hand over the heart of the ocean. Chen Feng raised his hands to his head and crouched down. Otherwise, we shall not be gentle with you. The pursuit team was filled with indignation, their previous humiliation still fresh in their minds. As the team members slowly closed in, they effectively cornered Chen Feng against the large window. At that moment, retreating meant a plunge from a height of several dozen meters, while advancing brought him face-to-face with a dozen eager pursuers, creating a perfect trap. Even those in the live stream felt that Chen Feng had no hope of escape this time. It's over. I told you Chen Feng shouldn't have acted so recklessly. They won't get away this time. Why did he have to announce his theft beforehand? Now he's caught in an ambush. Don't go offline, my dear Chen Feng. Stop barking. Last time on the hotel rooftop, you all said Feng Shun couldn't escape, and look what happened. I believe Feng Shan will create a miracle. Times have changed. Given the current situation, unless Chen Feng can fly, there's no escaping this. I concur. If he manages to escape this time, I will consume 2 pounds of excrement live. Li Qingyan, the leader, also seemed to sense that Chen Feng was trapped this time, a victorious smile creeping onto her face. Chen Feng, there's no need to struggle. I must admit, it was indeed unexpected for you to steal the heart of the ocean right under everyone's noses. However, I dare say you did not anticipate that we would position so many people among the crowd, waiting for you. Facing the aggressive demeanor of Li Qingyan and her group, Chen Feng remained unperturbed. His calmness suggested that he had never regarded them as a threat. My dear lady, had this been a ball, I would have certainly invited you for a drink and a dance. Alas, the atmosphere here does not permit such indulgences, so I shall have to seek another opportunity. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, bewildered. Even the once menacing pursuers halted, eyes wide in astonishment at Chen Feng's audacity. Did he just flirt with the captain? The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, pondering the captain's notoriously volatile temperament. As they considered this, they instinctively turned to Li Qingyan, whose smile faded upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Drawing the handcuffs from her waist, she prepared to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Yet, Chen Feng showed no signs of resistance. He merely smiled lightly, retreating slowly until he stood before the large window, half his foot already teetering over the edge. What is he planning? This is the 16th floor. Even a stone thrown down would shatter upon impact. Don't, my love. At worst, withdraw from the show. I shall support you. Feng Shan, do not act impulsively. You are not a true criminal. If captured, you would only be detained for a couple of days, and once the show concludes, you would emerge once more. Oh, I can't bear to watch. Chen Feng's actions left everyone stunned. Even Li Qingyan hesitated to approach. Chen Feng, do not act rashly. This is merely a show. You need not take such drastic measures. Come back, and we assure your safety. With a slight upward curve of his lips, Chen Feng replied, I appreciate your concern, Miss Li, but it is a pity that this is not a ball. Otherwise, I would gladly accept your friendship. He glanced at his watch, bowed slightly to the crowd, as if concluding a performance. Well, everyone, the time is nearly up. Until next time. With that, Chen Feng spread his arms wide and let his legs give way, allowing himself to fall outward. Oh, no! A few timid souls shrieked in terror. Li Qingyan rushed forward, attempting to grasp Chen Feng, but it was too late. He had already plummeted from the window. However, to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated vertical drop did not occur. Instead, at the moment he leapt, a white cloak behind him seemed to catch the air, rapidly forming into a triangular glider that carried Chen Feng's body soaring into the distance. As they watched Chen Feng's silhouette recede, the crowd stood frozen in disbelief. No way is this real. Oh, Chen Feng, you are so cool. My love, I want to bear your children. I told you Feng Shan could never be caught. What about the one who said he'd eat excrement live? When did this start? Let me know. I wish to witness this. Count me in. If there aren't enough ingredients, I can provide. Count me in too. What are you all dawdling for? Chase after him. Li Qingyan's furious shout jolted the pursuit team back to reality. They hurriedly followed her, furious and determined. I'll stay back to secure the scene, a young team member declared. Li Qingyan glanced at him, recalling him as the first to spot Kid, though his face seemed unfamiliar now. However, she had no time to ponder further and accepted his offer, leading the others away from the scene. Amaya cast a sidelong glance at the flustered head of the royal security team, feeling exasperated by their incompetence. She promptly instructed, you all should go as well. The security captain, relieved, quickly rallied his pale-faced colleagues to pursue the pursuit team. Once everyone had departed, Mill, Amaya's assistant, announced the temporary closure of the exhibition, dispersing the remaining visitors and refunding their tickets. As the last of the crowd trickled out, only a few remained. Amaya turned her gaze towards the direction Chen Feng had taken, a slight smile gracing her lips. It seems that in this contest, I have ultimately emerged victorious, Mr. Phantom Thief. At that moment, a voice interrupted Amaya's thoughts. Miss Amaya. Amaya turned to see one of the pursuit team members who had remained behind, now standing beside her. Is there something you need? Out of courtesy, Amaya smiled as she inquired. However, the young man did not respond immediately. Instead, he slowly drew a black carbon pen from his pocket. Amaya initially assumed he sought her autograph, but after waiting for some time without him producing any paper, curiosity piqued within her. She asked again, "Are you looking for a signature, sir?" The young man remained silent, instead placing the carbon pen before her, and with a flick, it transformed into a vibrant blue rose. Is this magic? Amaya watched the young man with interest, sensing that his intentions were not merely to perform a trick for her amusement. To be precise, it is a gift. I wish to exchange this flower for something. What is it? Amaya furrowed her brow, an ominous feeling creeping over her. The heart of the ocean that resides within you. Chapter 11. The Phantom Thief Kid Never Misses. I desire the heart of the ocean that you possess. What? Emilia could hardly believe her ears. Did he just ask for her heart of the ocean? Was he aware that the one moments ago was a counterfeit? How could that be? Only she and Mill knew of that affair. Could it be that Mill had betrayed her? Absolutely not. Mill had grown up alongside her. Betrayal was inconceivable. Yet how did he ascertain that the heart of the ocean was a forgery? And why did he covet it? A torrent of questions flooded Emilia's mind, momentarily rendering this extraordinary woman speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure, her tone frigid. Who are you exactly? I am. The young man revealed a mysterious smile, tugging at the hem of his garment, instantly transforming his appearance. Clad in a pristine, tailored white suit, topped with a lofty medieval white top hat, sporting reflective monocles, and that signature white cloak, he was none other than the Phantom Thief Kid. Chen Feng's reappearance sent the viewer count of the live broadcast skyrocketing, racing towards the 1,000,000 mark. Oh no, I've become a fool. Can someone tell me why Feng Shen just left and now he is back? Why does he want to exchange the heart of the ocean with Emilia? Didn't he already obtain it? There is only one explanation. The heart of the ocean he had before was a fake. The genuine heart of the ocean is with Emilia. This is utterly mind-boggling. The twists and turns are more thrilling than a movie. Meanwhile, Li Qingyan, who had chased after, sensed something amiss. Observing Lin Chuanxiong, who had been stationed outside, she furrowed her brows. Captain Lin, are you saying you never saw Chen Feng's figure fly out of the window? Lin Chuanxiong shook his head. To be precise, I caught a glimpse, but he vanished in midair within seconds as if a projector that was abruptly turned off. Quite abrupt. A projector. Li Qingyan's frown deepened as she turned back to her team, her eyes suddenly widening as if a realization struck her. Team, line up for me and count off. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16. As the last count was declared, everyone stood in stunned silence, including Captain Li Qingyan. Their team totaled 16 members, all gathered downstairs. Who remained above? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan clenched her jaw, the words escaping her lips with difficulty. Return. At that moment, the royal security personnel of Lorelin finally descended, only to witness Li Qingyan, who had just come down, storming back with a furious expression, leaving them bewildered. Fortunately, one member of Lin Chuanxiong's team explained in English, shedding light on the situation. However, upon realizing that the individual left behind was Chen Feng in disguise, the security personnel turned pale with fear. Losing a national treasure could lead to severe punishment, but if anything were to happen to Emilia, they would have no hope of returning home. Realizing this, the security team from Lorelin dared not dawdle, hastily sprinting upstairs with a speed tripled from before. Gazing at Chen Feng before her, Emilia was utterly bewildered. She turned to the direction of the floor-to-ceiling window, still ajar, the evening breeze reminding her that everything that had transpired was not a figment of her imagination. Yet, what baffled her was how a person who had seemingly departed could suddenly reappear before her. You never left? Chen Feng smiled as he presented a rose to Emilia, who dazedly accepted it. Miss Emilia, a competent magician, would never depart before the performance concludes. As she looked at Chen Feng, Emilia instinctively took a step back, shielding the heart of the ocean necklace around her neck, as if guarding against his sudden approach. Please, do not be alarmed. As a gentleman, I would never act disrespectfully toward a lady. Chen Feng maintained his smiling facade. Despite his assurances, Emilia's vigilance did not wane. At that moment, the grand entrance swung open once more. Chen Feng didn't need to turn around to know who had arrived. Chen Feng, stay right there. You are under arrest. Chen Feng turned, meeting Li Qingyin's murderous gaze. I sincerely apologize, Miss Li Qingyin, for my previous actions. However, remember, even a phantom thief can deceive. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Qingyin's already displeased expression darkened further. Without wasting time, she gestured for her team to encircle him. It seems you have lost, Mr. Phantom Thief. Emilia observed Chen Feng with a knowing smile, regaining her composure. What surprised her, however, was that even at this juncture, Chen Feng chose not to flee. Instead, he lifted her left hand and, to everyone's astonishment, gently kissed it. Miss Emilia, please remember, the Phantom Thief kid never misses. Truly, Chen Feng was remarkable, never forgetting to charm even in dire circumstances. If only I possessed half of his charm, I would spend every night in the company of Miss Wu. Chen Feng, my dear, I wish to bear your children. Can't you come up with something more original? We wish we could. It's all the fault of that lazy author. Arrest him. This time, Li Qingyin was not inclined to exchange even a word with Chen Feng. Once the encirclement was formed, she promptly ordered his capture. At that instant, Chen Feng reached into his pocket, producing a cylindrical object. A flashbang. Li Qingyin gasped, quickly alerting her team while shielding her eyes with one hand and reaching forward with the other. With a blinding flash, Li Qingyin predictably missed her target. When several individuals reopened their eyes, Chen Feng's figure had vanished, leaving behind a blue rose adorned with a square card. Emilia bent down to retrieve the rose, discovering lines inscribed on the card. As foretold, I have accepted the heart of the ocean. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid. Accepted? What nonsense! As she reached for her neck, Emilia's smile froze. Her heart of the ocean was gone. When did this happen? Emilia's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Qingyin and the others wore equally grim expressions. Before their arrival, they had vowed to capture Chen Feng, only to be led in circles twice. This was utterly intolerable. As the atmosphere grew tense, the royal security of Laurelin finally arrived, hurrying into the venue. Protect the princess. The leaders stumbled into the hall in a comical manner, causing one team member with a low sense of humor to burst into laughter. Even the viewers in the live stream found amusement in the spectacle, unable to comprehend their shouts, but easily guessing their urgency. Are these Laurelin guards here to perform a skit? Have they forgotten the fall of the Qing dynasty and the Morning Court? With such a troop in charge of Emilia's security, I truly cannot fathom what her father was thinking. Emilia, present at the scene, also witnessed this ridiculous display, her expression darkening. Ultimately, she flung her sleeve and exited the venue. Chapter 12. A hero saves the beauty? No, it is the Phantom Thief. Ding. Task 3. Increase the viewership of your live stream to 1 million. Task completed. Current popularity, 1,358,612. Reward, skill enhancement cards, X2. Ding. First time detection of a successful theft. Fusion degree of Phantom Thief Kid card 12. System points 1200. Obtain divine level lock picking skill, beginner. Current fusion degree, 42. Lock picking skill. How delightful. In the stillness of a late night square, Chen Feng relished the rare tranquility, with a pigeon pecking at the breadcrumbs nestled in his palm. His phone played a recording of his live stream from an hour ago, and a slew of headlines regarding him surged in popularity. The Thief game unveils a true thief. Chen Feng from Huaxia Zone 3 steals the world's largest sapphire. The heart of the ocean. Chen Feng's provocative announcement leaves the pursuit team empty-handed. The confrontation concludes with Chen Feng's victory. Phantom Thief, a brand new title. In addition to these positive reports, some commentators sought to capitalize on the hype with critical news. Professor Sun comments on the Chen Feng incident, stating that the success of a thief is a cultural tragedy. Professor Li from City S expresses that the so-called Phantom Thief is merely another type of thief, and Chen Feng is leading contemporary youth astray. Regardless of the nature of the news, Chen Feng merely chuckled and moved on, showing no inclination to respond. He was unconcerned with public opinion. What truly captivated him was the exhilarating process itself. As for how others perceived him, that was of little consequence. Utilizing the 2 skill enhancement cards just received, he upgraded his voice modulation to intermediate and elevated his magic skills to advanced. According to Chen Feng's understanding, the system classifies skills into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfect. Achieving advanced skill essentially equates to the ability of the character card itself, while reaching the perfect level would far surpass it. This meant that if all of Chen Feng's skills attained perfection, even if Kaido Kuroba stood before him, one might question who the true Phantom Thief was. At that moment, a commotion nearby drew Chen Feng's attention. "Don't move. Hand over all your money, or I won't be polite." In an alley not far from the square, a filthy little man glared menacingly at a woman in front of him. A glinting knife waved threateningly, instilling fear that rendered her immobile. "Please, don't be rash. I'll give you the money." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto the man's grimy face. Who could fathom how he had fared these past few days? Participating in this ridiculous thief game show, he had hoped to make a fortune under the guise of the program. Instead, relentless pursuit teams, aided by city surveillance, had sniffed him out like dogs. Each time he dared to show his face, the pursuit team was already upon him before he could act. For 3 days, he had neither riches nor proper meals. His days were spent either battling rats in the sewers or fending off mosquitoes in public restrooms. Today, however, fortune seemed to favor him as he stumbled upon a lone woman. If he didn't rob her, it would be a disservice to those mosquito bites he endured. As this thought crossed his mind, the malice on his face deepened. His small, beady eyes seemed to devour the woman whole. While his own livestream audience was not as vast as Chen Feng's, over 20,000 viewers tuned in, captivated by the show's popularity. Damn it. People like this are disgusting. They prey on the weak while avoiding the strong. Agreed. Compared to this guy, my bro Feng is practically a saint. Hey, doesn't that woman look familiar? Familiar? Is she a celebrity? No, wait. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen her somewhere. Ah, I remember. Isn't she the girl Chen Feng flirted with at the rooftop bar on the first day of the show? Now that you mention it, she is. Her name is Zhou Wanqing, right? At that moment, Zhou Wanqing stood frozen before the menacing man, regret flooding her heart. Ever since the incident days ago, she had been following Chen Feng and realized he was not a true fugitive, but a participant in the thief game. For reasons unknown, this revelation brought her a sense of relief despite their lack of familiarity. Soon after, she learned about the explosive preview event that had made Chen Feng a sensation online, prompting her to rush over after work to buy a ticket. However, the crowd was so immense that by the time she reached the front, she was informed that tickets had sold out. Left with no choice, she settled on a bench in the square to watch the live stream on her phone. Just as she was about to head home after watching, she found herself confronted by a robber. Was this truly the day she had chosen to venture out? How could her luck be so dismal? Seeing Zhou Wanqing's delayed reaction, the man grew impatient. He waved his knife threateningly, snarling, "Hurry up. Don't make things worse for yourself." Startled, Zhou Wanqing trembled, reaching for her money. Suddenly, a whistling sound sliced through the air, and a flat object swiftly grazed the man's wrist, leaving a crimson mark. "Who?" The man gasped, his eyes wide in shock as he scanned the surroundings. Yet he spotted no one, only the flat object embedded deep into the wall. A playing card? Zhou Wanqing was equally astonished. It was her first time witnessing someone use playing cards as weapons. Treating a beautiful lady with such brutality surely lacked decorum. Amid the confusion, a voice echoed from above. A figure clad in white perched atop the balcony on the second floor, brandishing a card gun that confirmed he was the one who had just intervened. "Who are you?" "Chen Feng." The two exclamations rang out simultaneously, one filled with surprise, the other with delight. Chapter 13. The kissed Chen Feng leaped down from a great height, landing gracefully before Zhou Wanqing. "It is an honor to meet you once more, Miss Zhou." The proximity between them allowed Zhou Wanqing to sense the rhythm of Chen Feng's breathing, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. I am equally honored." A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky, announcing the grand entrance of Feng Shun. Observing the beauty's reaction, it was evident that she had already become enamored with Brother Feng. "Ah, darling, stop flirting with her. Flirt with me instead. I am far more alluring." The once lackluster live stream erupted with excitement, its popularity soaring. And the scene was swiftly redirected to Chen Feng's stream. "Kid, are you meddling in affairs that don't concern you?" A man, nursing a wrist scratched by a playing card, glared at Chen Feng with venomous resentment. As a contestant in the program, he was forbidden from watching the live stream. Thus he had no idea who Chen Feng was, only that this person stood in the way of his fortune. It seemed as though Chen Feng had not heard him at all. He ignored the man entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction. How outrageous! The snubbed man felt his anger boil over, disregarding the live stream entirely as he charged at Chen Feng with a knife. "Kid, you're seeking death." Without turning back, Chen Feng merely sidestepped gracefully, evading the man's attack. In a swift motion, he drew his playing card gun, firing 2 cards that expertly sliced through the man's wrist. In pain, the man dropped his dagger to the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, Chen Feng produced a large white cloth and enveloped him entirely. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some magic," Chen Feng declared with a mysterious smile. With a flourish, as he pulled the white cloth away, the enraged man was now tightly bound with ropes. His clothing mysteriously vanished, leaving him clad only in his undergarments, unconscious on the ground. A living transformation? No preparation needed? Truly, my husband is effortlessly charming, even in his methods of rescue. Zhou Wanqing exclaimed, captivated. "All right, I concede. Chen Feng is indeed a tad more handsome when saving lives." Buddy, have some dignity, why don't you? Let us call the Pursuit Bureau. This matter is under their jurisdiction." Chen Feng's voice broke through Zhou Wanqing's reverie, snapping her back to reality. "Oh," Zhou Wanqing quickly replied, retrieving her phone to make the call. Since the inception of the Thief Game program, the contact number for the Pursuit Bureau had been made public, encouraging citizens to report sightings of fugitives. Once Zhou Wanqing completed her call, Chen Feng prepared to leave. Observing his retreating figure, she seemed to make a momentous decision and hurriedly approached him. "Wait, Chen Feng turned, and before he could discern the situation, he felt an embrace around his neck, followed by a soft, moist sensation on his left cheek. Smack! A red lip imprint appeared on Chen Feng's left cheek. He could have evaded it, but as a gentleman, how could he refuse a lady's gratitude? Especially a beautiful one. "Thank you." Zhou Wanqing blushed, unable to meet Chen Feng's gaze. Though somewhat surprised, he maintained his impassive expression, taking a step back and placing his right hand over his heart, bowing slightly. "I look forward to our next encounter, Mississippi." With that, he turned and departed from the scene. "I too look forward to it," Zhou Wanqing whispered softly, watching his silhouette fade away. Meanwhile, in Amy's office on the top floor of the exhibition hall, she seethed at the sight of the white figure on her phone's live stream. That insufferable man. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have faced repercussions from those old codgers for losing the heart of the ocean. Although she had temporarily placated them, she needed to devise a plan to retrieve the heart of the ocean swiftly. Yet, the program's team in Huaxia claimed they could not reach him. What was she to do? Her head throbbed. Amy cradled her head in exasperation. Just then, her assistant, Mir, entered the room. "Your Highness, the reporters are persistently demanding to see you. What shall we do?" "Ugh." Amy exhaled, composing herself. "Tell them I will be there in 10 minutes. "Understood." Mir exited, leaving Amy alone in her office. Straightening her attire, she began walking towards the door. As she passed a nearby cabinet, something caught her eye, prompting her to halt. Following her gaze, she noticed an empty cabinet housing a solitary vase with 2 blue roses, exactly the ones Chen Feng had gifted her. Gazing at the perfectly blooming roses, Amy's mind drifted back to the white figure. His finesse, elegance, words, and the kiss upon her hand. Ugh, what am I thinking? Amy shook her head vigorously to dispel her thoughts. That detestable man. I will catch him and reclaim the heart of the ocean myself. In the dead of night, Amy was not the only one losing sleep over Chen Feng. In the Pursuit Bureau's conference room, Li Qingyan sat in a huff, evidently still incensed over Chen Feng's earlier mockery. The other 2 team leaders were present as well. Team 2's leader, Lin Chuanxiong, wore a furrowed brow, deep in contemplation, while Team 3's leader, Sun Luo, repeatedly reviewed past livestream footage of Chen Feng. After a lengthy silence, Lin Chuanxiong raised his head and, unable to contain himself, called out, "Hey, Xiao-sun, you've been watching for hours. Have you gleaned anything? Aren't you the third-place winner of the World Detective Competition's Huaxia division? Where are your detective skills?" Sun Luo adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. "I must have noticed something." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyan and Lin Chuanxiong instantly perked up, eagerly looking at Sun Luo, as if inquiring what he had discovered. Without delay, Sun Luo projected the footage onto the large screen. "Observe. This is the live stream from Chen Feng's time at the rooftop bar, where he slipped away from Captain Lin and others." As Sun Luo recounted the event, Lin Chuanxiong's face flushed with embarrassment. "Get to the point, Xiao-sun," he urged. "All right." Sun Luo nodded, fast-forwarding to the last few seconds of the video, where Chen Feng was engulfed by doves before decisively pausing the footage. Pointing at a specific moment in the video, he explained, "Look here, though it's not very clear, we can faintly see Chen Feng's hand moving towards his waist. The very next second, he disappears." "What does that mean?" Li Qingyan asked, perplexed. Sun Luo elaborated. At that moment, the entire rooftop was blocked off by Captain Lin and the others, so Chen Feng could not exit through the door. Moreover, did you notice a detail? Once he stepped onto the rooftop, he never turned back. So, based on my understanding of magic, wherever a magician does not want you to look is often where the flaw lies. One might boldly speculate that the reason Chen Feng did not turn around could be that there were ropes or similar apparatus behind him. The gesture of raising his hand while being covered by the white dove may have been an action to secure the rope around his waist. In other words, at that moment, Chen Feng did not simply vanish. Rather, he took advantage of the dove's concealment to descend through a rapid descent system to the lower floors, subsequently employing disguise to evade surveillance and escape the hotel. Chapter 14. Thief or Detective. Upon hearing Sun Luo's words, both Li Qingyan and her companion exhibited expressions of sudden realization. However, the revelation was far from over. Sun Luo shifted the focus to today's live broadcast, quickly fast-forwarding to a scene where Chen Feng was disguised as a repairman, working in front of the Heart of the Ocean display. "Look here." Sun Luo pointed at the figure of the repairman on the screen. "I have been puzzled as to why the Heart of the Ocean display had such an advanced alarm system that failed. After much contemplation, I concluded that there could only be one possibility. Chen Feng must have entered the venue prior to his actions, masquerading as someone else, and sabotaged the alarm system. This repairman from the Luoworking Kingdom is the prime suspect. Now, all we need to do is locate this repairman and inquire a bit, and we can ascertain the truth." "Well done." Lin Chuanxiong clapped Sun Luo on the shoulder, chuckling, "I regret not bringing you along today. Otherwise, that Chen Feng might not have succeeded." Sun Luo shook his head in response. "Captain Lin, you overestimate me. I merely spotted the flaws after the fact. Had I been at the scene, I doubt I could have stopped him." Hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong's smile faltered, still somewhat reluctant to accept. Is Chen Feng truly that difficult to handle? Sun Luo offered a wry smile. "I fear so." The trio fell into a contemplative silence. "However, I do know someone who might be of assistance," he continued, piquing the interest of the others. "My junior apprentice, the champion of the World Detective Competition's China Division, Ouyang Muxiue. Host, Chen Feng. Gender, male. Age, 23. Strength, 15. Average person, 10. Intelligence, 145. Average person, 90. Charm, 15. Average person, 10. Character card, Phantom Thief Kid. Fusion level, 42. Skills, disguise, intermediate. Voice modulation, intermediate. Beast taming, beginner. Magic tricks, advanced. Master of world languages, intermediate. Divine lock picking, beginner. Hacking skills, beginner. System warehouse, Phantom Thief Kid costume, X1. Poker gun, X1. Rapid descent ropes, X2. 4D holographic projector, X1. Glider, X1. Bouquet of roses, X99. System points, 1800 in acquaintance AF. Chen Feng casually browsed through the skills and items available in the system store. Mind reading. Beginner can read a person's inner thoughts. Effective range of 1 meter. Price, 800 system points. Hypnosis. Beginner hypnotizes the brain, forcibly alters a person's thoughts. Note, the stronger the will, the less effective the hypnosis. Price, 1,000 system points. Dream Walker. Beginner fabricates or enters another's dream. allowing free movement within. Price, 1,500 system points. Skill enhancement card, can improve skill proficiency. Price, 500 system points. After perusing the offerings, Chen Feng ultimately chose the Dream Walker skill for 1,500 system points. The ability to enter another's dreams was exceptionally powerful. If utilized correctly, it could unveil secrets without detection. As for mind reading, while it was also appealing, it came with too many restrictions. Firstly, the target must be within 1 meter. And secondly, the person must be thinking of something specific. Even if those criteria were met, the information gleaned might not be what one needed. Beep. Dream Walker skill exchange successful. Cost, 1,500 system points. Current system points, 300. With the system notification echoing, Chen Feng's points reverted to their previous state. However, he felt no remorse. After all, system points served little purpose when compared to acquiring useful skills. Excuse me, that table is full. May I share this one? A voice interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. He looked up to see a tall, stunning woman standing before him, holding a tray with a coffee cup. Upon recognizing her face, Chen Feng couldn't help but marvel at the smallness of the world. Encounters like these were truly serendipitous. Of course, please have a seat, Officer Li. Chen Feng replied with a smile. Li Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. You know me? How could I not? You're the renowned flower of H City's police force. The leader of the first team in the China District's pursuit group. I even watched your live broadcast last night. A blush crept onto Li Qingyan's cheeks at the mention of the previous night's events. That was rather embarrassing. Chen Feng chuckled. Please don't misunderstand, Officer Li. I meant no mockery. That Chen Feng merely employed some unfamiliar magical techniques. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have escaped. Li Qingyan felt a flicker of gratitude towards the man before her for his defense. Thank you, she said, setting the tray down, but inadvertently glancing at the phone on the table, which was playing the previous live broadcast featuring Chen Feng. You seem quite interested in him, she remarked. Chen Feng replied, I wouldn't say interested. I merely find his methods intriguing and wish to understand them better. Is that so? Li Qingyan nodded, taking a sip from her coffee cup before casually asking, have you deduced anything? Merely some techniques like rapid descent and disguise. Nothing particularly noteworthy, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. But his words caused Li Qingyan, who was still sipping her coffee, to look up sharply. The conclusion that Sun Luo had spent the entire night formulating had been effortlessly discerned by this man. It was important to note that their pursuit group had access to comprehensive surveillance footage, far surpassing the external conditions. If only they could recruit this individual into their team. As this thought crossed her mind, Li Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't realize you were a detective. May I know your name? Yazan Robin, a Chinese-American. Chen Feng introduced himself, the reasoning behind his American identity being its obscurity. What do you do now? Li Qingyan inquired eagerly, understanding her intent. Chen Feng chose to play along. I just returned to the country and am currently unemployed, struggling to find work. Li Qingyan felt a surge of joy. A capable detective who was also unemployed. Wasn't this a divine gift for her pursuit of Chen Feng? Little did she know, the person before her was exactly the one she sought to confront. Chapter 15, The Second Invitation. Mr. Yazan, I wonder if you would be interested in joining our pursuit bureau? I can arrange for you to take on the role of a special consultant. All we require is for you to assist us at specific times, which will not consume too much of your time. As Chen Feng appeared to waver, Li Qingyan quickly seized the moment. Rest assured, we shall not ask for your help without compensation. We will provide you with remuneration after each operation, regardless of its success. Li Qingyan added. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Very well, since Miss Li has extended such a warm invitation, I shall not decline. Just as he spoke, a sudden ringing of a phone interrupted Li Qingyan. She smiled apologetically, then glanced at the caller ID before answering. Hello? Cousin, you've arrived in H City? You've been here for several days? Did you come with Auntie and the others? Oh, you came alone? Where are you now? All right, I'll be right over. After hanging up, Li Qingyan turned back to Chen Feng. I'm sorry, but I have something to attend to. Let us exchange WeChat. You may convey any other requests through that. All right, Chen Feng nodded with a smile. After adding each other on WeChat, Li Qingyan hurried away, oblivious to the knowing smile behind her. That night, in the penthouse of the exhibition hall, Amy was sound asleep, a smile gracing her lips as she occasionally hummed, seemingly lost in delightful dreams. In her dream, after Chen Feng had taken the heart of the ocean, Amy, through various means, successfully located his hideout. She swiftly deployed her team, and before Chen Feng could react, he had been subdued, observing the tightly bound Chen Feng before her. A victorious smile crept onto Amy's face. Yet at that moment, Chen Feng transformed into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished, as countless pieces of paper rained down from the sky, accompanied by his infuriating voice. "Miss Amy, I regret to toy with you once more. However, the performance has concluded, and I must take my leave." Just as his voice faded, a piece of paper floated down to land on Amy's face. A notification. Just as Amy eagerly attempted to decipher the message, she awoke. Lying on her bed, she gazed at the familiar ceiling and sighed heavily. So, it was merely a dream. Yet, a glance to her side revealed a remarkably familiar card resting on her bedside. "Dear, beautiful Miss Amy, when the light fades and Nyx descends from the heavens." Accompany Chapter 16. Game time has arrived. Clap, clap, clap. As Li Qingyan finished speaking, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted within the Pursuit Bureau. Lin Xuanxiong seized the moment to announce the conclusion of the meeting, encouraging everyone to prepare diligently. Once all the members of the pursuit team had departed, only the three captains, Li Qingyan, Lin Xuanxiong, and Sun Luo, remained in the conference room. With a teasing glint in his eye, Lin Xuanxiong remarked, "It seems our Captain Li might be in the throes of romance." Upon hearing this, Sun Luo, who was still organizing his belongings, cast a curious glance in Li Qingyan's direction. "Uncle Lin, what are you babbling about?" "I'm merely chatting with a friend." Li Qingyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly defended herself. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Xuanxiong nodded in understanding. "That's good to hear. Your father passed away early and entrusted me to look after you and your mother. With your mother gone now, I suppose I can consider it fulfilling your father's wishes once you marry." At the mention of her parents, a hint of sadness crossed Li Qingyan's features. "All right, let's not dwell on such unhappy matters. In 2 days, it's time for Chen Feng's operation. You should prepare well." "Yes, I shall take my leave then." Time flew by, and soon 2 days had passed. Li Qingyan found herself exceedingly busy, not only due to the mounting pressure from Chen Feng's growing influence in the outside world, but also from the production team. After all, the game's rules were explicitly stated at the outset. Any illicit gains acquired by the contestants would be converted into cash once the pursuit time had lapsed. If Chen Feng had stolen some ordinary jewelry, it might have been manageable. After all, the production team, backed by the World United Government, wouldn't bat an eye. However, Chen Feng had pilfered one of the national treasures of the Lurking Kingdom, famously known as the Heart of the Ocean, the largest sapphire in the world. The mere value of the Heart of the Ocean was staggering, not to mention the necklace adorned with 108 smaller diamonds, elevating its price to astronomical heights. At that moment, Director Wu of the production team was filled with regret, having initially intended to leverage the show for a promotion and raise, only to have Chen Feng's actions throw a wrench into his plans. Forget about a promotion. He was now questioning whether he could keep his job. Faced with this dilemma, he resorted to incessantly calling the Pursuit Bureau for updates, inadvertently piling more pressure on Li Qingyan and her team. Fortunately, there was someone with whom she could converse. At noon, having just finished work, Li Qingyan made her way to the CAF with practiced ease. Upon pushing open the door and glancing around, she quickly spotted Yazan. Though they had known each other for only a few days, his eloquence, insights on various issues, and perspectives on certain cases had left a profound impression on her. Unbeknownst to her, she had come to relish visiting the CAF after work, where she consistently encountered him. With a brisk stride, Li Qingyan approached Chen Feng and unceremoniously took a seat opposite him. Chen Feng, seemingly accustomed to her demeanor, set down his coffee spoon and pushed his cup toward her. "Try it. I made it for you," he said. Li Qingyan, without hesitation, lifted the cup and took a generous sip. The harmonious blend of bitter coffee and creamy milk was exquisite, the initial bitterness quickly dissipating, replaced by a rich coffee aroma. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Chen Feng. I didn't expect you to be quite the barista. This is delicious. I worked a few months in a CAF during university, so I'm a bit rusty. I'm glad you like it, Chen Feng replied, his words sincere. In his previous life, he had been a struggling student. Despite receiving financial aid, he had to work to afford meals. But regrettably, I can't come this afternoon. I have to deal with that wretched thief. As soon as she mentioned the thief, a flicker of anger crossed Li Qingyin's face. Unaware that the person she spoke of was sitting directly across from her. Unfazed, Chen Feng smiled. How fortuitous. I have business to attend to this afternoon as well. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Li Qingyin replied with a smile. After taking another sip of her coffee, she looked up and asked, by the way, have you prepared the materials we discussed for entering the Pursuit Bureau? With a mysterious smile, Chen Feng responded, let's set that aside for now. Have you noticed anything different about the CAF today? Different? Li Qingyin paused, turning to survey her surroundings. Until now, her focus had been solely on Chen Feng. But upon closer inspection, she quickly realized something was amiss. Wait, why is the CAF so empty today? There are no customers, not even a single server. It's simple. I've reserved the entire place for today. Reserved? For what purpose? Li Qingyin asked, her surprise evident. Are you switching careers to sell coffee? Chen Feng replied, not quite. It's solely for you. For me? Li Qingyin was now thoroughly bewildered. What connection could the CAF possibly have with her? Because I have something important to do today that requires a bit of your assistance. As he spoke, Chen Feng maintained his normal tone, leaving no trace of deception. Assistance? What sort of assistance? Wait, you're not Yazan. Who are you really? Li Qingyan exclaimed, suddenly standing up in agitation. Yet, the dizziness that followed caused her to stagger, nearly collapsing. Chen Feng swiftly stepped forward to steady her slender waist, preventing her from falling. He then removed the skin mask from his face, revealing his true identity. I apologize for deceiving you, beautiful lady, but I kindly ask you to rest here for a moment while I take center stage for this performance and deliver a captivating opening act. Li Qingyin attempted to struggle, but the effects of the drug overwhelmed her. In no time, her head lolled, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Feng gently lifted her legs, cradling her in a princess carry as he ascended to the bedroom on the second floor. He opened the door and laid her on the bed, tucking her in with care. When he emerged from the bedroom, he had transformed entirely into Li Qingyin's likeness. Of course, the attire he wore was PR Chapter 17. A small gift in the afternoon, the area outside the exhibition hall was teeming with people. 15 members of the pursuit team collaborated with local police to maintain order at the scene. Yellow caution tape cordoned off the crowd, keeping them 15 meters away from the building. Learning from past experiences, the pursuit team had become more astute. Lin Chuanxiong even suggested suspending that evening's exhibition to prevent Chen Feng from blending into the crowd once more. Amai's team agreed without hesitation. However, they were unaware that Chen Feng had already disguised himself as an unexpected individual to infiltrate the venue. Captain Li, please come in, said the officer guarding the line, allowing Chen Feng to pass after examining his credentials. Thank you, Chen Feng replied, making his way directly into the exhibition hall. Inside, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. Apart from the 20-odd pursuit team members stationed around the perimeter, the remaining 10 or so, including Captains Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo, congregated at the central platform, which offered the clearest view. Captain Li, they greeted him as he passed, and Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Noticing the commotion, Lin Chuanxiong looked up and, upon seeing Captain Li Qingyin, smiled and remarked, Captain Li, you're becoming increasingly composed. You don't make an appearance until the very last moment. Li Qingyin smiled slightly, but did not respond. What is the situation? She inquired. Sun Luo, pulling his gaze away from the computer screen and rubbing his weary eyes, replied, I've applied for permission to use the Sky Eye system and added several surveillance cameras around the exhibition hall. We can now achieve 360-degree monitoring of the building's interior and exterior. Additionally, Captain Lin has ordered that any suspicious individuals approaching should be detained without prior consultation. Sun Luo's confident smile belied the reality that the very person they were on high alert for was conversing with him just a few feet away. Li Qingyan nodded in understanding. As time passed, the sun outside began its descent, with half of it already below the horizon, signaling that the anticipated moment was drawing near. The crowd outside continued to swell. Even though they could not enter the exhibition, their enthusiasm was unabated. Meanwhile, as the organizers, Amaya and her assistant Mir arrived at the scene shortly before the scheduled announcement. Miss Amaya, Lin Chuanxiong greeted her with a nod. Thank you all for your hard work. I will express my gratitude once this matter concludes, Amaya replied with a smile. It's merely our duty. There's no need, Lin Chuanxiong began, but was interrupted by Sun Luo, who exclaimed, Target detected in Area 4. His voice immediately captured everyone's attention. The group swiftly turned toward the monitor, and the sight rendered them speechless. On the surveillance feed, a white figure was seen walking gracefully outside the building, seemingly treading upon a path formed by doves, akin to a noble in white surveying their domain in medieval Europe, gliding serenely toward them. At that moment, the live stream, which had lost sight of Chen Feng for some time, switched back to show him in midair. The viewers in the streaming room were equally astonished. Am I seeing things? While I was contemplating which bike to rent, my bro phone is already strolling in the sky. Indeed, my phone god never disappoints. Wait, can someone explain the mechanics of this? I seriously suspect this world is evolving without me. Explain mechanics? If this is magic, I'll leave my phone. Please, phone god, give us a tutorial. The streaming room erupted with excitement, comments flooding in. Meanwhile, those in the hall were equally agape. Everyone, snap out of it. Lin Chuanxiong's deep voice shattered the silence. He composed himself and began assigning tasks. It appears that Chen Feng intends to ascend to the rooftop. Son, you and your team continue to monitor Chen Feng's movements. Qingyan, your team will remain here to protect the items inside. I'll take the others to the rooftop to intercept Chen Feng. Understood, Sun Luo replied, as did the Chen Feng disguised as Li Qingyan. With the tasks allocated, the group moved swiftly, with Lin Chuanxiong leading a dozen members in the elevator toward the rooftop. However, their endeavor was destined to yield no results. After all, the figure above was merely an illusion created by Chen Feng using projection technology. Miss Amaya, a voice called. Amaya turned to find Captain Li Qingyan standing beside her. Captain Li, is there something you need? Chen Feng responded, not particularly, but I seem to have dropped something over by the window. Would you mind accompanying me to retrieve it, Miss Amaya? Something? What is it? Amaya asked, curious, noting that this captain had only just arrived. A small gift. Chen Feng replied with a mysterious smile, then proceeded toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Though puzzled, Amaya furrowed her brow in thought and concluded that it likely posed no issue. So she followed him. Meanwhile, Lin Chuanxiong and his team had reached the rooftop. To their astonishment, they found Chen Feng, who had taken a rather theatrical route to the rooftop, remarkably calm. He sat on the outer wall, legs dangling over the edge, smiling as he greeted the cheering crowd below. Noticing their arrival, Chen Feng turned his head slightly and remarked, "It seems the audience is gathered in full." Although unsure of what trick Chen Feng was about to pull, Lin Chuanxiong remained vigilant, directing his team to spread out as they approached. As they neared the wall, less than 3 meters away, Chen Feng finally stood up, facing the crowd below with a gentle smile. "Ladies and gentlemen, the performance is about to begin." No sooner had he spoken than he leaped lightly outward, and in full view of everyone, a puff of white smoke erupted around him. When the smoke cleared, he had vanished, replaced by a cascade of petals drifting down from the sky. Chapter 18. The heart of the ocean returned. Lin Chuanxiong and the members of the pursuit team were momentarily taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Arriving in such a grandiose manner, merely to utter a single phrase before vanishing? Not only Lin Chuanxiong, but also the viewers in the live broadcast were equally perplexed. What was Chen Feng's intention? Was this elaborate display simply a prelude to a magic trick? It must be said, the magic was impressive, but what came next? What was he aiming to achieve? A sense of foreboding washed over me. I was certain that Brother Feng's performance would be far from ordinary. As everyone remained in a state of confusion regarding Chen Feng's motives, a sudden ringtone pierced the air. Dingling, Lin Chuanxiong retrieved his phone from his pocket, and his brow furrowed upon seeing the name Li Qingyan on the screen. Hadn't he just parted ways with her? Why was she calling now? Though confused, he answered the call. Hello, Qingyan, what is wrong? Lin, Uncle Lin. The voice on the other end was alarmingly weak, causing a jolt of unease to surge through Lin Chuanxiang. A sense of dread began to bubble within him. Qingyan, what happened? He pressed urgently. Quick, you must apprehend that imposter inside. It's Chen Feng in disguise. Lin Chuanxiang's mind exploded with this revelation. He had thought he had taken every precaution, believing himself invulnerable, only to discover he had been infiltrated. This was disastrous. Sun Luo and the others were still unaware. The implications of an unidentified thief mingling with a trove of precious artifacts were dire. Move! Everyone, return immediately. Quickly. With that, Lin Chuanxiang dashed back the way he had come, disregarding the others. The rest of the team, though bewildered, could only suppress their confusion in light of their captain's evident urgency and hurried after him. What was happening? Had the pursuit team's gas canisters exploded? Why the rush? It seemed likely that my esteemed Feng had once again delivered an unexpected shock. I surmised that Chen Feng had most likely already infiltrated the venue. Director, switch the live feed to the exhibition hall immediately. We must see that. Yes, hurry. We'll miss the spectacle if we delay. As the barrage of requests to change the footage surged, the production team promptly transitioned the live broadcast from Chen Feng's room to the exhibition hall. After all, with Chen Feng's whereabouts currently unknown, broadcasting from elsewhere would suffice. At that moment, Chen Feng and Emilia stood before a floor-to-ceiling window. The exhibition hall's window was specially designed, opening from the bottom upwards and reaching nearly 2 meters when fully opened. For safety reasons, Emilia kept her distance. Halting, she inquired, Captain Li, what precisely did you forget here? Without responding, Chen Feng bent down and lifted the window. A warm summer evening breeze flowed in, enveloping them in a gentle embrace. Amid Emilia's puzzled gaze, Chen Feng placed his finger to his lips and whistled towards the outside. In an instant, countless white doves appeared as if summoned, converging from all directions and pausing at the window, seemingly awaiting an unspoken cue. Witnessing this, Emilia's heart skipped a beat. The scene felt eerily familiar. Miss Emilia, do you know? The movements of a detective always leave traces, whereas a phantom thief remains ever elusive. Upon hearing this voice, Emilia froze, for the voice emanating from Captain Li was no longer feminine, but possessed a clear, melodious male tone. Emilia's expression shifted to one of shock. You are. Shu. Chen Feng placed a finger over Emilia's lips, as if to silence her. Miss Emilia, might I request that you keep a secret for 5 minutes? Stunned, Emilia found herself nodding instinctively. Chen Feng smiled slightly, snapping his fingers at the flock of doves outside. In response, dozens of doves split into 2 rows, surrounding one dove in the center. Chen Feng extended his left hand, and the summoned dove flew gracefully to his fingertip, perching there with ease. Around the dove's neck hung a beautiful necklace adorned with blue gemstones, the heart of the ocean. No matter how exquisite an item may be, when encased within the glass of an exhibition, its brilliance remains concealed. Thus, I took it upon myself to find a true owner worthy of its splendor. Chen Feng spoke softly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Worthy of its true owner? Emilia pondered silently, her expression remaining composed while her heart fluttered with unspoken joy. Miss Emilia, may I have the honor of placing it around your neck? You mean to return the heart of the ocean to me? Emilia gasped in astonishment. She had anticipated that Chen Feng's objective might involve other artifacts within the exhibition, or perhaps he had no intention of stealing anything at all. Yet, she had never fathomed that he would orchestrate such an elaborate ruse solely to return the heart of the ocean to her personally. Covering her mouth with her hand, Emilia found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Not far away, several members of the pursuit team watched Emilia with curiosity, although they could not hear their conversation. Simply witnessing the 2 stunning women in dialogue was a treat for the eyes. One team member inquired, "What do you think Captain Li and that princess are discussing?" Another replied, "What else could it be? It's likely about Chen Feng's operation." "I doubt it. 2 women sneaking off to whisper could very well be sharing some unspeakable secrets." Their words provoked mischievous laughter among the group, their imaginations running wild with speculation about the conversation. Though their voices were low, Sun Luo overheard every word. Frowning, he admonished them, "Focus on your work. No idle chatter." The team members quickly fell silent, returning their attention to the monitors. Sun Luo, seeing this, decided not to dwell further on the matter and resumed his duties. However, as his gaze drifted towards Amiya and Chen Feng, the object in Chen Feng's possession caught his eye. Was that a necklace? It looked strikingly similar to the heart of the ocean that had gone missing a few days prior. Just as he furrowed his brow and prepared to approach for a closer look, the exhibition hall's grand doors burst open with a resounding crash. Immediately, Lin Chuanxiong's furious voice rang out, "Chen Feng, raise your hands and do not move." Chapter 19. An interesting phantom thief? Where is Chen Feng? As Lin Chuanxiong's voice echoed throughout the venue, a wave of panic swept over the attendees, all anxiously scanning their surroundings in search of Chen Feng's figure. Sun Luo raised an eyebrow and abruptly turned towards the direction of Amiya. "There. This Captain Li is a fake. He is Chen Feng." Chen Feng. Captain Li is disguised as Chen Feng? As the crowd momentarily absorbed this revelation, Lin Chuanxiong and his team rushed over. "Chen Feng, put down the heart of the ocean. Step away from Miss Amiya." Mill, Amiya's assistant, was taken aback, never imagining that her momentary lapse would place the princess next to a fugitive, albeit one not truly deemed a criminal. The livestream audience was equally stunned. No way. This beautiful captain is actually my brother Feng in disguise? Is his makeup skill really that strong? I couldn't spot any flaws in his cross-dressing. This is bad. I must have made a mistake. Cough, it's only human. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chen Feng pinched the hem of the women's suit, lifting it with a flourish, instantly transforming his appearance. Clad in a white suit, adorned with a high-top hat, a clover decoration, and a monocle, it was the familiar ensemble once more. Despite the throng of people converging around him, Chen Feng appeared unfazed. He merely reached behind to unfasten the clasp of the necklace, gently wrapping it around Amiya's slender neck. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators both online and in person, Amiya remained surprisingly tranquil, showing no signs of struggle, even as Chen Feng secured the necklace once more. "Thank you." Amiya's lips parted slightly, her gaze toward Chen Feng imbued with an inexplicable hue. "Oh no, my goddess is about to be charmed away by Chen Feng. No, I refuse to accept this." Amiya's assistant was bewildered. "I just momentarily lost focus, and now the princess has been whisked away? Please, my dear, don't flirt with her. Come charm me instead. I would fall with just a push." Chen Feng smiled as he lifted Amiya's left hand, kneeling gracefully to plant a soft kiss. "No need for formality, Your Highness. I believe that only when adorned upon you can this gem truly radiate its intended allure." Perhaps it was the heat or something else, but upon his words, a faint blush crept across Amiya's cheeks. At that moment, the excitement in the live stream surged exponentially. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2 million. Within mere minutes, the heat in Chen Feng's live stream skyrocketed to 3 million, leaving the other streams far behind. Amiya sought to speak again, but her words were interrupted by the shouts of the pursuing team. "Chen Feng, step away from Miss Amiya. Do not resist. Surrender at once. Chen Feng, release the princess." Listening to the cacophony around her, Amiya frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Chen Feng glanced at the irate Lin Chuanxiong and the others, smiling. "It seems I am not particularly welcome here. Time's nearly up. I believe it is time for me to take my leave." With that, Chen Feng placed his right hand before him, bowing slightly as if to take a final bow for a performance. Amiya wished to intervene, but the moment her fingers brushed his garment, Chen Feng transformed into countless petals, scattering in all directions. Only one flower, affixed with a white card, landed precisely in Amiya's hand. "Dear Miss Amiya, may the brilliance of the gem accompany you." The heart of the ocean returned in its entirety. "Sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid." "Ah, an intriguing phantom thief." Amiya chuckled softly, swiftly concealing the card in her pocket while the crowd remained in a state of bewilderment. Ding! Detected the host's first return of a treasure. Reward: Phantom Thief Kid Card Fusion Rate 8. System points 800. Acquired all-around driving skills. Beginner. Current card fusion rate 50. In a high-end apartment late at night. On the 12th floor balcony, a figure clad in white stood poised atop the railing, the white cape billowing in the gentle breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound. A resident within seemed to hear the commotion from the balcony, stepping out to investigate. With a click, the glass door swung open, revealing two pairs of eyes locking in mutual surprise. Once again, we meet Miss Li Qingyan. Chen Feng greeted the occupant with a smile. Chen Feng, Li Qingyan's face registered shock, but her expression quickly shifted to one of wariness, her hand instinctively reaching towards the handcuffs at her waist. "Oh dear, is that so? I came specifically to apologize, and it's after work hours. No need to be so dedicated, right?" Chen Feng exaggeratedly raised both hands, his face devoid of panic. Li Qingyan scrutinized Chen Feng's figure, falling into a brief silence before ultimately retracting the cuffs, though the vigilance in her eyes lingered. "How did you know my address?" Chen Feng leaped down from the railing, replying, "I merely stumbled upon your information while infiltrating the livestream system last time." "Cousin, who are you talking to?" A voice called from the living room. Li Qingyan's face betrayed visible alarm. No one. Before she could intervene, a girl clad in pink bunny pajamas appeared at the doorway. "Ah, my love!" In the midst of Li Qingyan's astonishment, the pink figure dashed past her and leaped into Chen Feng's embrace. Li Qingyan's eyes widened, her gaze directed at Chen Feng as if questioning, "What have you done to my cousin?" Chen Feng simply spread his hands in feigned innocence, but the infuriating smile remained on his face. Li Qingyan forcibly suppressed her anger, stepping forward to grasp the girl by the collar, pulling her away from Chen Feng. "Wang Beibei, could you show a little restraint?" Let go of me." Wang Beibei struggled, but to no avail. Ultimately, she was escorted back into the room by Li Qingyan. Bang! As the door shut, the world fell silent. When Li Qingyan returned to the balcony, Chen Feng had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a bouquet crafted from 25 red roses, accompanied by a card bearing the image of Phantom Thief Kid. "Beautiful Miss Li Qingyan, I apologize for my previous rudeness. Additionally, on this special day, may your youth and beauty endure. Happy birthday, dear lady. Sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid." Li Qingyan held the bouquet, gazing into the dark void beyond the balcony, lost in thought for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps she never anticipated that the sole individual who remembered her birthday was the very one she had always considered her rival, Chen Feng. Eventually, as a gentle breeze swept across the balcony, it roused Li Qingyan from a reverie, and in a voice barely audible to herself, she murmured, "Thank you, Chen Feng." Or should I say, Phantom Thief Kid. Chapter 20. Li Qingyan's resignation the following day. A series of fresh news posts surged to the trending list. Thief Games Huaxia Region 3 player Chen Feng voluntarily returns the heart of the ocean. Shocking. Chen Feng personally returns the heart of the ocean to Emilia. The love story of a phantom thief and a princess? Under the gaze of millions, Chen Feng adorns Princess Emilia with a necklace. Oh, my Feng Shun, a master of magic, even more adept at charming the ladies. The heart of the ocean, worth over 100 million. He simply returned it? If he had just hidden for a few more days, once the effective pursuit period had passed, he could have claimed compensation from the production team. Couldn't he? Is he out his mind? With his extraordinary magical prowess and unexpected thieving techniques, now combined with a disinterest in wealth, I declare that henceforth, Chen Feng shall be my sole standard for finding a boyfriend. Dear, if you measure potential partners against my Fengge, you might as well resign yourself to a lifetime of solitude. Am I the only one captivated by Chen Feng's magical skills? Is there no one else curious about how he descended from the heavens only to vanish in an instant? Not curious? We only care about his enchanting figure as he performs magic under the moonlight. It is simply mesmerizing. His silhouette under the moonlight, the magician beneath the moonlight. In the brief span of half a day post-event, terms like Chen Feng, Phantom Thief Kid, Magician under the moonlight, and Heart of the Ocean rapidly swept across the internet. It even became a saying. In this world, one may not know who the President of the United States is, but one must certainly know who Phantom Thief Kid is. Within the Pursuit Bureau, the director of the production team, Director Wu, rarely made an appearance here. Judging by the smile on his face, it was evident that his mood was quite pleasant. You all have worked hard these days. I have prepared a report to apply for bonuses for the 3 team leaders, and I hope you will not refuse. In the conference room, Director Wu beamed with joy. Though the events of the past few days had been tumultuous, the outcome remained favorable. The heart of the ocean had not been stolen, there was no need for compensation, and his job was secure. In high spirits, he also intended to curry favor with the 3 pursuit team leaders by utilizing the production team's funds. Upon hearing Director Wu's words, Li Qingyan and the others exchanged glances, each recognizing the discomfort in the other's eyes. After all, had they been the ones to retrieve the heart of the ocean, they would have rightfully earned that bonus. But this matter had little to do with them. Even if the production team wished to reward them, they truly had no face to accept such money. After a moment of silence, it was ultimately Li Qingyan who stood up, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Director Wu, but I must decline the bonus. I feel unworthy of it." Upon hearing this, Director Wu's smile froze, and he turned to Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo, inquiring, "Is this your sentiment as well?" Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo nodded. "We greatly appreciate Director Wu's gesture, but let us discuss bonuses after we capture Chen Feng." With 3 consecutive refusals, Director Wu's expression faltered, though he maintained a facade of calm. "Very well. If that is your stance, I shall not press the matter further. I have other work to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he stood to depart, Li Qingyan called out, "Wait a moment, Director Wu." Director Wu turned back, thinking that perhaps Li Qingyan had changed her mind, but was met with a piece of paper obstructing his mouth. A resignation letter? Director Wu was taken aback, staring at Li Qingyan in astonishment. It is well known that their program was funded by the World United Government, with every staff member enjoying unparalleled benefits, including high salaries and various allowances. For someone like Li Qingyan, already employed by the police force, there were additional perks. She received her police salary while also availing of the program's allowances. Most importantly, her involvement would enhance her visibility, greatly benefiting her prospects for promotion. Such an opportunity was coveted by many, yet she intended to resign? Director Wu's voice naturally reached Lin Chuanxiong and Sun Luo's ears, and both were equally astonished, evidently. They had not anticipated Li Qingyan's decision. Lin Chuanxiong hurried forward. "Qingyan, don't act rashly. Retrieve that report. This is no trifling matter." Sun Luo approached as well. "Captain Li, don't be impulsive. You should heed Captain Lin's advice and take back that report." Li Qingyan smiled and gently dismissed their concerns. "Uncle Lin Xiaosun, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have made up my mind. There is an exchange program in Europe with the police force, and I have already signed up. It's a perfect opportunity for me to take a breather." Lin Chuanxiong had already guessed the underlying meaning of her need for respite. He had not expected that his niece would fall for someone, only to discover that it was Chen Feng in disguise, a reality difficult for anyone to accept. Sighing at the thought, Lin Chuanxiong said, "Take good care of yourself while you're there. When do you plan to leave?" "I have a flight tonight at 10. I must leave soon." Upon hearing this, Lin Chuanxiong gently patted Li Qingyan's shoulder, advising her to take care of herself before turning to exit the conference room. Director Wu and Sun Luo followed suit, leaving Li Qingyan alone in the spacious room. She did not linger, returning to her office to retrieve her already packed suitcase before hailing a taxi to the airport. The suitcase was light, containing only a few changes of clothes, and a bouquet of 25 roses nestled in a box. 2 days later, in H City's East District, at the front desk of a newly opened CAF, a young man resembling Chen Feng sat at the front. Indeed, this youth was none other than Chen Feng himself, having undergone minor facial alterations. Since the incident with the heart of the ocean, the popularity of Chen Feng's live broadcast had soared, even in the absence of viewers. He maintained an online presence of over 1 million, peaking at nearly 4 million at times. Such overwhelming popularity posed a new dilemma. The influx of fans and tourists to H City had surged, leading to a scarcity of accommodations even in the urban area. Some large hotels had begun posting signs stating that reservations must be made 3 days in advance to ensure service, illustrating the fervor of the situation. Consequently, Finding a place to stay had become a challenge for Chen Feng. Being a free-spirited individual, he had little desire to compete daily with tourists for the limited hotel rooms. After some contemplation, he decided to rent a two-level shop in East City, where the lower level served as a CAF and the upper level was his resting space. This arrangement proved quite convenient. As for finances, Chen Feng was not lacking, whether through the original owner or his current self. The inheritance left by his parents alone amounted to nearly 10 million RMB. This was one of the reasons he could so nonchalantly return the heart of the ocean. Chapter 21. The newly opened CAF. At that moment, two girls entered, chatting and laughing. The slightly taller girl pushed the door open first, pulling the other girl to the counter, exclaiming excitedly, "Look, I wasn't lying, was I? Doesn't the owner of the CAF look just like Kid?" "Indeed. I thought Zhou Bingluan was outrageous enough, but it seems I still know too little about this absurd world." The other girl chimed in playfully. Chen Feng stood up, politely inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you?" The taller girl glanced at the various coffee options on the counter screen before saying, "I'll have a half-sweet mocha." "I'll have the same." The other girl followed suit. "All right, please take a seat. Your coffee will be ready shortly." Chen Feng replied with a smile. After paying, the two girls settled by the window. As soon as they sat down, the taller girl eagerly spoke. "Qin, have you seen Kid's live stream? It was incredible. A diamond necklace worth over 100 million. He even returned it. And then there was that moment where he turned into petals. So cool." As she spoke, her excitement grew, as if she had experienced it all herself. Watching her exuberance, Luo Shi sighed. "All right, Yuqing, you've said that several times now. It's just a thief, isn't it a big deal?" Upon hearing the word thief, Sun Yuqing's expression turned serious. "Not a thief. He's a phantom thief." Luo Shi sighed again, not wishing to argue. Even she was puzzled by her friend's recent obsession with a thief. It had even led to a confrontation with a boy in their class who had slandered Chen Feng, though it hadn't escalated too much. Just then, Chen Feng brought over the coffee he had brewed. "2 half-sweet mochas, enjoy." He smiled as he placed the cups before them. Before he could leave, the excited Sun Yuqing stopped him. "Hey boss, do you know Kid? Or rather, there's someone who looks just like you." Chen Feng nodded slightly. "I've seen him in the news. He claims to be a phantom thief." "Yes, that's him." Sun Yuqing beamed, as if they had found common ground, and continued to chat animatedly. "I've never seen someone announce their theft in advance, dressed in white, moving freely under everyone's watch. Oh, he's also a brilliant magician." At this, Sun Yuqing's eyes sparkled with a new thought, and she turned to Chen Feng again. "Hey boss, can you do magic?" "Perhaps just a little." Chen Feng replied with a light laugh, offering a vague answer. "What a pity," Sun Yuqing said, slightly disappointed, resting her chin on her hands as she mused. "I wonder when I'll get to see Kid's live stream again. Hopefully, during the Mask Festival." "The Mask Festival? What's that?" Chen Feng inquired, taken aback. "You don't know about the Mask Festival?" Luo Shi appeared equally surprised, but quickly realized. "Boss, you're not from around here, are you?" Chen Feng nodded. "I just arrived in H City not long ago, and am not familiar with local festivals." Luo Shi's expression shifted to one of understanding as she explained. "The Mask Festival is unique to H City, akin to the Kite Festival in a certain city in S Province. It takes place on the last Sunday of August, which is 5 days from now. On that day, everyone wears masks, and there is a grand masquerade. Oh, during the gala, the H City Museum will showcase the prized white jade mask for everyone to admire." With that, Luo Shi pulled out her phone and showed Chen Feng a picture of an exquisite jade mask, entirely milky white and finely crafted. Below the image was a poll that caught Chen Feng's eye, making him chuckle. The poll asked whether Chen Feng would attempt to acquire the white jade mask. With over 130,000 votes for yes, far surpassing the 20,000 for no. Once the girls left, Chen Feng returned to his position at the counter, his fingers dancing over the laptop keyboard as he searched for information about the white jade mask and the H City Mask Festival. The estimated value of the white jade mask surprised him. Valued at 186 million renminbi, it was on par with the Ocean Heart necklace. Closing his laptop, a smile crept across Chen Feng's face, and he felt a decision forming in his mind. The white jade mask, perhaps, would offer a splendid performance. The following day, in the city center at Drunken Heart Square, this large plaza, constructed under the auspices of the H city government, was named for its cobblestone pattern resembling a wine jug. At that moment, in the center of the square, a middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet and dressed as a manager was directing the on-site work under the scorching sun. "Hey, what are you doing? Why is there such a distance between those two lanterns? Are you trying to separate them? Move them closer. In that seating area over there. Didn't I tell you? There will be performances here, and you can't have chairs so close together." Just as the manager was busily giving orders, a phone rang. Interrupting him, frowning in irritation, he pulled out his phone, seemingly annoyed by the interruption. However, upon seeing the caller's name, his demeanor changed instantly. "Hello, Director Zheng?" "Yes, it's me, Xiao Zhao. Don't worry. We will ensure security and 1T allow anyone to take advantage of the situation." "The white jade mask? I'll go pick it up shortly." "All right, I'm on my way." After hanging up, Manager Zhao selected 2 people and headed towards the museum. Upon arriving, he parked and walked confidently inside. At the glass case housing the white jade mask, Director Zheng was already waiting. "Zheng, sorry to keep you waiting." Manager Zhao greeted him with a smile, shaking hands. Looking at the white jade mask within the glass case, Director Zheng's expression turned serious. "Xiao Zhao, this mask is the museum's treasure. You must take good care of it." "Absolutely," Manager Zhao assured him. "All right, let's open it." At Director Zheng's command, one of the staff retrieved the key, kneeling to unlock the glass cover. However, before he could proceed, a square card hidden beside the base of the glass case caught his eye as the grand festival approaches with the waving of the staff of Kronos. "Darkness from the abyss will encroach. I shall appear alongside the white jade mask. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid." Chapter 22. The New Pursuit Team. As before, while Chen Feng released the announcement offline, he also utilized his hacking skills to transform the live stream into the announcement's imagery. The white jade mask. Feng Shun truly has a penchant for pilfering the expensive. Just after returning the heart of the ocean, he has set his sights on the white jade mask. Huh, that is the museum's treasured artifact. I can only imagine the museum director is tearing his hair out right now. But enough about the museum director. I am more curious about the reaction of Director Wu from the production team. What else could it be? His face must have turned a shade of green with rage. He initially intended to organize a simple program, only to encounter a genuine thief who exclusively targets the valuable. Inside the Pursuit Bureau, in the conference room, Sun Luo stood before a large screen displaying the content of Chen Feng's announcement. "Everyone, this is the content of the new announcement released by Chen Feng. Let us share our thoughts." As soon as he finished speaking, a member of the pursuit team voiced his opinion. "In my view, we should employ the old strategy, temporarily relocate the white jade mask to a secure location and assign personnel to guard it, while also installing multiple alarm systems just in case." This suggestion was immediately met with opposition. With only a few days left until the mask gala, do you really think we should hide the iconic artifact just because of Chen Feng's announcement? That would sound utterly ridiculous if it got out. Isn't it better than having it stolen? Is face more important than substance? Chen Feng is not a true thief. If you proceed this way, you may lose both face and substance. You're talking nonsense. No, you are. Listening to the cacophony in the conference room, Sun Luo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. With Li Qingyan having resigned and Lin Chuanxiong on leave, he was the only remaining captain, shouldering the workload of 3. Despite his capabilities, the burden was overwhelming. "Enough. Stop arguing." Sun Luo's voice cut through the clamor, bringing a semblance of quiet to the tumultuous meeting room. "I asked for your opinions, not for you to bicker." Before he could continue, a series of knocks interrupted him. The door swung open, and 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, entered. "Hello. May I inquire which of you is Captain Sun?" "I am," Sun Luo replied. "Rise and greet them." "Do you need something from me?" The only woman among them stepped forward. "Hello, Captain Sunday. We are here from the Central Team to assist you. My name is Su Luoxue, a criminal investigation expert." The remaining members introduced themselves in turn. Zheng Chong, Sonic Champion. Lu Yi, Hacker. Huang Fuzhen, Counter-Surveillance Expert. As the introductions continued, Sun Luo recalled that there had indeed been mention of 5 personnel being dispatched, yet only 4 were present. Sensing Sun Luo's confusion, the group appeared somewhat awkward. Just then, A brash voice echoed from nearby. Is this the Pursuit Bureau of Huaxia District 3? It looks rather shabby. No wonder a thief has them spinning in circles. The newcomer had not bothered to lower his voice, and everyone in the room heard him clearly. The once relatively calm members of the pursuit team stood up, furious, glancing toward the source of the taunt. Even a usually mild-mannered son Luo furrowed his brow in annoyance. However, considering they were sent from the central team, son Luo managed to suppress his indignation and waved for everyone to sit down. Upon hearing this, the team members begrudgingly took their seats again, though their anger remained palpable. As footsteps drew nearer, the final person soon came into view. He was a young man wearing sunglasses, clad in a designer suit, with an expensive-looking watch adorning his wrist. Upon entering the conference room, the youth surveyed the members of the pursuit team before striding to the head of the long table. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Wei Jingyang, appointed as the captain of the District 3 pursuit team by the central team. I will be your superior from now on, and I trust you will provide ample support. Though he uttered the words ample support, he displayed no semblance of courtesy, maintaining an air of arrogance that elicited eye rolls from many. What else with the attitude? How could the central team send someone like him to lead us? Wei Jingyang? That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the son of the president of Shanhua Group? Yes. Wei Jingyang, the wealthy second-generation heir. Hearing the murmurs below, Wei Jingyang's smile widened, and he openly declared, I see some of you know me. Indeed, my father is Wei Shanhe, the chairman of Shanhua Group, and I am his only son, Wei Jingyang. Once he finished speaking, the previously bustling chatter quieted significantly. Wei Jingyang nodded in satisfaction. I have only one purpose for coming here, to capture that thief named Chen Feng and put an end to this farce. As soon as he finished, someone in the crowd muttered, he talks a big game. I wonder how much skill he has. Unfazed by the comments, Wei Jingyang announced, the mask gala will proceed as planned, and the white jade mask will be present at the event. I will resolve this issue decisively during Chen Feng's operation. Meeting adjourned. Night soon fell, and due to Chen Feng's announcement, the number of people at Zui Exine Square that evening was particularly high. On a bench, Chen Feng quietly fed the pigeons, appearing somewhat out of place. Hey, boss, a voice called from nearby, and soon two figures appeared before Chen Feng, Sun Yuqing and Luo Qian, the very individuals who had previously visited his shop. Is it really you? What brings you here? Are you interested in Kid's latest operation? Sun Yuqing asked enthusiastically. It seemed that any topic related to Kid sparked her endless chatter. Chen Feng gently stroked the feathers of a white pigeon and replied, the shop closed early, and I was feeling bored, so I came to see what was happening. I see. Sun Yuqing nodded, her attention quickly drawn to the white pigeon perched on Chen Feng's lap. Is this your pet? It's adorable. As she reached out to pet the pigeon's small head, it deftly evaded her grasp, proudly raising its head and snuggling into Chen Feng's clothing. Chen Feng smiled, explaining its name is Xiaobai. It's a bit shy. Please don't mind. In what seemed like a response to Chen Feng, Xiaobai cooed softly. Chapter 23. Has Amy arrived? All right, Sun Yuqing replied reluctantly, pouting her lips. Then her eyes flickered as if a thought crossed her mind. Hey, boss, you're from out of town, right? Yes, Chen Feng nodded. How about we locals show you around? The next time you visit your shop, could you treat us to a cup of coffee? Sun Yuqing looked at Chen Feng with eager anticipation. Beside her, Luo, she quickly nudged Sun Yuqing. Yuqing, we still have class tonight. Sun Yuqing grasped Luo Shi's hand, exasperated. Come on, sister. Are you really going to attend a startup class taught by someone who has never run a business? Let's just have Xiao Xue and the others mark as present. But, no buts. Are we still good friends or not? Besides, with a handsome guy accompanying us and free coffee, what is there to hesitate about? With that, Luo, she fell silent, conceding to Sun Yuqing's enthusiasm. Sun Yuqing then turned her gaze back to Chen Feng. So what do you say, boss? 2 cups of coffee in exchange for 2 beautiful guides. How about considering it? It would be my utmost pleasure, Chen Feng replied with a smile, gently patting Xiaobai, who had been resting on his lap. Understanding the cue, Xiaobai cooed discontentedly before taking flight towards the CF. What a well-behaved dove, Sun Yuqing remarked enviously as she watched Xiaobai soar away. She couldn't help but compare it to the orange cat she kept in her dorm, lamenting the stark contrast between their pets. "Let us go. I'll take you to see the town square first," Sun Yuqing said, rising from her seat and waving at Chen Feng, who promptly followed her. The evening breeze was gentle, neither chilly nor cold, carrying a hint of warmth. Although the festival day had yet to arrive, the town square was already festooned with decorations, lanterns forming a corridor and stone lions adorned with colorful lights. In the center, before the towering clock tower, Director Zheng of the H-City Museum paced anxiously, occasionally glancing around as if awaiting someone. Suddenly, an Audi A6 pulled up alongside the square, followed closely by two Volkswagens. The doors swung open, and Captain Wei Jingyang, accompanied by Sun Luo, Su Luoxue, and several other members of their pursuit team, emerged. They wove through the crowd towards the clock tower. Seeing them approach, Director Zheng hurried forward. "Captain Wei, you finally arrived. What are we going to do? The mask festival is just days away, and we still don't know whether to display the jade masks." Wei Jingyang cast him a sidelong glance and spoke coolly. "Director Zheng, rest assured, all festival activities will proceed as planned, and we will ensure the safety of the jade masks." But Director Zheng attempted to interject, but was cut off by Wei Jingyang. "Director Zheng, regarding Chen Feng's operation, we have made ample preparations. We will certainly apprehend him this time, so please do not worry excessively." Wei Jingyang's voice was not quiet, and the surrounding crowd heard him clearly. Whispers began to ripple through the spectators. "Who is this person? Such confidence. Didn't you see the personnel adjustment list released by the pursuit team yesterday? His name is Wei Jingyang, the newly appointed captain of the pursuit team in District 3. I hear he is from a wealthy family. Ha, a rich kid. No wonder he is so cocky." The previous pursuit team members claimed they would catch Feng Shun, and what happened? They caught nothing. I just filmed a video and posted it online, waiting for the moment he gets embarrassed. "Hey, what is your social media handle? I want to reserve a spot for the show." "Sure thing." Such bravado. "Dreaming of catching, kid?" "Not a chance," Sun Yuqing muttered from a distance. Luo observed her friend's indignation and remarked, "After all, he is sent by the headquarters, so it's normal for him to be confident. Besides, how do you know he will fail? Simple. His opponent is kid, and that is enough. Would you agree?" "Boss." Sun Yuqing raised her head proudly, nudging Chen Feng with her elbow. Chen Feng smiled slightly, perhaps. Luo couldn't help but shake her head internally, thinking her friend was hopeless. As if hearing the murmurs around him, Wei Jingyang stepped atop the platform before the clock tower and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wei Jingyang, representing the District 3 pursuit team. I assure you that this year's mask festival will proceed as usual, and the jade masks will still be displayed atop the clock tower for all to admire. Furthermore, I will personally be present, and if Chen Feng dares to show up, I will apprehend him myself and put an end to this farce." His passionate declaration drew frowns from Sun Luo and the others who accompanied him. As detectives, they were not fond of their superior's constant showboating. Yet they were powerless to voice their concerns, given his rank. "Is that so? Captain Wei is quite confident. Let us hope he doesn't end up making a fool of himself," a cool voice called out from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see who dared to challenge Wei Jingyang. He furrowed his brow, curious about the audacity of this individual. "Amy? What is she doing here?" Chen Feng was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, Amy had no prior connection to the H-City Museum. As she approached, clad in a flowing white dress, exuding an air of haughtiness, Amy captivated everyone's attention, her beauty akin to that of a celestial being. "Amy, the princess? Is she here for the mask festival as well? Are you foolish? She is most likely here regarding the notice about Kid, Princess, and the Phantom Thief. I could ship them for a lifetime." By now, Amy had reached the clock tower, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a path for her. "What? Am I not welcome?" Amy spoke fluent Chinese, a skill that allowed her to communicate effortlessly at any event in Huaxia. "Of course not. We are truly honored by your presence, Miss Amy. How may we assist you?" Upon recognizing her, Wei Jingyang instantly donned a smile and stepped forward, extending his hand towards Amy, seemingly attempting a Western-style kiss on the hand, reminiscent of Kid's charming gestures during live streams. However, Amy deftly sidestepped him. "Captain Wei, you're too polite. I merely heard news of the festival and wanted to come see it. Moreover, I wish to meet the new target that little thief has set his sights on. Is that convenient? Chapter 24. The Unsolvable Proclamation. Although Wei Jingyang felt somewhat embarrassed after his gesture of kissing the hand was rebuffed, he quickly regained his composure. Conveniently, they had indeed decided to hang the mask atop the clock tower that very evening. And since Miss Amelia expressed an interest in witnessing the event, a slight delay was inconsequential. Director Zheng was taken aback by this statement. When had they resolved to hang the mask tonight? Moreover, even if they were to proceed, was it not a matter for their museum, rather than the Pursuit Bureau? Contemplating this, Director Zheng furrowed his brow, but soon relinquished the thought of intervening. Setting aside the risk of offending both Princess Amelia and the heir of the Shana group, Wei Jingyang, it was clear that if he took this decision upon himself, any ensuing issues with the mask would fall squarely on Wei Jingyang's shoulders, absolving Zheng of any blame. With this in mind, Director Zheng discreetly withdrew his foot. Rarely does one encounter someone willing to shoulder the blame. So what reason did he have to refuse? At Wei Jingyang's command, the exquisite white jade mask, previously secured in a transport vehicle and guarded by several individuals, was brought forth. The mask, entirely cream-colored and crafted with meticulous detail, was slightly larger than a palm, yet its elegance was undeniable. It is said that gold has flaws and jade has imperfections, but the only aberration on this mask was a crimson dot placed deliberately between the brows, adding a touch of vibrancy. Aware of the museum director's presence beside him, Wei Jingyang inquired, "I intend to have the mask placed up now. Director Zheng wouldn't he mind, would he?" Director Zheng cast a glance at Wei Jingyang. While he had little interest in this ostentatious scion of wealth, he maintained a courteous demeanor, stating, according to the regulations of the unified government, the Pursuit Bureau holds the highest authority when dealing with designated fugitives across various districts. Since this area has been taken over by Captain Wei, I will refrain from further interference. Farewell. Upon finishing, Director Zheng did not linger. He smiled and bid Amelia goodbye before departing the scene. Wei Jingyang paid no heed to this, focusing instead on directing others to position the jade mask atop the clock tower. The tower featured a designated base for the mask, allowing it to be secured and then covered with a glass dome, making it visible to all in the central square. Wei Jingyang turned to Amelia once more. "What do you think, Miss Amelia? This is our city's treasured exhibit." Amelia nodded. "It appears quite exquisite. However, I wonder about the security measures. We must ensure that no thief manages to steal it." As she spoke, a playful smile graced Amelia's lips, enhancing her already striking beauty. Regarding security, Wei Jingyang felt emboldened. His confidence was not unfounded. He would not have proceeded with such audacity without robust security protocols in place. Miss Amelia was overly cautious. Not only had he equipped the glass dome for the jade mask with the latest alarm system, but he had also brought in 4 helicopters from headquarters. As he spoke, he signaled via intercom. In an instant, a cacophony of roaring engines filled the air as 4 helicopters emblazoned with the word Pursuit ascended. The crowd buzzed with chatter. "Goodness, it's my first time seeing helicopters deployed to catch a thief. If they fail again, will they resort to missiles? Isn't that a bit excessive? The Pursuit Bureau is overstepping. Don't you think?" "Absolutely. Isn't this tantamount to bullying the innocent?" The voices in the crowd did not sway Wei Jingyang. He continued to elaborate. "Each helicopter is equipped with a remote capture net. If Chen Feng dares to show up, I assure you, he will be apprehended." Amelia was taken aback by the attention Chen Feng had garnered, prompting such a significant response from the Pursuit Bureau, even deploying helicopters. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her lips parting to say, "Captain Wei's confidence is reassuring, but caution is paramount. After all, that thief is not only adept at sleight of hand, but also particularly skilled in disguise. He could very well be watching us right now." As she spoke, Amelia's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she scanned the crowd. Had Chen Feng not possessed absolute confidence in his disguise, he might have chosen to leave the moment Amelia arrived. Yet, as anticipated, Amelia's cursory glance revealed nothing amiss, and after exchanging a few more words, she departed with her assistant, Mill. "That little witch." Sun Yuqing seethed, watching Amelia's retreating figure. "What did she do to offend you?" Chen Feng inquired, intrigued. Sun Yuqing's eyes remained fixed on Emilia, her tone a mix of anger and jealousy. She has offended every girl in the Kid fan club. Just look at her. What is she here for if not to seduce Lord Kid? Chen Feng chuckled, momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the phenomenon of fans attacking a celebrity's romantic interests would manifest in his own life. Though he remained indifferent to such trivialities, time drifted by, and several days passed. Discussions regarding the proclamation erupted online. Naturally, the primary contention revolved around the content of the proclamation. The first two lines, "A grand festival approaches, heralded by the waving of the Chronos scepter," were relatively straightforward. Numerous detectives and influencers offered interpretations. The grand festival undoubtedly referred to the upcoming mask festival, while Chronos was the legendary god of time. Each wave of his scepter signified a change in date, marking the moment of Chen Feng's actions at midnight. These interpretations garnered consensus, but the third line, "Erosion from the abyss of darkness," sparked the most debate. Some posited that it indicated Chen Feng's intention to emerge from the shadows during his operation, while others suggested it referred to his potential escape, slipping into darkness alongside the white jade mask. Various theories proliferated, and no one could convince the other, leading to escalating arguments that devolved into outright insults. Many online users called for the Pursuit Bureau to disclose the meaning behind the proclamation, yet no response was forthcoming. The reason was simple. They, too, were perplexed by the third line of Chen Feng's proclamation. Chapter 25. The time for magic has arrived. As dusk descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, the city, which should have been cloaked in silence, buzzed with an unusual liveliness. In the heart of Zue, Exhilarating Square, a throng gathered, with dozens of police officers and members of the pursuit team erecting a cordon to maintain order and prevent curious onlookers from approaching the clock tower. Atop the clock tower, an exquisite white jade mask was encased beneath a glass dome, while 4 helicopters hovered nearby, their rotors slicing through the air in a rhythmic patrol. Among the crowd, Sun Yuqing, brandishing a sign for the Kaido Kid fan club, flicked her sore wrist and scanned the surroundings, feeling a twinge of disappointment upon failing to spot that elusive white figure. "Cece, why hasn't T. Kaido arrived yet? I'm exhausted." Her friend Rosie shot her an exasperated glance. If not for her insistence on witnessing Chen Feng's appearance live, she wouldn't be standing here in the chilly night air. "You've asked that question a dozen times. How would I know? It's barely 11:30. The time hasn't even come yet." "All right," Sun Yuqing replied weakly. Yet her gaze continued to search the crowd. Meanwhile, in Chen Feng's livestream, the viewer count surged past 300,000, rapidly approaching 400,000. Finally, the moment is near. I can hardly contain myself. Wait, the pursuit team has really deployed helicopters? I thought that was just a rumor. Isn't that a bit shameless? What happened to fairness? This is pure blackmail. In front of the clock tower, Wei Jingyang stood with his hands on his hips, a confident smile gracing his face as he gazed at the white jade mask suspended high above. What a farce. Today, I shall step onto the stage and make a name for myself. Hearing Wei Jingyang's words, Sun Luo, who had been monitoring the screens, furrowed her brow and glanced at him, though she remained silent. Meanwhile, in a hotel room not far from Exhilarating Square, Chen Feng observed the scene through binoculars. "Well prepared, everyone. But that's good. It makes the performance all the more thrilling. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaobai?" Chen Feng smiled at the little creature perched on his shoulder. Xiaobai tilted its head and emitted a series of coos, as if in agreement. Glancing at his watch, he mused, "The time is almost upon us. It is time to act." As the minutes ticked by, with just 15 minutes remaining until Chen Feng's scheduled appearance, Emilia arrived by car. However, unlike others, she did not don a mask, as her sole purpose for being there was simply to see Kaido Kid. Nevertheless, even in her casual presence, Wei Jingyang and the others did not dare treat the influential princess lightly. After arranging a seat for her, they returned to their posts. 5 minutes passed, leaving only 10 minutes until the anticipated moment. The crowd, both in person and online, grew silent, their breaths held in anticipation as they searched for the white figure. The pursuit team was equally vigilant, with dozens of members maintaining perimeter security and 6 dedicated to monitoring the screens. In this tense atmosphere, a sudden white figure appeared on the horizon, drawing everyone's gaze. What is that in the sky? Is it pigeons? Could this be another trick by Chen Feng? I would be surprised. As chatter erupted among the crowd, a large flock of white doves soared towards the clock tower, their destination clear, the white jade mask. Seeing this, Wei Jingyang's brow furrowed in concern. He stepped forward and snatched the walkie-talkie from Lu Yi's grasp, issuing commands to the helicopters overhead. Helicopters 1 and 2, disperse the birds. Helicopters 3 and 4, continue your patrol. As his orders rang out, the 2 helicopters roared towards the flock, creating a powerful gust that sent the birds scattering, ensuring not a single one approached the precious mask. With the disturbance quelled, Wei Jingyang's furrowed brow relaxed, a self-satisfied grin returning to his face. I thought Chen Feng was formidable. It turns out this is all just child's play. How could anyone let him escape time and again? His boastful remarks did not go unnoticed, igniting ire among the pursuit team and drawing scorn from the surrounding crowd. Who does he think he is? He drives away a flock of birds and acts like he has achieved something monumental. Why don't you catch Chen Feng instead? Someone shouted. Exactly. Only the incompetent would compete with pigeons. My husband Chen Feng hasn't even shown up yet. What else with the bragging? Amidst the rising tide of criticism, Wei Jingyang's expression darkened. However, before he could retort, a sudden click resonated through the square. All the lights extinguished, and a voice echoed from all directions. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you immensely for attending my magic show. I hereby declare the magic performance officially commenced. Though Chen Feng was not yet visible, the familiar voice thrilled the crowd. Kaido! 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 Cheers erupted, drowning out the music that had been playing in the square. What is happening? Where is he? Find him immediately. Activate the backup power and restore the electricity. Wei Jingyang's furious commands were drowned out by the jubilant shouts of the crowd. Reluctantly obeying due to his superior's authority, the pursuit team hastened to implement emergency measures. As the clock struck midnight, the lights flickered back to life, illuminating the white figure suspended in midair. Dressed in his signature white suit and topped with a distinguished high hat, Chen Feng stood with arms outstretched, bathed in moonlight and electric glow, as if embracing the world. A smile crept across his lips as he proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the moment to witness a miracle has arrived." Chapter 26, Magic and Sorcery. Lord Kid, I yearn to bear your offspring. You wretched being. He is my husband. No, you're the wretched one. You go to hell. You all, please, cease your quarrels. It is because of your bickering that he is now kneeling on the durian peel by the bedside. If he goes back to sleep without waking, the consequences could be dire. Meanwhile, Amaya stood up from her chair, intrigued by the figure soaring in the sky. He remained as fantastical as ever, so extraordinary that people had grown accustomed to his presence suspended in mid-air. The commotion below seemed to have no effect on Chen Feng, who continued to engross himself in his performance. In mid-air, Chen Feng stepped towards the clock tower, each stride feeling as though he was treading on air, yet grounded at the same time. With each step he took, the white jade mask, situated several dozen meters away, began to vanish as if cursed by an abyss. Indeed, it was disappearing. A streak of darkness emerged from the top of the white jade mask, cascading downwards, as if a true abyss were unleashing shadows that gradually consumed the mask until it was utterly obliterated. Boom! This astonishing spectacle resonated like thunder in the hearts of all present. The online audience surged to an unprecedented height, reaching 5 million viewers. Is this the meaning behind the third phrase in the invitation? Darkness eroding from the abyss? How did Chen Feng achieve this? Could the god of Maple truly wield magic, summoning abyssal creatures to devour the white jade mask? This is utterly absurd. It truly is integrating the mask into darkness, piece by piece. How incredible! Maple god forever. My husband. Below, Wei Jingyang was dumbfounded. He had considered that Chen Feng might infiltrate their ranks to attack the white jade mask, or appear suddenly in a blind spot, but he never anticipated this scene. What is happening? Chen Feng is still several dozen meters away from the white jade mask. Could it be that he truly possesses magic? Is he able to snap his fingers and summon darkness to snatch away something from such a distance? Seeing Wei Jingyang still in shock, Sun Luo decisively seized the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Attention all aircraft, encircle Chen Feng immediately. He must not escape. Additionally, all ground teams, keep a vigilant eye on Chen Feng's movements and report any anomalies at once." As Sun Luo's voice echoed, Wei Jingyang snapped back to reality. Yes, as long as they capture Chen Feng, they can still reclaim the white jade mask. He had not yet lost. With this thought, a renewed glint shone in Wei Jingyang's eyes as he nearly roared his order. "Quick, capture him." The 4 helicopters swiftly maneuvered towards Chen Feng, surrounding him from all sides. Like a pack of wolves on a coordinated hunt, they awaited their leader's command to pounce upon their prey. In that moment, it seemed as if Chen Feng was the one being hunted. However, within the encircled Chen Feng, there was no trace of fear. His face bore a charming yet infuriating smile. "Esteemed guests, it is a pleasure to encounter you here. Now, please enjoy the final magic of the evening." With that, Chen Feng flicked his wrist, and a deck of playing cards appeared in his once empty hand. Under the gaze of all, he gently arched the cards upwards. The sound of subtle collisions filled the air. The originally modest deck of 54 cards seemed to multiply infinitely in mid-air, enveloping Chen Feng in an instant as they descended. When the cards fell to the ground, Chen Feng's figure had vanished without a trace. The live stream was ablaze with comments. Is this truly magic? Can someone explain how the white jade mask disappeared? Explain? Maple God is simply incredible. My husband. If only I had the chance to learn magic from Maple God, it would be so much easier to woo women. This is definitely possible. I must say, Maple God is truly handsome. Did you see how the princess from the kingdom of Lerking was entranced by him? Applause erupted like thunder, resonating against Wei Jingyang's face, echoing with every clap. "Find him. Bring him back." Wei Jingyang screamed in a fit of rage. "There he is," someone shouted, pointing towards the top of the clock tower, where Chen Feng stood, a playful smile gracing his face, holding in his left hand the very white jade mask that had just vanished. "Esteemed guests, the performance has concluded, and it is time for me to take my leave." With a smile, Chen Feng tucked away the white jade mask and leaned forward as his gliding wings unfurled, carrying him away into the distance. As Chen Feng departed, Sun Luo swiftly took the walkie-talkie, commanding, "All helicopters, pursue Chen Feng immediately. Once the target is within range, do not wait for permission. Deploy the capture net at once." As Sun Luo's voice faded, the helicopters adjusted their course and chased after Chen Feng's retreating figure. "Ah, Cece, did you see that? Lord Kid was so magnificent." In the crowd, Sun Yuqing excitedly patted Ro Shi's arm beside her. Ro Shi, grimacing in pain, pressed her hand down. "Enough. You truly are my sister. You're going to break my arm." Upon hearing Ro Shi's words, Sun Yuqing halted her enthusiastic gestures, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. It was such a rare opportunity to see Lord Kid up close. How could she not be excited? Ro Shi shot her a glance, but chose not to comment further. Before the clock tower, every member of the pursuit team sprang into action under Wei Jingyang's command, chasing after Chen Feng's departing figure. Shall we leave as well? With Chen Feng's departure, Amaya lost interest in lingering. After giving her assistant, Mir, a brief word, she boarded a vehicle escorted by 4 bodyguards from Lerking, heading in the direction from whence they came. None noticed that atop the clock tower, a gloved hand stealthily reached for the spot where the white jade mask had been stored, retrieving an object. Ah, now the performance is truly complete, isn't it, Lil White? Within the clock tower, Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction, holding a dark object. If museum officials were present, they might recognize that the dark object bore an uncanny resemblance to the white jade mask. Cooing softly, a white dove emerged from Chen Feng's embrace, raising its head in response to his words. Chen Feng's lips curved into a gentle smile as he left behind a card signaling the end of the performance before blending into the crowd as a mere passerby. As a certain gentleman from a parallel world once said, unlike magic, which is an art of illusion, magic tricks rely on skill and props. Chapter 27. I am just a weary magician at midnight, On a certain boulevard in H City, a crimson BMW sped through the night. Inside the vehicle were only two individuals, Mill at the wheel and Amaya seated in the back. The atmosphere within the car was unusually silent. Amaya sat expressionless, her long legs crossed, not uttering a word, her demeanor reflecting an undeniable discontent. Through the rearview mirror, Mill noticed Amaya's state and sighed inwardly. Though Amaya had not explicitly stated her intentions, it was evident to anyone perceptive enough to discern that she had come to the scene for a particular purpose. Yet, it appeared she had not achieved the desired outcome, having failed to exchange a single word with Chen Feng, which only deepened her discontent. Mill sighed again in her heart. Unsure of what to say, she could only hope that the princess would soon realize that she and that enigmatic thief were utterly incompatible. The tale of a princess and a thief was but a whimsical fairy tale for children. A dull thud resonated from the roof of the car, as if something had fallen atop it. The strange noise instantly heightened the alertness of both Mill and Amaya. Mill decisively pulled the car to the side, retrieving a concealed handgun from her sleeve, rolling down the window, and gazing outside with a wary expression. "Who goes there? Please do not be alarmed, lovely ladies. I am merely a weary magician who has paused to rest." A familiar voice drifted through the window, causing the previously stoic Amaya to momentarily freeze, only to be replaced by a radiant smile as she recognized the voice. Ignoring Mill's attempts to restrain her, she eagerly opened the car door and stepped out of the fiery BMW. However, to Amaya's disappointment, despite circling the car, she found no trace of the white-clad figure she sought. Just as despair began to settle in, a warm breath brushed against her neck from behind, followed by a gentle voice. "Madam, are you searching for me?" Upon hearing that familiar tone, Amaya's smile returned as she turned to see Chen Feng, resplendent in white, standing before her. "It is an honor to encounter you at the performance, Miss Amaya." Chen Feng lifted her hand and bestowed a light kiss upon it. Unlike her previous rejection of Wei Jingyang, Amaya now covered her mouth with one hand, her face alight with astonishment, embodying the innocence of a girl meeting her beloved princess. Mill, having exited the car, witnessed the scene unfolding before her. She opened her mouth to speak, but a single glance from Amaya silenced her, forcing her to swallow her words. "Mill, please call a cab and head back. I wish to wander alone for a bit." Amaya's cool voice resounded. "Is that truly wandering alone, my princess?" Mill thought frantically, yet outwardly she could only comply. "Very well, princess. Please, do not stay out too late." "Understood," Amaya replied absently, her demeanor suggesting she paid little heed to Mill's concerns. With a sigh in her heart, Mill turned and departed. The midnight streets were sparsely populated, with the only lively area miles away at the vibrant square. Thus, Amaya felt no apprehension about being seen. Once Mill's figure vanished from sight, Amaya turned her attention back to Chen Feng. "Miss Amaya, must you treat me with such suspicion? I am not a villain," Chen Feng remarked, gesturing toward the fabric she had tightly gripped. In her eagerness to ensure he did not vanish when she turned around, Amaya had clutched his clothing, leaving his pristine white suit slightly wrinkled. "Humph," Amaya huffed. "If you're not a villain, then the world is filled with them. Even now, the Pursuit Bureau still offers a reward of 100,000 RMB for information leading to your capture." Perhaps unbeknownst to herself, Amaya's tone mirrored that of a girl playfully teasing her boyfriend. "Oh." Chen Feng stepped slightly closer, narrowing the distance between them further, a smile gracing his lips as he feigned disbelief. "Is the princess contemplating my arrest?" The warm breath that enveloped Amaya's face caused her to blush deeply, prompting her to avert her gaze to avoid meeting Chen Feng's eyes. Sensing the moment was right, Chen Feng took a half-step back, re-establishing some distance. "I have come uninvited, hoping to request a favor from you, Miss Amaya." "A favor?" Amaya inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. This was the first time she had heard the word favor from the audacious and charismatic thief before her. "Indeed, I would like to ask you to deliver an item to a location in West City after dawn. Of course, if it is inconvenient." "Yes, I agree," Amaya interjected, cutting him off. Chen Feng beamed, placing his right hand over his heart and bowing slightly. "Thank you immensely, beautiful lady." The item and address are already in your passenger seat. Until we meet again under the silver moonlight. With that, as Amaya watched, Chen Feng's form gradually transformed into a flurry of white doves, dissipating upon the pavement. Amaya made no attempt to stop him. Perhaps she understood it was futile. After he vanished completely, she turned and returned to the car. Upon searching, she indeed discovered a box adorned with a caricature of Kid the Phantom Thief on the passenger seat. Inside lay a simple white jade mask and a card. Upon lifting the card, she found an address clearly inscribed, West City Sunshine Orphanage. The following day, after a series of sensational headlines, such as shocking, Chen Feng successfully steals the white jade mask, and the enigmatic thief Kid, a magical and charismatic sorcerer. Another news story captured the public's attention. The stolen white jade mask has been located. Chen Feng returned it to a dilapidated orphanage in West City. Accompanying the article were several photographs. Drafty windows, broken furniture, walls long shrouded in darkness, and a dozen children clad in patched clothing. Each image resonated with a sense of decay and desolation. Chapter 28. Another fugitive with the sudden emergence of this report, the orphanage in West City, long forgotten by the bustling world, was once again brought to light. Particularly poignant was the revelation that this orphanage was sustained by the meager retirement funds of a retired elderly couple, which further stirred the compassion of the public. Amy took the lead in announcing a donation of 1,000,000 RMB, while the production team of Thief Game and the H City Museum also declared their contributions. Along with additional fundraising from various social figures, the total amount quickly surpassed 5,000,000 RMB. As the orphanage garnered widespread attention, it also attracted a plethora of journalists. Faced with a sea of microphones and cameras, the elderly couple, who served as the directors of the orphanage, initially felt overwhelmed. However, they soon adapted and expressed their heartfelt gratitude to all the kind-hearted individuals, particularly to the young man known as Kid the Phantom Thief. With various platforms vying to report on the story, and bolstered by Chen Feng's own rising fame, countless netizens witnessed this scene unfold. One must not be too soft-hearted. Despite grappling with their own struggles, people still feel compelled to care about the suffering of others. Having just donated their meal money from the past 2 days, they found themselves resorting to instant noodles instead. In this corner of the world, forgotten by prosperity, it was astonishing that even in 2050, such a struggling orphanage still existed. Thank you, Chen Feng. Otherwise, no one would have noticed its plight. Indeed, gratitude is due to Chen Feng. For the sake of the children, I shall also contribute something. However, where there is support, dissent follows, and much of this dissent was directed at Chen Feng himself. Isn't he merely shifting responsibility onto society? If he truly wanted to help, he could have just donated himself. There were nods of agreement, sensing a hint of moral coercion in his actions. What are you all thinking? If Chen Feng keeps the white jade mask and waits until the pursuit period is over, wouldn't the money he gains be far greater? How absurd to accuse him of moral coercion. The online discourse was rife with opinions, yet it had no bearing on Chen Feng. True to his nature, even when encountering negative comments, he merely smiled and moved on. Ding! Congratulations! The number of viewers in the host's live stream has exceeded 5 million. Reward: Skill Enhancement Card X2, System Points 1000. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully stolen the white jade mask. Reward: Kid the Phantom Thief Card Fusion 5, Current Fusion 55. System Points 500. As the 2 system notifications chimed, Chen Feng, quietly reading at the front desk, raised an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated both skill enhancement cards to Beast Taming Technique. With a flick of his mind, the 2 cards vanished, replaced by a system prompt. Ding! Skill enhancement card used successfully. Beast Taming Technique level increased. Current level, Advanced. Bang! The CAF door swung open. As a mechanical welcoming cat at the entrance chimed its greeting, Chen Feng lifted his gaze. At the door stood a woman of striking poise, who entered gracefully. Welcome. How may I assist you? The woman glanced at Chen Feng, removing her hat and mask to reveal an exquisite face. Although subtle, the traces of disguise were evident to Chen Feng, a master of concealment. She was likely another fugitive selected by the production team, much like himself. But what concern was that of Chen Feng? As he often remarked, he was a carefree individual who loathed complications and would not engage in such thankless endeavors that might bring trouble upon himself. "I would like a latte unsweetened," she stated succinctly, placing a 100 yuan note on the counter without even waiting for change before turning to find a seat. "Excuse me, miss," Chen Feng called out. She waved her hand dismissively, not even turning back. "No need for change. Consider the extra as a tip." "Miss, you misunderstand. I meant that the money isn't enough." Chen Feng, confident in his skills, had set the CAF prices quite high for his own peace of mind. Returning to the counter, he noted that the price for a standard latte was 188 yuan, causing Lin Qingyao's lips to twitch. She couldn't fathom her recent streak of misfortune. Was it truly so dire that even drinking water felt like a struggle? Reflecting on her experience from half a month prior, when she first joined the program filled with confidence and ambition, she had aimed to shine. After effortlessly evading the pursuit team, her sights had turned to a noble scepter, one of the exhibits from the Laurel Kingdom. However, an unexpected figure claiming to be Kid the Phantom Thief disrupted the exhibition, resulting in heightened security measures. Reluctantly, she had to abandon her plans. As the mass festival approached in H City, her focus shifted to the festival's most iconic item, the white jade mask. The subsequent events were well known. With Chen Feng's warning letter, the entire venue was placed on lockdown, leaving Lin Qingyao with no opportunity. Now, even a simple cup of coffee came with exorbitant prices. Was this truly the saying about drinking water being a challenge? At the front desk, Lin Qingyao clenched her teeth in frustration, her pride visibly oscillating. "I mustn't lose my temper. I cannot reveal my identity, or trouble will surely follow." After some self-soothing, she suppressed her growing ire and, after tossing another 100 yuan note, found a seat with an air of indignation. Chen Feng paid her little mind, pocketing the cash before returning to his coffee making. Just then, the door swung open once more. "Boss, we've come to claim our free coffee." Sun Yuqing's voice preceded her entrance. Upon noticing Chen Feng already had a customer, she paused momentarily before boldly approaching him. "What a rarity, boss. Did you finally open today? I must say, your prices are downright outrageous. Were it not for my wealth, I wouldn't dare step foot in here. You should consider lowering your prices a bit. With your skills, you'd surely have customers lining up." "Isn't that right, Qian?" Her companion, Luo Qian, nodded in agreement. Chen Feng smiled as he replied, "I'm not lacking in money. I opened this CF purely to pass the time out of boredom." While speaking, Chen Feng prepared Lin Qingyao's latte, placing it on a tray and presenting it to her. "Enjoy your drink." Sun Yuqing and her friends settled at a table beside Lin Qingyao. "Boss, we'll have half-sweet mocha, please." "Certainly. Just a moment," Chen Feng replied with a smile. It was then that the CAF's public television crackled to life. "We interrupt this broadcast with breaking news. The white jade mask stolen by Chen Feng, a contestant from Huaxia Zone 3 during the Mask Festival, has been found at the Sunshine Orphanage in West City. This impoverished orphanage has since attracted social attention, receiving over 5 million in donations in a short time, and the orphanage has expressed its gratitude to Chen Feng. Additionally, just yesterday, with the assistance of concerned citizens, the 8th fugitive from Huaxia Zone 3 has been apprehended, leaving only 2 contestants remaining. Chapter 29. The challenge to Chen Feng. There are only 2 contestants left in Zone 3? "Luo," she exclaimed, propping her chin on her hand, a hint of surprise evident in her voice. Sun Yuqing waved her hand dismissively. "It's perfectly normal, with surveillance cameras everywhere. It's impossible to hide. Do you think everyone possesses Kid's level of skill? If they want to escape, they can easily do so. I wouldn't be surprised if the other contestant is rummaging through a trash can for food right now." Clang! The sound of a coffee cup crashing onto the table instantly drew the attention of Sun Yuqing and her companion. "Sorry, I slipped." Lin Qingyao forced a smile, but internally, she was fuming. What did she mean by the other contestant being almost done? What did she mean by rummaging through a trash can for food? "I'm sitting right here." Lin Qingyao screamed internally, but on the surface, she maintained a calm demeanor, stifling her anger with a sip of coffee. "It's all that kid's fault. One day, I will personally defeat him." Lin Qingyao thought to herself, quickly finishing her coffee, grabbing her bag, and leaving the CF. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Pursuit Bureau, an eerie silence prevailed. Wei Jingyang sat at the head of the table, his expression dark. Sun Luo, the veteran captain, along with new captains Su Luoxue and Zheng Chong, and a dozen other team members sat attentively. As they listened to the news broadcast, the veteran members of the pursuit team cast glances filled with mockery towards Wei Jingyang. Aren't you confident? Aren't you capable? Didn't you mock us for being unable to catch anyone? What now? Why the silence? Despite having been robbed by Chen Feng once again right under their noses, the team had never felt so comfortable. Perhaps I should actually thank Chen Feng. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Wei Jingyang slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Everyone, let us summarize the failure of this operation. As soon as he spoke, someone murmured, "Is there really a need for a summary? You were the one who devised the entire plan. Now you want to shift the blame onto us? Why didn't you think of this sooner?" The murmurs were soft, yet in the confined space of the conference room, they echoed distinctly. Who is speaking out of turn? Don't you know what respect for your superior means? Wei Jingyang roared, and the team members, initially inclined to jest, fell silent. Just as the room returned to quietness, a phone rang. Ding, ding, ding. The annoying ringtone further incited the already irate captain. Whose phone is ringing? Don't you know to silence your phones during a meeting? Ding, ding, ding. Even as Wei Jingyang's voice filled with fury, no one silenced the ringing. Just as he was about to speak again, someone reminded him, "Captain, it seems to be your phone." Huh? Wei Jingyang blinked, looking down to see that someone was indeed calling him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he said, "Please hold on a moment," and stepped out of the meeting room. In the hallway, Wei Jingyang answered the call. "Hello, Dad. What is the matter?" As soon as he spoke, a roar erupted from the other end. "What do you mean, what is the matter? Do you even have the face to ask? What's going on with all these news reports? I provided you with 4 helicopters, and you can't even keep track of one masked individual? Are you an idiot? I repeatedly told you to keep a low profile. Just get through this period, and I would help you secure a smooth promotion. But you insisted on showing off. And now look where we are." Wei Jingyang's face turned crimson, his fingers gripping the phone so tightly that they turned white. After a moment, the voice on the other end paused, followed by the sound of water being gulped. After a long silence, the voice resumed, "Put your work on hold for now. I will arrange for you to be transferred from there as soon as possible. Just lay low and get through this period. By the way, I've already settled the issue regarding that girl recording you last week. The materials will be retrieved soon. Just don't cause any more trouble." "I understand, Dad." Wei Jingyang lowered his head, his right hand clenched into a tight fist. "All right then, that is all. Goodbye." "Wait." Wei Jingyang suddenly raised his head, interrupting his father, his eyes flashing with determination. "Dad, I have never lost anyone in my life. I beg you, let me try once more. Please help me." In the office of the chairman of the Shanha Group, a middle-aged man sat in his executive chair, attended to by a beautiful secretary kneeling before him. Upon hearing his son's words over the phone, Wei Shanha's brow furrowed. As Wei Jingyang's father, he understood exactly what his son meant. His son's excellence and ruthlessness mirrored his own, a fact that had been evident since childhood. For instance, when he was in elementary school, another child surpassed him in a sports event and took first place. At merely 11 years old, Wei Jingyang had someone break that child's leg. Wei Shanha had to intervene to settle matter. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Shanha finally spoke. "What do you need?" "I want our Group S treasure. The gem that once caused a sensation, the Eye of the Moonlight." "The Eye of the Moonlight?" Wei Shanha abruptly stood, causing his secretary to gasp. However, he had no time to attend to her, quickly dressing and adopting a serious tone. "Do you have confidence in this?" "Yes," Wei Jingyang responded decisively. Another moment of silence ensued. Just as Wei Jingyang was about to speak again, Wei Shanha's voice returned over the phone. "All right, I will prepare it for you. Come by tomorrow to collect it." "Thank you, Dad." The call ended. Wei Jingyang straightened up, his eyes narrowing, the determination within him intensifying. Chen Feng. The next day, an article burst onto the scene, swiftly climbing to the top of trending news. Shocking. Pursuit Zone 3, Captain Wei Jingyang wagers the Eye of the Moonlight. Challenging Chen Feng. Will Chen Feng dare to accept? The report featured a photo of Wei Jingyang holding the gem. The gem was a pearly white, with a hint of purple, supported by a hollow, purple-golden base, giving it an appearance of great value. This explosive news instantly ignited discussions across the internet. Is there really such a bold individual in this world? It's a miracle that Feng Shun hasn't sought them out. They actually dare to challenge him directly. The Eye of the Moonlight? That sounds familiar. ISNT that the gem auctioned for 239 million? Yes, that's the one. They're putting such a valuable gem on the line. They must be serious. Of course they are. If the price were lower, Feng Shun wouldn't even consider it. Looking forward to Feng Shun's response. Absolutely. Can't wait for Feng Shun's counter. Anticipating Feng Shun's response. Chapter 30. The Eye of Moonlight. As the fervor surrounding Wei Jingyang's challenge escalated, Chen Feng swiftly took notice of the affair. Initially, he paid little heed to it. Yet the incessant media coverage and the conversations among those around him piqued his curiosity. A brief inquiry revealed the gemstone's staggering price, 239 million renminbi, a sum that indeed warranted his consideration. In the CAF's lobby, Chen Feng gradually closed his laptop, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The Eye of Moonlight. Naturally, it would only reveal its allure beneath the moonlight. Another day drifted by, and the excitement surrounding the challenge remained unabated. Perhaps in a bid to provoke Chen Feng or to compel his acceptance, Wei Jingyang had even arranged for the exhibition of the Eye of Moonlight in his company's Grand Hall for all to admire. Meanwhile, within the surveillance room of the Shanha Group, a dozen members of the pursuit team fixated on the monitors, seemingly intent on spotting Chen Feng. Yet, while they failed to locate him, they did apprehend several thieves, including 2 fugitives from other districts. As they observed the bustling footage, even the most patient among them began to feel a twinge of irritation. In the lobby, Zhou Wanning, clad in a tailored women's blazer that exuded an air of elegance, had arrived, her smartphone in hand, ready for a live broadcast. Coincidentally, since parting ways with Chen Feng, she had found it difficult to concentrate on her work. Despite her boss's repeated attempts to discuss her state, no progress was made, and he reluctantly granted her a brief leave to recuperate. By chance, Zhou Wanning was introduced to live streaming through her cousin, perhaps due to her striking appearance and charm, or perhaps owing to her previous appearances in Chen Feng's broadcasts. As she began her live stream, it garnered significant attention, with gifts pouring in, leading to a considerable income. Hello everyone. I am currently in the lobby of the Shanha Group, whose owner is none other than Captain Wei Jingyang, the one who issued the challenge to Kid. And not far from here, encased in glass, lies the renowned Eye of Moonlight gemstone, Zhou Wanning cheerfully introduced. The live chat was abuzz with comments. It's been a day, and there's still no word from Chen Feng. Is he afraid? What nonsense! Who says the challenged must respond? Otherwise, anyone could issue a challenge, and our phone god would be overwhelmed. He.s. afraid, plain and simple. No need for excuses. The upstairs folks must be out of their minds. I agree. One maintaining her composure, Zhou Wanning smiled at the barrage of comments, deftly dismissing those who spoke ill of Chen Feng with swift removals, clearly displaying her familiarity with this task. All right, everyone, let us head over to the exhibition area, she announced just as a commotion erupted nearby, followed by a flurry of reporters' questions. Captain Wei, is your challenge to Chen Feng a personal initiative, or does it represent the entire Shanha Group? Mr. Wei, is this challenge a response to your previous defeat, or perhaps a display of your discontent? As the reporters clamored for answers, Wei Jingyang remained silent, striding forward until one reporter posed a particularly provocative question. Mr. Wei, regarding the female intern who previously fell from your building, some claim they witnessed her being pushed. Yet the investigation concluded it was a suicide. What do you have to say about this? Upon hearing this, Wei Jingyang halted, slowly turning to face the reporter. Which outlet are you from? I represent a certain Fox News agency, the reporter replied, anticipation evident on his face. Wei Jingyang shot him a sharp glance and commanded security. Remove this individual. Moreover, if anyone else dares to tarnish my name or that of the Shanha Group with baseless accusations, I would not hesitate to issue a court summons. Additionally, this challenge to Chen Feng is solely my personal desire and has no affiliation with the Shanha Group. My objective is straightforward, to capture Chen Feng in this endeavor. With that, Wei Jingyang turned away, offering no further comments, leaving the reporters in stunned silence. In the crowd nearby, a young man in sunglasses observed the scene with a smirk, quite confident. "Aren't you, Captain Wei?" At that moment, a gasp echoed beside him. In Chen Feng's astonished gaze, a striking figure stumbled toward him. He swiftly reached out, catching her. "Are you all right, miss?" Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Zhou Wanning quickly regained her footing, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I lost my balance. No witties." Although surprised to encounter an acquaintance here, Chen Feng maintained his composure as a master thief, smiling before turning to leave the scene. Watching his retreating figure, Zhou Wanning furrowed her brows. There was something familiar about his back, yet she couldn't quite place it. As she pondered, the chat in her live stream began to scroll rapidly once more. "Is everything okay, Xiaoning? Are you feeling unwell? I regret not being there today. Otherwise, I could have been the one to support her." Emotion, crying, "Let us send Xiaoning a lollipop for comfort." Grateful for the outpouring of concern, Zhou Wanning smiled and responded, "Thank you all for your kindness. I simply tripped over my own feet. Now, let us go take a closer look at that gemstone, worth over 100 million. I've never seen anything like it up close." Meanwhile, Chen Feng had arrived at the entrance. Observing the lively scene within, he discreetly pressed a button concealed in his pocket before swiftly departing. In the next moment, dozens of balloons floated into the venue from all directions, ascending swiftly to hover above the glass display of the Eye of Moonlight, much to the astonishment of those present. With a series of sharp pops, the balloons burst, releasing the invitation that fell gracefully onto the glass display, reading, "Challenger Mr. Wei Jingyang. When the first ray of dawn breaks the day after tomorrow, I shall emerge from a mist to claim the Eye of Moonlight. Respectfully, Kid." Chapter 31. 2 Invitations. Chen Feng accepts the challenge. Chen Feng issues another invitation, targeting the Moonlight's Eye. A renewed confrontation between the Pursuit Bureau and the Phantom Thief. Who will emerge victorious? Countless trending news stories surged to the top of social media, igniting a fervor among countless netizens. Yet, before they could engage in animated discussions, another bombshell news broke. In Region 3 of Huaxia, another fugitive, the niece of the King of Thieves, Lin Qingyao, has made a sensational move after a long silence, similarly issuing an invitation that targets the Moonlight's Eye. Boom! It was as if a clap of thunder reverberated across the internet, leaving everyone in a daze. My goodness, is this a real match? Although I hold great affection for Yao Yao, her choice of opponent leaves much to be desired, does it not? Of all the people to challenge, why must it be the formidable Feng? Yet, one must acknowledge, as the niece of the King of Thieves, she should not suffer too humiliating a defeat, right? I beseech you, Lord Feng, show some mercy and spare Yao Yao's dignity. I implore you, Lord Feng, show some mercy. It is unclear who first uttered this plea, but soon the comment section was flooded with similar requests for mercy. The uniformity of the comments almost made Lin Qingyao, who was quietly sipping coffee and browsing her phone, want to hurl her device in frustration. Such insolence! Lin Qingyao clenched her teeth, slamming her palm on the table, drawing the attention of several nearby patrons. Even Chen Feng, seated at the front desk, glanced over, shaking his head gently in disapproval. "A poker face, madam. Such volatility could lead to complications." Chen Feng silently mused before returning to his book. As night descended and the last patron exited the CF, Chen Feng stepped outside, flipping the sign from in business to in rest. Woof, woof. A sudden cacophony of barking drew Chen Feng's attention. Turning towards the sound, he spotted a short-legged corgi, fiercely baring its teeth at him, seemingly poised to charge. Chen Feng lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings for the dog's owner, but found no one in sight. A playful impulse surged within him as he lowered his head to meet the corgi's small eyes, issuing a playful bark of his own. Under the influence of his advanced beast-taming skills, the corgi appeared to witness something terrifying. Its previously fierce demeanor evaporated, replaced by sheer terror, causing its little legs to tremble slightly. "Lucky! Come back, Lucky!" At that moment, a voice called out, and Chen Feng looked up to see a woman, breathless and frantically pursuing her pet, holding a broken leash. Her hair, damp with sweat, clung to her forehead, and her disheveled attire accentuated her striking figure. Upon recognizing her, Chen Feng paused, not because she was particularly captivating, but because he knew her. Having met only once, he remembered her as the new leader of the third pursuit team of the Bureau, Su Huaxia, the latest flower of the police force following Li Qingyan. Upon hearing her owner's voice, the quivering corgi seemed to find salvation, scampering towards Su Huaxia with all its might. Su Huaxia quickly tidied her clothes and reattached the leash, then turned to Chen Feng with an apologetic expression. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. I lost track of it for a moment. It didn't cause you any harm, did it?" "Not at all. It's quite well behaved," Chen Feng replied with a smile, reaching to pat the corgi's head. "Wait," Su Huaxia exclaimed, attempting to intervene. But what transpired next left her utterly dumbfounded. The corgi, typically a whirlwind of chaos at home, now stood obediently as if confronting a stern teacher, allowing Chen Feng to pet it without a hint of resistance. "Is this your dog, Officer Su?" "Yes," she began, only to be taken aback. "You know me?" "Of course. The new leader of the third pursuit team. There are many accolades for you online, hailing you as another flower of the police force following Officer Li." Chen Feng replied with a light chuckle. Su Huaxia blushed at the compliment, quickly changing the subject. "Is this CAF yours?" "Indeed. You are welcome to visit any time, Officer Su," Chen Feng replied candidly. "I will certainly take you up on that." After a brief exchange, Su Huaxia prepared to depart. She had stolen a moment amid her busy schedule to grab a bite, as she needed to return to work at the Shanha group that evening. Speaking of work, Su Huaxia, like any diligent worker, wore a look of exasperation. The burdens of her job were already taxing enough without the added stress of a troublesome superior. "Miss Su." Just a few steps away, Chen Feng called out to her again. At his inquiry, Su Huaxia turned, puzzled, as he produced a pink Hello Kitty wallet. "You dropped your wallet." Surprised, Su Huaxia reached into her pocket, only to find her wallet had vanished without a trace. "Thank you," she exclaimed, accepting the wallet and turning to leave. She failed to notice that on the black eyes of the Hello Kitty design, there appeared an unusual detail. As darkness enveloped the sky, in his bedroom, Chen Feng had infiltrated the surveillance system of the Shana group. The footage revealed that the Moonlight's eye display case, once deserted during the day, was now surrounded by barricades. Several workers were laboring diligently to install the final piece of massive tempered glass atop the case. In a lobby, observing the display case entirely encased in 5 slabs of tempered glass, Wei Jingyang nodded in satisfaction. As the last piece settled into place, a worker wearing a safety helmet rushed over, panting heavily. "Phew, Mr. Wei, everything is set. It just needs final reinforcement, and it will be complete. Regarding the payment can be arranged. I'll have it transferred to your account shortly." However, about the quality, Wei Jingyang scrutinized the foreman. The foreman nodded vigorously, thumping his chest in assurance. "Rest assured, Mr. Wei, while I can't guarantee it can withstand a cannonball, it will certainly repel hammers, knives, and even handgun bullets." "And what about protecting against thieves?" "Protecto?" The foreman was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the 6-meter-wide tempered glass enclosure, struggling to comprehend. Protect against thieves? Was such an elaborate setup truly necessary? One might think they were fortifying against a terrorist attack. "I'm asking you, can it protect against thieves?" Seeing the foreman's confusion, Wei Jingyang pressed further. "Of course." The foreman regained his confidence. "We use internationally certified tempered glass. Surely a thief wouldn't come equipped with a heavy-duty cutting machine." "Very well." Satisfied with the answer, a smile crept across Wei Jingyang's face, quickly morphing into a cold smirk. Chen Feng. Chapter 32. Am I a thief? A tempered glass case, you say? How intriguing. Chen Feng removed his headphones, adjusted the surveillance footage to another area, and, after familiarizing himself with the layout, a plan began to take shape in his mind. The next day, at noon, the lobby of the Shana group remained open to the public, allowing all to peruse its offerings. However, in contrast to the previous day, a colossal tempered glass case, measuring 6 meters in all dimensions, now encased the Moonlight eye display. The onlookers were taken aback. Wasn't this absent yesterday? Where did this glass case come from? Was it installed overnight? Surely, this is excessive caution. Weren't they supposed to challenge kid? Is this how they intend to do it? Isn't this akin to a turtle retreating into its shell? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Wei Jingyang remained unfazed. To him, the means were inconsequential as long as victory was assured. The outcome was all that mattered. At that moment, a young man dressed in the Shanhe group uniform approached. Mr. Wei, there are many reporters outside waiting for you. The chairman hopes you can address them briefly. Understood. I'll head over now, Wei Jingyang replied casually. After surveying the area to confirm that his setup had no vulnerabilities, he turned and confidently left the scene. Unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, the previously respectful young man swiftly reached into his pocket, pilfering Wei's phone while simultaneously replacing it with a model that bore a striking resemblance. The entire act transpired so swiftly that it went unnoticed by anyone. Gazing at the phone in his possession, the young man wore a mysterious smile. How careless of you, Captain Wei. The young man was, in fact, Chen Feng in disguise. After acquiring what he sought, Chen Feng turned and made his way toward the restroom. When he emerged, he had transformed his appearance, donning a black suit with a walkie-talkie clipped to his front and a black leather ID badge clearly emblazoned with the words, Pursuit Bureau. The game was officially afoot. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Chen Feng spoke softly, though the voice that escaped his lips belonged to another middle-aged man. Moments latte. Chen Feng, now clad in Pursuit Bureau attire, stood before the elevator. I'm sorry, but entry is prohibited here. Two burly men blocked his path. Chen Feng promptly produced the prepared identification. I am a member of the Pursuit Bureau. According to Captain Wei, your Mr. Wei's orders. I am to retrieve something from the basement. The orders of Mr. Wei? The two men exchanged skeptical glances. If you have doubts, you may call him for confirmation. Upon hearing this, the men exchanged looks, and one of them nodded and stepped away. Please wait a moment. Very well, Chen Feng nodded, exuding an air of calm that reassured the remaining guard. The other man's phone call concluded swiftly, although puzzled as to why their Mr. Wei required something from the basement. He dared not inquire further. After receiving an affirmative response from Wei Jingyang, he hurried back. Ding! As the elevator chimed, Chen Feng arrived at the basement level. Employing the same tactic, he cleared out all personnel before commencing his task. Following the rudimentary blueprint he had drawn prior, Chen Feng easily located the area directly beneath the moonlight eye. System exchanged for 4 tubes of micro-horizontal explosives. Ding! For micro-horizontal explosives successfully exchanged, consuming 100 system points. With the system's notification, 4 elongated items appeared in Chen Feng's inventory. These explosives, upgraded by the system, possessed not only remarkable precision but also minimal noise. Moreover, their compact size belied their considerable power. It was evident that Chen Feng did not intend to conduct himself with civility this time. Since it was a challenge, whatever means he employed were inherently justified. Were they not? Adhering to the outer contours of the glass case, he affixed the explosives to the ceiling, camouflaging them with a layer of stickers that matched the ceiling's pattern. Satisfied with the seamless disguise, Chen Feng nodded in approval. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, the personnel noticed an anomaly in the basement footage. Since a person had entered half an hour ago, the footage had remained static, showing only a solitary individual cleaning. Recognizing the inconsistency, the Pursuit Bureau team quickly dialed Wei Jingyang, but received disjointed responses. Yes, I did send him to the basement, where you all should leave. This isn't a discussion, were some of the replies. Sun Luo quickly deduced that Wei Jingyang's phone had been stolen. Consequently, he arranged for personnel to secure the elevator entrance while he personally sought out Wei Jingyang, who was still addressing reporters. Ding! The elevator chimed crisply. Wei Jingyang glared at the closed elevator doors, astonished that despite his precautions, someone had infiltrated. He was unaware that even his phone had been stolen. The remaining members of the Pursuit Bureau fixed their serious gazes on the elevator door, poised to rush in and apprehend Chen Feng upon its opening. As they watched, the elevator doors slowly parted. Tension thickened in the air, and everyone held their breath, the silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Click! The elevator door fully opened, and before Wei Jingyang could give any orders, a flurry of white doves burst forth, flapping their wings as they flew outward. The doves' wings struck the faces of the onlookers, rendering everything a blinding white. In a fit of fury, Wei Jingyang swatted away the doves, shouting, "Quick! Get rid of these damn birds." Before he could finish, he felt a warm droplet land at the corner of his mouth, instinctively licking it. His expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it, bird droppings!" Gagging, he barely managed to recover when, 10 seconds later, the last of the doves soared away, leaving the elevator empty save for a card adorned with kids' likeness. Under the moonlight, the disguised Lin Qingyao furrowed her brow at the sudden lockdown of the lobby. To avoid exposure, she had no choice but to retreat for the time being. In a narrow alley, she shed her disguise and exhaled heavily, her face still reflecting residual anger as she clenched her teeth. That detestable kid again. Ah, it seems the lady harbors quite a grudge against me. A voice echoed unexpectedly from behind her. Lin Qingyao's heart raced, and she swiftly turned to confront the source. "Who goes there?" She found a figure clad in white standing behind her, right hand resting on her front, slightly bowing. A gentle voice emerged, "I am a thief." Chapter 33. The Deception of the Phantom Thief. Kid. Lin Qingyao gazed at Chen Feng with a serious expression. As a thief, the foremost skill one must possess is an acute sense of perception, be it visual, auditory, or olfactory. This ability serves as a fundamental criterion for assessing a thief's prowess. However, Chen Feng had managed to approach her unnoticed, rendering her completely oblivious to his presence. Frankly speaking, had he intended to strike, she would now be lying on the ground. Noticing the gravity etched on Lin Qingyao's face, Chen Feng merely chuckled lightly and spoke, "Miss Lin, there is no need for such tension. As a gentleman, I would never be discourteous to a lady." Despite his reassuring words, Lin Qingyao remained on guard. "What do you want from me?" "Merely a chance encounter to say hello. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to befriend you, Miss Lin." Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, concealing any hint of joy or sorrow. "Is that so? I too wish to befriend you." Seemingly relaxing her defenses, Lin Qingyao lowered her clenched fist and approached Chen Feng, extending her right hand in a gesture of camaraderie. However, just as their hands met, she suddenly struck. Gripping Chen Feng's hand with surprising force, she swiftly leaned in, performing a fluid series of movements, and prepared to execute a shoulder throw. A sharp crack echoed as Lin Qingyao exerted her strength, and in an instant, Chen Feng's arm was yanked downwards, leaving her in shock as she stared at the severed limb in her grasp. What had she done? Had she truly dismembered someone? What was she to do now? Was she to support Chen Feng for the rest of his life? But he was so young. Would she end up in prison? A torrent of questions flooded Lin Qingyao's mind, leaving this capable yet inexperienced woman utterly bewildered. It was only when a white dove, clutching a blue rose, flew before her that she was jolted back to reality. "Adove." Lin Qingyao paused, recalling that most people knew the white dove was Chen Feng's favorite animal companion. Yet, here he was. Realization dawned upon her as she scanned the area, finally spotting Chen Feng standing atop the second-floor balcony, wearing a light-hearted smile. At that moment, he was not only unscathed but appeared impeccably composed, with both arms intact and no sign of injury whatsoever. Chen Feng, upon witnessing this, even Lin Qingyao, no matter her naivety, understood she had been played. Her teeth clenched audibly, as if she wished to crush him into bits. "Miss Lin, it is a pleasure to encounter you here. I hope we can meet again beneath the silver moonlight, though I would appreciate it if you could refrain from such rudeness next time." With that, Chen Feng leaped off the balcony, his gliding wings unfurling behind him as he soared into the distance. Watching Chen Feng's departing figure, Lin Qingyao was infuriated to the point of nearly grinding her teeth to dust, yet she felt utterly powerless. With a frustrated stomp, she left the scene, deciding it was best to focus on her objective of stealing the moonlight eye. Time passed slowly. Before long, it was already 4:30 in the morning. Only half an hour remained until the time specified in Chen Feng's notice. Perhaps for security reasons or other motives, Wei Jingyang announced a lockdown of the Grand Hall after midnight, barring anyone but the original members of the pursuit team from entering. Nevertheless, a throng of Chen Feng's admirers had gathered outside the Shanha Group's skyscraper, brandishing signs of kid and eagerly awaiting the appearance of that white-clad figure. Meanwhile, the live stream featuring Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao continued within the grand hall. Oh, I miss my dear Yao Yao. I hope Chen Feng isn't bullying her too badly. Don't worry, she has already transformed into Feng Shan's shape. Could you two stop? This tense atmosphere is making me laugh. Sigh. I haven't slept all night, and dawn is finally approaching. Can someone please inform my husband not to start so early? Who can understand the plight of a beautiful girl torn between admiring her husband's handsome figure and needing her beauty sleep? Sleeping? I'm heading to Yang City tomorrow for my piano exam, and I'm unfazed. Why are you so anxious? Yang City? Piano exam? Wasn't that yesterday? Yesterday? What are you talking about? Oh my, it was yesterday. The comments in the live stream rolled in. Even at 4:30 in the morning, a time when even dogs wouldn't be awake, over 1 million viewers remained in Chen Feng's live stream, waiting. Lin Qingyao's audience was slightly smaller, yet still numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Meanwhile, a figure clad in a black bodysuit maneuvered through the ventilation ducts at the top of the grand hall. The narrow passage did not seem to hinder Lin Qingyao. She adeptly shifted her position, silently progressing forward. In her hand, she held a glass-cutting tool gifted by her uncle, undoubtedly intending to carve a notch in the tempered glass above to retrieve the moonlight eye. As time ticked away, another 20 minutes passed. The members of the pursuit team had ceased all conversation, with Wei Jingyang, Su Luoxue, Sun Luo, and Zheng Chong stationed at the four corners of the massive glass dome. Dozens of pursuit team members diligently fulfilled their roles, creating an eerie silence within the hall. Outside, the calls of Chen Feng's fans occasionally pierced the stillness. In a bid to redeem past failures, Wei Jingyang had spared no expense this time, not only presenting the Moonlight Eye, valued at over 100 million, but also utilizing his company's building as the venue. Therefore, failure was not an option this time, even if it meant resorting to unorthodox methods. With this thought, Wei Jingyang's gaze inadvertently drifted through the window to a certain spot in the adjacent building before he quickly averted his eyes, feigning normalcy. The clock continued its relentless march. As dawn approached around 5 o'clock, the time specified in the notice from Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao drew near. The tense atmosphere in the grand hall seemed to permeate the live stream, with even the barrage of comments becoming less frequent. I don't know why, but even though I'm not there, I feel so anxious. Who isn't? My hands are trembling as I type. Dang, watching this live stream is more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. My palms are sweating. My palms are sweating too. Chapter 34. The seizure as 8 minutes elapsed. Only 2 minutes remained until the time indicated in the invitation. The atmosphere in the venue reached a peak of tension. Everyone held their breath, as if reluctant to disturb the stillness. Now is the moment. Lin Qingyao raised her brows, deciding to act 2 minutes early. Initially, she had chosen to synchronize her actions with Chen Feng, confident in her abilities. However, following the events of the previous night, she had come to understand the disparity between herself and Chen Feng. Rather than strictly adhering to the invitation's timeline and facing defeat in the confrontation, she thought it wiser to strike a few minutes earlier, perhaps enhancing her chances of success. With this determination, Lin Qingyao hesitated no longer. She produced a button and pressed it swiftly. Click! The lights extinguished abruptly, seizing the moment of chaos during the brief darkness. She deftly secured the pre-prepared ropes to the iron rod above the ventilation duct. Subsequently, she decisively disassembled the net covering the duct, twisting her body to slip through and landing atop the glass enclosure. With a cutting knife in hand, she swiftly carved a circular opening large enough for her passage in the glass cover, then marked a cross within the circle and struck it forcefully. Crack! The once intact glass shattered, creating an opening. The sharp sound immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Above, Su Luoxue realized the situation in an instant. Yet it was too late. Lin Qingyao had already slipped through the opening into the interior of the glass enclosure. What was meant to protect the moonlight had now become a barrier preventing others from entering. Click! The lights suddenly flickered back on, blinding everyone momentarily. Bang! A dull thud resonated, followed by the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. It was only then that the crowd comprehended the scene within the glass enclosure. Standing rigidly in a tight black suit was Lin Qingyao, her right hand extended forward as if to retrieve something. Yet the display case for the Moonlight Eye, positioned centrally within the enclosure, was now conspicuously absent. It appeared to have vanished in a thin air, leaving behind only a wide opening, approximately 1 meter across, from which plumes of dust emerged. The crowd was bewildered. Where was the display case? Wasn't the plan to steal the moonlight eye? How had the display case been taken as well? How had Yao Yao ended up inside the glass enclosure? Could it be that she had taken the display case? Lin Qingyao seemed to be just as bewildered. In a live broadcast, numerous viewers expressed their confusion. The onlookers quickly regained their composure. Zhang Chong swiftly drew handcuffs from his waist, pointing at Lin Qingyao within the glass enclosure. He declared, "Lin Qingyao, stop resisting. Surrender the moonlight eye and yield." Wei Jingyang, as the team leader, leveraged the strength of 2 team members on the ground to propel himself upwards, landing firmly atop the glass enclosure. His gaze was fixed on Lin Qingyao, a fierce intensity burning in his eyes. Lin Qingyao, hand over the moonlight eye. Do not attempt to resist any further. He had never anticipated that in focusing solely on countering Chen Feng, he would allow Lin Qingyao to exploit a gap inside the glass enclosure. Lin Qingyao felt her teeth almost grinding together in frustration. She wished to protest that this was not her fault, as she was just as taken aback. The display case had vanished before she could even make her move. However, given the current circumstances, any protestations would be futile. Lin Qingyao mentally cursed Chen Feng countless times. Yet her hands moved swiftly, tightening the ropes as she began to retreat along the same path. Meanwhile, Wei Jingyang quickly rushed toward the broken opening in the glass enclosure. As Lin Qingyao emerged from the enclosure, Wei Jingyang swung a powerful punch aimed at her abdomen. His anger left no room for leniency. If the punch landed, Lin Qingyao would likely collapse on the spot. Yet, Lin Qingyao was not foolish. Sensing Wei Jingyang's fierce approach, she evaded the strike by gripping the rope tightly and twisting her body just in time. She then retaliated with a swift kick to Wei Jingyang's abdomen. However, this was not the end. As the two clashed, 2 more members of the pursuit team ascended from behind, positioning themselves in a formation that trapped Lin Qingyao in the middle. Facing the advancing duo, Lin Qingyao felt a surge of urgency, especially as she struggled to shake off Wei Jingyang's entanglement. At that moment, a calm yet infuriating voice rang out. "Surely, gentlemen, treating a beautiful lady in such a manner lacks grace, does it not?" The crowd turned to see Chen Feng perched on a protruding pillar, dressed in white, observing them with an enigmatic smile. In his hand, he held a fist-sized white jade gem, the moonlight eye. The crowd gasped, and Lin Qingyao seized the fleeting moment of distraction to swiftly scale the rope to the top, now merely a meter away from Chen Feng. "Boss, shall we take action?" Wei Jingyang heard the voice in his earpiece, but did not respond. His eyes remained fixed on Chen Feng, filled with an unspeakable ferocity. "It appears I have won this round, everyone," Chen Feng proclaimed, a confident smile gracing his face. Wei Jingyang's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. "Chen Feng, I advise you to relinquish the gem. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what extreme measures may follow." His voice was loud enough for all present to hear, and the implied threat incited considerable anger among the viewers in the live stream. What does this guy mean? Resorting to personal threats when he can't win? Does he have no shame? This is the challenge he issued. Losing is imminent, and now he resorts to this? With over 100,000 viewers in the live stream, I refuse to believe he dares to act. How could someone like him be a captain? Unable to confront Feng directly, he resorts to threats. Disgraceful. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even members of the pursuit team, including Su Luoxia, were taken aback. They could not fathom that Wei Jingyang would engage in such undignified behavior in front of so many people. The 2 pursuit team members closest to Wei Jingyang quickly stepped forward to intervene, only to be brushed aside effortlessly. Chen Feng appeared utterly unfazed by Wei Jingyang's words, maintaining his composure atop the pillar. The milky white moonlight eye gem danced between his fingers like a masterful piece of art. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Feng replied, his tone laced with irony. "Is the extreme measure you speak of referring to that gentleman on the east side, aiming a gun at me?" Chapter 35. The madness of Wei Jingyang, a firearm? Has this Wei Jingyang even arranged for gunmen? I cannot endure this any longer. This goes beyond mere shamelessness. How could he, the captain of the pursuit team, be so brazen? At this moment, in H City's East District, within the office of Amy at the top floor of the Laurel Ching National Exhibition Building, Amy gazed gravely at the live broadcast on her phone. Her expressions shifted rapidly from seriousness to concern, and then to an unmistakable fury. With a resounding clap, Amy slammed her palm on the desk, startling her assistant, Mir, who was organizing documents beside her. "Your Highness, has something happened?" Mir inquired, sensing the tension. Suppressing her anger, Amy continued to watch the live stream. Her teeth gritted as she commanded, "Mir, investigate everything about Wei Jingyang and the Shanha Group. I want all the information." Wei Jingyang? Shanha Group? Two question marks arose in Mir's mind, confused as to why her princess was so incensed at this Wei Jingyang. However, seeing the fury etched on Amy's face, she dared not inquire further and promptly set to her task. As Mir exited the office, the vast space was once again filled only with Amy's presence. She redirected her gaze toward the figure clad in white on the screen, her worry lingering as she muttered to herself, "Do not be reckless." Kid. In response to Chen Feng's words, Wei Jingyang remained silent, merely casting a cold stare at him. As long as the gun remained silent, he could easily dismiss whatever Chen Feng claimed. With his family's influence, he would not be affected in the slightest. However, if Chen Feng truly remained obstinate, he would not hesitate to send him a bullet. A glimmer of malice flickered in Wei Jingyang's eyes, quickly masked, yet did not escape Chen Feng's keen observation. Nevertheless, Chen Feng exhibited no sign of panic. A meaningful smile crept onto his lips as he spoke slowly. "It appears Captain Wei is quite confident in his arrangements." Wei Jingyang continued to hold his tongue, but the smile on his face betrayed his inner thoughts entirely. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyao, sitting beside Chen Feng, was utterly bewildered, caught between shock and fear. After all, she was merely in her 20s and had never anticipated facing a genuine gun threat in a program backed by the United World Government. "Isn't Captain Wei curious as to why the sniper you arranged has not reported back?" Chen Feng rose from his seat, a blend of composure and mockery evident beneath his monocle. "What do you mean?" Wei Jingyang's brows knitted tightly, his gaze fixed on Chen Feng. This statement essentially confirmed Chen Feng's insinuation regarding the sniper. The live chat erupted once more, with some irate viewers hurling insults at Wei Jingyang's lineage. "I do not mean any offense. I merely wish to inform Captain Wei that the gentleman is currently lost in a dream," Chen Feng stated confidently. Initially taken aback, Wei Jingyang quickly regained his composure, donning a self-assured smile. "Are you trying to scare me? He was just speaking with me." Before he could finish, Chen Feng produced a small white remote control from his hand. In the midst of the audience's puzzled stares, Chen Feng pressed the button. The next moment, a voice echoed from all directions. "Boss, shall we take action? Boss, shall we take action? Boss." The refrain continued for several rounds before finally ceasing. Wei Jingyang's expression darkened profoundly. He had believed his double insurance ensured absolute control over the situation. To his shock, he realized he had been outmaneuvered without even realizing it. This was intolerable for the proud Wei Jingyang. "Just a minor trick. I hope you will forgive me," Chen Feng said, placing his hands in front of him and bowing slightly to the audience, as if concluding a performance. "All right, everyone, the show has concluded. I look forward to our next encounter." As Chen Feng prepared to leave, Wei Jingyang's fury erupted entirely. In a startling turn of events, he swiftly drew two handguns from behind him, the dark muzzles aimed directly at Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao. In light of Wei Jingyang's almost deranged expression, no one doubted his intent to fire. The viewers in the live stream were astounded, their shock surpassing that of moments before. After all, they had merely heard Chen Feng's claims. Now, they were witnessing the scene unfold before their eyes, with the guns wielded by the captain himself. "What is that person's number? I want to file a complaint. Take me with you," aiming to harm with a firearm. Is this the demeanor of a pursuit team captain? What an eye-opener. "Be careful. Darling, don't harm my husband's handsome face." Chen Feng furrowed his brows, glancing at the still-dazed Lin Qingyao. He swiftly pulled her closer, Then, with a flick of his hands, a stack of playing cards appeared seemingly from nowhere. Chen Feng scattered the cards into the air. What began as 54 cards multiplied, appearing endless as they spread out and fell gracefully to the ground. Just then, the gunfire rang out. Wei Jingyang had evaded the pursuing team attempting to stop him, firing wildly at Chen Feng. Countless playing cards were pierced by the bullets, leaving small holes through which light shone. As the bullets were exhausted and the cards finally settled on the ground, Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao had vanished from sight. Is he really shooting? Has he lost his mind? Where's Feng God? What about my Qingyao? Are they all right? In disbelief, many members of the pursuit team stared at Wei Jingyang, who had initiated what was clearly not a mere challenge, but a life-threatening gamble. Su Huaxia, quick to react, swiftly climbed atop the glass dome, brandishing handcuffs from her waist as she approached Wei Jingyang. Mr. Wei Jingyang, I hereby inform you, as a member of H City's law enforcement, that you are under arrest. Confronted by the approaching Su Luoxua, Wei Jingyang offered no resistance. A manic grin still plastered on his face. He muttered, "In the end, I've triumphed." Before his words could fully dissipate, a familiar voice echoed from beyond the edifice. "Greetings, everyone. I am delighted to convene with you at this live spectacle of illusion." Chen Feng, clad in pristine white, stood atop the skyscraper. The nocturnal breeze billowed his cape behind him. The countless fans assembled outside, previously fraught with concern for Chen Feng's well-being, erupted in joyous acclamation upon witnessing his unharmed reappearance. "Kaido Kid! Kaido Kid! Kaido Kid!" The resounding chorus reverberated, momentarily eclipsing Wei Jingyang's fading smile within the tower. "Impossible!" Wei Jingyang exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot with disbelief. Of course, Chen Feng was in no position to assuage his bewilderment. Perched atop the building, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand. The ebullient crowd instantly fell silent. A smile playing on his lips, Chen Feng declared, "The performance concludes triumphantly. But as a parting gesture, I shall bestow a small token upon the discourteous Captain Wei with that." Chen Feng stepped off the precipice, his paraglider unfurling behind him as he soared above the throng. Before the captivated eyes of the audience, Chen Feng's airborne form rapidly dissipated, transforming into a myriad of balloons that gently cascaded through the air. The scene erupted into pandemonium once more. "Oh, my love is too dashing. I must have that balloon. It's a gift from my darling. Mine, get away from me. Back off you. Hold on. Are those objects affixed to the balloons? What could they be?" A voice inquired, prompting the onlookers to crane their necks skyward. Dozens of balloons bore cylindrical objects. "What are those?" "I'm not sure. But didn't the godlike Chen mention a present for that way, fellow? Perhaps it's these?" "Possibly. Allow me to investigate." The tethered balloons gently descended into the multitude. Those with discernment recognized them immediately. "These are recording devices, aren't they?" As if on cue, someone pressed the play button, and the voices of a man and a woman filled the air. "Man, what did you witness on the rooftop?" "Woman, Mr. Wei, I saw nothing." "Man, tell the truth." "Woman, I saw you push Xiaoli off the roof." "Man, Zilengsa, it would behoove you to be discreet and know what to say and what to conceal." "Woman, I understand." "Man, erase the photos from your phone immediately." "Woman, I'm deleting them now, I swear. I won't breathe a word, sob." The recording was remarkably clear, particularly Wei Jingyang's distinctive voice. "I recall an incident from a fortnight ago at the Shanha Group skyscraper, where a female intern plummeted to her death. She was barely in her 20s. I remember feeling a pang of sorrow at the time." "Ah, yes, I recall as well. Her name was Qian Xiaoli, wasn't it? But the official verdict was suicide." "Suicide." "My foot. I was among the interns at the time. Two of us met with misfortune one after the other. One was Qian Xiaoli, and the other is the woman on this recording." "Is that so?" The crowd grew increasingly incensed. The testimonies of those acquainted with the deceased woman only served to corroborate the veracity of the events. This recording was discovered on Wei Jingyang's phone after Chen Feng surreptitiously swapped it. Despite his affable nature, Chen Feng was not one to turn the other cheek. Since Wei Jingyang dared to brandish a firearm, he would have to face the consequences. Nearby, in an inconspicuous corner, Lin Qingyao watched Chen Feng's vanishing silhouette her expression enigmatic. As the crowd began to stir, she sighed softly and turned away. Unbeknownst to others, she clutched a vibrant blue rose. The following day, the incident had snowballed overnight. Chen Feng had once again infiltrated the live streaming system, altering the content to broadcast the incriminating recording. In a matter of hours, Wei Jingyang, Shanha Group, intern's fatal fall, recording and pursuit team captain's unauthorized firing dominated the trending topics. Within the penthouse office of Shanha Group's chairman, Wei Shanha appeared haggard. He had never envisioned his son brandishing a weapon in public with intent to kill. Regardless, Wei Jingyang's actions were undeniable, coupled with a widespread distribution of the recording. Shanha Group stock had suffered a significant blow. The market had plummeted from the opening bell, nearing a standstill within 3 hours. The series of setbacks had aged the self-made business magnate overnight. A rapid succession of knocks echoed at the door. "Enter," Wei Shanha croaked, massaging his throbbing temples. The door burst open, and his attractive secretary rushed in, her face pale with alarm. "Mr. Wei, the authorities have arrived with an arrest warrant." Before she could finish, the door was forced open. The lead officer strode toward Wei Shanha, brandishing his badge and the warrant. "Deng Xiaolin, H City Police Department, Criminal Investigation Unit. Mr. Wei Shanha, we have received reports of your involvement in money laundering, murder, kidnapping, and other offenses. You are under arrest." Wei Shanha was taken aback. He had anticipated the police's arrival regarding his son's actions, but it seemed there was more to it. He narrowed his eyes, a hint of fatigue etched on his aged face. "Officer, may I inquire as to the identity of the informant?" "I regret to inform you that such information is confidential," the officer replied curtly. As he spoke, a composed voice echoed from the doorway. "I am the informant." All eyes turned toward the entrance. Accompanied by the H City Police Chief, Amaya entered the room. However, it was not Amaya's presence that surprised Wei Shanha the most, but rather the man positioned diagonally behind her. "Brother?" Wei Shanha uttered in bewilderment. The figure was none other than Lu Xiaoyuan, his sworn brother and partner in building the billion-dollar empire. Lu Xiaoyuan stepped forward, his expression contrite. "Brother, I provided them with the evidence." Lu Xiaoyuan glanced warily at Amaya behind him, ultimately refraining from elaborating. Nevertheless, his intentions were clear. Chapter 37. Attending the banquet? With the arrest of Wei Jingyang and his father, a torrent of public opinion flooded the internet. Initially, Wei Jingyang's challenge to Chen Feng had garnered considerable attention. And with this new development, Chen Feng's name surged to the top 3 trending topics. "I always knew that Feng Shen would never be defeated. Feng Shen is magnificent." I watched the live stream at 5 o'clock, my anger causing my entire body to tremble. How could he resort to gunfire when he couldn't best his opponent? Thankfully, Feng Shen was well prepared. Wei Jingyang was truly pitiful, even sending his own father to jail. I heard that it was originally just Wei Jingyang who was arrested, but it was Imiya who took action, obtaining incriminating evidence against Wei Shanha and sending him behind bars as well. The Princess and the Phantom Thief. I am increasingly fond of this pairing. The discussions online were fervent. Even Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this news. He had been contemplating whether to take action against Wei Shanha, for it was impossible for a father to remain oblivious to his son's misdeeds. However, to his astonishment, before he could act, Imiya had already resolved the matter. Should he find an opportunity to express his gratitude? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully stealing the Moonlight Eye. Reward: Phantom Thief Kid card, fusion rate 5. Acquired skill, super combat technique, Bugine. System points 500, current card, fusion rate 60. As the system's voice faded, a myriad of combat movements abruptly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Attacks, defenses, maneuvers, grappling, and more. The sequences flashed through his thoughts like scenes from a film, quickly integrating into his consciousness. After a prolonged moment, Chen Feng exhaled deeply, slowly opening his eyes with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Combat skills they felt quite promising. "Welcome." The mechanical cat's voice resonated at that moment. Shortly thereafter, a graceful figure rushed to the front desk. "Boss." Chen Feng looked up to find his regular customer, Sun Yuqing. who frequented his establishment almost daily. "What brings you here, Miss Sun? Would you like a cup of coffee?" To Chen Feng's surprise, Sun Yuqing leaped over the counter, raising her long legs clad in lace-up boots, pinning Chen Feng against the wall in a playful manner. "Do I look beautiful today?" Sun Yuqing tossed her long hair, exuding an air of elegance. Although Chen Feng was taken aback, he quickly regained his composure. Sensing that Sun Yuqing bore no ill intent, he refrained from resisting. "Of course, madam. You look stunning every day," he replied with a smile. This was no exaggeration. Sun Yuqing was indeed striking, embodying the archetype of a long-legged beauty. Today, she wore a high-waisted skirt that accentuated her legs, complemented by expensive-looking earrings and a necklace that added to her allure. Seemingly pleased with Chen Feng's response, Sun Yuqing pinched his chin, saying, "Would you like me to give you an opportunity?" Chen Feng was momentarily confused by her sudden advance, though his expression remained largely unchanged. He regarded her with a bemused glance. "I must confess, you are particularly captivating today. However, I tend to favor more mature women." "What do you mean by immature?" Sun Yuqing began to retort, but noticed Chen Feng's gaze and instinctively looked down, only to see her painted pink toenails. "You rogue." Sun Yuqing's face flushed crimson, unsure if it was from anger or embarrassment. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng slipped away from her grasp, shaking his head in exasperation. "Miss Sun, please acknowledge the current situation. You barged into my shop uninvited, entered behind the counter without permission, and then pinned me to the wall. Who is the rogue here?" "I." Sun Yuqing was momentarily at a loss for words, finally plopping down onto Chen Feng's chair. "To be honest, I'm here to ask for your help." "Help? In what regard?" "To pretend to be my boyfriend." Immediately realizing the awkwardness of her statement, she quickly added, "Don't misunderstand. I need you to feign being my boyfriend for a banquet. You won't have to do anything, just help me deceive my parents. Of course, I'm willing to compensate for any loss of business caused by this, plus a fee for your appearance. How does 5,000 renminbi sound?" Sun Yuqing confidently held up 5 fingers. Chen Feng had already discerned that Sun Yuqing came from an affluent background. Just the earrings she wore would cost a fortune. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Why not ask your classmates from university?" Sun Yuqing sighed in exasperation. "I'm not very familiar with them, and my parents aren't foolish. They have discerning eyes. Anyone lacking in charm would surely be exposed without needing to say a word." Chen Feng smiled. "Is this a roundabout compliment to me?" "Let us just say it is," Sun Yuqing replied, leaning against the counter, unable to argue further. She quickly stood up, dragging her chair closer to Chen Feng, her eyes brimming with expectation. "So what do you say, boss? With a beauty like me by your side and money to be made, this is a win-win situation, wouldn't you agree? There won't be any mindless antagonists looking for trouble, right?" Chen Feng chuckled lightly. "Are you writing a novel, my friend? It's merely attending a banquet. It won't be so complicated. So, are you going to accept?" Propping his chin on his hand, Chen Feng feigned deep thought. I seem unable to find a reason to decline." "Then you agree?" Sun Yuqing sprang to her feet in excitement. As if fearing Chen Feng might change his mind, she added, "Tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, Eugene Garden Villa area. I will come and pick you up," and hurriedly departed. Watching Sun Yuqing's retreating figure, Chen Feng shook his head with a smile. It wasn't that he was particularly eager to attend a banquet. Rather, it was a chance to unwind during his leisure time. After all, he couldn't be perpetually engrossed in work. Occasionally, he deserved a break. Chapter 38. The Gem. Tears of the Goddess. The following evening, around 7:30. Chen Feng had just turned the sign at the entrance of his shop from open to closed when he heard a commotion outside. The shrill sound of tires screeching against the pavement heralded the arrival of a long Lincoln, which came to a steady halt not far away. The door swung open gradually, revealing a pair of elegant legs, followed by Sun Yuqing, resplendent in a silver gown with a delicate touch of makeup, who descended from the vehicle and approached Chen Feng. Chen Feng raised his hand and snapped his fingers, conjuring a dark red rose that appeared in his palm. "You look particularly stunning today, Miss Sun," he remarked. Sun Yuqing paused momentarily, accepting the flower with a soft thank you. "Are you still performing magic?" she inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Feng. "Just a little trick," he replied with a mysterious smile. "My lady, it's getting late. We ought to depart soon to avoid being tardy." The driver standing by the car interjected. Very well, Sun Yuqing said, naturally linking her arm with Chen Feng's. I appreciate your company tonight. Of course, it is my honor, Chen Feng replied courteously. The two boarded the vehicle, which soon began to move, with Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing seated opposite one another. Sun Yuqing retrieved a carefully prepared outfit from a small compartment beside her. This is a gown I selected for you after much deliberation. It complements my attire perfectly. However, as I was unsure of your size, I had 3 made a medium. Please try it on, she instructed, handing the garment to him. As soon as Chen Feng touched the fabric, he recognized its exquisite quality and craftsmanship, undoubtedly indicative of a hefty price tag. Is this considered a couple's outfit, my lady? He teased with a light chuckle. Sun Yuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully nudged his arm. Today, I am your employer. This is merely your work attire. Enough chatter. Hurry and change. Without protest, Chen Feng took the dress and made his way to the rear seat, drawing the curtain as he changed. The vehicle sped through the streets of H City. 20 minutes later, it arrived at the Yu Jing Garden Villa complex, halting before Villa number 7. The pair disembarked, and Sun Yuqing instinctively looped her arm through Chen Feng's. Upon seeing him in his new outfit, she couldn't help but momentarily lose her composure. He looks quite handsome. Yuqing. A voice interrupted her reverie. A youthful girl with an innocent appearance waved excitedly from a distance. Yuqing. Long time no see. Indeed. It's been ages, Qian. Have you just returned from abroad? Sun Yuqing replied warmly. Qian nodded enthusiastically. Yes. I just got off the plane when my parents brought me here. I can't believe I ran into you before even entering. Qian then noticed Chen Feng standing beside Sun Yuqing. And who is this? Allow me to introduce my boyfriend. Sun Yuqing hesitated, realizing she didn't even know his name. Fortunately, Chen Feng smoothly interjected, Hello, Miss Qian. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Yazan. Producing another flower from seemingly nowhere, he bowed slightly as he handed it to Qian. I'm a magician. Qian received the flower with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Yazan. Then, leaning closer to Sun Yuqing, she whispered, Yuqing, your boyfriend is quite dashing. He resembles Kid tremendously. You're not in Europe? How do you even know about Kid? Sun Yuqing asked, puzzled. Qian rolled her eyes. Sister, I was merely studying abroad, not living as a hermit. Kid is immensely popular. Of course, I know him. You wouldn't believe how fervent his fans are in Europe. She clasped her hands in front of her, a dreamy expression crossing her face. If only Kid could come to my house and steal something. We have many treasures, like red coral trees, white jade necklaces, and our family heirloom, the tears of the goddess. As she spoke with fervor, both Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing were taken aback. In this day and age, there are still those eager to be robbed? Sun Yuqing remarked, her expression darkening as she interrupted Qian. Qian, if your father hears you say that, he will be quite displeased. All right, let us change the subject. The banquet is about to commence. Let us proceed inside. Qian cheerfully urged, leading them both into the house. Upon entering, the scene before them left them momentarily stunned. Sun Yuqing had anticipated a simple dinner. Yet what lay before them was far more elaborate. Numerous tables adorned with an array of desserts, fruits, and beverages filled the venue, and dozens of guests mingled and chatted. Yet, what perplexed Sun Yuqing was that these tables were not ordinary. They were glass display cases showcasing a dazzling collection of treasures. Red coral trees, white jade necklaces, bracelets made of 18 large purple pearls, and, prominently displayed in the center, the tear-shaped gemstone necklace, the tears of the goddess. Sun Yuqing returned to reality and glanced at Qian with confusion. What's going on here? I have no idea, Qian replied, equally bewildered. Just then, a voice emerged from the crowd. In a few days, we will celebrate the 30th anniversary of our group, and we shall host a jewelry exhibition gala here. My dear daughter. The crowd turned to see a tall, middle-aged man approaching. Father, Uncle Su. Qian and Sun Yuqing greeted him promptly. Ah, it's been 2 years, Yuqing. You've grown more beautiful, Uncle Su complimented. Thank you, Uncle Su, Sun Yuqing replied politely. Uncle Su nodded, casting a disapproving glance at his daughter. Qian, you've become increasingly unruly. Father, Qian protested, stamping her foot in annoyance. Is that not true? Uncle Su shot her a stern look before turning his attention to Chen Feng, who stood beside Sun Yuqing. So, you must be Yuqing's boyfriend? Jis, Uncle Su. Chen Feng replied with a smile, nodding in greeting. Ah, a match made in heaven, Uncle Su remarked. After a moment, his eyes lit up as if struck by an idea. Young man, what do you think of the items displayed here? If you fancy anything, I will be pleased to gift you one. Father? Qian exclaimed, astonished. Though she had been away for 2 years, she was well aware that the items on display were all priceless treasures. How could he casually suggest giving one away? Sun Yuqing was equally surprised, quickly glancing at Chen Feng to gauge his reaction. He simply smiled and responded, Thank you, Uncle Su, but I must decline. I prefer genuine artifacts. Chapter 39. The announcement, do you prefer genuine articles? What about these? Are they all fakes? Su Qianqian and Sun Yuqing simultaneously directed their gaze towards Su Zhongtian. Ha ha ha, splendid. Su Zhongtian laughed heartily, repeating his approval thrice, his eyes shimmering with unabashed admiration. Yuqing, huh? Su uncle. Sun Yuqing promptly responded. Su Thontian remarked. You have chosen a fine son-in-law for the Sun family. With that, he clapped Chen Feng on the shoulder and turned to leave. Sun Yuqing's cheeks flushed, yet she said nothing. Sigh. Su Qianqian nudged Chen Feng with her elbow, her face a portrait of curiosity. How did you discern that these are counterfeit? I couldn't tell at all. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously, meeting Su Qianqian's inquisitive gaze, and slowly replied, It's a secret. You. Su Qianqian pointed at Chen Feng, but he remained unperturbed, leaving her with the sensation of striking at cotton. Ultimately, she buried her face in Sun Yuqing's embrace, exclaiming, Sister Yuqing, I have always regarded you as my own sister. I never imagined that my own brother-in-law would bully me. The term brother-in-law left Sun Yuqing momentarily speechless, her hands raised in confusion as to whether to push him away or embrace him. She is your biological sister. Then who am I? A voice floated in from the entrance behind them. Soon, a figure clad in formal attire stepped into view. Sister Huaxia, Sun Yuqing greeted. She then turned to Chen Feng, saying, Let me introduce you to Officer Su. What a coincidence to meet again. Chen Feng exchanged pleasantries with Su Huaxia. Since their previous encounter outside the shop, Su Huaxia had visited Chen Feng's establishment for coffee on a few occasions, and they had become somewhat acquainted. Actually, you need not wonder why everything here is counterfeit. This is standard practice. In previous years, only replicas were displayed before the official commemorative gathering, with the genuine articles revealed on the day of the event. Su Huaxia explained to the group. I see. Sun Yuqing nodded. Though these are replicas, they are meticulously crafted to be one-to-one replicas of the originals. And there are photographs of the genuine items beside the exhibits. If you're interested, you may take a look. Let us go then. I'll take you both to see them and grab a bite while we're at it. I've been on a plane all day and am starving. Su Qianqian declared, pulling Sun Yuqing and Chen Feng's sleeves as she strode ahead. Despite being the second daughter of the Su family, Su Qianqian had spent much time abroad, resulting in few acquaintances, which allowed the group to enjoy a modicum of peace. Did you see that? This is the display case for the tear of the goddess, a family heirloom. I've heard it was purchased over 50 years ago at an auction by my great-grandfather, and it has been passed down through 3 generations. Su Qianqian excitedly introduced the piece to them. The pale red gemstone was devoid of any blemish, tapering elegantly from a thick base to a fine point, forming a perfect teardrop shape. Though what they beheld was merely a replica, its appearance was nonetheless impressive. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the description beside the exhibit, which detailed the origins of the tear of the goddess, acquired for $4 million at an auction in the Empire State in 1992. It has been in collection ever since, having fetched such a high price over 50 years ago. Its value must have multiplied tenfold by now. Chen Feng pondered silently. What are you thinking? Sun Yuqing nudged Chen Feng. Nothing much. I just need to use the restroom. Chen Feng replied, excusing himself as he followed Su Qianqian's directions to the lavatory. Upon entering and ensuring the absence of surveillance equipment, Chen Feng retrieved paper and pen from his system space and began to write. Before long, a pristine announcement letter was completed, and he even adorned it with a cartoon likeness of Kid. Perfect. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction at the letter in his hand. He opened a restroom window and whistled softly. Soon, a pigeon, summoned by his call, flew before him. I'm counting on you, little one. Chen Feng affectionately patted the pigeon's smooth head. Sensing his kindness, the pigeon nuzzled against his palm. Go now. Chen Feng positioned the announcement letter near the pigeon's beak. The pigeon immediately understood the task, grasped the letter, and soared outside, vanishing from view shortly thereafter. Witnessing this, a smile graced Chen Feng's lips, gems, and a phantom thief. I relished this combination. When Chen Feng returned, the banquet had officially commenced. Attired in white, servers navigated the crowd with trays of drinks, while attendees gathered in small groups, engaged in conversation. Chen Feng casually plucked a glass of red wine from a server's tray and made his way to where Sun Yuqing and the others were seated. Were you discussing, ladies? Upon seeing Chen Feng approach, Sun Yuqing instinctively made room for him, sitting beside him. We were talking about the recently popular Phantom Thief, kid. Just between us. My elder sister is about to be appointed as the new head of the pursuit team for District 3 of Huaxia. Soon, she and Kid will be direct rivals. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Oh, Chen Feng turned his attention to Su Luoxue. Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Su. Thank you. Su Luoxue smiled and raised her glass, gently clinking it with Chen Feng's. Are your uncle and aunt not here yet? Chen Feng leaned towards Sun Yuqing and asked. Sun Yuqing shook her head. They had something come up at the last minute and one tea be coming today. I see. Chen Feng nodded. Just then, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the villa. What is happening? How did this pigeon get in? Where did this wild pigeon come from? Hurry and shoo it out. Where are the security guards? Security? Why are you standing around? Get to work. Amidst the shouts, the pigeon flew inside. It seemed to have a purpose, heading straight for the glass cabinet housing the tear of the goddess, landing gracefully atop it. Only then did the crowd notice that the pigeon was holding a small white card in its beak. The announcement letter from the Phantom Thief Kid. This was the immediate reaction of everyone present. Even Su Zhongqian, who had been conversing with others, noticed the commotion. Upon seeing the pigeon perched on a glass cabinet, especially with the card in its beak, his expression shifted and his brows furrowed involuntarily. Chapter 40. A strategy against Chen Feng realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Zhongtian hastened to the display case of the goddess's tear. He retrieved the card from the dove's beak, the inscription clearly visible, in honor of your company's grand celebration. At the stroke of midnight, I shall come to claim the goddess's tear. Sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. Kid the Phantom Thief. Su Thontian Esquintez. His expression turning somber. Suruxue an Su Qianqian approached. With uncontainable excitement, Su Qianqian snatched the note from her father's hand, quickly scanning it. Upon confirming it was indeed Chen Feng's forewarning, she exclaimed in astonishment, It's Kid's notice. How wonderful. Just as she spoke, she became acutely aware of the daggers in her father and elder sister's gazes. She quickly cleared her throat and amended, ahem. I mean, how outrageous this is. Yes, that's it. The commotion drew the attention of nearly everyone present, who were soon abuzz with speculation. Kid the Phantom Thief? Isn't he the notorious thief who's been in the limelight lately? Is he targeting the Su family's heirloom? Indeed. Did you not see the notice in Su's daughter's hand? Listening to the murmurs, Su Zhongtian's face darkened as he addressed Su Luoxue, Xiaoxue. Jis, that, Su Luoxue responded. This matter is now yours to handle. You may mobilize anyone in the company. I must take my leave. With that, Su Zhongtian stormed away, leaving the scene under a cloud of tension. As his departure marked the end of the gathering, the attendees quickly dispersed, including Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing, who bid farewell to Su Luoxue before heading out. As before, Chen Feng shared the contents of the forewarning in his exclusive live broadcast room. The previously quiet stream erupted with activity. I am numb to it all. I just want to say, the treasure that Feng Shun has set his sights on will inevitably belong to him. The Su family heirloom. Su family. Oh, I remember now. Isn't that the family of the newly appointed chief of the pursuit team, Su Luoxue? Chen Feng is going up against the pursuit team. I doubt this time will be any different, given how they fared against Feng Shun previously. The online discourse was overwhelmingly filled with opinions about Chen Feng. The #1 trending video on a popular platform had transformed into a poll asking whether Chen Feng would succeed in his endeavor. Unsurprisingly, within half a day, millions had voted in favor of his success, while only a few tens of thousands voted against it. This deluge of public opinion inadvertently added considerable pressure on Su Luoxue. That night, within the office of the chief of the pursuit team, Su Luoxue rubbed her tired eyes and slowly closed her laptop, reluctantly acknowledging the truth. She realized she had no confidence in confronting Chen Feng. His methods were too enigmatic, almost supernatural. Recently, even a world-renowned magic association had expressed their willingness to offer him the position of vice president if he chose to join them after his performance. A testament to his extraordinary skills in magic. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Su Luoxue composed herself and called out, "Enter." The door swung open, and a member of the pursuit team stepped inside. "Captain, someone is here to see you. She claims to be your sister." "My sister?" Su Luoxue was taken aback. After a few inquiries, she confirmed it was indeed Su Qianqian and instructed the officer to bring her in. "Sister?" A familiar voice echoed as a lively figure dashed into the room, landing directly in Su Luoxue's embrace. All right, you're grown now. Stop acting like a child," Su Luoxue said affectionately, stroking Su Qianqian's head. The sisters had grown up together, sharing a deep bond, and despite the time apart, their connection remained intact. "What brings you here?" "Sister, can I come see you if I have nothing else to do?" Su Ianiles overly sweet tone sent Chiladon Su's spine, prompting her to interrupt. "Enough of that. You know me too well. Just get to the point. I have work to do." Hee, as expected of my sister. Unfazed by being called out, Su Qianqian clung to Su Luoxue's arm. "Well, sister, I just wanted to ask if I could join you while you pursue kid. Don't worry, I'll just watch. I promise I won't cause any trouble. I swear." As she spoke, Su Qianqian exaggeratedly raised 4 fingers in emphasis. Chapter 41. The plan is set the deep-sea cruise. What a splendid idea. At the CAF's front desk, Chen Feng gazed at the video of Su Luoxue at the press conference, a gentle smile gracing his face. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the mechanical cat's welcoming voice chimed in. Turning his head, Chen Feng saw Su Luoxue, whom he had just encountered the previous day, walking through the entrance. What a coincidence, he mused inwardly. How is it that Officer Su, such a busy individual, has the time to visit me today? Chen Feng greeted her with a smile. Even the busiest among us must find time for life. Su Luoxue, rubbing her sore neck, appeared slightly fatigued. What are you watching? Listening to the eloquent discourse of a beautiful lady. Curious, Su Luoxue leaned in closer to the screen, only to discover it was her own video from the press conference. A faint blush crept on her cheeks as she playfully chided, "Smooth talker." Unfazed, Chen Feng inquired, "Would you care for something to drink?" "A mocha, please. With half the sugar. I do enjoy the flavor of your coffee. Do you have a secret recipe?" Su Luoxue leaned in, her curiosity piqued. The coffee was a delightful blend, slightly bitter yet rich in aroma, with the harmonious scent of milk intertwining with the essence of coffee beans, leaving a lingering taste on the palate. "Hush!" Chen Feng placed a finger to her lips. "That is a trade secret." Amused by his feigned mystery, Su Luoxue burst into laughter. "All right then, I want tea pry. Just make my coffee quickly." Suddenly, the jarring ring of a phone interrupted her. Su Luoxue picked up her phone, glanced at the contact name, and answered, "Hello? Dad, what's wrong?" "Okay, I'll be right back." After hanging up, she turned to Chen Feng, a hint of regret in her tone. "It seems I won't be able to enjoy my coffee today. I have to leave for a matter." With a nod, she prepared to depart. However, just as she took a couple of steps, Chen Feng called out, "Wait." Su Luoxue halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. Chen Feng approached her, gently straightening the wrinkled collar of her shirt. "Your attire seems a bit disheveled." Su Luoxue was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. With a smile, she remarked that 5,000 yuan spent by Yuqing was truly worthwhile. Should the need arise, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance. "At your service, madam," Chen Feng replied, lifting her hand and placing a soft kiss upon it. With that, they parted ways, leaving Chen Feng alone once more in the CAF. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations on redeeming 2 micro cameras, costing 100 system points. A smile crept upon Chen Feng's face. While adjusting Su Luoxue's clothing, he had discreetly installed a micro camera on the button of her work uniform. Coupled with the listening device previously placed in her wallet, he would now be privy to the unfolding events in real time. Casting a glance at his watch, Chen Feng noted the hour was late. With few patrons in the CAF that day, he decided to close early. Back in the bedroom on the 2nd floor, he meticulously contemplated the details of his plan, then turned his gaze to the little white bird perched on a stick. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the bird swiftly flew to him, landing on his lap and nuzzling affectionately. "I must trouble you once more, little one," Chen Feng said tenderly, stroking the bird's feathers. As if understanding his words, the little bird cooed in response. Chen Feng affixed another micro camera, which he had redeemed from the system, onto the bird before stepping onto the balcony. Basking in the twilight glow, he released the little bird into the sky. "Go, my dear," in return for a feast of crayfish. With an excited coo, the little bird soared into the heavens, soon vanishing from sight. An hour later at the coastline, Su Luoxue alighted from her car, heading swiftly towards her family's cruise ship. Upon entering, she found Su Zhongtian already waiting. A dozen neatly arranged glass display cases lined the sides of the room, all currently empty, as the exhibits, including the tears of the goddess, remained secured in the family villa as safe. "Dad," Su Luoxue greeted as she approached. "Ah, you've arrived," Su Zhongtian said, lifting his gaze slightly, a hint of a smile softening his authoritative demeanor. "What is the matter, Dad? Why the urgency?" Su Zhongtian gestured toward the seat. "Please have a seat." Once she settled, he continued, "Xiaoxue, I need you to inform your team that we shall commence the transfer of the exhibits at 2 o'clock tomorrow morning." 2 o'clock? But you mentioned noon at the press conference. Before she could finish, Su Zhongtian raised his hand to interrupt. "For safety's sake, after all, that thief who has set his sights on our heirloom will be watching the news." "Understood. I'll notify them right away. We should treat them to a meal once this is all over. You've just taken office, and it's essential to maintain their loyalty." "Very well, my dear." All of this was, of course, overheard by Chen Feng. Back in the bedroom of the CAF, he watched the unfolding events on his computer screen, a serene smile forming on his lips. "Quite cautious, both of you." Closing the laptop, he gently picked up the yacht layout he had drafted based on the footage transmitted by the little bird, his mind already brimming with plans. The next day, the coastline was ablaze with lights at 2 o'clock in the morning. A team of 50 pursuers, along with several security personnel hired by the Su family, formed a bustling assembly. Heavily sealed crates were being unloaded from the vehicles. After all the boxes had been brought down, a member of the pursuit team approached Su Luoxue. "Captain, everything is here. Please count." Su Luoxue nodded, stepping forward to conduct a quick inventory. Once satisfied that all was in order, she signaled for everyone to begin transferring the boxes onto the cruise ship. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the crowd lifting the boxes, a young man flashed a fleeting, enigmatic smile. As the crates were brought into the ship's grand hall, despite its spaciousness, the sudden influx of people and large boxes made the environment feel somewhat cramped. "Thank you all. Please just set the boxes down. There will be red envelopes for everyone later," Su Luoxue announced with a smile. Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Hooray! Thank you, Captain. Long live the Captain." "Thank you, Miss." Throughout the exuberance, Su Luoxue maintained her warm demeanor. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the jubilation. "Chen Feng. Chen Feng has arrived." Chapter 42. Preparations before action. Chen Feng. Chen Feng has appeared. With this exclamation, all eyes were drawn to a singular direction. There, atop a tall mast not far from the vessel, stood a figure clad in white beneath the moonlight. The white cloak billowed with the breeze, while a four-leaf clover pendant swayed gently in the wind. "Once again, we meet," Chen Feng greeted, his expression a blend of infuriating charm and charisma. Upon his arrival, the crowd, under Su Luoxue's directive, quickly divided into 2 groups, one tasked with guarding the safety of several exhibits within the hall, while the other encircled the mast where Chen Feng stood. As they gathered beneath the mast, anxiety etched on their faces, they gazed up at the white figure. This man had brought them countless unforeseen surprises, from the ocean heart to the current goddess's tear. In his presence, all their preparations seemed as fragile as bubbles. What are your intentions, Chen Feng? Suduoju invited. Her, demanor socius. Captain Su need not be so tense. I am merely a magician, guided by the winds to visit beneath the moonlight, with no ill intent. Chen Feng replied with a light chuckle. Despite his reassurances, the crowd remained skeptical and vigilant. Oh dear, it seems I'm not welcomed. Chen Feng feigned disappointment. Very well, I shall take my leave. With those words, his form seemed to disintegrate, transforming into countless particles of light that slowly dispersed. Just as during his theft of the ocean heart, this apparition was merely a projection created by Chen Feng's equipment. His true self had already melded into the exhibition hall. While the crowd's attention was captivated by the illusion, he swiftly acted, discreetly installing two inconspicuous devices within the glass display of the goddess's tear. At the dock, the onlookers remained momentarily perplexed. What did this mean? Did he truly leave without doing anything? Was he indeed just a visitor under the moonlight? His idleness seemed almost absurd, wandering aimlessly in the dead of night. Su Luoxiue's brow furrowed with unease. Something felt amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint it. Reluctantly, she led the group to inspect the exhibits once more, and after confirming their safety, they finally relaxed. The night continued its slow passage. Even though Chen Feng had seemingly departed, Su Luoxiue remained on high alert, personally overseeing the placement of the exhibits under glass. After assigning over 20 individuals for security on both the dock and the cruise ship, she finally took her leave. The night breeze continued to howl. Those left on the dock and deck fared well, but the occupants of the second-floor hall of the cruise ship were already struggling against fatigue. Before the monitors, 8 members of the pursuit team were fighting drowsiness. Come on, brothers, let us have some coffee to perk up. A team member disguised as Chen Feng entered, carrying a tray with 8 cups of coffee. Upon hearing Chen Feng's voice, the leader stepped forward with a grin and playfully punched him. Hey Li Ming, you're feeling generous today? Well, I snagged this from Captain Sun before coming. I can't drink it all, so I thought I'd share with you guys. The disguised Chen Feng as Li Ming chuckled. You're a good one, the leader replied, downing a cup without hesitation and passing a couple more to others. Meanwhile, Chen Feng carried the remaining cups to the monitors. Here, guys, have some coffee to stay awake. The 3 at the monitors, clearly exhausted, accepted the coffee without a second thought. Once they had all finished, Chen Feng revealed a satisfied smile. Before long, those who had just consumed the coffee succumbed to sleep. Chen Feng returned to the display of the goddess's tear, easily opening the unguarded glass case and retrieving the hidden gem. What a beautiful little thing. He admired the pale, red gemstone in his hand, a smile gracing his face. However, as it was not yet time for the performance, to maintain the perfection of his act, he produced a specially prepared replica of the goddess's tear and placed it back in its rightful position. Perfect, Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction. Without further delay, he departed. 2 hours after Chen Feng's exit, the attendees gradually awoke. Initially shocked, they soon breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering that all exhibits, including the goddess's tear, remained unharmed. To avoid reprimands, they collectively decided to keep the incident under wraps, inadvertently aiding Chen Feng. Time passed slowly. At noon, amidst the flashes of cameras, Su Zhongtian, accompanied by over 20 invited guests, along with a cadre of bodyguards, members of the pursuit team, and attendants, boarded the cruise ship, heading into the deep sea. By evening, after 8 hours of sailing, the cruise ship finally anchored in a deep sea area. On the expansive deck, 4 helicopters rested securely, brought in by Su Zhongtian to counter Chen Feng, equipped with comprehensive tracking systems capable of intercepting his glider in midair. At the front of the cruise ship, Su Luoxiue leaned against the railing, feeling the sea breeze sweep past her as her gaze occasionally drifted towards the horizon. Captain Liu Yi, recently promoted leader of the 3rd team, approached with a bottle of water. You needn't be so tense. We are in the deep sea now. Besides, we thoroughly checked everyone's faces and luggage before boarding. Chen Feng can't infiltrate us. Su Luoxiue glanced at him, twisting open the bottle for a sip before responding. Let's not be complacent. Inform the brothers to circle the area with the helicopters every half hour and report any unusual activity immediately. Understood, Lui nodded, though inwardly skeptical. As he himself had remarked, they were indeed in the deep sea. It took several hours for their vessel to reach this point. How could Chen Feng possibly arrive? Surely, he wouldn't swim here. With that thought, Lu Yi chuckled softly, seemingly dismissive of Su Luoxue's heightened anxiety. Nevertheless, he conveyed her instructions to the helicopter pilots. Chapter 43, a dreamlike appearance as expected. The reactions of several pilots mirrored his own. The pilot of Unit 2 wore a reluctant expression, questioning, is our captain being overly cautious? So what if we lost at Chen Feng twice? Why is he so paranoid? The pilot of Unit 3 chimed in, indeed. With such a considerable distance from land, how could Chen Feng possibly reach us? Is he relying on that flimsy glider? What a fantasy! Rank has its privileges. We must heed the orders from above, another pilot remarked. The remaining two pilots also voiced their grievances. Despite sharing similar sentiments, Lu Yi admonished them, enough grumbling. Focus on the task at hand. How can you complain after just receiving Captain Su's generous gift? That's rather ungracious. Upon hearing Lu Yi mention the gift, the pilots sheepishly scratched their heads. Although Captain Su Luoxue, the newly appointed commander, was somewhat stern and perhaps overly cautious, her integrity in both character and conduct was unquestionable. Setting aside any other considerations, her generosity alone earned her the admiration of the entire pursuit team. Thus, even if they felt discomfort, it only manifested as a few complaints without any ill words. Meanwhile, time continued its relentless march. At the request of the production team, Su Luoxue consented to share the surveillance system of their cruise ship with the live broadcast. Consequently, the live feed featuring Chen Feng was promptly transmitted. My goodness, this is serious. The previous pursuit team prepared on land, but this fellow has come by sea. Everywhere one looked, there was nothing but water. It was said that everyone aboard the cruise ship had been thoroughly screened twice prior to boarding, ensuring no one could infiltrate. What do we do now? This is the ocean. Surely, our god Feng cannot swim here. How fortunate he is to have wealth. I'm afraid this time god Feng might be in trouble. Please, have mercy on my husband. As night fell, the sea breeze turned chilly. For safety reasons, Su Luoxue promptly ordered all surrounding lights to be illuminated. Coupled with the helicopters patrolling overhead, this ensured that those aboard the cruise ship could easily detect any disturbances within a kilometer. Time continued to pass, and soon it was 11:30. Su Qianqian rested her chin on her hand, eagerly leaning against the railing, awaiting the arrival of a white figure. Even the guests invited to the venue gradually reduced their conversations, occasionally glancing out the window as if searching for something. Minutes ticked by, and Su Luoxue had returned to the monitoring room, clutching a walkie-talkie and fixating on the surveillance screen. For the safety of the tears of the goddess, she had even stationed 10 members of the pursuit team at the entrance on the second floor, ready to seal the hatch and trap Chen Feng inside should any unforeseen incidents arise. This was the collective mindset of the pursuit team, an unwavering commitment to ensure no possibility of failure. They racked their brains, unable to fathom how Chen Feng could steal the tears of the goddess, nor how he could traverse the vast distance from land to the deep sea. Unit 3 reporting. Unit 3 reporting. Suspicious target detected, moving toward the cruise ship. The voice of the pilot from Unit 3 crackled through the walkie-talkie. Su Luoxue instantly responded, understood. Unit 3 approached the suspicious target immediately and confirm its identity as swiftly as possible. Units 1 and 2, be ready to assist. Affirmative. The conversation ceased, leaving only the sound of helicopter rotors whirring in the sky. But soon, the previously silent walkie-talkie crackled back to life. Unit 3 reporting. Confirmed identity of the target. It is Chen Feng himself. A wave of astonishment washed over those in the command room. Chen Feng truly had arrived. How was this possible? They were in the deep sea, a place where even small boats could hardly reach. Su Luoxue was equally astonished, quickly regaining her composure. Unit 3. Confirm how Chen Feng arrived. Was it via glider or ship? Unit 3 reporting. He came on the back of a whale. The pilot's voice trembled as he spoke, questioning if he was hallucinating. Yet, the striking white figure perched on the whale's back assured him that this was no illusion. The live audience was equally bewildered. What in the world am I witnessing? Is God Feng truly standing on the back of a whale? Have humans evolved to the point of taming whales? Why was I not informed? Oh my goodness, my husband is so handsome. Before my husband, nothing is impossible. I have nothing left to say. God Feng is incredible. On the deck, Su Qianqian gazed at the approaching white figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. At that moment, Chen Feng was the sole focus of her attention, completely disregarding the fact that he had come to steal from her family. Master Kid, I'm here. Chen Feng stood on the whale's back, the cool sea breeze rustling past him. A few small speedboats attempted to approach him, but upon seeing the massive shadow beneath him, they wisely abandoned the idea. He glided smoothly beneath the cruise ship, whispering his gratitude as he gently patted the whale's back. The whale seemed to understand, excitedly flicking its enormous tail, creating ripples across the water surface. Taking out a grappling gun, Chen Feng aimed at the railing on the deck and pulled the trigger. With a swift whoosh, a rope shot forth, securing itself firmly to the railing. Utilizing the tension of the retracting rope, Chen Feng effortlessly ascended onto the cruise ship and landed steadily on the deck. Oh my goodness, Master Kid. As soon as he landed, a graceful figure lunged toward him, landing directly in his embrace, none other than Su Qianqian. The live broadcast erupted once again. Whose brazen woman is this? Quickly release my husband. Oh, I'm going to be envious to madness. I want to be held by Master Kid too. Sister, listen to me. You won't be able to handle this man. Let me take over. Amidst the gaze of millions, someone recognized Su Qianqian. Isn't she the second daughter of the Su family? I thought she was studying abroad. What brings her back? Now that you mention it, I recognize her. I even watched that video of her winning an award at the math competition years ago. Wait, the second daughter of the Su family? But wasn't T God Feng here to steal their family heirloom? Why is she so excited? Don't ask. We can't comprehend the thought processes of the wealthy. With swiftness, Su Luoxue and a dozen others arrived, obstructing Chen Feng's path. Chen Feng, release the hostage. Chen Feng, with an open hand, responded, Captain Su, I don't believe I've done anything amiss. Su Luoxue was momentarily speechless, her gaze fixed upon Su Qianqian, who clung to Chen Feng. Unwilling to let go, Su Luoxue nearly gnashed her teeth in frustration. Su Qianqian, come here this instant, she commanded, struggling to contain her anger. She regretted bringing her unreliable sister, now thoroughly embarrassed in public. Despite her reluctance, Su Qianqian slowly detached herself from Chen Feng's embrace upon hearing her sister's furious tone. Her lips pursed in discontent. Observing Su Qianqian's displeasure, Chen Feng gently reached out, encircling her neck, and bestowed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Your affection is greatly appreciated. Fair maiden, he murmured. As if receiving an autograph from her idol, Su Qianqian's face flushed crimson with delight. Her delicate hands fidgeted with the hem of her garment. Her gaze lowered, unable to meet Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng stood upon the deck, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze. A faint smile played upon his lips as he announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the magical performance is about to commence. The live broadcast erupted with comments, with viewers exclaiming over his attractiveness. Before the captivated audience, Chen Feng took a step forward, to the astonishment of all. His foot did not meet the deck, but seemed to be supported by an unseen force, as if stepping onto a phantom platform. He took a second stride, his other foot leaving the ground, and he ascended into the air before the disbelieving eyes of the crowd. The live broadcast was momentarily hushed, then exploded with comments. As viewers speculated on the nature of his abilities, undeterred by the outside world, Chen Feng continued his ascent. Each step was taken in midair, as if he were scaling an invisible staircase. As Chen Feng rose higher, Su Luoxue and the others were rendered speechless with amazement. How is this possible? Su Luoxue stammered, her mouth agape in disbelief. She recalled Chen Feng's message, I shall tread the sky to claim the tears of the goddess. She had assumed he intended to descend from a plane or use a glider, but now realized her error. His message was literal. Witnessing Chen Feng suspended in the air, everyone was too stunned to speak, unable to dismiss it as mere trickery. In that moment, Chen Feng's image merged with that of a deity. Chen Feng continued his ascent, reaching the roof of the ship's second level. The time was 11:58 p.m., 2 minutes before the appointed hour. Yet, Chen Feng had not even entered the exhibition hall. As the clock struck midnight, the tears of the goddess, enclosed in its glass case, vanished before the eyes of Su Zhongtian and millions of viewers. Impossible. Su Thontian exclaimed, frantically grasping at the glass, now an obstacle. Outside, a crimson gem materialized in Chen Feng's hand, the tears of the goddess. The crowd was dumbstruck, unable to comprehend or prevent the event. Chen Feng raised the tears of the goddess, displaying his prize for all to see. It seems I have emerged victorious once more, he announced. With a bow, he bid farewell and leapt into the air. Above him, a flock of seabirds formed a canopy, connected to him by nearly invisible threads. Until we meet again beneath the silvery moonlight, he proclaimed. A white card fluttered down, landing at Su Huaxia's feet. As foretold, the tears of the goddess are mine. Kaido Kid, Chapter 45. The $1 Million Manhunt for Chen Feng. Yesterday, the notorious fugitive Chen Feng from Huaxia District 3 successfully crossed the ocean and, under the gaze of millions, absconded with the tears of the goddess gem. This marks Chen Feng's fourth successful heist, accumulating a staggering total of over 100 million renminbi, placing him 11th on the global thieves leaderboard. The United Government's program team has officially issued a warrant for Chen Feng, offering a reward of 3 million renminbi. Within a luxurious 5-star hotel room by the seaside in City H, a television mounted on the wall broadcast the news. Listening to the words emanating from the screen, Chen Feng, reclining on the sofa, reveals a hint of a smile and casually switches off the television. 3 million renminbi sounds rather enticing. Wouldn't you agree, Xiaobai? Clad in a bathrobe, Chen Feng holds a glass of red wine, its hue intensified by the ambient lighting. After finishing work last night, he chose not to rush back to the CF. After all, it's a rare occasion to venture out. How could one squander it solely on work? Enjoying life is equally essential. Gulp. Xiaobai raises its head and calls out, responding to Chen Feng. Chen Feng's smile blossoms further as he retrieves the tears of the goddess gem, admiring it under the light. Indeed, it is a splendid little trinket, not a waste of the night spent braving the sea breeze for it. He raises his glass as if to toast, gently tapping it against the gem. Cheers! Suddenly, a knock echoes at the door. Chen Feng sets down his glass and approaches the door, peering through the peephole. Confirming that it is neither the pursuit team nor the police, he opens the door to find a waiter pushing a dining cart. Good evening, esteemed sir. Here is your dinner. Would you like us to serve it inside? That won't be necessary. Just hand it over, please. Chen Feng politely replies, tipping the waiter 100 renminbi. As the waiter expresses gratitude, Chen Feng prepares to close the door and savor his meal, only to be halted once more by the waiter. Sir, I apologize for the interruption, but we have recently opened a ballroom on the 5th floor. If you're interested, you may wish to take a look. The waiter hands Chen Feng a ticket before departing with a card. A ballroom. Contemplating the ticket in hand, Chen Feng quickly resolves to investigate. After peeling the shells from the crayfish he ordered for Xiaobai and placing them in its dish, he departs the room. Upon arriving at the ballroom, he presents his ticket and gains entry. The ambience inside is rather sparse. Or perhaps it is merely that the clientele of this lavish hotel is limited. Only a handful sway their bodies to the music on the dance floor, while a few more lounge on sofas, engaged in conversation or sipping drinks. Excuse me, may I sit here? A voice reaches Anna, who is seated, arranging flowers and a pen. Anna looks up at Chen Feng, holding a glass of wine. She does not refuse, but merely nods before returning her focus to her floral arrangement. Chen Feng takes a seat across from her, quickly captivated by her actions. He observes as she alternates hiding the flowers in her sleeve and the pen within her clothing. Though her clumsiness is evident, her intent is unmistakable. Are you perhaps trying to learn magic, my lady? Chen Feng inquires with a smile. His words capture Anna's attention, and she nods, responding in relatively fluent Chinese. Do you know how to? Without answering, Chen Feng reaches out and takes the pen she has been toying with. Holding it before her, he states, I believe you wish to do it this way. With a flick of his wrist, the pen vanishes, instantly replaced by a purple rose. Wow, Anna exclaims. Her curiosity piqued as she begins to explore Chen Feng's sleeve, searching for the missing pin, oblivious to its whereabouts. How did you do that? Where did the pin go? Anna stands in astonishment, peppering Chen Feng with questions. Chen Feng smiles enigmatically. My dear lady, perhaps it never left your side. Huh? Anna pauses, seemingly perplexed by his words. Yet, as her left hand brushes against a hard object in her pocket, a realization dawns upon her. She pulls it out to discover it is indeed the pin that had vanished moments ago. Oh my God, this is incredible. She gasps, astonished by the pin in her hand. May I know your name? Yazin, a passing magician. Chen Feng replies with a smile. Yazin. Anna repeats the name softly before nodding. Hello, I am Anna, from Russia. Yazin, since you're a magician, you must know Kid, right? Chen Feng is momentarily taken aback by Anna's eager expression. Has his notoriety spread, even to Russia? But he quickly regains composure. Of course, he is quite a famous thief. No, Yazin, I prefer not to use the term thief to describe him. He is more like an artist, a true artist. Chen Feng chuckles softly, amused at having charmed a fan. Perhaps it is time to reconsider his habit of flirting with every beautiful woman he encounters. By the way, Anna suddenly recalls something, picking up the pin and flower with excitement. This magic trick was performed by Kid. I've sought many to teach me, but alas, I still haven't mastered it. Her expression dims slightly at this admission. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approaches, whispering something in Anna's ear. Anna nods, standing up to address Chen Feng. It was a pleasure meeting you today, but I must take my leave to prepare for my concert. Chen Feng, intrigued, asks, Are you a singer? Indeed, in 3 days. At 8 p.m., I will have a concert at the East City Grand Theater. If you're interested, you are most welcome to attend, Anna replies with a smile, before departing with the middle-aged woman. Who is that? The woman inquires. Just a newly met friend, Anna responds with a smile. Chapter 46. The concert of a superstar. Chen Feng spent 2 days frolicking by the seaside and returned to the CAF only on the evening of the second day. Upon entering, he had no time to return Xiao Bai to the second floor before the CAF door was abruptly flung open. Sun Yuqing stormed in with fervor. Hey, boss, you finally opened the door. I thought you had gone bankrupt. Thanks for your kind words. I'm still afloat for now, Chen Feng retorted with a sidelong glance. Sun Yuqing stepped closer and nudged his shoulder with her arm. Don't be angry, boss. How about this? I'll treat you to a concert. She shook 2 tickets in her hand as she spoke. Chen Feng regarded her with skepticism. Are you really that benevolent? Come on, boss. You're being a bit ungrateful here. I'm generously inviting you to a concert, and you doubt my sincerity? Sun Yuqing dramatically clutched her chest, feigning heartbreak. Chen Feng remained unmoved, continuing to scrutinize her. Perhaps his gaze was too piercing, as Sun Yuqing eventually gave up her act, raising her hands in defeat. All right, I admit it. My parents heard from Uncle Sue about me looking for a boyfriend, so they gave me these 2 tickets and insisted I take you along. They want a photo as proof that I'm not lying. Sun Yuqing's expression was one of mock despair, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Is that all? Chen Feng chuckled lightly. Sun Yuqing's eyes widened in surprise. You agreed? That LL cost you extra. Sun Yuqing. Ultimately, Sun Yuqing relented, cursing under her breath as she transferred 5,000 renminbi to Chen Feng. You swindler, she exclaimed, not bothering to conceal her disdain as she looked at Chen Feng's face. He nonchalantly pointed to the price list displayed in the CAF. Isn't that quite evident? Welcome. The mechanical voice of a cat echoed from the entrance as Su Luoxue stepped into the CAF. Seems I arrived just in time. You finally opened, she remarked. Good to see you again, Miss Su. Chen Feng greeted with a smile. Luoxue, Sun Yuqing exclaimed, using a syrupy sweet tone as she rushed to embrace Su Luoxue's arm, then glared at Chen Feng, adding, You better watch out. This guy's a swindler. I made a mental note of him. Su Luoxue appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing at Chen Feng, uncertain of what had transpired. Chen Feng maintained his inscrutable smile. To be remembered by such a beautiful lady is indeed an honor. Humph. Sun Yuqing huffed, displaying a proud demeanor. Observing her, Su Luoxue chuckled softly and shook her head. Her gaze fell upon the concert tickets resting on the counter. Anna's concert? You both have an interest in this Russian star? Upon hearing the name Anna, Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't she the fan he had encountered a few days prior? After parting with her, he had researched her online and concluded she was merely an ordinary star, albeit a beautiful one, without anything particularly noteworthy to warrant a public announcement. He had subsequently dismissed the matter. Yet, it was surprising that the tickets Sun Yuqing brought were indeed for the concert of his fan. How intriguing, Chen Feng mused internally. He inquired, is she very famous? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, both women stared at him as if he were a ghost. What are you saying, man? This is Anna. You don't know her? Chen Feng shook his head, but from their reactions, he could draw his conclusions. Sun Yuqing continued, she is the hottest female star in Russia, if not all of Asia. The Snow Country Princess. You really don't know her? Chen Feng persisted in shaking his head, prompting astonished expressions from the two women. After a brief exchange, they ordered coffee and settled at a table. By the way, Huaxia has that heirloom, the tear of the goddess, which was stolen by Kid a few days ago, been returned to your family. Sun Yuqing inquired curiously. At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Luoxia's eyes, but she still smiled and shook her head. Perhaps he intends to wait until the pursuit period is over to return it. After all, that was the rule we agreed upon from the start, and he has that right. Oh, all right then. Sun Yuqing nodded, refraining from pressing further. As Su Luoxia mentioned, that was indeed the rule established by the program. Each contestant could choose to hide with the stolen item until the pursuit period expired, after which they would receive an equivalent compensation. However, that person is Kid, the one who decides to always act beyond everyone's expectations. After pondering for a moment without resolution, Sun Yuqing shifted her attention to the quietly reading Chen Feng at the front desk. Hey boss, what do you think about Kid not returning the tear of the goddess yet? Upon hearing her question, Chen Feng closed his book, rose from the front desk, and sat across from Sun Yuqing and Su Luoxia. He pretended to ponder deeply before finally speaking. I cannot fathom the thoughts of that gentleman Kid. However, if I were in his position, I would never allow a lovely lady like Miss Su to worry. As he spoke, Chen Feng conjured a purple rose from thin air and presented it to Su Luoxia. She accepted the flower, her smile undiminished. Aren't you afraid of making Yuqing jealous with such words? Sun Yuqing flushed crimson at the remark, playfully raising her hand to pretend to be angry as she lightly smacked Su Luoxia. Luoxia, you're teasing me again. All right, I won't say anything more. Su Luoxia replied with a chuckle, though the teasing glint in her eyes left Sun Yuqing blushing furiously, unable to shake it off. Time passed leisurely, and soon it was the following evening at the East City Grand Theater. After passing through ticket checks, Chen Feng and Sun Yuqing successfully entered the theater. There are so many people, Chen Feng remarked, awestruck by the crowded concert venue. And this is with pricey tickets. If it were free, the crowd would likely double. Of course, this is Anna, the Snow Country Princess. Her first concert after coming to Huaxia, so it's no surprise the turnout is massive, Sun Yuqing replied beside him. Just then, the audience erupted in excitement. In the next moment, a fissure appeared at the center of the stage, and Anna, adorned in a flowing black gown like a black swan, gracefully ascended from the stage's depths. Chapter 47. The Magic Show and Performance Mishap. Anna, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. Princess of the Snow Kingdom, look at me. I'm right here. The crowd of fans erupted with fervor, rivaling the enthusiasm of Chen Feng's own admirers. The only distinction lay in the gender demographics. Most of Chen Feng's fans were female, while Anna's were predominantly male. Chen Feng had no doubt that, were it not for the line of security personnel stationed between the audience and the stage, a throng of ecstatic fans would have surged onto the stage. Good evening, everyone. Anna greeted the audience with a radiant smile, igniting another wave of excitement among her fans. Ladies and gentlemen, she continued, her voice resonating throughout the venue, gradually calming the previously raucous atmosphere. I have an announcement to make. Recently, I discovered my idol, which is why I chose H-City in Huaxia as the first stop of my global concert tour. This statement sparked a flurry of speculation among the audience. The star they adore has an idol? Who could it be? Which celebrity warrants such a special location for the inaugural concert? Could it be someone from Huaxia? The fans buzzed with chatter, while Anna maintained her serene smile. I won't reveal who it is just yet, but before the concert begins, I would like to perform a magic trick as a gift for him and for all of you. Magic? Anna can do magic? Sun Yuqing exclaimed, astonished. Having followed Anna for quite some time, she had never heard of Anna's magical talents. Chen Feng, overhearing her, raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment. Now, I would like to invite a member of the audience to be my magic partner. Is there anyone willing to join me? Anna, am willing. Pick me. I'll be obedient and cooperate. Choose me, goddess. The fervent shouts of the fans resonated, their excitement palpable. Anna, ever composed, merely pointed her finger across the audience, illuminating the selected individuals with colorful spotlights. Let us invite this gentleman to assist me, she declared, her finger landing on a specific individual. The spotlight illuminating him as the crowd cast envious glances in his direction. Wow, boss, you've been chosen, Sun Yuqing exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she tugged at Chen Feng's sleeve as if the selection were her own. Amidst the multitude of jealous stares, Chen Feng rose slowly and approached the stage. Good to see you again, Miss Anna, he said with a smile. Anna responded with a warm grin. I didn't expect you to actually come. Although their conversation was inaudible to the audience, the sight of their exchange ignited speculation below. That person seems to know Anna. Could he be a plant? Are you kidding? If he were, he would pretend not to know her. They might just be acquaintances. I agree, but this guy, he bears a striking resemblance to Feng Shan. It's almost like Zhang Bingluan and Zhou Jieluan. Now that you mention it, I can see why you'd think that. For a moment, I thought Feng Shan was attending the concert. Ignoring the murmurs from the audience, Anna summoned an assistant to bring out a large box, about a meter wide. She approached Chen Feng and opened the box in front of him, revealing only two magicians' hats inside. Now, I would like this gentleman to take out the items from the box, Anna stated, gesturing towards Chen Feng. He stepped forward and reached inside to retrieve the hats. Upon lifting them, he immediately sensed something amiss with their weight, but chose to remain silent, casting a playful glance at Anna instead. At that moment, Anna turned her head, winking at Chen Feng in a manner invisible to the audience, conveying an unspoken understanding. Chen Feng smiled in return, opting not to expose the anomaly. Everyone take note. The hats are completely empty. Anna's sweet voice echoed through the venue as she showcased the interior of the hats to the audience. After parading around the edge of the stage with the hats, she returned them to Chen Feng. Ladies and gentlemen, witness the moment of magic. With that, Anna placed her hands above the hats. Moments latte. A rustling sound emanated from within, and suddenly, several white doves burst forth, flapping their wings and soaring over the audience's heads. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Do it again, goddess. That was amazing. Time to go home, dear. Princess of the Snow Kingdom, I love you. In response to the audience's fervor, Anna continued to smile. Since you wish to see it again, I shall perform once more. This time, I will conjure a vibrant array of flowers from this empty box. Cheers erupted anew from the crowd. Then, please assist me in moving the box, Anna directed Chen Feng. It would be my honor, he replied politely. As they approached the box, Chen Feng quickly discerned that it felt unusually light. Unlike the heavy magician's hats, this box was almost weightless. Given Anna's prior performance, she was clearly a novice in magic, and the simplest way to produce an array of flowers would involve using hidden compartments to conceal them, activated by a remote during the act. However, the lightness of the box cast doubt on the possibility of any substantial props being hidden inside. The only logical conclusion was that the wrong box had been brought out. Realizing this, Chen Feng looked up at Anna, who, too, appeared to have recognized the issue. Her face paled, and she bit her lip, her breathing quickening. This was undoubtedly a performance mishap, especially during the inaugural concert of her world tour. If exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, it could potentially jeopardize her career. Chapter 48. The Rescue from Chen Feng. Anna stood frozen in place, her complexion ashen. Despite her tender age and remarkable achievements, the current predicament left her utterly unsettled, rendering her incapable of devising a response. Her prolonged inaction caught the attention of the audience below. What is happening? Why is the goddess Anna not moving? Is she preparing some grand gesture? I hope nothing's gone awry. I always said a good singer should just sing. Why does she need to learn magic tricks? Now look where that has led her. She is still too young. A few simple songs could have concluded this perfectly. Yet now we face a mishap. The murmurs from the crowd reached Anna's ears, heightening her disorientation and panic. However, under the repeated urgings of the concert director in her earpiece, she reluctantly extended her hand toward the box, her breath still hurried. Just as she resigned herself to accept the mishap, a hand suddenly grasped her delicate fingers. Do you mind if I accompany you in opening this Pandora's box? Chen Feng stood close to Anna, the warmth of his breath brushing against her face. Yet, at that moment, Anna was too preoccupied to notice. After glancing at Chen Feng, she merely nodded, offering no further response. Given the circumstances, Anna doubted that Chen Feng, unprepared as he was, could truly assist her. Still, the presence of someone willing to share the moment offered her a semblance of security, albeit illusory. Under the gaze of countless eyes, their hands simultaneously reached the edge of the box. You seem quite nervous, Miss Anna, Chen Feng observed. Anna swallowed hard, meeting Chen Feng's gaze and refraining from denying it. Trust me, do not be anxious. Close your eyes and await the miracle, all right? His voice possessed an enchanting quality that compelled Anna to believe him. Perhaps it was the desire to escape her anxiety or the confidence radiating from Chen Feng that swayed her. Drawing a deep breath to steady herself, Anna slowly closed her eyes as Chen Feng suggested. Come, my lady, let's unveil this mysterious box together. His voice resonated in her ears. With a joint effort, the box, which had been securely closed, was opened once more. In an instant, a cascade of flowers erupted from within. Purple roses, pink peonies, white lilies, brown crabapples, and the most striking red roses. An endless stream of blossoms poured forth, accompanied by a flurry of petals that danced into the sky, drifting gently back to the ground like a celestial garden. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted into fervent applause, the cheers and shouts more fervent and wild than before. In that moment, the doubts and criticisms that had previously filled the air vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Anna slowly opened her eyes, captivated by the breathtaking scene before her. This she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. Could it be that the box had been mistaken for another? That thought briefly flickered in Anna's mind before being promptly dismissed. There could only be one explanation. Turning to Chen Feng, she found him maintaining his calm demeanor, merely raising a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. Thank you, Anna whispered, her gratitude heartfelt. Chen Feng smiled, placing his right hand before him, bowing slightly amidst the floral spectacle before turning to depart. However, as the concert had not yet concluded, Anna could not pursue him, standing on stage as he vanished back into the throng. The concert continued. Following the earlier incident, Anna became increasingly cautious, ensuring that the remaining performances unfolded seamlessly. After more than 2 hours, the concert concluded successfully, with only a few ardent fans attempting to surge forward. Thwarted by security, the rest of the audience began to exit through the main doors. Let us depart, Chen Feng said to Sun Yuqing. Wait, she interjected, grasping his arm while retrieving her phone from her pocket to activate the selfie feature. She then linked her arm with Chen Feng's and pressed the shutter button. Snap! The crisp sound signaled a successful capture. Pleased with the result, Sun Yuqing prepared to leave when she noticed Chen Feng frowning, gazing intently at the now deserted stage. What are you still looking at? They've all left. Besides, she's an international superstar. How could she possibly be interested in you just because you had one interaction? Sun Yuqing remarked, fiddling with her photo. Chen Feng remained silent, his brow still furrowed as he stared ahead. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination, but his keen senses had just detected a muffled explosion emanating from the direction of the stage, reminiscent of the sound created by the directional bombs he had used during the theft of the Moonlight Eye. Stop daydreaming. The show is over. Let us go, Sun Yuqing urged, tugging at Chen Feng's arm to lead him away. Chen Feng did not resist, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Perhaps he had merely misheard. Or it could have been someone's lighter that had accidentally ignited. Setting aside his suspicions, he allowed Sun Yuqing to guide him as they exited the Grand Theater. The following day, around noon, Chen Feng sat at the front desk, engrossed in his phone. A news article he stumbled upon immediately seized his attention. Shocking. Russian star Anna mysteriously disappears after concert. Investigation reveals signs of an explosion at the scene. Beneath the article, countless netizens commented, "How could my goddess go missing? I saw her at the concert just yesterday. Oh no, my goddess. I hope it's just a false alarm. Please don't let her be captured by bad people." My goodness, there were signs of an explosion at the venue. My beloved cannot have encountered any mishap. Shut your mouth, you jinx. P.S. Dear readers, this theme is truly taxing on the brain. I've lost quite a bit of hair. I humbly request a few small gifts and 5-star reviews as consolation. Of course, it's fine if you choose not to, just don't scold me. Your humble author, Xiao Hui, expresses gratitude. Chapter 49. Kidnapping? Anna has disappeared? As Chen Feng gazed at the news, his brow gradually furrowed. Memories of the faint, dull explosion from the previous day resurfaced in his mind. It was likely. That moment. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng stepped outside, flipping the sign from "in business" to "in rest." He secured the CAF door before departing. Meanwhile, at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of H City, over 20 police vehicles lined the adjacent road, their officers, nearly 100 in total, fully armed. Guns were uncocked, and bullets were chambered as they surrounded the derelict structure. The screech of brakes echoed as 5 more police cars arrived. The doors swung open, revealing H City's police chief, Luo Ye, alongside the pursuit team members, including Su Luoxue. Originally, Su Luoxue and her team, assigned to the program's crew, were not expected to partake in police operations. However, due to the urgency of the situation and a shortage of personnel, they were hastily requisitioned to assist after discussions with the program's organizers. This time, they were not dealing with fugitives from the show, but rather armed and dangerous criminals. Upon arrival, the officers, clad in their uniforms and bulletproof vests, immediately took their positions as per the orders they had received. Su Luoxue accompanied Chief Luo Ye to the makeshift command center set up in an armored vehicle. "What is the current situation?" Luo Ye inquired gravely upon entering the command vehicle. He had not anticipated the audacity of these outlaws, who dared to execute a kidnapping in the busiest part of the city and brazenly wielded firearms, showing no fear of attracting police attention. Even after the operation was uncovered and 6 of their number were shot down in the ensuing pursuit, the remaining 3 had retreated into the factory with their hostage, continuing to resist. The commanding officer on site saluted upon seeing the chief's arrival and reported, "We have encircled the 3 remaining criminals. But this area is riddled with narrow paths and complex terrain. Given that they are holding a hostage, we cannot act recklessly." Luo Ye nodded, pressing further, "Have they made any demands?" "Not yet. Our team is still negotiating, but there has been no response thus far." Luo Ye's front deepened. Seasoned detectives knew that those willing to negotiate were often more manageable. The absence of demands, or even any communication, indicated a far more perilous situation. Meanwhile, within the factory's confines, Anna, bound and gagged, cowered in a corner. Her exquisite features and makeup could not mask the terror etched across her face. Tremors coursed through her body, her pale blue eyes wide with fear. Nearby, 3 criminals, a middle-aged man and 2 young men, were engaged in a heated discussion. "What are we going to do? The Chinese police have us surrounded." One of the youths, sporting short blonde hair and distinctly Western features, exclaimed, "I warned you and Paul to avoid gunfire. Are you only now realizing the gravity of the situation?" retorted the older man, his gaze filled with frustration. Paul, seemingly unconcerned, shot back. "What else could I have done? There were too many guards around her. We wouldn't have been able to abduct her without using our weapons." "Exactly, John. If everyone were as cowardly as you, we'd still be outside the theater," echoed another youth, Jonas. "Well, that's better than being shot." John snapped back, causing a heavy silence to fall over the group. In a fit of rage, Paul approached Anna, brandishing his weapon with a fierce expression. "This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost so many brothers." Confronted by the dark muzzle of the gun, Anna was paralyzed with fear. Even as an international superstar, she could not suppress her terror in the face of death. Her lovely face drained of color, trembling with dread. Fortunately, Jonas and John remained composed. Alarmed by Paul's reckless demeanor, they quickly intervened, pulling him aside. "Listen, if you kill her now, we're finished. The Chinese will storm in and send us to meet our maker." "Have you lost your mind, Paul?" she asked the boss's target. At the mention of the boss, a flicker of fear crossed Paul's eyes, dousing his fury like cold water. Just then, shouts from the police outside penetrated the factory walls. The sound offered a glimmer of hope for escape, prompting the crim Chapter 50. "Chen Feng takes action, Paul," respond to them. "Inform them that they lack the leverage to negotiate with me. We require an immediately fueled vehicle, sufficient provisions for 3 individuals for 2 days, and a clear pathway to the border. Otherwise, we will execute this woman without hesitation." The murderous intent was unmistakable in John's eyes. In this dire situation, Paul, exhibiting remarkable composure, refrained from engaging in a petty dispute with John. He nodded in agreement and moved to the window to shout outside. At that moment, John suddenly felt something fall onto his head. Confused, he reached up and felt a flat, soft object. Bringing it before his eyes, he was momentarily stunned. "Petals?" he exclaimed in astonishment at the flower petals that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. However, his keen instincts kicked in, and he quickly suppressed his surprise, raising his gun in a defensive posture toward the ceiling. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 sharp sounds sliced through the air. In an instant, 2 playing cards struck John's gun-wielding hand, causing blood to gush from his wrist. "Damn it, who's there?" The excruciating pain made John drop his handgun to the floor, igniting his fury. The other 2, alerted by the commotion, swiftly turned to face John. At that moment, a voice echoed from above, "Kidnapping. Truly a common tactic employed by second-rate criminals." The voice of Chen Feng captivated the trio instantly. They quickly looked up to see a figure clad in white standing upright on a beam above the factory, holding a rope tied to an enormous bag that hung from the ceiling. Where did he get in? The 3 were taken aback. However, Chen Feng had no intention of answering their questions. He gazed down at them and spoke slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen." A mysterious smile graced his lips. "Surprise." With that, he yanked the rope, releasing the bag and unleashing a cascade of flower petals that fell like a celestial shower. Yet, this enchanting scene failed to capture the attention of the 3 desperate men. The instant John saw Chen Feng, he hastily lowered his head to retrieve his fallen gun, while the other 2 quickly drew their firearms from their waists. As the petals fluttered down, they obscured the view, but not the murderous intent of the trio. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 guns fired almost simultaneously at the spot where Chen Feng had stood, shattering countless petals before they could touch the ground. Anna watched into Chapter 51, the clever Anna gazing at John, who lay unconscious beside Chen Feng, then at John, subdued by 2 officers, and finally at the battered body of Paul. Su Luoxue's expression shifted from surprise to astonishment, quickly transforming into seriousness. "Chen Feng, what on earth have you done?" Faced with Su Luoxue's stern demeanor and her gun aimed at him, Chen Feng appeared remarkably unfazed. He maintained that inscrutable smile on his face while slowly retreating with hands raised. "There's no need for such hostility, Officer Su. After all, we are old acquaintances." Su Luoxue's seriousness remained unyielding. "Chen Feng, I now suspect your involvement in a kidnapping case. I ask for your cooperation in the investigation." "Wait." A voice broke in from aside. Anna, having just freed herself from her bindings, disregarded the officer's attempts to stop her and hurried to stand before Chen Feng, blocking Su Luoxue's advance. "Officer Su, I can attest that Mr. Chen has nothing to do with this kidnapping case. In fact, he was the one who saved me." Her declaration elicited surprise from those present. While Chen Feng had already astonished them on numerous occasions, there were still rules to consider. However, this situation was different. They were confronting 3 ruthless criminals, armed with firearms, and Chen Feng had triumphed in a 3-on-1 confrontation. Some wanted to voice disbelief, but the memory of Chen Feng's remarkable skills silenced them. Looking at Anna, who stood protectively in front of him, Chen Feng felt a flicker of surprise. Was he being shielded? He chuckled softly. While he didn't require protection, he said nothing further. After explaining the situation, Anna turned to him, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. That kid, are you unhurt? Anna did not use Chen Feng's real name. Perhaps she felt that the alias he adopted suited him better. Chen Feng, indifferent to this, gently lifted her left hand and kissed it softly. Do not worry, princess. I am quite invulnerable. In response to Chen Feng's gesture, Anna showed no signs of resistance, simply gazing at him. After a lengthy silence, she whispered, "Thank you, kid." Chen Feng smiled slightly, but offered no reply, instead bowing in a gentlemanly manner as he prepared to leave. However, before he could take a step, Anna suddenly moved closer, rising on her toes to place her lips on his, then quickly pulling away. "Thank you, Anna," she murmured, her voice low enough only for him to hear. Chen Feng glanced at the Russian star before him in surprise, but said nothing. He produced a deck of cards and tossed them into the air. The cards multiplied in midair and began to descend, gradually obscuring Chen Feng's figure. By the time the cards landed, he had vanished completely, leaving behind a camera, a black box adorned with a kid card, and a blue rose that had mysteriously appeared in Anna's hand. Chen Feng was a free-spirited individual who abhorred complications. So he had set up photographic equipment beforehand to document the entire event, ensuring that he would not face unnecessary troubles later. Huaxia approached and picked up the black box. The text on the card attached to it was clearly visible. "I have enjoyed the goddess's tear. Here is the original returned. Sincerely, kid." Opening the box, Huaxia discovered a red, teardrop-shaped gem resting quietly inside. On the journey back, within the police car, Anna continued to admire the blue rose in her hand, her smile unwavering. "Anna, kid," she whispered to herself before tossing the flower aside. In its place, a rose-gold pen appeared. Having completed her actions, Anna's smile blossomed even more. Hero saves the beauty. International superstar Anna, known as the Snow Country Princess, is rescued by Chen Feng, clad in white. Thief. Hero, which term truly suits kid. He single-handedly rescued Anna from the jaws of danger. A hero descends. A thief may not only steal. He is equally adept at capturing criminals. In a mere half-day, spurred on by Anna's influence, the news of Chen Feng's heroic deed skyrocketed across the internet. Shortly thereafter, the police released footage from the camera left by Chen Feng, further amplifying the frenzy. "Wow, my husband is as handsome as ever. A hero saves a beauty. Can my Snow Country Princess truly not have fallen for him? My bro has transformed into the form of Feng Shan. No, why wasn't it me who saved my goddess? I declare, from now on, kid is my one and only husband. Get lost. He is my husband." The online buzz surged, dominating the trending topics. Yet this attention bore little impact on Chen Feng. He continued to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle, sleeping, feeding Xiaobai, tending to the shop, and occasionally wandering out. Even when he occasionally stumbled upon news about himself online, he simply chuckled and moved on. And so, time drifted by for over a month. The Moonlight Eye, which he had pilfered from Wei Jingyang, had long since passed its recovery period. However, due to the capture of its owner and the inability to locate Chen Feng, the matter of liquidating the gem was temporarily shelved. Despite the passage of time, the fervor surrounding Chen Feng gradually waned. Nevertheless, every day, tens of thousands of devoted fans still entered his live stream room, eager to witness his next move. One evening, after bidding farewell to the few customers in the shop, Chen Feng prepared to close for the night. To be honest, after such a long stretch of tranquility, he felt reluctant to disrupt this peace. Indeed, comfort can be a poison. Chen Feng chuckled, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Just then, a news segment on the public television in the shop caught his attention. Breaking news. Mr. Leonardo Jack, a renowned personal collector from the land of the sun never sets, has announced a cultural relic exhibition to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the establishment of the Private Collectors Association, to be held on the 31st of this month. This will be the first public display of Mr. Leonardo's decades-long collection, and artifacts enthusiasts worldwide are eagerly anticipating it. Among Mr. Leonardo's numerous treasures, The most captivating is undoubtedly the crown of King Alfred, known as the Crown of the Sun. This artifact ranks among the most significant treasures in the history of the land of the sun never sets, serving as a cultural emblem. Chapter 52. The Coronation Crown. Perhaps to assist the audience in better appreciating this treasure, the video thoughtfully included an image of the coronation crown. This crown, styled like a triangular peak, is primarily crafted from gold and adorned with over a dozen gemstones of varying sizes. The most striking of which is the red gem positioned at the very top center. Its brilliance and radiance defy mere description, and its value is beyond estimation. The coronation crown. Chen Feng rested his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his lips. It seems my vacation is about to come to an end. Meanwhile, a young newcomer arrived at the pursuit bureau. Dressed in a casual brown suit, the young man reclined on the sofa in the reception area. His features sharply defined, his visage almost feminine in its beauty. He leisurely sipped from a steaming cup of coffee. Creak! The door to the reception area swung open, and Su Luoxue and Sun Luo entered, clad in their work attire. Upon spotting the guest, Sun Luo's eyes lit up. "Junior sister? You finally arrived." Hearing the commotion, the young man set his coffee down slowly, standing from a sofa and politely addressing Sun Luo. "Senior brother, allow me to introduce. This is our District S Chief of the Pursuit Team, Captain Su Luoxue." Sun Luo continued, turning to Su Luoxue. "Captain, this is the external aide I mentioned before. My fellow disciple and the champion of the World Detective Competition S China region, Ouyang Muxue." Su Luoxue regarded Ouyang Muxue in surprise, noting her male attire. Although she was puzzled as to why Miss Ouyang chose to dress as a man, she refrained from voicing her curiosity, acknowledging that many highly intelligent individuals have their peculiarities. "Greetings, Miss Ouyang." Su Luoxue extended her hand for a handshake. "Hello, Captain Su. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Ouyang Muxue maintained her expressionless demeanor, causing Su Luoxue to briefly question whether she had offended the new detective consultant with her words. Sensing Su Luoxue's unease, Sun Luo quickly interjected. "Captain, please don't misunderstand. My junior sister behaves this way with everyone. In our teacher S words, a competent detective must not display genuine emotions on their face." Su Luoxue nadie, un perturbed. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Sun Luo. Sun Luo coughed awkwardly. "I'm of the incompetent sort." Su Luoxue chuckled lightly, extending her hand to Ouyang Muxue. "Miss Ouyang, please allow me to show you around the vicinity first. As for work matters, I will have Captain Sun brief you later." Ouyang Muxue nodded. "Thank you, Captain Su." 2 days later, in a CAF located in London, the sun never sets. Chen Feng held a promotional poster for the Leonardo exhibition, contemplating the treasures displayed. The golden mask, deep-sea pearls. There are indeed many fine items. Yet, his true objective was not these somewhat ordinary treasures, but rather, he focused on the coronation crown depicted prominently on the poster. The 31st? Is it? That is tomorrow. I shall pay a visit to my old friend whom I have yet to meet, haha. Chen Feng mused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Sir?" A waitress approached. "Are you also here to attend Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition?" Chen Feng looked up, meeting the waitress's curious gaze. He smiled and replied, "Why do you say also?" The waitress explained, "Recently, due to Mr. Leonardo, many private collectors and artifact enthusiasts from around the world have come to visit. I noticed you were engrossed in the poster for the private exhibition, hence my question." She hesitated before cautiously inquiring, "Sir, are you a visitor from East Asia?" "I hail from China," Chen Feng responded. The waitress nodded. "The mysterious nation of the East. Oh, by the way," she seemed to suddenly recall something. "Tickets for Mr. Leonardo's private exhibition are now on sale. If you wish to attend, it would be wise to purchase them soon. They might sell out quickly." "Very well. Thank you," Chen Feng replied with a smile, casually handing her a 20-euro note as a tip. Amidst the waitress's gratitude, he gathered his belongings and exited the CAF. Outside, Chen Feng adjusted his backpack and whistled, his 2 fingers to his lips. Coo! At the sound of his whistle, Little White swooped down from the rooftop, landing gracefully on Chen Feng's shoulder. "Let us find a place to settle down, Little White." Coo! Simultaneously, Far away in the bustling heart of New York City, atop a high-rise building, Amia rubbed her aching temples, finally finishing her annotations on the last document, casting it aside with a sigh of relief, bringing an end to her day's labor. She slowly lifted her gaze to the two wilting blue roses beside her computer, letting out a soft sigh. It had been over half a month since she left China. She wondered how he was faring. Amia's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her less than cheerful mood. She had not wished to leave China. However, as a representative of her country for the touring exhibition, she had no choice but to depart for her next destination once the deadline arrived. Knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed through the room. Hearing the sound, Amia composed herself before calling out, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Mill entered, holding a document. "Your Highness, the royal family has responded to your earlier request." At this news, Amia's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of excitement illuminating her delicate features. "What did they say?" "The king has agreed to your request to return home and has dispatched your sister, Princess Sophie, to take your place. Once you complete the handover, you may return." Upon hearing Mill's words, a genuine smile blossomed on Amia's face. "Wonderful. Mill, please help me pack my things. As soon as Sophie arrives, we shall leave immediately." "Of course, Your Highness," Mill replied promptly, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. "Is there something else?" Amia noticed Mill's expression and inquired. "Your Highness, why the rush to return home? It seems there's nothing pressing we need to address in the homeland, is there?" Seeing Mill's puzzled look, Amia revealed a mysterious smile. "Mill, do you believe in intuition?" "Huh?" Mill was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head when he regained his senses. Amia's offered no further explanation. Instead, she rose and approached the window, allowing the silvery moonlight to wash over her. "I once did not believe, but now I do. I have a premonition that a thief in Western Europe is orchestrating a perfect performance. P.S. Lastly, I humbly request your encouragement for updates and 5-star reviews. Any conditional gifts would be greatly appreciated. Little Hui is eternally grateful." Chapter 53. A letter of forewarning from Chen Feng on the streets of London in the evening. Tommy, having successfully snatched the last ticket from the Leonardo private exhibition's ticket booth, hummed a merry tune as he strolled along, holding the ticket, which resembled an invitation. His spirits soared. He could not fathom the foolish crowd clamoring to attend the old man's private exhibition. Ticket prices had soared to astronomical heights. Once they peaked, he would sell his ticket and pocket a tidy profit. This thought only deepened Tommy's smile, and he found himself humming a more cheerful melody. Suddenly, an unexpected collision sent Tommy sprawling to the ground, limbs akimbo. "Blind, can't you watch where you're going?" As he attempted to rise and voice his irritation, he noticed the individual he had crashed into lay motionless on the ground. Dark crimson blood flowed from the person's head, forming a small stream. Tommy swallowed hard, quickly glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He dared not linger and hastily scrambled away from the scene. Once he departed, the lifeless figure abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a red ticket that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. Watching Tommy's fleeing form, Chen Feng smiled faintly. "You have no one to blame but yourself. Perhaps next time. Be more cautious, sir." The day drifted by, and the next evening, the Leonardo private exhibition commenced as scheduled. One could only wonder where the old gentleman had learned such marketing tactics, limiting ticket sales to a mere 100 each day. Despite the exhibition's popularity, only a handful of visitors managed to enter. At the entrance, a long queue of attendees awaited ticket verification. In disguise as a middle-aged man, Chen Feng arrived at the ticket checkpoint. "Good evening, sir. Please present your ticket," the security personnel requested. Chen Feng handed over his ticket, and, after confirming its validity, he was greeted with a professional smile and permitted to enter the venue. Medieval Aragonese royal rings, the golden mask of Spain's foremost knight. "My, Mr. Leonardo, you possess quite the collection," Chen Feng mused as he surveyed his surroundings. With his expertise in appraisal, he recognized that every artifact around him was genuine. Each piece, if showcased independently, could serve as a centerpiece for any museum. It was evident that Leonardo had spared no expense for this exhibition, displaying nearly his entire collection amassed over decades. As Chen Feng continued his exploration, he navigated through countless invaluable treasures until he reached the exhibition's heart. A group of 7 or 8 individuals surrounded a display case, marveling at its contents, occasionally exclaiming in awe, "Goodness, this little gem is exquisite, especially that topmost red stone. It resembles a miniature sun fallen from the heavens. Truly, this is Alfred the Great's crown. Even after centuries, it retains its regal splendor. I can almost envision Alfred wearing this crown." With one person leading the charge, others eagerly chimed in, transforming this spot into the exhibition's liveliest area. With onlookers gathering to admire the fabled coronet, Chen Feng edged closer. The crown, made of gold and adorned with numerous precious stones, was masterfully crafted. Setting aside its historical significance, it could easily be regarded as a remarkable work of art, worthy of his investment. Contemplating this, he diverted his gaze from the coronet, assessing the surroundings, his mind already formulating a plan. As night fell, Scotland Yard received a call from Leonardo regarding a peculiar incident. The message was straightforward. He had discovered a card on his office desk, one belonging to Chen Feng. A letter of forewarning: "When the sun's shadow disappears and the chimes of tomorrow's hour resound, I shall arrive punctually to pay a visit to the coronet. Yours sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief." Chen Feng, or rather Kid, had arrived in the land of the rising sun. This revelation exploded across social media in the British Empire like a bombshell. Keywords such as Chen Feng, Kid, private exhibition, and the coronet flooded platforms, with fervent fan groups waving banners outside the exhibition, cheering and shouting. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself was unaware of the vast and fervent following he commanded in Western Europe. In the early hours, the once bustling exhibition hall lay deserted. In an office on the upper level, Leonardo, nearly 70 yet still vigorous, sat in his chair, contemplating while a live stream of Chen Feng's exploits in his homeland played on his phone. Creaking open, the door revealed a young man, strikingly similar to Leonardo. "Grandfather, the Scotland Yard officers have arrived." The young man respectfully addressed him. Leonardo glanced at him before slowly rising from his chair. "Come, Ron. Let us meet the officers from Scotland Yard." "Of course, grandfather," Ron replied, stepping forward to assist Leonardo, only to be gently pushed aside. He dutifully followed Leonardo as they made their way outward. In the reception area, 2 young members of the pursuit team sat chatting on the sofa, flanked by about a dozen team members standing in 2 neat rows. As footsteps approached, Leonardo's figure emerged into the reception area. "Good day, gentlemen. I extend my heartfelt thanks for your assistance on behalf of the entire exhibition staff." Leonardo greeted them warmly, devoid of any pretense, which endeared him to those present. "Mr. Leonardo, you are too kind. We are merely performing our duties," the young man on the left replied, rising to shake Leonardo's hand. As they parted, Leonardo continued, "May I ask your names?" Sis Carol," the young man responded, gesturing to the one still seated, "and this is my brother, Silen." Chapter 54. Consultant Li Qingyan, upon hearing her brother introduce her, Shilin merely nodded lightly, refraining from further comment. This, in turn, rendered Leonardo, who had already raised his hand in greeting, somewhat awkward, for it was unbecoming for a man of his stature to be disregarded by a younger counterpart. Anyone in his position would harbor a tinge of displeasure. Even Ron, Leonardo's grandson, furrowed his brow at the rudeness displayed. He contemplated stepping forward to reprimand the impudent youth, but was restrained by Leonardo. Zeiss, perceptive to Leonardo's discontent, promptly interjected with an apology. "Please do not take offense. My younger brother is still quite inexperienced." "Shilin, apologize. It's of no consequence," Leonardo replied, forcing a faint smile. "May I inquire about your plans to deal with the thief?" "There's no rush," Zeiss responded. "We are still awaiting another individual. Once she arrives, we could discuss our strategy." "Oh, there is someone else?" Leonardo expressed surprise. He had heard of the duo, Zeiss and Shilin, known as the Grim Reaper brothers in the realm of the Sun Never Sets Nation, as thieving games, having once apprehended 23 fugitives in a single day. Their prowess had nearly eradicated all competitors from that region. Had the production team not intervened to replace them, the show would have concluded prematurely. Yet, he had not heard of them collaborating with others, let alone waiting for someone. This thought deepened a furrow of confusion on Leonardo's brow. At that moment, a voice, cold yet clear, resonated from the doorway. I apologize for my tardiness. The group turned in unison to behold a tall young woman clad in a white blazer. Her ethereal grace, accentuated by a pair of red-soled high heels as she approached. Upon seeing her, Shilin, who had previously worn a sullen expression, instantly transformed his demeanor. A bright, somewhat obsequious smile illuminating his face. Sister Qingyan, you've arrived. Please have a seat. With that, Shilin eagerly shifted to make room for Li Qingyan. However, she maintained a polite distance, responding, "No need, I prefer to sit here." She then gracefully moved to a nearby, single sofa. Unperturbed by the rejection, Shilin poured her a glass of water and presented it to her. "Sister Qingyan, you must be thirsty. Please have a drink." "Thank you," she replied courteously. Yet the underlying aloofness was palpable to any observant individual. Recognizing the subtle shift, Shilin resignedly withdrew his hand and returned to his seat, opting for silence. "Who is this?" Leonardo inquired, his expression one of intrigue. "I would like to introduce her," Zai said, rising to speak. "This is Miss Li Qingyan, the former leader of the Pursuit Team 1 from Huaxia District 3. Huaxia District 3, Leonardo mused, a faint frown creasing his brow, as if recalling something. Ron leaned closer to Leonardo, whispering, "Grandfather, the thief kid who sent us the advance notice, was initially a contestant from this district." Oh, enlightenment dawned upon Leonardo as he stood to address Li Qingyan. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Li. I'm immensely grateful for your assistance." Li Qingyan extended her hand to shake his. "You are too kind. I am merely here in an advisory capacity to share what I know. I shall not partake in the operation." Initially reluctant to attend, Li Qingyan had been compelled to come due to directives from the higher authorities after resigning to evade further entanglement in the pursuit of Chen Feng. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast in her role as a non-participant, offering only information at their disposal. "Miss Li, would you be so kind as to enlighten us about Kid or Chen Feng?" Zai's prompted. Li Qingyan nodded, producing meticulously prepared documents from her bag and distributing them among the group. "Please take a look." As they perused the materials, she elaborated, "Chen Feng, male, 23 years old, an exemplary graduate from Jiangxing University, adept in magic, illusion, and possesses an inexplicable talent for animal training. He once traversed the ocean atop a whale to procure the gem known as Tears of the Goddess. His magical techniques are astonishing. Apart from a few rudimentary tricks that have been unveiled, the majority remains shrouded in secrecy. Miss Li certainly holds Mr. Chen Feng in high regard," Zai's remarked, placing the documents down. "Oomph." Shilin scoffed, exhibiting disdain. "In my opinion, what value do tricks hold?" Before the competition commenced, all those participants were also hailed as extraordinary. Yet, what happened? They were nearly apprehended by us. He cast a pointed glance at Li Qingyan. Regrettably for him, Li Qingyan's expression remained unchanged. She exhibited no inclination to interject, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their discourse before responding. "Captain Zais, Captain Shilin, I can only caution you that Chen Feng excels at transforming the seemingly impossible into reality, so please do not underestimate him. Of course, as a mere advisor, the final decisions rest with you two. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Having concluded her remarks, Li Qingyan gathered her belongings and made her way towards the exit. Noticing her departure, Shilin promptly stood. "Sister Qingyan, allow me to escort you." "Not necessary. The taxi driver who brought me here is still waiting outside. I can return on my own," she replied, seemingly disinterested in further entanglements with the duo and firmly declining his offer. Shilin opened his mouth to protest, but his brother's eyes intervened. "Enough, Shilin. Sit down." Reluctantly complying with his brother's command, Shilin resumed his seat. After a brief silence, Leonardo finally spoke again. "Captain Zais, may I inquire about your intended course of action?" Zais, not in haste to respond, redirected the conversation. "Mr. Leonardo, I have heard whispers of your private collection, reputed to be the safest vault in the world. Is that true?" "Indeed," the elder gentleman replied, pride evident in his demeanor. The vault was a labor of his lifetime, crafted with utmost care. Even explosives would struggle to breach it. A mysterious smile crept across Zai's face as he responded, "Sir, I believe I now know how to confront that thief." Chapter 55. Chen Feng's infiltration the following day. Daylight revealed a bustling exhibition that had become a veritable battleground for tickets. Not only were there numerous enthusiasts of antiquities and private collectors eager to gain entry, but a multitude of Chen Feng's fans from Western Europe were also vying for the limited tickets available. However, in stark contrast to the previous day, the central display case that had once housed the coronation crown now stood empty. In its place was a screen affixed above the display, showcasing an image of the coronation crown, which had been locked away in a vault. Undoubtedly, this maneuver by the organizers incited palpable discontent among the attendees. Many had come specifically to behold the coronation crown. Instead, they were left with nothing but a screen depicting it. "What is this?" "I came to see the coronation crown, not to watch a television broadcast. We demand a reasonable explanation. Is this not a private exhibition? When did it turn into a computer live stream? This is blatant fraud. The organizers are guilty of false advertising. I want a refund." A voice called out, and soon the overwhelming majority joined in, their cries for refunds crescendoing into a deafening uproar. This clamor successfully drew the attention of Ron, Leonardo's grandson, who had been overseeing the event. Approaching the crowd, he felt a headache forming as he faced the fervent attendees but resolved to quell their unrest. "Everyone, please settle down," Ron called from his elevated position. After several attempts, the crowd gradually hushed, their gazes fixed upon him. Sighing in relief, Ron continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ron, grandson of Mr. Leonardo, and one of the organizers of this exhibition. If you have any concerns, I am here to address them. Where is the coronation crown? We did not come to watch a screen. We want to see the authentic piece." A voice led the charge, and the crowd erupted once more. "Yes, we demand to see the real artifact. Our tickets cannot be for naught." "Enough, everyone." Ron raised his voice to restore calm. "I understand your frustrations. However, please consider our concerns regarding the safety of the coronation crown. Regrettably, this is a necessary precaution. Nevertheless, we are willing to compensate you with 30 of your ticket price as an apology." Another wave of protests ensued, albeit quieter. In desperation, Ron raised the compensation to 45, which finally quelled the crowd's ire. Exiting the venue, Ron made his way directly to the restroom. He turned on the tap, splashing cool water on his face. Yet tranquility eluded him. "Damn thieves," he muttered to his reflection in the mirror, his teeth clenched. The ticket prices were exorbitant. Refunding 45 amounted to a significant loss. "Excuse me, sir." A voice emerged from behind him. Ron turned to see a young man clad in the exhibition staff uniform and wearing a cap, smiling at him. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Ron frowned, puzzled. "Has my grandfather hired someone new? The exhibition isn't that large. How is there a new hire every day? This is all money," he internally lamented, maintaining an outwardly indifferent demeanor. The young man slowly removed his cap, revealing a strikingly handsome Eastern face. Ron furrowed his brow deeper, as the man seemed vaguely familiar, like someone he had seen before but could not place. The young man then flashed a mysterious smile and spoke, just a traveling magician. "What?" Ron was taken aback. "A magician? Has my grandfather taken to watching magic shows?" After a brief moment of confusion, a vision from a previously watched video suddenly aligned with the figure before him. Ron's eyes widened in realization. "No, you are the phantom thief." Before he could finish his sentence, Ron was abruptly struck by dizziness, as if the world had turned upside down, rendering him unable to stand. He attempted to reach for Chen Feng, but the effects of the drug coursed through him, robbing him of even the strength to lift his hand. His vision blurred until he succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground. Chen Feng swiftly dragged him into a restroom stall, locked the door, and then climbed over. When he emerged, he had assumed Ron's appearance. Coughing lightly, he stood before the mirror, gazing at the reflection that mirrored Ron's visage. A smile crept upon his lips as he spoke in a flawless London accent. "Ladies and gentlemen, the game has begun ahead of schedule, haha." Meanwhile, near the vault entrance, Zeiss and Shilin were finalizing the last password. Zeiss set down his tools with a heavy sigh of relief. "All right, this should suffice." with a vault that is impervious even to explosives, and with you and a dozen others monitoring from the control room, we should face no issues. I will remain in the vehicle outside the exhibition, ready to coordinate and seal off the area at a moment's notice. Enough already. You've repeated that 10 times. Shilin waved his hand dismissively. It's just a thief. Is it really that complicated? Shilin, Zai's interjected sternly. This is different. Our opponent is not like the previous fools we've dealt with. This is the first time a foreign participant has crossed the ocean to challenge us. The higher-ups are taking this seriously. The live broadcast systems of both the Empire and our nation will activate simultaneously. There must be no errors. Fine, you're right, Shilin replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, which left Zai's exasperated. At that moment, Chen Feng, disguised as Ron, approached with Ron's assistant. Good work, captains. How is the security plan progressing? My grandfather is quite concerned. Mr. Ron, please assure Mr. Leonardo that everything is proceeding smoothly here. Tonight's operation is foolproof, Zais declared confidently. Beside him, Shilin displayed a look of disdain. Rest assured, Mr. Ron, I have established a 3-layer password for the vault. Even the world's top hacker would require at least an hour to breach it, and before that, he must have an hour to even begin. Shilin twirled his wrist, eager to capture the self-proclaimed phantom thief and elevate his own reputation. Chapter 56. The Phantom Thief in Action Given the Circumstances. I would like to extend my early congratulations to both captains on their success, Chen Feng remarked with a smile, his expression unwavering. Thank you, Mr. Ron, Shisi replied politely. May I step inside for a moment? Chen Feng inquired tentatively. Upon hearing this, Shilin's previously cheerful demeanor shifted instantly, and he was about to voice his objection when his brother Shisi intervened. Mr. Ron, Shisi said courteously, yet his tone was resolute and brooked no dissent. I regret to inform you that, for the sake of the artifact's safety, we do not intend to open this warehouse until our operation concludes tonight. I hope you can understand. Chen Feng, disguised as Ron, furrowed his brows and feigned displeasure. However, after a moment of silence, he replied, very well. Since the two captains are confident, I shall refrain from causing you any inconvenience and take my leave. He embraced Shisi politely, patting him on the back to convey friendliness. Shisi did not refuse and, maintaining a courteous smile, saw Chen Feng off. He believed that as long as it did not interfere with their operation, everything could be negotiated amicably. Unbeknownst to him, during their embrace, Chen Feng had stealthily affixed a small object, matching the color of his attire, to the folded collar at the nape of Shisi's neck. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exchanging a remote-controlled signal jammer 1, costing 50 system points. Listening to the system's notification, Chen Feng's expression remained unchanged. After engaging in a few more words with Shisi, he turned and departed from the scene. Why were you so courteous to him? He's just a rich second-generation heir. Shilin could not contain himself once Chen Feng had left. However, he was swiftly met with Shisi's reprimand. Silence. If you cannot curb your indiscreet nature and your haughty demeanor, then you might as well go home and never step outside again. Realizing his brother was genuinely angry this time, Shilin complied and fell silent. Nonetheless, he pondered how he might impress Li Qingyan during the evening's operation and showcase his abilities to win her affection. Meanwhile, Chen Feng had arrived at the door of the monitoring room. Upon entering, he found that the pursuit team had already taken over. To facilitate comprehensive surveillance, they had doubled the number of cameras, ensuring that everything in the venue, save for the restrooms, was under watchful eyes. Thank you all for your hard work. Chen Feng greeted the members inside. Mr. Ron greeted several voices in unison. It was evident that Ron held a certain stature in the Sunlit Nation. Upon Chen Feng's entrance, the team members exchanged pleasantries. Once this matter concludes, I will personally see to it that the pursuit team receives a monetary reward as a token of appreciation. Chen Feng announced with a smile, showing no signs of hesitation since the promised funds were not his own. The room erupted in cheers, their smiles growing more genuine than before. Please continue with your work. I shall merely observe, Chen Feng instructed before meandering around the monitoring room, occasionally glancing this way and that. Ultimately, he halted before the monitor overseeing the interior of the vault. Within the tightly secured vault, Numerous cameras were aimed at the central glass showcase, which housed the meticulously protected Corona crown. "You two have worked hard. Take a moment to enjoy some water," Chen Feng said with an affable smile, offering freshly poured water from the dispenser. This gesture caught the two pursuit team members off guard. They had heard tales of Ron, Leonardo's grandson, being a spoiled rich kid, but this seemed to dispel such rumors. Surprised, the two promptly rose to accept the water. However, just as they reached for the cup, Chen Feng suddenly trembled his hand, spilling the water across the control panel. "Oh no!" The two members gasped, quickly disregarding Chen Feng and scrambling for paper towels to clean up the mess. Chen Feng joined in to assist, wiping up the spilled water with 2 napkins. Yet, unbeknownst to them, in a blind spot, Chen Feng discreetly inserted an object into the back of the control panel. Phew! Fortunately, the control panel is waterproof and remains operational. After cleaning up the water, the two pursuit team members breathed a sigh of relief. They did not wish to falter during such a critical time, lest they face reprimand. Having accomplished his objective, Chen Feng did not linger. He stood up and said, "Since you all are prepared, I shall not be a nuisance any longer. I will return to report to my grandfather." With that, he departed without a second thought. At that moment, he was not concerned about Ron, who lay unconscious in the restroom. The dosage of a sedative was substantial enough to keep him asleep for a day or two. Moreover, Chen Feng had affixed a mask to his face, changed his attire to that of a janitor, ensuring that even if someone discovered him, they would not immediately associate the unconscious cleaner with Ron. After leaving the exhibition hall, Chen Feng returned to his hotel room. He powered on his computer and, using the device he had left on the monitoring controller, effortlessly hacked into the surveillance system. He uploaded a pre-prepared video into the controller and set the playback time for 11 o'clock in London, coinciding with the onset of midnight. Having completed this task, Chen Feng exhaled deeply, rising to gaze out of the hotel window towards the entrance of the exhibition across the street. Observing the throngs of pursuit team members disguised as passers-by near the entrance, a smile crept across his lips. "Let us await tonight's performance, shall we?" As night quietly descended, it soon approached 10 o'clock in London. Although the time had not yet arrived as indicated in Chen Feng's invitation, the pursuit team members remained on high alert. Several members were stationed in the monitoring room, with Shilin commanding operations, while advisor Li Qingyan had also arrived to observe the proceedings. In stark contrast to the subdued atmosphere inside, the exterior of the exhibition was bustling with excitement. A throng of Chen Feng's fans had gathered beyond the barricades, brandishing signs emblazoned with "Kid," their cheers resonating through the night. Chapter 57. The Elusive Phantom Thief. It must be said that Chen Feng's group of ardent fans from the Sunless Country are truly fanatic. Had it not been for the security cordon and the presence of numerous officers from the Scottish precinct, this fervent crowd would have likely surged into the exhibition hall en masse. At this moment, Chen Feng's live streaming room was activated, and unlike before, it was now flooded with a plethora of fans from the Sunless Country in addition to his original followers. "Oh my goodness, Kid has actually come to the Sunless Country. This is utterly exhilarating. I must be there in person. I want to meet Kid. What is happening? Why are there so many foreigners? And why is my phone shin overseas? Good heavens, brothers, guess what I discovered? A massive steel door akin to a bank vault. Feng Shin's target is locked inside. I can see it. This thing probably cannot be penetrated even by a cannon. Is it really that cautious? Huh. Those who speak so lightly are likely the ones who have already become devoted viewers of Feng Shin's performances. Meanwhile, in the Pursuit Bureau of H City in Huaxia, the newly appointed consultant, Ouyang Muxiwe, stood at the podium in the conference room, discussing her views on Chen Feng's previous escapades, under the watchful gaze of her colleagues. Ouyang Muxiwe retrieved several pre-prepared photographs from her bag and distributed them for everyone to examine. Once the images had circulated among all, her cool voice resonated once more from the front. "This location is familiar to everyone, right?" The crowd nodded. The site depicted in the photographs was none other than one of H City's iconic structures, the Grand Clock Tower located at the heart of Exhilarating Plaza. It was here that Chen Feng, right beneath their noses, skillfully executed his heist, stealing the jade mask under their watchful eyes. To this day, no one has been able to decipher Chen Feng's methods. Ouyang Mushiwe was not in a hurry to elucidate the mystery, but instead produced another photograph from her bag. Unlike the previous wide-angle shot, this one was a close-up taken on the day Chen Feng pilfered the jade mask, clearly showing the mask above the clock tower, with a flock of doves soaring in the sky. Once the audience recognized this, Ouyang Mushiwe presented another close-up image, this time depicting the ground beneath the clock tower. It prominently featured a patch of dried black paint in the center, right at the base of the clock tower. Ladies and gentlemen, every magic trick has its flaws. And the method Chen Feng chose to conceal his misdirection was to summon a multitude of doves to divert attention. As long as your gaze is fixed upon the flock, you will never uncover Chen Feng's true technique. As soon as her words fell, someone immediately posed a question. How did Chen Feng accomplish this? Ouyang Mushiwe set the photographs down, a rare smile gracing her cool countenance. It's quite simple. He merely concealed the jade mask using a black paint with a high light absorption rate under the cover of night and the doves. In other words, the jade mask did not vanish. It was merely hidden within the shadows. As time ticked away, it soon became 10:30 in the evening. The pursuit team from the Sunless Country was divided into two factions. One, under the leadership of Shisi, dispersed and concealed themselves among the crowd outside the exhibition, ready to seal off the entrance at a moment's notice. The other group, led by Shilin, remained in the monitoring room, prepared to spring into action should anything occur within the venue. As a consultant, Li Qingyan also sat in the monitoring room, awaiting the arrival of that white-clad figure. "Qingyan Jia, would you like a cup of coffee? I had someone buy it for you," Shilin offered, presenting a sealed cup of coffee before Li Qingyan. She looked up at him and politely declined. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty." "Don't mention it, Qingyan Jia. We will be collaborating in the future." Unperturbed by the distance in Li Qingyan's demeanor, Shilin continued to speak. Just then, the doors swung open. Dressed in a black suit, Chen Feng, disguised as Ron, entered the room. "Apologies for being late." Shilin, interrupted mid-sentence, shot an irritated glance at the newly arrived Chen Feng. Just as he was about to speak, he recalled his brother's admonition and swallowed his words. Time continued to flow, despite the imminent approach of the scheduled time indicated in the invitation. That eagerly anticipated white figure had yet to make an appearance. The live stream showcased only Shilin, Li Qingyan, the disguised Chen Feng, and the members of the pursuit team. "Where is Kid? I can hardly contain my excitement. I suspect Feng Shun has already infiltrated the venue, just waiting for the appointed time to reveal himself." Reveal himself? Is it really that miraculous? This is a vault that can withstand explosions. Can he walk through walls? Are you new here, buddy? Just relax. The probability of your wife giving birth to your child is greater than Feng Shun failing. Bastard, are you insulting me? It's just the truth. The bullet comments in the live stream rolled on, and under the influence of both Huaxia and the Sunless Country's media, the viewership of Chen Feng's live stream surged past 10 million for the first time and continued to grow. By now it was 10:59, less than a minute until the midnight hour indicated in Chen Feng's invitation. The barrage of comments gradually diminished. Even Shilin, usually arrogant and dismissive, found himself focused, intently watching the surveillance feed of the vault's interior. 5 seconds remaining. Li Qingyan counted down in her mind, excitement evident in her eyes. Many viewers mirrored her anticipation, silently counting down along with their watches. 3, 2, 1. As the second hand struck 12, the final countdown number echoed through the room. Click. The 6 surveillance feeds monitoring the vault flickered simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a white figure abruptly appeared beside the display case on the monitor, clutching a golden crown encrusted with dozens of jewels. The coronation crown. Everything transpired too swiftly and unexpectedly. In an instant, the once secure glass display case that housed the coronation crown was breached, and Chen Feng had claimed it. How could this be possible? Startled, Shilin stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. That vault was designed to withstand bombs. Moreover, he had set up 3 passwords at the entrance and stationed guards to watch over it. How could Chen Feng possibly have entered? Chapter 58. Success. The live broadcast room erupted in an instant. I knew it. The appearance of my illustrious Feng Shun always defies my expectations. My goodness, is this spatial magic? It is indistinguishable from sorcery. Could it be that kid is an outstanding graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? Oh, I always suspected there were secrets unknown to us in the mysterious East. I must journey to the East to learn. Wasn't it said that the vault is impenetrable? Isn't it's supposed to withstand explosions? How did Chen Feng manage to infiltrate it? Regardless of the online frenzy, in the monitoring room, Li Qingyan gazed at the figure clad in white on the screen. A charming smile curving her red lips. This man remains as enigmatic as ever. Hurry, stop dawdling. Everyone, follow me to the vault. Capture that damned thief. Shilin bellowed, his once handsome visage contorted with fury. The members of the Sun Never Sets Nation's pursuit team, jolted awake by their captain's shout, hurriedly rose from their seats. Trailing behind Shilin toward the vault, disguised as Ron, Chen Feng was among them. Li Qingyan had intended to follow, but just as she took her first step, a thought seemed to strike her, and she withdrew her leg, opting to remain seated before the monitors. Meanwhile, Shilin and the pursuit team arrived at the vault's entrance. The two members stationed at the vault door, still oblivious to the commotion, were preparing to salute Shilin when he unleashed a torrent of invectives upon them. You two fools! What on earth are you still doing here? Your stupidity has completely exposed us to our enemy. He has already entered the vault. Shilin's scolding left the two members bewildered. What? That thief has slipped into the vault. How could this be possible? With no time to explain, Shilin swiftly organized a blockade at the vault's entrance. He approached the door to input the access code, initiating the unlocking process. The cumbersome protocols of facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and numeric passwords, originally devised to thwart Chen Feng, now appeared utterly ludicrous. This realization ignited a sense of inexplicable irritation within Shilin. All his meticulous preparations had merely complicated matters without hindering the intruder. He felt like a clown, and his anger surged even more. As the final digit was entered, an unlocking notification chimed, reverberating through the ears of all present, including Shilin. Everyone braced themselves, their gaze fixed on the formidable steel door. Undoubtedly, once the door swung open, anyone emerging would be seized immediately. The steel door gradually opened a crack, and the crowd held their breath, poised to rush in and apprehend Chen Feng the moment it fully opened. Unbeknownst to them, Ron, positioned behind the group, revealed a knowing smile. The vault door swung wide open, exposing its interior to the astonished eyes of all. Empty? How could this be? Shilin's expression turned incredulous. Yet the barren vault, coupled with the intact coronet displayed within the glass case, confirmed the unsettling truth. Chen Feng had never entered the vault. As Shilin processed this revelation, he suddenly shouted, "Quick! Close!" Before he could finish, a sharp, ringing sound interrupted. Two cylindrical objects were hurled into the center of the room, releasing a cloud of smoke upon impact. Within mere seconds, the smoke enveloped the area. "Cover your mouths and noses," Shilin commanded, but was too late. The smoke had already infiltrated their lungs. Almost simultaneously, the members of the pursuit team began to collapse, unconscious. Only Ron, still wearing a smile, remained standing at the back. Chen Feng. Shilin gritted his teeth, his gaze fixated on the figure before him, leaning against the wall, on the verge of succumbing to the drug's effects. If he could not deduce that the Ron before him was a mere illusion, he would be the epitome of foolishness. "Thank you for your assistance, Captain Shilin," Chen Feng said with a smile. He then grasped a corner of his garment, and with a swift motion transformed his appearance. Dressed in a pristine white suit, adorned with a signature four-leaf clover pendant and monocle, topped with a high-crowned white hat reminiscent of medieval Europe, and wearing a charming yet infuriating smile, Chen Feng's transformation ignited a frenzy in the live broadcast room. Damn, I knew it. When Feng Shen takes action, there is bound to be a twist. I have nothing more to say. Feng Shen is incredible. Is this truly magic? Wasn't he inside? How did he appear, vanish, and then reappear so suddenly? Even after such a lengthy interval, there were still those attempting to unravel Feng Shen's methods. Heavens, this is simply breathtaking. At this moment, Shilin could no longer hold on. He attempted to lunge at Chen Feng, but as he stepped away from the wall, the effects of the drug overwhelmed him. causing him to collapse. Without the protection of the pursuit team, Chen Feng effortlessly entered the vault, lifted the glass cover, and seized the coronet. Satisfaction gleamed in Chen Feng's eyes as he regarded the coronet in his hand. It seemed the performance had gone off without a hitch. Suddenly, a round of applause rang out from a distance. A graceful figure emerged around the corner. "Long time no see, Chen Feng," Li Qingyan greeted with a smile, as if reconnecting with an old friend. Chen Feng maintained his poker face, showing no sign of change at Li Qingyan's unexpected arrival. "It is an honor to meet you here, Miss Li Qingyan," he replied with a gentlemanly bow, before posing his inquiry. "Are you here to apprehend me?" He stepped out of the vault to stand before Li Qingyan, seemingly unconcerned about any sudden aggression from her. Of course, Li Qingyan had no intention of attacking. She merely wished to greet an old friend in a foreign land. Indeed, although their acquaintance had been brief and their interactions limited, Li Qingyan regarded Chen Feng as a friend, a rather unique thief friend. Chapter 59. Has Kid been captured? You are mistaken. I am merely a consultant brought in to assist, not an active participant in the operation, and thus I have no obligation to aid in your capture. At this point, Li Vingyan shifted hertone. Although I will not take action myself, the members of the pursuit team outside may not be as restrained. Having been unable to contact Shilin for an extended period, they will likely seal off the area, making your escape considerably more challenging. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, a mysterious smile graced his lips. With a flick of his left hand, a black walkie-talkie materialized in his grasp. None other than the walkie-talkie belonging to the now unconscious Shilin. Clearing his throat, Chen Feng gradually brought the device to his mouth. As his lips parted, a voice strikingly similar to Shilin's emanated from his mouth. "Attention all teams! Attention all teams! Chen Feng has now disguised himself as my brother's eyes, hiding in a private vehicle approximately 300 meters from the venue. The license plate is, or everyone, immediately cease your current activities and proceed to apprehend him. Repeat, everyone, proceed at once to execute the capture. Over." As Chen Feng set the walkie-talkie down, the individuals present in the live stream were momentarily stunned by his audacious maneuver. This was swiftly followed by an outpouring of comments. "Wow, when it comes to skill, our phone god truly excels. Can you believe he pulled that off? What was that garbled language he spouted earlier? Can someone translate?" The meaning was quite simple. He instructed the pursuit team from the Empire to apprehend their captain. However, I am curious, doesn't their other captain know anything about this? Simultaneously, Zeiss, stationed in the command vehicle outside, sensed something amiss. By now, it was time for Chen Feng to act. Regardless of the outcome, he should have provided a report. Frowning, Zeiss slowly picked up the walkie-talkie, pressing the call button twice, only to find it unresponsive. Damn it! Of all times for it to fail. Zeiss cursed furiously, casting the walkie-talkie aside and retrieving his phone to inquire about the situation inside. To his surprise, he discovered that his phone had also lost signal. His brow furrowed deeper. As a seasoned officer, he never believed in coincidences. His previously functional walkie-talkie had suddenly malfunctioned, and his phone, once operational, now bore no signal, almost as if it were orchestrated. A chill ran down Zeiss's spine. This is bad. Something must have gone wrong. He quickly sat up in the vehicle, unbuckled his seatbelt, and opened the door to exit. However, before he could take a step, he was surrounded by dozens of members of the pursuit team, their eyes fixed on him like a pack of wolves hunting their prey. And he was the surrounded quarry. Startled, Zeiss felt a surge of foreboding and shouted, "What are you doing? I am your captain. I am Zeiss. Zeiss Carroll." In response to Zeiss's furious expression, the leading deputy captain could not suppress a smug smile. "Still pretending, are you? Kid, your disguise was uncovered long ago by our Captain Shilin. You are now surrounded. Don't even think about resisting. Surrender immediately." "Kid?" Zeiss's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am not Kid. I am your captain. You fools. I'm Zeiss, not some kid." Zeiss's nose flared with indignation, disregarding his dignity as he unleashed a torrent of curses. Enough with the excuses. The deputy captain's expression darkened, and he gestured to the others. "Don't go easy on him. Move in." No sooner had the command been issued than the eager members of the pursuit team surged forward. Despite Zeiss's agility, deftly evading several attacks. He was ultimately subdued by sheer numbers. His hands were firmly shackled, and several individuals pressed down on him to prevent any escape. "You idiots! You fools!" Zais continued to yell in frustration, yet his cries fell on deaf ears. At that moment, Shilin, accompanied by Li Qingyan, came into view. The deputy captain, who had previously dismissed Shilin, immediately donned a fawning smile and saluted the disguised Chen Feng. "Report, Captain Shilin. We have captured Kid and await your orders." Observing Zais pinned to the ground, Li Qingyan nearly burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she glanced at Chen Feng, struggling to suppress her smile. "This man is truly wicked. Very well. Upon our return, I shall commend you all and recommend promotions." Chen Feng encouraged, patting the deputy captain on the shoulder. The deputy captain beamed, standing even more erect than before. "Thank you, Captain." Upon witnessing this exchange, Zais could no longer deny the identity of his captors. Straining with all his might to escape, he could only shout, "You fools! He is Kid! He is Kid!" The deputy captain, still basking in the excitement of his promotion, was infuriated by Zais's incessant protests. At this point, the audacious thief still attempts to create confusion. A desperate struggle, perhaps genuinely angry or eager to impress his captain. The deputy captain swiftly approached the subdued Zais and, without hesitation, delivered 2 resounding slaps across his face. "Shut him up," the deputy captain barked, commanding his subordinates. "You scoundrel, MMPH." Zais's curses were abruptly silenced as a team member sealed his mouth with strong, adhesive tape, leaving him to emit muffled sounds. Meanwhile, the live-stream audience erupted with laughter. "I should have bought a plane ticket to be there in person. This is too entertaining." When truth masquerades as falsehood, the ancients were not mistaken. Oh God, I cannot fathom how the deputy captain will react upon discovering the truth. It must be a sight to behold. How splendid it may be, I cannot say, but it is certain that he will not be able to continue in the pursuit bureau after this. Tomorrow, he may be dismissed for stepping through the door with his left foot first. Chapter 60. The Arrival of Amaya. Of course, the crowd present was unaware of the discussions among netizens. The vice captain even contemplated seizing the opportunity to deliver a couple more slaps, but was promptly halted by Chen Feng's voice. "All right, you all take him back to the station. I will handle the matters here." "Understood." The vice captain immediately complied, personally lifting the incapacitated Zais and ushering him toward the vehicle. Before departing, he cast an envious glance at Li Qingyan, who was linked arm in arm with Chen Feng. This aloof goddess from the east has ultimately been captured by the captain. Yet this was to be expected, for not everyone possesses the ability to command others and apprehend the elusive Kid. As the crowd dispersed, only Chen Feng and Li Qingyan remained. Glancing at Chen Feng, Li Qingyan smiled and inquired, "What do you wish to do now?" Chen Feng replied with a smile, "We are merely one performance short of the finale." Outside the venue, as time ticked by, the throng of Chen Feng's fans grew increasingly restless, gazing at the still quiet exhibition hall. "What is happening? Where is Kid? Did you not watch the live broadcast? Kid has already stolen the coronation crown. He is likely long gone." "What? That cannot be. I drove all day to be here. Look over there. What is that?" "It's a flock of doves." "Kid's doves?" As the numerous white doves drew nearer, the fans erupted with excitement. "Look in the center. What is that suspended by the ropes among the doves?" "That is the coronation crown. Kid's target this time." "Yes, Kid has triumphed." The crowd of Chen Feng's fans erupted in jubilation. The doves swiftly soared overhead, and amidst everyone's gaze, hundreds of white cards fluttered down, gently descending into the crowd. "Like a notice, I have taken the coronation crown. Sincerely, Kid the Phantom Thief. This is Kid's card. I got Kid's card. Fuck. That wretched person pulled my hair. Don't snatch my card. That's mine. Who wants to sell? I'll pay 1,000 euros for Kid's card. Only you have money? I'll offer 2,000. Cash on the spot." Meanwhile, in the transport vehicle not far from the venue, the members of the pursuit team from the Sun Never Sets country were momentarily stunned, witnessing the spectacle. What is going on? Wasn't Kid already apprehended? Didn't his operation fail? A wave of questions flooded their minds, causing the previously confident vice captain to furrow his brow. At that moment, A young pursuit team member in the driver's seat timidly spoke up, "Vice Captain, we didn't apprehend the wrong person, did we?" Upon hearing this, the vice captain's frown deepened, and a chilling realization surged through him. "Oh no! Quickly release that kid. That is our captain." Chen Feng battles Scotland. Chen Feng scores a resounding victory. Can't even distinguish who their captain is? The Scotland pursuit team is left in a daze by Chen Feng. Yet another treasure claimed by Kid. To date, Kid has made 6 successful heists, with none to his detriment. Will Chen Feng leave the sun never sets country after his success? Or will he choose to remain and seek his next target? Following Chen Feng's operation, media outlets from both Huaxia and the Sun Never Sets country were working overtime to publish articles. In no time, Chen Feng dominated the trending searches once again. These media outlets are always eager for drama. In a hotel room, as Chen Feng scrolled through the trending topics on his phone while breaking bread for Xiao Bai, he shook his head with a smile. Regarding the media's speculation about whether he would leave after his success or continue to seek another target, even Chen Feng himself was uncertain. By nature, he was carefree and disliked being bound by plans, preferring to go with the flow. If a target caught his eye, he would act accordingly. Yet there was no rush. At present, Chen Feng yearned to wander through this bustling metropolis, savoring a holiday after his endeavors. At that moment, a notification chimed in Chen Feng's mind. "Congratulations, host, on successfully stealing the coronation crown. Card Fusion Degree 5. Acquired skill, Lip Reading Beginner. System points 500. Current card, Fusion Degree 70. Ugh." Noticing Chen Feng's distraction, Xiao Bai let out a disgruntled sound, pulling him back to reality as he continued to break bread for her. Saw thee, Xiao Bai. You'll have to make do for a couple of days. When we return home, I'll get you your favorite crayfish." Simultaneously, in a CAF in London, 2 stunning women sat face to face in silence. The woman on the left, clad in a fitted blazer, tall and elegant, was none other than Li Qingyan, who had recently parted ways with Chen Feng. The woman on the right, equally beautiful, with a fiery figure and an air of aristocracy, radiated an aura of superiority. Dressed in a white gown and adorned with exquisite earrings and a necklace, her identity was unmistakable. Princess Amaya, one of the most esteemed women from the kingdom of Laurelqing. After a prolonged silence, it was ultimately Li Qingyan who broke the tranquility. "Miss Amaya, may I inquire why you sought me out?" Hearing Li Qingyan's question, Amaya slowly set her coffee cup down, the ceramic gently clinking against the table. "Miss Li, I invited you here because I would like to request your assistance with a matter." "Assistance?" Li Qingyan was taken aback. Ever since parting with Chen Feng the previous day, she had noticed someone following her, occasionally muttering to themselves, seemingly communicating through an earpiece. Although those individuals appeared harmless and had not obstructed her, their presence still made her uncomfortable. It wasn't until last night that they approached her with the address of the CF, requesting her presence today. Out of curiosity, she had chosen to attend. However, upon arriving, she discovered that the one who had summoned her was none other than Princess Amaya of Laurelqing, with whom she had previously crossed paths in Huaxia. Li Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly, feeling perplexed. "I apologize, Miss Amaya, but I do not quite understand what you mean by assistance. Given your influence and that of your country here, there should not be anything I can help with, right?" Amaya gently shook her head. "I believe this is a matter that only you, Miss Li, may have the capability to assist with." Li Qingyan was now even more puzzled. However, Amaya showed no signs of keeping her intentions concealed and spoke directly. "I would like you to help me find someone." "Who?" "The Phantom Thief Kid, or rather." Chen Feng. Chapter 61. A Visitor from Home? Chen Feng. Li Qingyan was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and shook her head in refusal. "Miss Imea, while I am unaware of your intentions regarding Chen Feng, regrettably, I have no means to contact him." Li Qingyan's words were not mere pretense. Although Chen Feng had previously disguised himself to approach her while preparing to return the heart of the ocean, and they had exchanged contact information at that time, they had not been in touch since his identity was revealed. Li Qingyan was uncertain whether the contact information Chen Feng had given her was a temporary registration and had no idea if he even still used it. Upon hearing Li Qingyan's response, Aimee fell silent, caught in a tangle of emotions. She yearned for Li Qingyan to reach out to Chen Feng, as she genuinely wished to see him. Yet, she also hoped that Li Qingyan could not contact him, as she lacked his contact details and did not wish for any other woman to possess them. However, I do have a potential solution. I wonder if it might work. Li Qingyan suddenly spoke again, rekindling a glimmer of hope in Aimee's eyes. Miss Li, please feel free to share your thoughts. During your visit to the Sunless Nation, did you disclose your whereabouts to anyone? Li Qingyan inquired, not rushing to answer. Aimee shook her head. Her visit was clandestine, and she had not publicized it. Thus, aside from her assistant, Mir, and a few bodyguards, very few were aware of her arrival. That's good, Li Qingyan nodded. Miss Aimee, the charity exhibition in your nation has yet to conclude. To further contribute to global charitable efforts, would it be feasible for you, as the esteemed princess, to host another charity magic exchange event? Are you suggesting? Aimee's eyes brightened. Li Qingyan smiled and elaborated. There exists an ever-restless thief who would undoubtedly be intrigued by such an event, provided you take the initiative to invite enough individuals from the magic community. That is not a problem at all, Aimee replied without hesitation, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite face like a burst of starlight, captivating those around them. Many young patrons in the CAF seemed enchanted by the two beautiful women seated across from each other, eager to approach and request contact information. But they were swiftly deterred by Aimee's bodyguards. Soon, a flurry of reports emerged. Princess Aimee of the Laurel Kingdom arrives in London. To commemorate the centenary of the Laurel Kingdom, she has decided to host a World Magicians Charity Exchange in London. All proceeds from the event will be donated to charitable causes. An invitation from Her Highness. The World Magic Association has announced its willingness to send representatives to London for the exchange. Is the princess also interested in magic? Magicians from all corners are eager to attend. This is a celebration of magic. As news continued to spread, Aimee's magic exchange event quickly captured the public's attention, trending on social media. Although it did not match the fervor surrounding Chen Feng, it still garnered significant interest. Wow, another charity event. I am utterly enamored by this beautiful, wealthy, and compassionate princess. A magic exchange event, right after the actions of the god of wind in London. Something feels amiss here. Even you perceive the discrepancy. That's quite troubling. I now seriously suspect that the princess's intentions are not solely charitable. Are you all truly interpreting this as a ploy? She's a princess, after all. Would she really organize such an event solely for Chen Feng? Ridiculous. Perhaps, but I still sense something is off. The online discourse was fervent. Meanwhile, on the streets of London, a subtly disguised Chen Feng was performing a simple magic act. Surrounded by dozens of onlookers, he held a magician's hat aloft, showcasing its emptiness. Afterward, he slowly reached inside, and in the next moment, a playing card appeared to materialize from thin air. Following that, a second and third card emerged, and soon, he had retrieved an entire deck from the seemingly empty hat. Chen Feng then placed the cards back inside the hat and tossed it upward with vigor. The crowd's gaze followed the hat as it spun in the air, but contrary to expectations, no cards fell from it. Instead, doves began to flutter out from within the rolling hat. 3 doves emerged from different directions, each grabbing hold of the hat's brim with their claws, gracefully guiding it back down to the ground. Applause erupted from the audience, many generously tossing coins into the hat at Chen Feng's feet. He placed his right hand before him, bowing slightly in gratitude, though he did not lack funds. Chen Feng embraced the opportunity to earn a little pocket change through his modest magic. At that moment, a voice resonated from the periphery of the crowd. Yazan? Chen Feng turned to see 2 elegantly striking women observing him from short distance. Indeed, they were 2 ladies. Although one was clad in masculine attire, Chen Feng, a master of disguise, could easily discern her feminine identity. Miss Su Huaxia, what a surprise to encounter you here. Chen Feng approached and kissed her hand with a flourish. Su Huaxia offered no resistance, seemingly accustomed to such gestures. After all, Chen Feng had introduced himself as a Chinese-American raised in the West, accustomed to Western customs. What brings you here? Su Huaxia inquired, somewhat perplexed. She had been wondering why her usual coffee shop had been closed for several days. only to discover that the owner had been absent. "I am merely a tourist," Chen Feng replied, retrieving his hat as the audience dispersed. "Is that so? And this young lady is—" Su Luoxue did not find it odd that Chen Feng could discern Ouyang Mushue's identity. Ouyang Mushue, the champion of the Chinese division of the World Detective Competition and a protege of Captain Sun Luo, currently serving as a consulting detective within our pursuit bureau. She then turned to Ouyang Mushue, saying, "Mushue, this is the remarkable barista I mentioned to you. The coffee at his shop is the finest I have ever tasted. We must visit him together sometime." "Hello, Miss Ouyang," Chen Feng greeted politely, extending his hand for a handshake. "Hello." Chapter 62. The World Magicians Charity Exchange. Ouyang Mushue remained as inscrutable as ever, her expression betraying no hint of joy or sorrow. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Chen Feng during his work. "Captain Su, since you've encountered a friend, I shan't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave," Ouyang Mushue said to Su Luoxue. "All right, you go ahead. I will arrive shortly," Su Luoxue replied. Accompanied by the crowd of onlookers, Ouyang Mushue departed, leaving only Chen Feng and Su Luoxue behind. "Let's go. I've just earned a bit. Allow me to treat you to coffee," Chen Feng suggested, jingling the coins within his hat. "I shall not be polite then," Su Luoxue smiled, her tone reminiscent of longtime acquaintances. The pair made their way to a nearby CAF, selecting a table by the window and taking their seats. Before long, their coffee orders arrived. After savoring a sip, Chen Feng slowly inquired, "By the way, I haven't asked yet. Miss Su, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be in H City pursuing the remaining fugitives?" "Ah, do not mention it," Su Luoxue replied, her face clouded with distress. "Our department has been officially reassigned and is no longer responsible for pursuing any fugitives. Instead, we are solely focused on capturing Chen Feng until he is apprehended." Rubbing her temples, Su Luoxue exhibited an unmistakable reluctance, her exquisite features marred by frustration. It was not surprising. Only those who had truly encountered Chen Feng understood how elusive that cunning thief could be, not to mention his plethora of ingenious tools. His ability to disguise himself rendered him nearly impossible to catch. The rationale behind transforming the Huaxia District 3 pursuit team into a unit solely targeting Chen Feng was rather simple. By the time 2 months had passed since the commencement of the Thief-S game, the majority of contestants had been eliminated. The remaining fugitives were few, requiring no such extensive pursuit team. Furthermore, Chen Feng's recent notoriety prompted higher-ups to decisively reassign the team to focus solely on him. "By the way," Su Luoxue suddenly recalled, "you appeared just as Kid made his move. You're not following Kid, are you? Are you his fan?" "Not quite a fan, but as an amateur magician, I do wish to see that gentleman, the Phantom Thief, in action." Su Luoxue nodded. Kid the Phantom Thief, the magician under the moonlight, the silver-winged magician. She cradled her face in her hands, enumerating Chen Feng's titles. Ultimately, her myriad of grievances condensed into a sigh. "Let it go. We shall see where this leads us." That's not the Su Luoxue I know, who boldly declared she would capture Chen Feng. Chen Feng teased with a smile. Su Luoxue rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond. "Let us discuss you instead. As a magician, and with this rare opportunity to be in London, do you not intend to attend the World Magicians Charity Exchange? Renowned magicians from all over the globe will be present." "The World Magicians Charity Exchange?" Chen Feng was taken aback. "When did this exchange come about? How was I unaware of it?" Observing Chen Feng's bewilderment, Su Luoxue did not withhold information. "It appears you are not informed. The World Magicians Charity Exchange is organized by Princess Amelia of the Royal Kingdom of Laurel, who previously visited Huaxia. I heard the World Magicians Association has even been invited." "Oh, hosted by Princess Amelia," Chen Feng mused, a smile creeping upon his lips as he recalled the alluring and regal princess. This could be quite intriguing. Later that evening, within the offices of the Pursuit Bureau of the Land of the Setting Sun, Shilin, who had awakened from his stupor, along with Shixi and other members of the Huaxia pursuit team, gathered in the conference room. The two brothers, Shixi and Shilin, sat at the head of the table, their expressions grim, as though someone owed them a significant debt. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock on the conference room door shattered the silence. "Come in," Shisi said, regaining his composure and adopting the demeanor expected of the captain of the Pursuit Bureau. As the door swung open, a member of the Pursuit Bureau entered. "Captain, Mr. Leonardo has called again, inquiring whether we can reach out to Chen Feng to return the Crown of the Sun. His private exhibition has just commenced, and the crown is a crucial exhibit." As the report continued, the team member's voice dwindled upon witnessing the increasingly displeased expressions of Shisi and Shilin. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Shisi responded, "All right, I understand. Please inform Mr. Leonardo that I will find a solution promptly." But Mr. Leonardo is pressing quite urgently. The team member hesitated, but upon noticing Shisi and Shilin's darkening expressions, he wisely chose to remain silent and exited the conference room. At that moment, Su Luoxue also rose. The captains need not worry excessively. After all, apart from the lost eye of the moon, all other items stolen by Chen Feng have been returned. Upon hearing Su Luoxue's words, the expressions of Shisi and Shilin softened marginally, though their concern lingered. But what if he leaves the land of the setting sun with the crown of the sun? That will not happen. A clear, icy voice interrupted, causing everyone to turn towards Ouyang Muxue. Standing, Ouyang Muxue spoke with measured confidence. Even an ordinary criminal is likely to return to the scene of their crime to admire their handiwork. How much more so for Chen Feng, who transforms theft into art? He would never simply depart after his escapade. Curious about the woman who had spoken, Shisi inquired, "And who might this lady be?" "She is our newly appointed consultant from the Huaxia District 3 Pursuit Team, Miss Ouyang Muxue," Su Luoxue introduced. After Su Luoxue's introduction, Ouyang Muxue offered a slight nod to the group as a form of greeting. "Does Miss Ouyang believe that Chen Feng will strike again in the near future?" Shisi asked again. Ouyang Muxue shook her head. "I cannot say for certain. However, based on my understanding of this phantom thief-esque character, he is a whimsical individual. Should a suitable stage present itself, he may very well choose to perform again." A suitable stage. The room fell into a contemplative silence, until a recent event of significant prominence surfaced in their minds. The World Magicians Charity Exchange, hosted by Emilia. Chapter 63. The arrival of Chen Feng. With the unwavering support of Emilia, the venue for the World Magicians Charity Exchange was prepared in just 3 days. Even under a gloomy, rainy sky, the enthusiasm of the people could not be dampened. Magicians from all corners of the world, along with countless spectators, flooded into the venue. Numerous small stages were set up within the hall, each hosting captivating magic performances. At the conclusion of nearly every act, the magicians were met with generous tips. As Emilia remarked, aside from a portion allocated to the traveling magicians, the majority of the proceeds will be directed towards global charitable endeavors. At the center of the venue, the vice president of the World Magicians Association was performing earnestly, summoning a flurry of squirrels from his magician's hat, accompanied by waves of applause. Amidst the crowd, four bodyguards escorted Emilia as she clapped and approached the stage. Noticing her arrival, Vice President Herbert ceased his performance. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing Emilia to advance unobstructed to the front of the stage. With a smile, Emilia addressed the audience, expressing her gratitude for the support from the World Magicians Association. Acknowledging Herbert's efforts, Herbert, maintaining his humility, responded courteously, "Miss Emilia, your kind words are appreciated. Contributing to global charitable causes is our duty, and we are equally grateful for your association's assistance." Emilia conversed amicably with Herbert, while some individuals nearby attempted to approach her for autographs, only to be intercepted by her bodyguards. At that moment, her assistant, Mir, approached from behind. "Your Highness," he called out, prompting Emilia to pause her conversation. After exchanging a few words with Herbert, she turned to leave with her entourage. Once in a secluded area, Emilia dismissed a few of her bodyguards and turned her attention back to Mir. "What news do you have, Mir? Any discoveries?" Mir shook his head. "I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that we have yet to locate Kid." Emilia felt a twinge of disappointment, though she had anticipated this outcome. If Kid were so easily found, he would not be the elusive phantom thief. "Let us continue to observe," she stated, preparing to depart. "Wait, Your Highness," Mir interjected. Emilia turned to him, noticing his hesitance. After a moment's pause, he spoke. Could it be that kid is unaware of the exchange? Or perhaps he has no interest in attending? Emilia furrowed her brows. She had considered this possibility, yet there was no better course of action available. She could only wait patiently. As for whether Chen Feng would come, that remained a gamble. With a slight lift of her chin, her delicate features appeared somewhat melancholic under the venue's lights. Just then, a voice broke the silence from nearby. "Ladies, would you care to purchase a pen?" Startled, both Emilia and Mir turned to see a young man selling signature pens. Upon realizing there was no immediate threat, they relaxed. "Apologies, but we are not interested," Emilia replied, preparing to move on. However, the young man spoke again, his tone shifting dramatically. "Madam, this pen is unlike any other." Emilia's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a look of joy that illuminated her face. "Qi, Shu," Chen Feng whispered, placing a finger just 2 centimeters from her lips, seemingly urging her to remain silent. He then flicked the pen in his hand, and a blue rose materialized. "For you, the beautiful Miss Emilia." "Oomph, who would care for your flower?" Emilia retorted, though her actions contradicted her words as she reached out to take the rose from Chen Feng's hand. Unbeknownst to her, her demeanor mirrored that of a young girlfriend playfully teasing her boyfriend. Mir, witnessing this, turned away, closing his eyes in resignation. "Your Majesty, it is not that I have failed to watch over the princess. It is all due to this insufferable thief. She cannot hold me accountable for this. May I inquire, Your Highness, what brings you to seek me?" Chen Feng's voice broke through the moment. Emilia, feigning indifference, replied, "Who is seeking you? Surely I can host a charity exchange in London without your assistance." "Very well then. I shall take my leave," he said, feigning hurt as he prepared to turn away. Emilia immediately grew anxious, hastily tugging at his sleeve. "Wait, don't." As soon as she uttered those words, Emilia noticed Chen Feng's sly smile. Realizing she had been tricked once more, she promptly shook off his arm and turned her head away, refusing to look at him. "Forgive my little jest, Your Highness," Chen Feng said, and in an instant, he presented another bouquet of blue roses to Emilia. She glanced at him, hesitated briefly, and then accepted the flowers, opting to forgive him. This scene caused Mir to frown deeply, internally lamenting. It is said that a woman in love possesses a diminished intellect. Clearly, our princess has succumbed to this affliction. "Your Highness," a voice called from around the corner, followed by one of Emilia's bodyguards approaching and bowing slightly. "Your Highness, representatives from the Pursuit Bureau have arrived and wish to see you." "The Pursuit Bureau?" Emilia's brow furrowed with concern as she glanced behind her, only to find the area deserted save for a white dove clutching a card. She bent down to retrieve the card from the dove's beak. Recognizing the familiar handwriting, "Beautiful Miss Emilia, if you have anything to convey, please write it down and let the little dove deliver it. Also, do not forget to feed it some crayfish. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid." The bodyguard, noticing Emilia's silence as she stared at the card, grew curious. However, before he could discern its contents, Emilia swiftly tucked it into her pocket. "Please allow the Pursuit Bureau to proceed. I shall await them here." And Mir, she commanded. "Yes, Your Highness," Mir replied, stepping forward. "Take this little dove to my quarters and arrange for some crayfish to be prepared, peeled, and unseasoned." "Understood, Your Highness." Chapter 64. The magic show under the guidance of her bodyguards, Su Luoxia, accompanied by Ouyang Muxue and others, finally met Emilia. However, Su Luoxia found it perplexing that, despite the absence of any prior grievances between them, Emilia greeted them with an icy demeanor, as if their presence had intruded upon a private rendezvous. "Captain Su, we meet again. I wonder what brings you here this time." Emilia spoke with an air of indifference. "Miss Emilia, I sincerely apologize for the sudden interruption, but there is a matter of utmost importance," Su Luoxia replied earnestly. "Oh, I am intrigued." Emilia's interest piqued slightly. "Please, Captain Su, do not beat around the bush." "Well, as you may know, Chen Feng, the infamous Phantom Thief Kid, is currently in London. For your safety, Miss Emilia, and to ensure the success of the charity exhibition, our pursuit team wishes to enter the venue to provide round-the-clock protection." Upon hearing the mention of the Phantom Thief Kid, Emilia's expression turned frigid. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the pursuit team, her meeting with Kid would not have been interrupted. Now, they sought to prevent her from continuing her encounter with him, which was utterly unacceptable. Kid, it's Kid. Kid, is it the magician's exchange? Before Amelia could respond, a commotion erupted within the venue, followed by a chorus of shouts calling out Kid's name. Kid, I love you. Kid, look at me. I'm over here. The excitement from outside naturally drew everyone's attention. Without a moment's hesitation, Amelia hurried towards the exit. Su Huaxia and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. Making their way outside, arriving at the entrance, they found it packed with people. Yet, upon seeing Amelia, the crowd parted to allow her passage. Looking out, they beheld a figure standing in the torrential rain, clad in all white. One hand held an umbrella while the other rested in his pocket, his striking attire drawing attention. Good evening, everyone. Chen Feng's voice resonated through the rain, presumably transmitted via a headset connected to the venue sound system. Kid, Kid, Kid. With Chen Feng's voice, the crowd's fervor escalated. Chen Feng withdrew his hand from his pocket and raised it high, as if directed by an invisible conductor. The crowd's cheers abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of raindrops falling. It is a great honor to witness so many magic enthusiasts contributing to charity. Now, please allow me to present a performance for this magic exchange. Chen Feng's voice echoed again, igniting the crowd's excitement. Among the throng, Amelia's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at Chen Feng's silhouette amidst the rain. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Feng slowly extended his left hand. As if following a cue, the lights inside the venue dimmed, while the street lights outside flared to life. Now, do you believe that the rain will cease? Chen Feng's voice, imbued with confidence and charm, permeated the air. Even though the statement seemed absurd, a significant number of people shouted their belief. Such trickery, muttered Huang Fuzhen, who accompanied Su Luoxua, but was quickly silenced by the fierce glares of nearby Chen Feng fans. Dear friends, let us witness the miracle of magic together, he declared. In an instant, he flung the umbrella aside and opened his arms wide as if embracing the crowd. At that very moment, the rain stopped. No, to be precise, the raindrops hovered in midair, defying gravity itself. This left Herbert, the vice president of the Magic Association, utterly astonished, his eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on Chen Feng, terrified of missing any critical moment. The venue fell into a profound silence, which was soon followed by volcanic eruptions of applause. Kid, now, I say the rain will rise. Do you believe me? Chen Feng's voice rang out once more. Yet, the crowd was now filled with unwavering belief. Like a maestro, Chen Feng gestured, and the raindrops began to ascend slowly. Clap, clap, clap. Someone began to applaud, and soon the venue erupted into a thunderous ovation. Cheers rising in a crescendo, unyielding and fervent. Even Huang Fuzhen, who had previously doubted, found himself speechless in shock. Is this truly magic? Or is it a hidden form of sorcery masquerading as magic? He pondered internally, shaking his head to dispel the thought, reminding himself that he was an atheist and must not be deceived by this thief. Unbeknownst to Amelia, who was entirely absorbed in Chen Feng's presence, the emotions of those around her shifted. Noticing her gaze, Chen Feng turned his head slowly and playfully winked at her, eliciting another wave of cheers from the fans. Dear friends, the magic performance has come to an end. See you next illusion. With that, Chen Feng bowed gracefully to the audience, and as the raindrops resumed their descent, he gradually vanished from sight, leaving behind the umbrella he had discarded. Applause erupted once more, particularly from Herbert, who clapped enthusiastically, disregarding the pain in his hands. This fervent applause was a tribute to Chen Feng, the performance, or perhaps both, though no one noticed. On the adjacent street, a slender figure turned away after Chen Feng departed. Ding! A slight vibration emanated from her pocket. She retrieved her phone to find a message from a contact named Yazin. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Li Qingyan. Today's performance was a resounding success. Upon reading the message, Li Qingyan smiled, tucked her phone away, and continued on her way to her rented accommodation. As for her presence there, it was, of course, due to Chen Feng's invitation. After all, no one had decreed that a thief could not seek an assistant during a performance, even if that assistant happened to be a police officer. P.S. A humble request for a 5-star review. Chapter 65. The commission from Amaya in the rain-soaked streets of London. Su Huaxia and her companions sat inside a vehicle belonging to the Pursuit Bureau. Perhaps due to the torrential downpour, the usually bustling streets, even at night, were remarkably deserted. Only their car traversed the damp thoroughfare. As the raindrops incessantly pounded against the car windows, the 4 occupants remained silent. Ultimately, Amaya had declined their request, providing a simple rationale. She was attending a magic exchange conference, and there was nothing of value for Chen Feng to steal. Consequently, there was no need for the Pursuit Bureau to provide protection. In fact, the princess had already met Chen Feng before their arrival. Ouyang Muxiue, who had been quietly contemplative, suddenly spoke, capturing the attention of everyone in the vehicle. Muxiue, you cannot be serious? Su Huaxia responded with earnestness. Ouyang Muxiue maintained her expressionless demeanor and continued, on my way to meet the princess, I encountered a chef carrying a tray, besides a serving of boiled crayfish. His cart contained a full bag of pigeon feed, yet I know that Miss Amaya has never kept pets. Is that so? Su Huaxia raised an eyebrow, refraining from interrupting, gesturing for Ouyang Muxiue to elaborate further. Ouyang Muxiue continued, moreover, when Chen Feng made his entrance at the venue, everyone was astonished, except for the princess and her assistant, who seemed unfazed, as if they had anticipated Chen Feng's arrival. Ouyang Muxiue's words were coherent, and the others present were astute enough to connect the dots. Given Amaya's change in demeanor, their suspicions began to crystallize. I knew that Amaya was up to no good. It is evident that she is colluding with that thief. Lu Yi, the leader of the 3rd group, spat through gritted teeth, evidently still irked by Chen Feng's earlier mockery. Mind your words. Su Luoju admonishit, her brol furovit. With Su Huaxia's interjection, Lu Yi reluctantly fell silent. This was merely a conjecture without concrete evidence. And given that the subject involved one of the royal heirs of the kingdom of Lord Qing, everyone was instructed to maintain discretion. Su Huaxia's expression turned serious. This was a matter of national dignity. Even if Amaya were truly in cahoots with Chen Feng, they could not speak of it. The following day, as the clouds dispersed, sunlight reclaimed the earth. The video of Chen Feng's magic performance from the previous night had exploded online after being recorded by attendees. Numerous media outlets and notable figures shared it, including Anna, known as the Snow Country Princess, who personally commented in the section, praising it as the most astonishing magic performance of the 21st century, bar none. Even Herbert, the vice president of the World Magic Association present at the event, publicly stated that should Chen Feng wish to join the association, he would gladly relinquish his vice presidency. However, Chen Feng had no interest in such accolades and would not respond. In the morning, as Chen Feng opened his window, Xiaobai eagerly flew in, clutching a letter with the name Kid inscribed on the envelope. A red lipstick mark sealed the letter. Ah, a commission from the princess? Chen Feng chuckled softly. He opened the envelope, and a photo along with a small pink card fell out. The commission letter stated, 1 week later, at the royal auction in the capital of Lord Qing. The centerpiece auction item would be the engagement ring, the gaze of starlight, given by Tsar Vladimir I of Russia to his queen in the 10th century. Gazing at the exquisite ring resembling a star in the photograph, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. The royal auction? Is this princess asking me to steal her family's treasure? After a brief moment of contemplation, he approached his computer and entered the key information to search. To his surprise, he uncovered some intriguing details. That night, after a long day, Amaya rubbed her sore neck and concluded her work after annotating the final document. She declined Mill's offer to drive her home, opting instead to drive herself back to her residence in London. Upon entering her home and securing the door, even the impeccably composed businesswoman Amaya could not conceal her fatigue. However, a faint sound in the darkness piqued her attention. Alarm bells rang in her mind. She hastily retrieved her personal pepper spray from her bag, her face a mask of vigilance. "Who is there? Do not be alarmed, Your Highness. I am merely a passing magician." A gentle voice resonated in her ear, instantly lifting her spirits. "Kid," Amaya exclaimed, turning to embrace Chen Feng. only for him to sidestep nimbly. She switched on the room lights, looking quizzically at Chen Feng, who was clad in white, pouting slightly, seemingly perplexed by his evasion. "I apologize for rejecting your warm welcome, Your Highness, but I believe it is you who should clarify this matter with me." Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, producing the photograph of the gaze of starlight that Amaya had previously asked Xiaobai to deliver. Upon hearing his words, a rare look of panic crossed Amaya's face. You know, I suppose it is not difficult. Your father, the king of Lord Qing, has publicly stated that this final auction item is an engagement ring prepared for you. In other words, the attendees at this auction are likely candidates for your future husband, Chen Feng articulated. In response, Amaya could only concede, "Very well. I admit that my father has persistently pressured me into marriage. To this end, he did not hesitate to announce publicly that he would select my fiancée from the crowd at the auction featuring the gaze of starlight. It is a large-scale public campaign to compel me to make a choice." So Amaya lowered her head slightly, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Chen Feng stepped closer, continuing, "Thus, in order to refuse this marriage proposal without shaming your father, you wish for me to steal the final auction item, the gaze of starlight, before the auction begins, correct?" "Indeed." Amaya nodded in affirmation, gazing at Chen Feng with hopeful eyes. "Will you help me?" Under Amaya's watchful gaze, Chen Feng feigned contemplation, causing her anxiety to mount. After a prolonged silence, he finally chuckled softly, "Your Highness, my appearance fee is rather steep." Chapter 66. The gaze of starlight. As Chen Feng stood before Amaya, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile illuminated his face. "So does that mean you have accepted?" he queried. "After all, a phantom thief is still a thief, and I see no reason to refuse a treasure of immeasurable worth." With a gentle smile, Chen Feng placed his hands before him and bowed slightly, saying, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave now." "Wait a moment." As Chen Feng prepared to depart, Amaya hastily called out, stepping closer to him, gazing at the familiar yet captivating visage before her. She rose on her toes and placed a soft kiss upon his cheek. Leaning in closer, she whispered into his ear, "Consider this a deposit for your appearance fee, Mr. Phantom Thief." Chen Feng maintained his serene smile, showing no signs of change. Under Amaya's reluctant gaze, he stepped onto the balcony, playfully winking at her before gradually disappearing into the moonlight. On the other side of the earth, Sun Yuqing stood at the entrance of Chen Feng CAF, braving the chilly winds alongside a middle-aged man. As they stared at the closed door, Sun Yuqing managed an awkward smile, glancing at the man beside her. Date, Yazan." He might have gone out to purchase coffee beans. You know how it is with small businesses. He has to handle everything himself, she explained with a sheepish grin. At that moment, Sun Yuqing felt a wave of regret wash over her. If given another chance, she would certainly refrain from asking Chen Feng to pose as her boyfriend. Who could have predicted that her Uncle Su would hold such a favorable impression of someone he had only met once? What had begun as mere admiration for Chen Feng's character and expertise in appraisal had escalated into a full-blown endorsement, piquing her father's interest to the extent that he insisted on meeting the young man. Despite her reservations, Sun Yuqing had reluctantly brought her father along. However, days had passed, and not only had they failed to converse, but they hadn't even caught a glimpse of Chen Feng. As the situation began to unravel, she hastily concocted an excuse. "Oh, is that so?" The middle-aged man regarded her with a knowing smile. "Has he been away for several days just to buy coffee beans? Surely, he isn't off to Africa for them." Well," Sun Yuqing stammered, her mind racing for a plausible explanation. But before she could formulate a response, her father's voice cut through once more. "Yuqing, do you think I'm a fool? Are you still trying to deceive me?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yuqing closed her eyes in despair. It was clear she had been found out, and her plans for this matchmaking endeavor were now in jeopardy. "Dad, actually did you have a quarrel with him?" Quarrel? Faced with her father's knowing expression, the words she had prepared to confess caught in her throat. Yes, you truly are remarkable, Dad, to have seen through my ruse," she replied, awkwardly flashing a thumbs up. Internally, she berated herself for overestimating her father's naivety, vowing never to make such a mistake again. Seeing his daughter, admiring demeanor. Sun Caishian couldn't help but wear a proud smile. He playfully ruffled her hair and chuckled. Thinking you could hide this from your old man? You still have much to learn. Now, since he is not around, I shall return another time. With that, he turned and walked toward the parking area. Sun Yuqing sighed in relief. Though the situation had been convoluted, the outcome was favorable. At least her deception hadn't been fully exposed. Oh, wait. Sun Caishian suddenly turned back, startling her again. Dad, do you still need something? Yuqing, you're not a child anymore. You must temper your temper and learn to be accommodating. You can't always expect others to bend to your will. I understand, she replied, and with a satisfied nod. Sun Caishian returned to the car, leaving with the driver. Phew! Sun Yuqing exhaled deeply, stealing one last glance at the closed CF door. Her frustration bubbling to the surface. That unscrupulous owner had taken her money and vanished without fulfilling his end of the bargain, leaving her to act in vain. When she next encountered him, she vowed to settle the score. Ashu, Ashu, Ashu. In the streets of the capital city, Gailki, Chen Feng emerged from the airport, sneezing thrice. The weather has turned quite chilly. I seem to have caught a cold, he murmured, rubbing his nose. At that moment, a small white head poked out from Chen Feng's embrace, surveying the surroundings with curiosity. We haven't reached our destination yet, little white. Please be patient a while longer. Chen Feng gently reassured the creature. Seemingly understanding, little white let out a couple of disgruntled chirps, but obediently nestled back into Chen Feng's arms. As night gradually enveloped the sky, Chen Feng sat quietly on the balcony of a luxurious hotel not far from the royal auction house, perusing the promotional poster for the event. After conversing with locals, he had gleaned some information about the royal auction, which was unlike any other. The name royal was not merely a title. The auction was entirely owned by the royal family of the Laurel Green Kingdom and catered exclusively to them, refusing service to outsiders. Even for a fee. This auction was held only once a month, on the 15th, with exorbitant ticket prices that still failed to meet demand. However, the target of Amia's commission, the ring known as the Gaze of Starlight, which once adorned the Russian queen, was to be auctioned off in 5 days. In other words, Chen Feng had a span of 5 days to execute his plan to obtain the ring, a timeline that seemed ample. The centerpiece of the auction, the Gaze of Starlight. Chen Feng mused aloud, glancing over the promotional material in his hand. He then turned his gaze to Little White, perched on a nearby railing, and softly spoke. It seems we shall have to rely on you once more. Sure. P.S. My sincerest apologies, dear friends. I had not anticipated that some of the methods for theft would be unclear. To facilitate understanding, I have included those techniques in the author's notes for your perusal. Furthermore, with such a dedicated author, wouldn't a small token of appreciation and a 5-star review be in order? Chapter 67. The auction venue on the afternoon of the following day. Chen Feng, having meticulously surveyed the terrain through a camera affixed to his companion, Xiaobai, finally ventured outside. After a modest meal, he took a taxi to his intended destination, the royal auction house of the kingdom of Luoqing. Although it was not the day of the auction, a considerable crowd had gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the doors to open. This was largely due to the fact that, during non-auction periods, anyone was permitted to enter for a tour, a clever form of promotion. The organizers of the auction, namely the royal family of Luoqing, had made it a practice to display images and details of the items to be auctioned 2 weeks in advance. While the actual items were not visible, many were still keen to partake in the viewing. Particularly noteworthy this time was the fervor ignited by Princess Amaya's father, His Majesty the King of Luoqing, who had announced that during the auction's final item, the Gaze of Starlight, he would select a suitor for his daughter from the assembled crowd. This revelation had stirred the enthusiasm of the entire nation, with many foreigners also arriving, hoping not only to win the affections of the esteemed unmarried lady, but also to catch a glimpse of the goddess renowned worldwide. At precisely 4 o'clock, the auction house doors swung open, unleashing the throngs that had been waiting outside. The scene quickly descended into chaos, requiring the intervention of dozens of royal guards to maintain order. Among the crowd, Chen Feng, clad in casual attire and sporting sunglasses, entered the venue. The most significant gathering of spectators was before the image of the Gaze of Starlight. Observing the exquisite and dazzling ring, reminiscent of celestial stars, An individual exclaimed, "What a beautiful little thing." This is the engagement ring presented by Tsar Vladimir I of Russia to his queen. Truly magnificent. This remark was met with immediate agreement, for it indeed embodied the affection of a king. Almost as an afterthought, the speaker added, "In just a few days. It will also bear witness to Princess Amaya's impending romance. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see how the princess will look wearing that ring. It will surely be breathtaking." Another voice chimed in. The conversation flowed in Lorqing, yet for Chen Feng, a master of global languages, the distinction between speaking Lorqing and Chinese was negligible. Maintaining a stoic expression, he discreetly withdrew from the crowd after glancing at the target information. As he strolled along the corridor lined with various exhibit images, he appeared to be admiring each display. However, the true thoughts occupying his mind remained known only to him. "Sir, entry is prohibited here." At the corridor's end, two security personnel from the royal auction house halted Chen Feng before the door leading to the main auction area, which was typically inaccessible to the public. This is my first visit. Could you kindly direct me to the restroom?" Chen Feng responded with a charming smile, his flawless Lorqing surprising the local guards. After regaining their composure, they indicated the direction. "That way, sir," one guard replied, adding, "Are you studying here? Your Lorqing is excellent." "Thank you. I'm merely visiting as a tourist," Chen Feng replied courteously. Following their directions, he made his way toward the restroom. Unbeknownst to the guards, while they conversed with Chen Feng, a minuscule device slipped through the door crack and into the auction area. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for exchanging a micro-surveillance robot 1, consuming system points 200. Inside the restroom, ignoring the system's notification, Chen Feng focused intently on operating the small robot to survey the surroundings. The auction house was vast, even larger than a small concert venue, capable of accommodating hundreds of bidders without issue. At the center stood a large, semicircular auction platform, separated from the audience by railings and glass. The considerable distance between the platform and the audience made it nearly impossible for anyone to seize the gaze of starlight during the auction. In front of the platform, there were over a dozen glass display cases, presumably housing the auction items, with thick, sturdy tempered glass and a well-secured auction stage. Coupled with a multitude of professional security personnel present during the auction, the risk of theft was virtually eliminated, quelling any conventional robbery methods in their infancy. As he surveyed the environment, Chen Feng contemplated deeply, his mind racing as a plan began to take shape. If traditional methods proved unfeasible, alternative approaches would need to be employed. After spending over an hour familiarizing himself with the internal layout, he finally departed the auction house. Upon returning to his hotel, Chen Feng sketched a simplified map of the terrain in his mind, marking key locations before finally putting down his pen. Satisfied with his work, he nodded and mused. Now, it is time to send out the invitations. As night quietly descended, Chen Feng's operations commenced. On the rooftop of the highest building adjacent to the royal auction house, a white figure appeared abruptly at the edge of the terrace. Perched atop the terrace wall, with one foot precariously dangling over the edge, the figure's white cloak billowed in the wind, evoking concern that a misstep could send them plummeting from the several-meter-high rooftop. Creak! The terrace door creaked open. A small girl, no more than 2 meters tall, clad in a nightgown, stepped out, looking somewhat groggy as she rubbed her eyes. Who are you? Why are you in my house?" Upon spotting Chen Feng, the girl instantly awoke, her innocent face alight with curiosity as she regarded the mysterious figure before her, pondering why he was on a rooftop. Chapter 68. I am merely here to deliver an invitation. Noticing the commotion behind him, Chen Feng slowly turned around. With a gentle leap, he descended from the wall, landing gracefully before the little girl. "I apologize for the intrusion. I am merely an uninvited magician, dear young lady." Chen Feng knelt slightly before her, a smile gracing his lips as he interlaced his thumb and middle finger, producing a sharp snap. In the next instant, a delicate white lily appeared in his hand, presented to the girl. The child blinked at Chen Feng, perhaps sensing his benign intent, and reached out to accept the lily. Just then, a voice echoed from the balcony door nearby. "Kylan, weren't you supposed to be stargazing? Who are you talking to?" As the words faded, a mature woman, elegantly dressed and resembling Amaya, stepped into view. Despite her lack of makeup, her exquisite features radiated beauty. "Mother, there's a brother here," little Kylan exclaimed, clutching the flower she had received from Chen Feng as she ran towards the door. "Silly child, there's no brother here." The woman's words faltered as she noticed Chen Feng standing to the side, her face reflecting a mix of astonishment and recognition. "The phantom thief kid. It is an honor to meet you, madam," Chen Feng replied with a slight bow, extending a white carnation towards her. "Your Majesty, Princess Kylan, what has transpired?" As if alerted by the commotion, two female attendants rushed forward. Upon seeing Chen Feng, they immediately became vigilant, positioning themselves protectively around Princess Kylan and Queen Fenica. "The phantom thief kid, what brings you here?" The attendant on the left, evidently familiar with Chen Feng, questioned him sharply. The other attendant regarded him with equal suspicion, ready to call for reinforcements at the slightest hint of danger. Simultaneously, they could not help but scorn the royal guards for their incompetence in allowing an intruder to infiltrate Claude Castle unnoticed. "Mother, he is not a bad person. He even gave me a flower," little Kylan interjected, sensing the tension in the air. "Do not speak, Kylan. Your mother is busy. We shall stargaze later." Queen Fenica gently stroked Kylan's head, speaking softly. Though she was unaware of why her mother and attendants were so anxious, Kylan nodded obediently, refraining from further comment. "Do not be alarmed, ladies. I am never impolite to women. I merely come to deliver an invitation." With that, Chen Feng reached into his cloak and produced a rose adorned with a small white card. It seemed the unusual presence on the terrace had finally been detected. Suddenly, the atmosphere below became chaotic. Lights flickered on in various places, and the stairway was filled with hurried footsteps and urgent voices. "It appears it is time for me to take my leave, Madame Fenica and Miss Kylan, until we meet again." As his words lingered in the air, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, swiftly obscuring his form. By the time security personnel rushed in moments later, only the rose with the invitation card remained, standing solitary. Clearing the crowd, Fenica stepped forward to retrieve the rose, glancing at the card. As the festivities commence, the 17th encounter symbolizing friendship within the circle. The starlight obscured by the moonlight, I shall appear to reclaim the gaze of the stars. Respectfully, the phantom thief kid. As was his custom, with the issuance of the invitation, Chen Feng had infiltrated the live broadcast system, inserting the pre-prepared invitation image into the stream. In an instant, the internet erupted with fervor, as numerous media outlets scrambled to publish reports. Merely a week has passed, and Chen Feng has issued another invitation, targeting the royal treasures of the Laurelin Kingdom. The auction features a ring, the gaze of the stars, as the grand finale. Chen Feng appears in the capital of Laurelin, Galiki. Yet another clash between the thief and the kingdom is set to unfold. Has the invincible thief finally met his match? The royal family of Laurelin declares their unyielding stance against any threats. The auction will proceed as scheduled. What on earth is happening, my dear Feng? Just after performing in a magic exchange organized by Amaya, he turned around only to find himself embroiled in a heist. It hardly seemed like a heist. Rumors suggested that the royal family of Laurelin had decided to auction the gaze of the stars to find a suitor for Amaya amidst the auction crowd, and it appeared she was quite resistant to the idea. Is that true? If so, I might have to start spreading rumors. Of course it's true, my friend. Amaya's father, the king of Laurelin, openly stated so in public. If that were the case, the situation certainly became intriguing. Meanwhile, upon hearing of Chen Feng's latest invitation, Su Huaxia quickly assembled her pursuit team and arrived at the capital of Laurelin, Galiki. After negotiations with the royal family, she successfully secured permission for her team to infiltrate the auction venue to thwart Chen Feng's plans, even aiming to apprehend him. Auction venue. In the surveillance room, Su Huaxia and her team were examining the surveillance footage from the auction over the past few days, seeking any suspicious figures. Unfortunately, after several viewings, they compiled a lengthy list of dubious individuals, yet upon closer inspection, all were dismissed after a cursory investigation. In summary, despite their diligent efforts, the pursuit team had come up empty-handed after an exhausting period of work. Ugh, Su Luoxue sighed, massaging her sore neck as she addressed her team. Let's take a break. At her instruction, the team paused their activities, stretching and rubbing their shoulders, visibly fatigued. At that moment, a team member entered, holding a stack of photocopied images. Captain, these are the new suspicious individuals compiled by Consultant Ouyang. I hope you can review them. Very well, hand them over. Su Luoxue accepted the stack, casually tossing it onto the table. The images scattered, and she paid little mind, continuing to work out the tension in her neck. However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon one particular image, rendering her unable to look away. The figure's silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Yazan. Su Luoxue narrowed her eyes, fixated on the image, unable to divert her attention. This piqued the curiosity of a nearby team member. Captain, do you recognize this person? Su Luoxue glanced at the individual, refraining from providing a definitive answer, offering instead a vague response. Perhaps I do. Chapter 69. Yazan? Chen Feng? Perhaps. Acquainted? The team members appeared somewhat perplexed, but it was evident that Su Luoxue had no intention of further clarifying matters for them. She directly picked up the photograph from the table and instructed Lu Yi, who was not far away. Lu Yi, please arrange for someone to investigate this person immediately. Understood. Captain, Lu Yi replied, taking the image into his possession. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was called back once more. Wait. Lu Yi, still wearing a puzzled expression, turned to see Su Luoxue's furrowed brow. Please look into another individual for me. His name is Yazan. He was in London recently, and I wish to ascertain his current whereabouts. Yazan. Lu Yi repeated the name, though he was confused. He remained diligent in his duties as a subordinate and refrained from asking further questions. As Lu Yi departed, Su Luoxue returned to her seat, taking out her phone to gaze at the contact labeled Yazan in her VX app. This was someone she had added at a CAF, intending to enjoy coffee at the end of her workday without delay. Occasionally, they would exchange pleasantries, and although they could not be considered confidants, Yazan was one of the few friends she had. However, at this moment, Su Luoxue narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, she decided against sending a message, locking her phone and reclining in her chair, her mind adrift. With the cooperation of the official representatives from the land of the setting sun and the royal family of the kingdom of Lorking, coupled with Chen Feng's lack of effort to conceal his whereabouts, Su Luoxue effortlessly uncovered Chen Feng's current location. Yet, instead of feeling elated, she was engulfed by dismay. She had obtained the last result she wished to see. Her scarce friend, Yazan, had flown to the capital of the kingdom of Lorking, Jerky, 2 days prior. In her office, as she reviewed the report from Lu Yi, Su Luoxue let out a deep sigh. Could it truly be you? She murmured to herself. After a moment's contemplation, she pulled out her phone and composed a message for Chen Feng. Later that evening, at the entrance of a bar in the heart of Jerky, a meticulously dressed Su Luoxue watted someone, clad in a tailored white blazer. Her figure was exquisitely accentuated, her lightly made-up face radiating an undeniable allure. Her lips a fiery red that captivated attention. Many passers-by noticed her, yet perhaps due to her striking appearance, most merely observed from a distance, hesitant to approach. There were exceptions, however. Emboldened by his friends, a young man finally mustered the courage to approach. Beautiful lady, are you here alone? May I buy you a drink? Su Luoxue glanced at him, her tone cool as she replied, Sorry, I am expecting someone. Undeterred, the young man attempted to continue the conversation, but, upon meeting Su Luoxue's frosty gaze, thought better of it and retreated. Less than a minute after the young man departed, another individual approached Su Luoxue. She frowned, ready to speak, when a rose was presented to her, followed by a gentle voice. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Miss Su. Hearing this voice, Su Luoxue's brow relaxed. Accepting the flower from Chen Feng, her enticing lips curled into a smile as she said, I haven't waited long at all. Your timing is impeccable. Chen Feng smiled in return. Madam, you look exceptionally lovely this evening. Thank you. Su Luoxue tossed her hair and moved closer to Chen Feng. Since we have known each other for quite some time, please just call me Luoxue. Understood. Chen Feng's brow slightly furrowed as he observed Su Luoxue. He keenly sensed something was different about her today, though he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Is something the matter? Su Luoxue stepped closer, linking her arm with his, prompting envy from onlookers. Not all. Chen Feng maintained his refined demeanor, his expression unchanged. The duo entered the bar, reaching the counter to order 2 cocktails. Su Luoxue took a delicate sip from her glass and casually inquired, "By the way, Yazin, what brings you to this part of the world? Surely, you aren't following Kid's announcement?" While subtly concealing her face with the glass, her eyes pierced through the gap, scrutinizing Chen Feng for any hint of deception. To her disappointment and relief, he exhibited no signs of abnormality, replying in a calm and ordinary manner. "Not quite. I was originally traveling in Western Europe. Upon hearing of the upcoming largest auction in Europe, I decided to take a look. I was surprised to find that thief had also arrived." Observing Chen Feng's smile, Su Luoxue nodded. In truth, she had already discovered that Yazin had arrived before the announcement was made. Thus, had he claimed to be there due to the announcement, she would have disregarded their friendship and taken action immediately. However, even though Chen Feng's response raised no immediate concerns, Su Luoxue's suspicions remained unabated, prompting her to continue probing him. Yet, Chen Feng had clearly prepared for such inquiries, providing answers that were impeccable. After an hour of conversation, Su Luoxue found no grounds for suspicion, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, the sound of her phone ringing broke through their dialogue. Upon seeing the contact name, Su Luoxue felt a twinge of guilt and glanced at Chen Feng, quickly covering the screen as she ended the call. "Why didn't you answer?" Chen Feng set down his cocktail and asked, looking at her with curiosity. "Just a nuisance call, probably about loans or advertisements. I blocked it." Su Luoxue replied with a slightly awkward smile. She then feigned nonchalance, glancing at her watch. "Oh dear, it's getting late. I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave." "In such a hurry?" Chen Feng feigned surprise. "Indeed." Su Luoxue smiled apologetically. Chen Feng shrugged, pretending to be regretful. "Very well. I shall not delay you, Captain Su. We shall have to meet again next time." "Youyist. Well then, I must be off. Until we meet again." Su Luoxue smiled, nodded, gathered her belongings, and turned to exit the bar. Chapter 70. The Doubts of Su Luoxue. As Su Luoxue departed, Chen Feng fell into a moment of contemplation, draining his cocktail in one swift motion before leaving the bar himself. Outside, in a narrow alley, a fully blacked-out van was parked, its interior equipped with an array of advanced surveillance technology, including listening devices, monitoring screens, and computers. The occupants of the van were none other than several members of the pursuit team, led by Lu Yi. With a creak, the van door swung open, revealing Su Luoxue's figure before the group. "Captain," Lu Yi and his companions greeted her. Su Luoxue took her place in the passenger seat and turned to Lu Yi in the back, inquiring, "What does the computer analysis indicate?" Lu Yi responded, "There are no issues. By standard measures, the facial recognition and voice analysis do not match Chen Feng, leading us to conclude it is likely not him." However, he paused. "Go on," prompted Su Luoxue. Lu Yi continued, "After all, Chen Feng is a master of disguise and voice alteration. It is entirely possible he could evade detection by our equipment." Su Luoxue remained silent for a moment, and the van fell into a temporary hush, no one daring to speak. Eventually, she reopened her eyes, leaned back in her seat, and stated understood. "Drive back to the bureau." At her command, the driver started the vehicle, ferrying them into the distance. Only after they had left did a young man emerge from the shadows of the corner. Who else could it be but Chen Feng? Observing the departing vehicle, he mused to himself, "Are they beginning to doubt me? Well, that works in my favor, as it will help to thoroughly separate my two identities." Simultaneously, the online community erupted in fervor over the content of the announcement letter. Across both domestic and Western European platforms, numerous individuals engaged in heated debates regarding the meaning of the phrase, "the 17th encounter representing friendship," within Chen Feng's letter. Some speculated that it indicated a familiar presence at the scene, suggesting a reunion with a friend. Others posited that it was a veiled reference to the timing of Chen Feng's actions. There were even claims that it was a tribute to a deceased friend, framed within the announcement. In the Pursuit Bureau, Huang Fuzhen and his colleagues endeavored to decipher the information contained within the letter. The 17th encounter representing friendship within the circle. The starlight obscured by moonlight What could it signify? Huang Fu-zhen pondered, stroking his stubble in confusion. The starlight was likely the target Chen Feng sought, stargaze. As for the phrase regarding moonlight, it probably referred to the method he intended to employ during the theft of stargaze. Given Chen Feng's habit of embedding specific times in his announcements, it could be surmised that the 17th encounter also denoted a precise moment. Yet what could that moment be? Huang Fu-zhen felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, the door to the room was flung open with a loud bang. Huang Fu-zhen frowned, ready to reprimand the intruder, but was silenced by the words that followed. "Captain, good news. Consultant Ouyang has deciphered the timing of Chen Feng's actions." Huh? Huang Fu-zhen, who had been on the verge of scolding, swallowed his words and turned eagerly toward the approaching team member. "Are you serious?" "Indeed." Consultant Ouyang merely glanced at the announcement and nearly unraveled it entirely. He stated that Chen Feng's specific action time is set for 6:32 p.m. on the day of the auction, urging us to prepare in advance soon. The hidden timing of Chen Feng's actions was publicly announced by the Pursuit Bureau, reaching the ears of all. The time of 6:32 p.m. was unremarkable, making it difficult for many to connect the 17th encounter with that particular moment. However, if one viewed a clock as a circle, after midnight, the minute hand and hour hand would meet 11 times in a 12-hour span, totaling 22 encounters in a day. The 17th encounter between the hour and minute hands coincidentally occurred at 6:32 p.m. Once revealed, this interpretation garnered widespread agreement, calming the previously contentious online debates. 2 days drifted by. During this time, while Huaxia occasionally probed Chen Feng, he deftly navigated her inquiries. Meanwhile, he covertly infiltrated the auction venue, meticulously observing the layout and refining his plans. On a night just after her return, Aimia was engrossed in work at her company's office. Although she was deeply concerned about Chen Feng's impending actions, she remained committed to her responsibilities, laboring from dawn till dusk. After signing a document, she turned to Mill and instructed, "Mill, please prepare me a cup of coffee, no sugar." "Certainly, Your Highness," Mill replied promptly, rising to fulfill her request. Once Mill had exited, Aimia resumed her tasks. A few minutes later, she noticed a shadow illuminated by the light approaching her desk. Confused, she slowly raised her head, only to find that it was none other than Mill, who had just left. "Me? What are you doing standing there?" Aimia inquired, puzzled. Noticing that Mill held no coffee, she felt a surge of irritation. "Mill, what's going on? Where's the coffee I requested?" But despite her questions, Mill remained silent, merely smiling at her, which only fueled Aimia's annoyance, her brows knitting together in frustration. Just as she was about to speak again, the door swung open. Another Mill, clad in work attire and holding a coffee cup, entered the room. "Your Highness, here is the coffee you requested." "Me?" Aimia's eyes widened in surprise. "You just came back from outside, so what is this?" As the words hung in the air, Aimia seemed to grasp the truth, slowly turning to the Mill standing before her, her expression transforming into one of delight. "Kid, Chapter 71. The upcoming auction. My apologies, Your Highness. I had no intention of deceiving you. However, your expression when you're angry is simply too captivating to interrupt," Chen Feng remarked as he gently lifted Amelia's hand from the table and placed a soft kiss upon it. This scene elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Mill's mouth from a distance. In her eyes, it appeared as though another version of herself was affectionately kissing Amelia's hand. Clearly, Amelia had also noticed this, as a hint of discomfort flashed across her exquisite face. "Could you perhaps change your visage before speaking to me? I find it somewhat disconcerting." A soft chuckle escaped Chen Feng's lips as he pinched the corner of his garment and, with a swift motion, transformed back into his white attire adorned with a high hat. With his hands clasped before him, he continued, "Miss Amelia, I have come to seek your assistance on a matter." Upon hearing his words, Amelia instantly withdrew her hand from Chen Feng's grasp, crossing her arms in front of her, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. "I knew it. You would never seek me out without a purpose. Madam, aside from you, I have never sought the company of any woman," Chen Feng replied, though he silently added in his mind, of course, under the guise of kid. Despite it being mere flattery, Amelia could not suppress a smile that tugged at her lips. "Now, that is more like it. Mid, who had just placed a coffee cup on the table, felt a pang of embarrassment. "Your Highness, is it truly that easy to please you?" she thought to herself. "And how may I assist you?" Amelia inquired, fixing her gaze on Chen Feng. With a mysterious smile, he replied, "It is quite simple. Though I wonder if Miss Amelia would be willing to assume the role of a phantom thief's assistant at a specific time." As time flowed, the day of the auction arrived. In the office of the Pursuit Bureau, Su Luoxue found herself staring at her VX chat interface, which bore the name Yazan in the notes. She raised her finger several times, intent on typing, only to abandon the effort repeatedly. She had come to realize that verifying whether Yazan was indeed Chen Feng was not as convoluted as she had initially thought. The simplest method was to invite Yazan to appear at the time indicated in Chen Feng's invitation. If he were to show up alongside Chen Feng, then his innocence would be assured. Conversely, if he declined, the matter would be settled once and for all. With a long exhale, Su Luoxue leaned back in her chair, releasing a deep sigh. Her gaze grew resolute as she prepared to send a message to Yazan. Just then, her phone chimed with a VX notification. It was a message from Yazan, inviting her to attend the royal auction that afternoon. As the clock struck 4, perhaps influenced by Chen Feng's invitation or the inherent allure of the auction, throngs of individuals were willing to purchase tickets, despite the exorbitant prices. At the entrance of the royal auction house of the Laurel Qing Kingdom, a long queue formed in anticipation of ticket validation. Su Luoxue found herself among them, clutching her auction ticket while anxiously scanning the crowd as if searching for something. At that moment, a figure emerged from the throng and approached her. "My apologies for my tardiness. There was a bit of a traffic jam," Chen Feng said, his tone apologetic. "No matter. We have ample time before the auction begins." "I just arrived myself," Su Luoxue replied with a smile, her heart finally at ease upon seeing him. In truth, she was eager to uncover Chen Feng's true identity, but did not wish to jeopardize their budding friendship. Nor did she want to be confronted with the notion that this friend she had known for 2 months was merely an alter ego of Chen Feng. However, it seemed that her worries had been unfounded. With a sigh of relief, Su Luoxue's smile brightened. "Shall we proceed to the ticket queue?" "Certainly." Chen Feng nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the end of the line, awaiting ticket validation. After half an hour of waiting, they successfully entered the venue. Inside, the audience had swelled to hundreds. Like spectators at a football match, over 1,000 individuals formed a large oval, seated in anticipation of the auction's commencement. At the front of the auction hall, nearly 100 seats were designated, each marked with a specific number. The individuals occupying these seats held up placards corresponding to their numbers, eagerly awaiting the bidding to commence. This was the true crowd of bidders. Seated in the front row of the audience, Chen Feng and Su Luoxue engaged in light conversation, sharing smiles and exchanging words intermittently. Su Luoxue appeared in good spirits, having alleviated her suspicions regarding Yazan's identity, which brought her considerable relief. Furthermore, the royal family of the Laurel Qing Kingdom had declined the Pursuit Bureau's request to oversee security at the event, sparing her the burden of dealing with Chen Feng for the time being. Thus, Su Luoxue felt particularly at ease that day. As they chatted casually, transitioning from domestic topics to international ones, from work to personal lives, Chen Feng exhibited an astonishing breadth of knowledge, leaving Su Luoxue a distinguished lady in the police force, in awe of his eloquence. Speaking of Yazan, Su Luoxue suddenly recalled, "I have a question that I've been meaning to ask you." "Oh, what question might that be?" Chen Feng inquired with a smile, taking a sip of water. "Do you remember our first meeting?" Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course. Your dog's leash snapped, and you chased after it all the way to my shop." "Yes, that very occasion," Su Luoxue affirmed, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at him. "I still cannot fathom why Lucky, who is typically quite the vocal one, was so docile in your presence, even more so than with me, his owner." Observing her curiosity, Chen Feng smiled and replied enigmatically, "A secret." "What?" Su Luoxue exclaimed, disappointment washing over her, though she was undeterred in her pursuit of an answer. "You must tell me. Do you possess some mythical ability to control beasts like in novels?" Regardless of her inquiries, Chen Feng maintained his serene smile, remaining tight-lipped. With a sigh of resignation, "Su Luoxue conceder defeat." "All right, stay here. I shall fetch us 2 bottles of water. Chen Feng responded, very well, and began to rise from his seat to head toward the exit. Seeing him prepare to leave, Su Luoxue felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, her earlier sense of relief dissipating. Wait, she called out, hastily reaching out to grasp the corner of his garment. Chen Feng turned, feigning confusion as he looked at her. What is it, Luoxue? Is there something else on your mind? Chapter 72. In action, what is it, Luoxue? Is there something else? Under Chen Feng's penetrating gaze, Su Luoxue appeared somewhat sheepish. She could hardly confess, I suspect you are a kid, and I wish to keep you within my line of sight. Noticing Su Luoxue's prolonged silence, Chen Feng reached out and gently ruffled her hair. You're not planning to be without me, are you? I consider you a friend. Do you wish to share my bed? He exaggeratedly tightened his clothes, feigning fear. You. Su Luoxue's face flushed crimson, and she reluctantly loosened her grip on Chen Feng's clothing. I merely noticed that there is less than an hour until the auction begins, and I'm concerned you might be delayed. Rest assured, I never fail to meet a lady's expectations, Chen Feng replied with a smile, before turning to leave as Su Luoxue watched him depart. It was only after he had gone that her smile gradually faded. After a brief moment of contemplation, she rose to follow him. Meanwhile, a woman entered the backstage of the auction. Miss Mill. Hello, Miss Mill. Miss Mill has returned from Huaxia, looking more beautiful than ever. In the backstage area, many greeted Mill, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Although her role as the assistant to the Grand Princess was not particularly distinguished, she was the sole confidant of the Grand Princess. After a brief conversation with the security personnel, Mill smoothly made her way to the manager's office in the back. Upon her arrival, the auction manager, Schliefer, expressed surprise. Miss Mill, what brings you here? Manager Schliefer, upon the Grand Princess's return to the country. She heard about the thief's notice and is quite concerned. She sent me to investigate, Mill replied in a calm tone, which immediately brought a smile to Schliefer's face. With the king having no sons, it was well known throughout the kingdom of Laurel that upon the king's passing, Grand Princess Amy Ia would be the most likely heir to the throne. Given the Grand Princess's keen interest in this auction, if Schliefer performed well, it could bode well for his future. Thinking this, Schliefer's smile broadened as he assured, Rest assured, Your Highness, our security is impeccable. Not only do we have a complete alarm system, but the royal guards will not allow anyone to act recklessly here. That is reassuring. I will report accurately to Her Highness. Mill nodded in response. With Schliefer wearing a sycophantic smile, he said, I appreciate your assistance, Miss Mill. Yes, Mill acknowledged, preparing to turn and leave. Just as she turned, a cylindrical object suddenly fell from her, landing on the floor with a jingling sound. Observing this, Schliefer wasted no time and quickly bent down to retrieve it. However, as his hand touched the small cylinder, a white mist erupted from it, enveloping him unexpectedly. Just as he intended to remove the cylinder, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Manager Schliefer? Manager Schliefer? Mill called out twice, and upon receiving no response, she confidently retrieved the small cylinder back in her bag, inwardly reflecting, I never imagined I would assist that thief one day. Applause erupted suddenly. Then, in casual attire, Chen Feng descended from the ventilation shaft above. Miss Mill, you truly possess remarkable potential as a thief. Mill rolled her eyes at Chen Feng's words, but did not respond. Unfazed, Chen Feng dragged Schliefer to a concealed corner and swiftly changed into his disguise. When he reappeared in the room, Chen Feng had completely transformed into Schliefer. Could this thief have stripped him of his clothing? Mill wickedly pondered as she observed Chen Feng's new appearance. As if sensing Mill's thoughts, Chen Feng spoke again, Madam. I do not engage in such activities. Cough. Mill cleared her throat awkwardly. You should hurry. Don't waste any more time. Chen Feng chuckled lightly, saying nothing further as he left the manager's office. Following the floor plan he had previously sketched out, Chen Feng effortlessly approached the vicinity of the vault. At that moment, the security personnel of the Kingdom of Laurel were busily unloading auction items from the vault. The exquisite items were placed in boxes, large and small, lined up in a row, surrounded by a dozen royal guards on high alert for any disturbances. Manager Schliefer. Upon seeing Chen Feng, the surrounding personnel stood to greet him. Chen Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Approaching a row of auction boxes, he slowly inquired, "Have you noticed anything unusual?" The head of security stepped forward immediately. "Rest assured, Mr. Schliefer, everything is normal. All auction items are secure." "That is good," Chen Feng nodded. He then moved closer, inspecting the items as if genuinely ensuring their safety. Chen Feng took it upon himself to lift the box containing the ring Starlight's gaze, addressing the crowd. "Let us proceed. We must not delay in bringing these items to the auction stage." "Huh?" The head of security looked bewildered. Manager, you're coming along too? Is that a problem?" Chen Feng shot a glance at him, retorting, No, of course not. Please go ahead." The head of security quickly denied, his face beaming with a smile. Internally, he wondered what had gotten into this typically lazy manager, who today seemed eager to take on work. Yet, there was no time to dwell on this, as Chen Feng had already moved forward with the box. The remaining personnel hastily followed suit to carry the rest of the boxes. On the other side, Su Luo Shui had been observing Yazan from around the corner for 10 minutes. She noticed that after claiming he would fetch water, Yazan had neither headed towards the vending machine nor sought out a store. Instead, he chose to sit on a step. He remained seated for a full 10 minutes. As the seconds ticked by, Su Luo Shui could no longer contain herself. She approached the steps and tapped Yazan's shoulder. "Yazan, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to buy water?" Before she could finish her sentence, the person turned to face her, revealing a face entirely different from Yazan's. A head of golden hair obscured by a hat, the individual wore headphones and looked at Su Luo Shui, uncertain of her intentions. Chapter 73. Preparations completed. Where is Yazan? What is happening now? Su Luo Shui appeared bewildered, as did the others who had been photographed, chattering in confusion. However, since they were speaking in Lorqing, Su Luo Shui understood not a single word. Rising to her feet, she quickly scanned the surroundings, attempting to locate the figure she had seen earlier, but to no avail. Reluctantly, she decided to return to the venue, her previously calmed heart now racing once more. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, disguised as the auction manager Schliefer, had arrived at the auction site, carrying a box and accompanied by a group of Lorqing security personnel to the auction stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, before you lies our auction item," he announced. "Let us begin with the first item, the longsword of the 16th century gallant knight, Sir Dis." As the enthusiastic host unveiled the first box, a longsword adorned with blue gemstones was slowly extracted and placed into a prepared glass display case. Applause erupted throughout the room. Following this, the second, third, and fourth items were presented in quick succession. Soon, it was time for the final item to be unveiled before Chen Feng. Although the host was somewhat surprised by the manager's personal appearance, he greeted everyone with a smile and declared, "This final auction item is, without a doubt, the one you have all been eagerly anticipating. The engagement ring Starlight gaze, gifted by the 10th century Russian king Vladimir I to his queen." As the host's words echoed, Chen Feng, still posing as the auction manager, gently opened the box he held. Instantly, a dazzling diamond ring, reminiscent of a star, appeared on the large screen in the auction hall. The atmosphere surged with excitement, applause and cheers filling the air. Many attendees displayed predatory glances, eagerly preparing to acquire this exquisite piece at any cost. If given the chance, they too wished to present this trinket to Princess Imea, just as King Vladimir had done. In Chen Feng's live streaming room, viewers expressed their confusion at the fervent atmosphere. "What is going on? Have these foreigners gone mad? It's just a ring. I too am baffled. I see nothing remarkable about this ring. Why the excitement? Surely it cannot be because it is Feng Shan's target this time? Indeed, you seem oblivious to the promotional information. Are you not aware that the king of Lorqing recently announced he would be seeking a husband for Princess Imea among the bidders for this ring? In other words, whoever secures this ring may very well become the husband of the aloof goddess, Imea. No wonder these foreigners are acting as if they've lost their minds. Who wouldn't be excited in such a case?" At the auction stage, Chen Feng had retrieved Starlight Gaze from a box, and, under the watchful eyes of both the audience and the live stream, began to move the ring toward the final empty glass cabinet. Just then, the lights in the venue suddenly went out. "What is happening? What's going on?" Could that thief be making a move? It shouldn't be. The time for the announcement hasn't arrived yet. Panic ensued, and Lorqing security personnel swiftly prepared to protect the exhibits. However, before they could take action, the lights flicker back on. What has occurred? The attendees exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the situation. Yet, to their relief, upon glancing back at the auction stage, they found all the items intact, safely stored in their glass cases, including the highly coveted Starlight Gaze. Meanwhile, Schläfer, who had placed the ring in the glass cabinet, had retreated to a distance of 2 meters away, his whereabouts now unclear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for redeeming a microprojector. System points consumed, 100. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Feng quietly rolled up his right sleeve and gradually left the auction stage. It appeared there had been a minor electrical issue. Perhaps the technician would find his salary deducted this month. To ease the tension, the host made a light-hearted joke, which elicited laughter from the crowd. After leaving the stage, Chen Feng chose not to linger and retraced his steps. As time passed, another 5 minutes slipped by, and, as the auction was about to commence, Su Luoxue could no longer remain seated. Though reluctant, she felt compelled to act, as Yazan's behavior was increasingly suspicious. She resolved to contact the prepared pursuit team outside to capture Yazan. With determination, Su Luoxue sighed deeply, then rose from her seat and moved to a secluded corner. Retrieving her phone from her pocket, she accessed her contacts, locating the number of Lu Yi, the team leader outside, and slowly pressed call. Just as she dialed, a hand unexpectedly rested on her shoulder from behind. Luoxue, what are you doing here? Startled by the sudden voice, Su Luoxue nearly dropped her phone. Turning around, she found Yazan, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, standing behind her, holding 2 unopened bottles of mineral water. At that moment, her phone connected, and a voice from the other end inquired, "Hello? Captain, how's it going? Are we moving now?" Chen Feng feigned curiosity, glancing at Su Luoxue's phone, adopting an expression of confusion. "Moving? What do you mean? Don't you have work to finish?" Seeing the perplexed look on his face, Su Luoxue panicked and hastily ended the call. No, wrong number. With an embarrassed smile, she quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, what is going on? Why did it take you so long to buy water?" Chen Feng had a ready explanation. "Oh, a lady outside twisted her ankle. So I helped her to the exit and called an ambulance, which is why it took a bit longer." Chapter 74. The True Kid? The False Kid? Su Luoxue let out a sigh of relief in her heart. A smile returned to her face as she approached and linked her arm with Chen Feng's. "Let's hurry back. The auction is about to commence." "All right." Chen Feng nodded with a smile. The two returned to their seats in the audience. As the clock struck 6, the host's voice resonated once more across the hall. "We sincerely thank everyone for attending. Our auction is now officially underway. First, let us present the first item for bidding, the Sword of the Knight of Dis. It was once wielded by..." The host's voice, amplified by the microphone, filled the entire venue. The history and value of the first auction item were thoroughly introduced. Now, the starting bid is set at 2 million euros, with increments no less than 50,000 euros. Let the bidding begin. 2 millions euros. 2,05 millions euros. 2 million euros. The bids came in rapid succession, and within 10 short minutes, the price soared above 5 million euros. With a decisive strike of the gavel, this centuries-old knight sword was ultimately sold for 5.85 million euros to a middle-aged collector. This scene left the audience in the live stream utterly astonished. Goodness, for just a broken sword, it's worth nearly 50 million renminbi? What do you know? That sword belonged to a renowned knight from the 16th century in Gaul. Its cultural value far surpasses its actual worth. I, however, am not concerned with any knight sword. I merely note that it is now 6:15 p.m. Western European time, and we are swiftly approaching the time indicated in Fengshen's notice. Oh no, I was so focused on that wretched sword that I completely forgot about this matter. I must act quickly. If I weren't eager to watch Fengshen's live stream, I would have gone to bed by now. The next auction item was an ivory-carved artifact, which after a series of bids was ultimately sold for a staggering 4 million euros. Then came the third and fourth items. As the fourth item was also declared sold with the gavel strike, The time reached 6:30 p.m. Western European time. At this moment, only 2 minutes remained until the 6:32 p.m. mark mentioned in Chen Feng's notice. The host and the auctioneer, on cue from an unknown individual, momentarily halted the auction. A dozen royal guards from the Lurking Kingdom took the stage, surrounding the glass case containing the Starlight Gaze ring, their expressions vigilant as they surveyed their surroundings. In the audience, Su Luoxue appeared visibly anxious, clutching Chen Feng's clothing tightly, as if bracing herself against his sudden disappearance, showing no signs of relaxation. Luoxue, you seem a bit excessively tense. Chen Feng's gentle voice reached her ears. Hearing his voice, Su Luoxue turned to glance at him, but ultimately said nothing, only smiling and shaking her head. 2 more minutes. Su Luoxue silently counted in her mind, her grip on Chen Feng's sleeve tightening unconsciously. Chen Feng remained unfazed, calmly twisting open a bottle of water and offering it to her. Have a sip. Su Luoxue nodded, but just as she brought the bottle to her lips, she hesitated for a moment and returned it. You drink it. I'm not thirsty. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Was she concerned that he might drug her? Her vigilance was quite strong. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. Taking a sip from the bottle himself, he casually cast a glance at the skylight above, choosing not to speak further. Tick-tock. The pendulum of an antique clock swayed back and forth, producing a rhythmic sound. The atmosphere was eerily silent, almost as if the venue, filled with thousands of spectators, was devoid of life, save for the sound of breathing. The barrage of comments in the live stream began to dwindle as everyone awaited the convergence of the 2 hands on the clock and the appearance of the elusive figure in white. Click! As the minute hand completed its segment, the long and short hands aligned perfectly. In that instant, as if guided by an unseen force, all the lights in the venue were extinguished simultaneously. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. However, the security chief on the auction stage displayed no signs of concern. Instead, he appeared composed as he picked up the walkie-talkie. Activate the second circuit now. After all, Chen Feng had made his move so many times. How could they not learn from experience? To counter Chen Feng, they had long established 2 independent circuits to prevent him from executing his plans. Chief, the second circuit is also unresponsive. The voice from the walkie-talkie brought a frown to the security chief's face, which had previously been calm and carefree. Repair it. Fix it immediately. We have backup power. Utilize it all. After a brief pause, the voice returned. We already tried everything at the first opportunity. All systems have failed. The security chief was left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this news. Before he could formulate a response, Chen Feng's voice resonated from the speakers surrounding the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the realm of magic. As his words fell, countless white doves soared from the rear of the audience, flapping their wings toward the ceiling. They swiftly formed a white circle, enveloping the skylight in the center. That is, kid. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the white figure standing before the skylight. Clad in that familiar white attire, his confident smile remained unyielding. Chen Feng, Su Luoxue murmured to herself, her grip on his clothing tightening once more. You're wrinkling my clothes, madam, came the familiar voice beside her. This time, Su Luoxue refrained from responding, simply smiling and silently releasing her grip. Yasuo, it's nothing now. Slowly, Su Luoxue raised her head, continuing to gaze at the figure before the skylight. Chen Feng was equally transfixed on that figure. He certainly could not perform a technique of duplication, but who said that figure had to be him? A smile curled at the corners of Chen Feng's mouth as he continued to look up. The kid at the skylight had one hand in his pocket and the other raised slightly. Another voice emerged from the venue's speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the magic performance is about to commence. Most of the audience members were already fans of Chen Feng, and upon hearing this announcement, the atmosphere in the venue became utterly uncontrollable. In an instant, shouts for Kid erupted, the volume so loud it felt as if it would lift the roof. Chapter 75. The performance concludes accompanied by Kid's fingers intertwined atop the skylight. He gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the lights within the room flickered back to life. No, to be precise, only a portion of them did. Several lights at the center of the ceiling ignited rapidly, swiftly radiating towards the edges. A dozen illuminated bulbs formed a crescent shape, wide in the middle, yet narrowing towards the ends. Is the starlight obscured by the moonlight? Su Luoxue echoed a phrase from Chen Feng's invitation. Is this the moonlight mentioned in the invitation? She had begun to surmise Kid's next move, yet felt powerless to intervene. As the illumination intensified, blinding the onlookers, the starlight encased within the glass cabinet grew increasingly ethereal. It seemed to vanish slowly under the moonlight's glow from the ceiling. The security captain momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure. Quick, open the glass cover. Stop him. Everyone to the skylight. Capture Kid. His furious shouts jolted those still reeling from the spectacle. Struggling against the harsh brightness from above, one of the royal guards encircling the glass cabinet hastily produced a key and inserted it into the lock, swiftly unlocking it. With a crisp sound, the lock clicked open. The surrounding royal guards scrambled to remove the glass cover, disregarding caution as they discarded it aside, reaching out to seize the vanishing starlight of the ring. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just as their hands approached the ring, the ethereal transformation was complete. It vanished into thin air before the eyes of several royal guards. How could this be? The security captain swallowed hard. The guards at the glass cabinet, still lingering where the starlight had once been, wore expressions of bewilderment. They exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for their next move. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged. I'm utterly numb at this point. I would even be surprised if Feng Shen suddenly transformed into a cartoon character. Is there truly no one who could decipher Feng Shen's methods? I wish to learn. Child, wait until you graduate from Hogwarts before seeking to learn magic from Feng Shen. A sound erupted from above. The crowd looked up to witness Kid prying open the skylight from the outside. This sight dispelled the last remnants of worry from Su Luoxue's heart. It was not Chen Feng's projection. It was the real person. Su Luoxue mused, her smile growing increasingly relaxed. In a blind spot of those below, Kid concealed his left hand behind his back, pressing a button. Chen Feng's voice soon echoed throughout the venue. Thank you all for attending. I shall take the gaze of starlight. Upon finishing, Kid raised his hand, and dozens of balloons surged in from the skylight, enveloping his figure. With a series of popping sounds, the white card, lifted by the balloons, descended, while the white silhouette that had once stood on the rooftop had already vanished without a trace. As foretold, I have accepted the gaze of starlight. Sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid. Phantom Thief Kid, the security captain, incensed, tore the card into shreds, inciting a wave of lamentation in the live stream. Do not allow my comments to overwhelm the entire broadcast. In the audience, Su Luoxue turned to the side, addressing Yazan. Shall we take our leave? Chen Feng feigned confusion. Leaving now? The auction isn't over yet. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Let us return another time. Next time, I'll treat you. Su Luoxue replied with a smile. Very well, I shall escort you. Indeed, that night, the king of the kingdom of Lord Qing, who was also Amaya's father, convened a press conference overnight. He denounced the World United Government's leniency towards the participants and angrily announced an additional reward of 500,000 euros, on top of the bounty from the World United Government's program. Merely providing a clue to Chen Feng's whereabouts would yield a handsome reward of 50,000 euros. This substantial bounty, combined with Chen Feng's extraordinary skills, catapulted him into the limelight as the next sensational thief since Vincenzo Peruggia, who stole the Mona Lisa in 1911. In a flash, Chen Feng's name reverberated across the globe like a bombshell. Countless media outlets clamored to report. 3 layers of defense could not deter Chen Feng? Is this truly something an ordinary person can achieve? The most enigmatic thief emerges. Who can thwart his next endeavor? A program unearths a genuine thief. Chen Feng, the epitome of a new century thief. Simultaneously, in the bustling district of Gyurki, within Amaya's private villa, her residence beyond the royal gathering place of Claude Fortress. This was her personal estate and favored dwelling. In Amaya's bedroom, a once tidy bed now lay occupied by a white suit. The suit was spread across the bed, the pants and jacket laid together as if a real person reclined upon it. Amaya stood in her chamber, gazing at the lifelike attire. biting her lip as she cautiously drew the curtains shut. She returned to the bed, slowly lying down beside the suit. Her slender fingers glided over the fabric, as though the suit were not merely cloth but a living being. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp sound of tapping on the glass echoed. Who is it? Amaya swiftly rose, pulling the covers over the suit, her gaze alert yet tinged with anticipation. A familiar voice drifted from outside the window, a thief from afar. Amaya's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly stood and pulled the curtains back. There, crouched before her, was a young man in a plaid shirt and a cap. Smiling at her, with a gentle creak, as the window was opened, Chen Feng leaped from the windowsill into the room. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Amaya. Upon entering, he placed his hands before him and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. By the way, your performance today was truly impeccable. Then, may I join you in becoming a phantom thief? Amaya stepped closer to Chen Feng, gazing into his eyes as she spoke. Chapter 76. Returning home? Chen Feng was momentarily taken aback. I was merely jesting. As a dignified princess, how could I ever entertain such notions? Amaya covered her mouth, laughing with a grace that belied a fleeting shadow of disappointment in her eyes, quickly concealed. Sensing her unvoiced sentiment, Chen Feng gently lifted Amaya's right hand, kneeling on one knee to bestow a soft kiss. From his bosom, he produced an exquisite gift box, slowly unveiling it, revealing a resplendent gem, the starlight gaze, the very ring they had stolen together mere hours before. This was, after all, the rightful property of her nation, now restored to its owner. Gazing at Chen Feng on the floor and the ring in his hand, Amaya half-jokingly remarked, I thought you were going to propose to me. This left Chen Feng momentarily speechless. Even a man who could effortlessly toy with countless individuals in public found himself at a loss for words in this moment. Perceiving his discomfort, Amaya sought to alleviate the tension, saying, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. She accepted the box from him, but kept it before him, hesitating before finally asking, could you help me put it on? Fearing it might be inappropriate, Amaya quickly added, if it's too much trouble, then never mind. As she attempted to reclaim the box, Chen Feng seized her wrist. It is my honor, he replied with a smile. Under Amaya's expectant gaze, he extracted the ring from the box, cradling her hand as he delicately slid the luminous star onto her middle finger. Absolutely beautiful, Your Highness, he remarked. Amaya met Chen Feng's gaze and softly said, Thank you, kid. Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, opting not to respond, but instead shifted the conversation to his purpose for being there. Lady, I believe it is time for me to reclaim my attire. Indeed, Amaya nodded, moving to the bed and lifting the covers to reveal a pristine white suit, neatly arranged. She handed the suit to Chen Feng, stating, Your clothing, returned to you. As he placed his hand upon the garment, it began to dissolve from the edges, replaced by a cascade of blooming roses before Amaya's eyes. As the suit vanished entirely, Chen Feng's hand transformed into countless rose petals, dissipating into the air. Seeing this, Amaya understood he was departing. Though reluctant, she refrained from stopping him, instead watching him calmly while softly calling out, Kid. Chen Feng looked up, their eyes locking in a moment of connection. Amaya smiled, in the not-so-distant future. We shall meet again. I look forward to our next encounter, Your Highness, Chen Feng replied, placing his other hand before him and bowing slightly. In the next instant, his form completely vanished, transforming into a flurry of rose petals that gently floated downwards. Gazing at the diamond ring on her finger, which sparkled like the stars, Amaya's smile blossomed even brighter. Bathed in the soft white moonlight streaming through the window, she gently removed the ring from her middle finger and placed it onto her ring finger. Now it feels just right, she murmured to herself. 3 days passed by leisurely. Despite King Laurel King's repeated proclamations regarding the bounty on Chen Feng, now reaching an unprecedented 800,000 euros, no one managed to capture him. Nonetheless, many sought to exploit the 50,000 euro reward for leads, but none provided useful information. Some even audaciously claimed that Chen Feng was one of their own and had already returned to their homeland. Such fraudulent attempts proliferated, prompting the irate king to cancel the reward and instead allocate an additional 200,000 euros to hire a professional detective team, determined to retrieve the starlight gaze. A national treasure of Laurel Ching. Yet, he would remain blissfully unaware for a long time that the ring had always been in his daughter's possession. 3 days later, in H City, Huaxia, the familiar CAF welcomed the morning light. Before Chen Feng could even hang the open sign, the door was rudely thrust open, and the mechanical cat at the entrance chimed. In stormed Sun Yuqing, visibly irate. "I say, boss, what is the meaning of this? You closed the shop without notice, leaving it shut for over a month. How irresponsible." "Madam, I am merely a coffee seller. You cannot hold me accountable even if you were with child," Chen Feng replied, setting down the mop with a hint of resignation. "Who else holding you accountable? Phew, you're the one who's pregnant." Sun Yuqing retorted angrily. "Forget it. I one tea stoop to your level. Just give me a mocha," she commanded. "Just a moment." Chen Feng approached the counter, expertly grinding fresh coffee beans, brewing, filtering, and concentrating the coffee, all in one fluid motion. Within half an hour, a fragrant cup of coffee was presented before Sun Yuqing. Eagerly, she lifted the cup, blowing gently on the steaming surface before taking a quick sip. "Ah, yes, this is the flavor," she exclaimed, reveling in the taste. Setting the cup back down, she inquired, "Hey, boss, where have you been? You've been gone so long." "Western Europe," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Western Europe?" Sun Yuqing's eyes lit up with excitement. "Kid was in Western Europe recently, too. Did you attend one of his performances? Did you see him?" "Well, I did see him at the royal auction in Laurel Ching," Chen Feng replied. "Wow," Sun Yuqing exclaimed, envy radiating from her. "I wish I could go to Western Europe to see Kid, but my dad won't allow me. I wonder when Kid will return." She cradled her face in her hands, looking dejected. Chen Feng merely smiled, choosing not to engage further. "By the way," Sun Yuqing suddenly seemed to remember something, adopting a mysterious tone. "Did you know? There are rumors that Kid might not be working alone. He might have an assistant, or even a whole team." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Feng maintained his gentle smile, appearing unaffected by the gossip. Chapter 77. An invitation from the Phantom Thief. "I am not entirely sure. I merely heard it from the members of our school's kid fan club," Sun Yuqing remarked while sipping her coffee. "Your school has a kid fan club?" Chen Feng keenly seized upon a particular phrase. "Is that so strange?" Sun Yuqing replied nonchalantly, as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. "Our school's kid fan club isn't particularly large, but you should see Jiangxing University. As Kid's alma mater, nearly half the female students there are part of the fan club." "Half of the female students?" Chen Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "Am I corrupting the younger generation?" After finishing her coffee and exchanging a few more words with Chen Feng, Sun Yuqing stood up to leave. As she approached the door, she seemed to recall something and abruptly turned to Chen Feng at the front desk. "Hey boss, my dad might come by soon. If he encounters a middle-aged man around 1.7 meters tall asking you about our relationship, please keep it under wraps." "Madam, I do not offer after-sale service, but I would gladly consider this matter as a new order," Chen Feng replied with his ever-gentle smile. Sun Yuqing's lips twitched as she silently cursed the cunning businessman before turning to exit the CF. The establishment soon returned to its previous tranquility. At the front desk, Chen Feng pondered deeply, stroking his chin. "An assistant? Perhaps I should truly find one." After the incident of stealing the gaze of the stars a few days prior, he had certainly felt the distinction between having an assistant and not. Although Amy, his current assistant, was not particularly professional, she had still been quite helpful. What if I sought a more experienced assistant? Chen Feng contemplated, and a name surfaced in his mind. A young man who, despite lacking experience, possessed far greater potential than Kaido Kuroba's assistant, Terai Kojiro. On that very day, in the otherwise silent live stream, where Chen Feng typically only announced previews, a distinctive message appeared. Invitation. On the night 2 days hence, with the emergence of the silver moonlight, a lovely lady is cordially invited to enjoy a cup of coffee priced at 100 yuan, though unable to afford the tip. Yours sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid. As the live stream's visuals shifted, the previously quiet room, with tens of thousands of bored viewers chatting, instantly fell silent. After a brief pause, countless onlookers, who had been lurking in the shadows, erupted in excitement. What? What did I just see? Feng Shun issued another preview? What's the target this time? Are you blind? This isn't a preview. It's clearly labeled as an invitation. Wait, really? What is going on? Has Feng Shun changed his ways? He is not stealing this time, but inviting guests instead? A coffee that costs 100 yuan, but no tip? What does that even mean? I don't understand. How can you comprehend it? It's baffling, and I don't get it either. This is my husband's invitation. Who knows where this address is? DM me. I'll give him 5,000. No way, sister. If you don't have money, don't act all high and mighty. Whoever knows the address, DM me. After I meet my husband, I'll give him 10,000. Everyone back off. I'll put down 20,000 and pay on the spot. In tandem with a lively scene within the live stream, media outlets both domestically and internationally clamored to report on the event. Who isn't aware of Chen Feng's soaring popularity? Just mentioning his name guarantees attention. Thus, the moment the live stream shifted, countless articles swiftly emerged online. Chen Feng issues a card again. Not a preview, but an invitation. Chen Feng's live stream showcases a card, not for theft, but for this kind of affair. An invitation from the Phantom Thief, who is the beautiful lady mentioned in Chen Feng's card. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, far away in Western Europe, the pursuit team convened promptly after Chen Feng released the invitation. Led by Su Huaxia, the three captains, Sun Luo, Zhang Chong, and Lu Yi, along with over a dozen key members, settled into the meeting room. The large screen at the front displayed the content of Chen Feng's newly released invitation. Silence enveloped the room as everyone furrowed their brows, contemplating whether this seemingly simple invitation concealed deeper secrets. After a protracted pause, Su Huaxia, seated at the forefront, finally stood and addressed the group. Let's share our thoughts. What do you believe Chen Feng's invitation signifies? As her voice faded, the members exchanged glances, none eager to speak first. Seeing this, Su Huaxia decided to prompt someone. Captain Zheng, why don't you start? Zhang Chong, upon being called, lifted his head, meeting Su Huaxia's unyielding gaze, and stood to speak. Captain, in my understanding of Chen Feng, he possesses an exceptionally high IQ and relishes in creating enigmas. Therefore, his words cannot be taken at face value. There must be profound meaning behind them. His words elicited nods of agreement from several members in the room. Indeed, this seemed like something Chen Feng would do. I concur with Captain Zheng. This invitation undoubtedly harbors hidden intricacies. We must remain vigilant. Absolutely. Listening to the discussion, Su Huaxia refrained from responding and turned her attention to Sun Luo. What are your thoughts, Captain Sun? Coughing lightly, Sun Luo rose. As the most seasoned captain among the pursuit team members, he commanded a certain respect. With his standing, the chatter in the room gradually quieted, and all eyes turned toward him. Captain, I believe we need not dissect every word. What he intends to do is secondary. Our priority should be to prepare defenses before he acts. Upon hearing Sun Luo's words, a supportive voice quickly chimed in. Exactly. Captain Sun is right. We shouldn't engage in any riddle solving. Our focus should be on prevention. However, a question arose. But how can we prepare when we know nothing? Are you foolish? Chen Feng is inviting someone for coffee. We could simply monitor every CAF. Are you out of your mind? How many CAFs are there in Gaoqi alone? Where do we find the manpower to watch them all? Exactly. Besides, how do you know where Chen Feng is right now? He might have already returned to the country. Chapter 78. A renewed confrontation between two thieves listening to the cacophony of discussions within the conference room. Su Huaxia wearily pinched the bridge of her nose. Facing an opponent like Chen Feng, she felt utterly drained. At times, she even contemplated resigning from her position. Yet, upon reflection, she always retracted that thought. Coffee, Su Huaxia murmured to herself, conjuring the image of someone brewing a delightful cup. She longed for a confidant to share her frustrations, but unfortunately, her only friend, Yazan, had returned to Hua country 3 days prior. Sighing softly, she rose and addressed the assembly. Silence. Her voice resonated clearly, and the previously raucous room fell silent. Captain Sun, Please contact the police station in Gyurki and inform them to alert us immediately should they spot any suspicious individuals. The rest of you, remain on standby. This meeting is adjourned. Meanwhile, in a shopping mall located in the east city of H City, Hua Country, a woman donned in a mask and sunglasses caught sight of a news report. 100 yuan for coffee, unable to afford the tip. 100 yuan, she muttered, a smile gradually curling at the corners of her lips as she turned and walked away. 2 swift days passed. Perhaps influenced by the invitation letter, the foot traffic in cafes surged in recent days, including Chen Feng's establishment. Although the pricing kept the clientele sparse, it was markedly livelier compared to before. As night fell, with the silver moon hanging high, Chen Feng leisurely read at the front counter. Occasionally, patrons entered, but most departed hastily upon glancing at the menu. A few affluent customers ordered a cup of coffee and settled into vacant seats, sipping while scanning their surroundings, seemingly in search of something. In a corner, disguised, Lin Qingyao leisurely sipped her coffee, her gaze flickering towards the front counter. Could it be him? Is Chen Feng truly bold enough to open a shop in such a bustling area? She pondered silently, her eyes fixed on him, yet she hesitated to approach, opting instead to observe further before deciding whether to make her presence known. Still quite cautious, Miss Lin, Chen Feng mused to himself, a smile gracing his lips as he stole a glance at Lin Qingyao from the corner of his eye before returning to his book. Indeed, Lin Qingyao was the most suitable candidate for his assistant at this juncture. The reasons were clear. First, her skills were commendable, as evidenced by her earlier exploits with the Moonlight Eye. Second, she was among the few competitors who successfully evaded the program's live tracking devices, indicating her capability. And third, and most crucially, Chen Feng required an astute female assistant to handle tasks he could not personally undertake, such as visiting female bathhouses. Time continued its relentless march. Customers came and went, but ultimately, more departed than arrived. While Chen Feng's coffee was exquisite, the steep prices deterred many. Patrons could manage a couple of cups during a brief stay, but prolonged visits at such rates were unsustainable. As the crowd dwindled, Lin Qingyao remained unperturbed, calmly savoring her coffee. When yet another patron exited, only Chen Feng and Lin Qingyao remained in the CAF. Noticing her reluctance to approach, Chen Feng chose not to rush the matter. Instead, he approached her table with a smile. "Say, miss, I am about to close for the night." Lin Qingyao lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Chen Feng's face for several seconds, perhaps due to the lack of discernible signs of disguise. She merely nodded and silently settled her bill before departing. Chen Feng did not pursue her nor reveal his identity, simply watching as she exited and vanished around the corner. He harbored no concerns that Lin Qingyao would leave without returning. Prior to issuing the invitations, he had leveraged his hacking skills to infiltrate the program's database once more. Through Lin Qingyao's profile and their brief interaction during the Moonlight Eye operation, he had gleaned a fair understanding of her character, leading him to believe she would not depart empty-handed. Of course, that was not the primary reason for his confidence. The key factor was that Chen Feng had discreetly affixed a tracking device to her during her moment of inattention, ensuring he could locate her with ease, regardless of where she might go. As night enveloped the world, the once bustling streets now bore only a few solitary figures. Chen Feng flipped the sign outside to indicate he was closed, secured the door, and ascended to the second floor to rest. In the early hours of the morning, the streets stood deserted, as if the entire world had succumbed to silence. Within the CAF on the second floor, a shadow stealthily descended from the rooftop, quietly landing on the balcony without alerting anyone. A pair of nearly imperceptible sounds echoed as the balcony door was gradually pushed open from the outside. The stillness was so profound that even the sound of leaves rustling in the wind outside seemed louder than the noises within. After closing the balcony door, Lin Qingyao tiptoed inside and gently opened the bedroom door, using the faint moonlight filtering through the curtain to observe the figure beneath the covers on the bed, a satisfied smile blossoming on her face. Retrieving a small device from her pocket, she unabashedly remarked, "A tracking device? Is the gentleman thief resorting to such rudimentary methods?" Her voice, though unintentional, resonated clearly in the tranquil environment. Yet, the figure on the bed appeared to be in a deep slumber, despite the volume of her words. There was no sign of awakening or any response. Lin Qingyao furrowed her brow slightly, unconvinced that the man who had previously bested her so easily would be caught off guard, completely defenseless in sleep. She cautiously approached the bed, her eyes scanning the surroundings alertly for any unforeseen developments. It seemed that her worries were unfounded. Even as she reached Chen Feng's bedside, nothing untoward occurred. He appeared to be genuinely unprepared for her nocturnal visit, completely at ease. Lin Qingyao felt a tinge of disappointment. Just as she extended her hand to nudge the figure awake, a gentle voice emanated from behind her. "Miss Lin Qingyao, it is quite impolite to intrude upon another's bedroom without permission, you know." Chapter 79. The Phantom Thief's Assistant. Miss Lin Qingyao. Trespassing into another's bedroom without permission is rather impolite, don't you think? As the voice resonated, Lin Qingyao, who was already on high alert, was taken aback. Her outstretched hand quickly retracted, and she retreated to the doorway as though facing an imminent threat. She twisted the doorknob only to discover that the bedroom door she had just opened was now inexplicably locked again. At that moment, the tightly drawn curtains of the bedroom were slowly drawn apart, revealing a figure perched on the windowsill. One leg rested casually on the ledge while the other hung down, and the silvery moonlight illuminated his profile, casting an almost sinister charm on his previously gentle smile. "We meet again, Miss Lin Qingyao." Chen Feng's lips parted slightly, his familiar voice reaching Lin Qingyao's ears. The room's lights flickered on, allowing Lin Qingyao to discern that the shadow on the bed was merely a figure crafted from blankets. Unlike her earlier cautious demeanor, having been caught, Lin Qingyao abandoned all pretense. She plopped down onto Chen Feng's bed, arms crossed defiantly, her gaze fixed on him. Had she known it would come to this, she would not have gone through such trouble. She had wasted so much effort to no avail. Observing Lin Qingyao's resignation, Chen Feng chuckled and stepped down from the windowsill to stand before her. "My lady, your performance today has indeed impressed me." As he spoke, a blue rose materialized in his hand, offered to Lin Qingyao. "Oof." Lin Qingyao snorted lightly, accepting the rose. "What do you want from me? Causing such a commotion to find me. Are you perhaps smitten with me?" She teased, hoping for some flicker of emotion to break through Chen Feng's ever-impassive facade. To her disappointment, he remained nonchalant, retrieving a stack of papers from a nearby drawer. 2 months ago, 3 days after your failed attempt to steal the gem Eye of Moonlight, you infiltrated the Eternal Jewelry store, incapacitating the staff and making off with gold jewelry valued at 300,000 RMB. A month and a half ago, you attended a small jewelry exhibition, evading security to steal a jade pendant worth 1.2 million. A month ago, at the largest auction in Mountain City, you attempted to pilfer a red jade qilin valued at 58 million, but failed and nearly got caught. And then there were incidents from 20 days ago, 13 days ago, and 5 days ago. Chen Feng enumerated each event with precision, detailing matters that even Lin Qingyao struggled to recall with such clarity. Looking up at Chen Feng, Lin Qingyao swallowed hard, her tone noticeably subdued. Why are you telling me this? Are you planning to arrest me?" In truth, any participant who has acquired illicit wealth is subject to a corresponding bounty from the program. For instance, Chen Feng's official bounty has been raised to 5 million renminbi, while Lin Qingyao's bounty is lower than Chen Feng's. Her multiple successful heists have still earned her a bounty of 800,000 RMB. With frugality, such a sum could sustain a person for a lifetime, provided they do not venture into entrepreneurship. Such a lucrative bounty inevitably attracts the attention of society's elite and various pursuit teams. Some contestants are even willing to capture participants from their own or other districts to claim the rewards. Such occurrences are not uncommon, so it is hardly surprising that Lin Qingyao harbored such suspicions. Seeing Chen Feng's silence, Lin Qingyao assumed her guess was correct. She reclined on the bed, surrendering. "Fine. If you want to catch me, go ahead. After all, you saved me before, so consider it my way of repaying you." As her words hung in the air, Lin Qingyao's eyes remained fixed on Chen Feng, yet he continued to offer no response, merely smiling at her. A new thought struck Lin Qingyao. Could it be? She sat up, gripping her clothes tightly, her expression one of indignation. Her lively eyes bore into Chen Feng, conveying her shock. I never imagined you were the sort of person. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as Chen Feng playfully tapped her on the head, interrupting her musings. What are you thinking? Ouch! Lin Qingyao winced, casting a resentful glance at Chen Feng. Why did you hit me? I never said I disagreed. Her gaze darted towards a certain area of Chen Feng, a playful smile creeping on her lips, the implication clear. Chen Feng's expression darkened as he playfully tapped her again. Ouch! What are you doing? That hurts. I never said you couldn't. Before she could finish, Lin Qingyao noticed Chen Feng's hand rising once more and wisely fell silent. Ahem. Chen Feng cleared his throat, producing the prepared papers. Take a look, my lady. Lin Qingyao, her expression a mixture of curiosity and surprise, accepted the papers from Chen Feng, glancing briefly. An assistant contract? You want me to be your assistant? Lin Qingyao exclaimed, astonished. She had casually spoken, but she was certainly not naive. Chen Feng's every move was always the talk of the town, attracting immense attention. Furthermore, his targets were consistently of exorbitant value, and his methods were notoriously audacious. The risks of being his assistant were evident. Sensing Lin Qingyao's apprehension, Chen Feng smiled reassuringly. Miss Lin Qingyao, do you not wish to hear about the compensation I offer? As Lin Qingyao regarded him with curiosity, Chen Feng flipped his left hand, revealing a gem, pure white with a hint of purple, set in an ornate purple-gold base. This is the Eye of Moonlight. Lin Qingyao's gaze was instantly captivated, her smile blossoming. How can I accept such a gift? Though she voiced her reluctance, her hand moved swiftly towards the gem. Yet, just before her fingers could touch it, Chen Feng swiftly withdrew the gem. Miss Lin Qingyao, how about you agree to be my assistant for a year in exchange for this? Chen Feng's gentle voice echoed once more in Lin Qingyao's ears. P.S. Tomorrow's update will be slightly delayed, my apologies. Chapter 80. Guest from London a year? Lin Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment. She was acutely aware of the value of the Moonlight Eye. Otherwise, she would not have chosen it as her target. If it could merely be acquired with a year as an assistant, without much hesitation, she declared, all right, I accept. Let us sign. Chen Feng retrieved the prepared formal contract from his drawer and presented it to Lin Qingyao. The document was in duplicate, bearing his signature and previously affixed fingerprints. It included all necessary details: date, parties involved, compensation, duration, and job responsibilities, forming a complete employment agreement. Lin Qingyao glanced over it briefly and, satisfied that there were no issues, swiftly penned her name. Handing the contract back to Chen Feng, she inquired, what do you need me to assist you with? With a slight smile, Chen Feng took the contract and replied, there is indeed something, but it is quite simple. What is it? Help me brew coffee. 2 days later, as Sun Yuqing habitually entered Chen Feng's CF, she was taken aback to find a tall woman grinding coffee beans. The woman appeared rather reluctant, mumbling to herself as she worked. What kind of boss is this? You promised an assistant, and here I am grinding coffee beans. Grind. I'll grind you to death. Even from several meters away, Sun Yuqing could sense the palpable resentment emanating from the worker. Approaching the counter, she found Chen Feng engrossed in a book. Boss, what's going on? Have you hired a staff member? With the meager profits of this place, can you afford to support both of you? Hearing her voice, Chen Feng slowly closed his book, still smiling. But the rest still you? ISNT there? I charge 180 for a cup of coffee, making 150 from you. If you drink 2 cups daily, I can manage. Upon hearing this, the smile on Sun Yuqing's face faltered. No, boss. At least give me a small lie. With this setup, I feel like a total fool. Chen Feng merely smiled in response, his expression conveying everything that needed to be said. Sun Yuqing rolled her eyes, but chose not to press further. I'll have a mocha half sweet. All right. Chen Feng nodded with a smile. He skillfully prepared the coffee using the freshly ground beans from Lin Qingyao. In no time, he presented a fragrant cup of coffee to her. Enjoy, he said as he placed the cup before her. Sun Yuqing took a gentle sip, and the familiar rich aroma blossomed in her mouth. "Boss, your skills deserve a larger establishment. If you priced it a bit lower, you'd undoubtedly thrive. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. I prefer a more leisurely pace," Chen Feng replied with a smile. This response did not surprise Sun Yuqing in the least, as she had brought it up numerous times before, only to receive the same result. She had even expressed her willingness to invest in expanding his business and creating a chain brand, but Chen Feng had declined each time, citing a lack of need for money and a fondness for tranquility. This reasoning left Sun Yuqing feeling helpless, and after 2 attempts at persuasion, she chose to relent. I wonder who kid's invitation was meant for. I visited 7 or 8 upscale CAFs last night and came up empty-handed." Sun Yuqing rested her chin on her hand, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly with a spoon, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Hearing this, Chen Feng glanced at Lin Qingyao, who was diligently grinding coffee at the front, and smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate. Once she finished her coffee, Sun Yuqing checked the time. "It's getting late. I have class this afternoon, so I'll take my leave." As she stood to leave, she paused, remembering something, and turned back to Chen Feng. "Oh, by the way, don't forget what I mentioned a couple of days ago." "Rest assured, madam, I have not forgotten," Chen Feng replied. With Sun Yuqing's departure, the CAF returned to its tranquil state. Lin Qingyao, who had been grinding coffee, approached with curiosity. "What was that about a couple of days ago? Did you strike a deal? Are you being sponsored?" Thud! Ouch! Lin Qingyao groaned, clutching her head in pain from yet another playful smack. "Keep talking nonsense, and I might just dock your wages." With that, Chen Feng turned away, his tone still gentle, yet the words left a chill in the worker's heart. "Capitalist dog." Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Lin Qingyao muttered under her breath. Yet, after the brief outburst, she resigned herself to continue her work. Meanwhile, at the international airport in H City, a throng of reporters awaited at the door of a private jet, microphones in hand, eagerly anticipating an event. Each one was poised, ready to pounce the moment the door swung open. With a subtle creak, the aircraft door slowly opened, igniting a surge of excitement among the journalists, who fixated on the entrance, eager for the esteemed guest to appear. For burly bodyguards descended first, forming a barrier between the reporters and the doorway. Shortly thereafter, a man in a black suit, around 30 years of age, emerged from the cabin. Without a moment's hesitation, the reporters rushed forward to interview the man. "Mr. Ron, what brings you to Hua country while the exhibition in London is still ongoing?" "Mr. Ron, it has been reported that Chen Feng impersonated you to steal the exhibit, the Crown of Corona. Is your visit related to that incident?" "Sir, there are rumors circulating that your trip to H City is to seek revenge on Kid. Is there any truth to this?" The barrage of questions flowed like a rapid-fire sequence, each reporter eager for a response from Mr. Ron. It was clear that without the imposing presence of the 4 bodyguards, this fervent crowd would have thrust their microphones directly into his face. Chapter 81. The Bet Everyone. "Please be quiet," Ron shouted, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the incessant inquiries of the reporters, proving utterly ineffective. "Everyone," Ron raised his voice again, managing to bring a slight hush to the frenzied crowd, although their eager gazes remained fixed upon him. It was only natural. After all, who did not know that Chen Feng was synonymous with buzz? Moreover, Ron had unwittingly aided Chen Feng in the theft of the Corona Crown, a fact that lent a certain intrigue to his presence, leading many to speculate that he had come seeking revenge. "What did that reporter friend of mine just ask?" Ron casually pointed to a reporter who was visibly eager, and amidst the envious glances of his peers, he quickly began, "Mr. Ron, may I inquire if your sudden visit to H City is due to the fact that Chen Feng previously toyed with you? Are you here to exact vengeance?" Faced with such pointed inquiries, Ron's female secretary turned pale, poised to interject, but Ron halted her with a gesture. Addressing the multitude of cameras and reporters, Ron slowly began. "That question is quite intriguing. I can clarify it for you. The reason for my visit is twofold. Firstly, my grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, wishes to host an exhibition in Huaxia. Secondly, it indeed pertains to Mr. Chen Feng." Upon hearing this, all the reporters erupted with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they looked at Ron. Stepping forward, Ron took a microphone from one of the reporters, unabashedly declaring, If Mr. Chen Feng is interested in the exhibits I have brought, he is most welcome to come and try them. However, should he fail, I hope that he will promptly return the Corona crown he previously stole. Private collector Leonardo's grandson, Ron, has arrived in H City's private exhibition today. Ron challenges Chen Feng to a wager. If he wins, he takes the exhibits. If he loses, he must return the still missing Corona crown. Does Chen Feng dare to accept? Shocking. To this day, the elusive phantom thief Kaido Kid, undefeated in 6 encounters, is challenged once again. Let's await Chen Feng's response. Countless reports surge to trending status, drawing numerous onlookers online. Wait, has this guy lost his mind? The show has been airing for months, and someone still wishes to challenge Feng Shen? Is he simply seeking to lose everything? Isn't this the same person who masqueraded as someone else during the Corona Crown incident? Indeed, it seems so. No wonder he traveled all the way from London. He must be desperate to reclaim his honor. Daring to challenge my husband? It's just another opportunity for him to embarrass himself. But something feels off about this. Ron's tone doesn't seem that of a reckless gambler. What if he is far more cunning than we suspect? Perhaps. As evening descended, in the office atop a tall building, Ron gazed at the ceaselessly increasing news alerts on his phone. He slowly set the device down, reclining in his chair with a stoic expression, seemingly lost in thought. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks broke the silence. Ron glanced toward the door and spoke. Is that you, Jenny? Come in. The door swung open, revealing his secretary, who approached with a steaming cup of coffee. Boss. Ron acknowledged to set the coffee down. All right. Jenny approached, placing the coffee on the table with care. Observing Ron, who was deep in contemplation, she hesitated before finally moving to his side. She placed her hands on either side of his temples, gently massaging. Is there something on your mind, Jenny? Ron asked, keeping his eyes shut, relishing the comfort. I. Jenny stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Seemingly impatient, Ron opened his eyes, capturing her hands that still lingered at his temples. Just say what you need to. Must we maintain such formality in our relationship? With Ron's encouragement, Jenny gathered her courage to voice her long-considered concern. Boss, do we really have to proceed this way? I can't shake the feeling that it's rather risky. Risky? A faint, bitter smile crossed Ron's handsome face before transforming into a resolute expression. I have no other choice. That old man has forced my hand. Beyond this, I see no alternative. But, Jenny attempted to interject, but Ron cut her off sharply. Jenny, do you know over a century ago, a gentleman once stated, when there is a 30% profit, one may take risks. With 100% profit, one may trample on their conscience. And with 300% profit, one may no longer fear the gallows. At this, Ron abruptly sat up, a glimmer of madness in his eyes. We have no retreat left. And what we are undertaking promises far more than 300% profit. Trust me, will you? Seeing Ron's fervor, Jenny swallowed hard, ultimately nodding in agreement, choosing not to voice further objections. Meanwhile, in a CAF, Lin Qingyao, having seen off the last patron of the day, flipped the sign at the door and secured it before returning inside. Turning around, she noticed her boss, Chen Feng, still engrossed in a book at the front desk, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Approaching the front desk, Lin Qingyao exclaimed, Boss, how can you still be reading? Someone is practically throwing a challenge at your face. I can hardly bear it, and you are giving no reaction. Shoo. Chen Feng silenced her with a finger to his lips. Madam, for a phantom thief, the most vital trait is to maintain a poker face. This is an area where you could improve. Lin Qingyao rolled her eyes in response. Fine. I need to improve. But can you at least tell me what your plan is? You can't remain completely unresponsive, can you? Chapter 82. Issues at the exhibition under the watchful gaze of Lin Qingyao. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously and said, There's no rush. Let's discuss it in a couple of days. A couple of days? Lin Qingyao was somewhat perplexed. However, Chen Feng seemed disinclined to elaborate further. With a mere smile, he set down the book in his hands and rose to ascend to the second floor. What a fellow who enjoys being enigmatic, Lin Qingyao silently critiqued. She refrained from inquiring further, tidied up the shop briefly, and then turned to leave for her rented apartment. 3 days passed leisurely. Although Chen Feng had yet to respond to the earlier wager proposed by Ron, the fervor online showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, fueled by the immense traffic that Chen Feng himself generated, the buzz only intensified, even securing a spot among the top 3 on the trending list. With the increasing popularity, some unsavory voices inevitably emerged. For instance, a certain blogger released a video claiming that Ron had come prepared, while Chen Feng's prolonged silence was a sign of cowardice. Moreover, an expert named Zheng remarked that Chen Feng could not escape the common flaw of a thief, which was a fear of light, preferring to cower in the shadows. In response to these blatant attempts to hitch a ride on the trending wave, netizens wasted no time in expressing their disdain, mercilessly criticizing the two until the comment section on a popular app was shut down due to the overwhelming negativity. In a bid to mitigate the backlash, both individuals hastily issued apologies, expressing regret for their attempts to garner attention. 3 days later, the exhibition hosted by Ron was set to commence. Due to Ron's prior initiation of the wager, the event attracted considerable interest. Numerous private collectors and antiquity enthusiasts were in attendance, alongside a throng of Chen Feng's fans who eagerly purchased tickets, hoping to catch a glimpse of that white-clad figure. The production team of the show Thief's Game astutely moved Chen Feng's live stream to the exhibition venue, further elevating the event's already considerable hype. At 5 p.m., the exhibition commenced punctually. Those with tickets swiftly flooded in after checking in. Meanwhile, a somewhat disguised Chen Feng mingled with the crowd and entered the venue. The moment he stepped inside, the sound of complaints reached his ears. What is going on? Is it typical for an exhibition to have ropes preventing people from getting closer than 2 meters to the glass cabinets? This is excessive security. Exactly. If you can't hold a proper exhibition, then why bother? Why come here and embarrass yourself? Listening to the crowd, Chen Feng casually scanned the venue. As the attendees had remarked, every exhibit was encircled by intercepting ropes. Additionally, numerous security personnel were stationed nearby to deter any attempts to breach the boundaries. Anyone who dared to cross the ropes was promptly stopped. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. It wasn't the stringent security that troubled him, but rather, during his brief inspection, he had spotted numerous forgeries. Indeed, forgeries, despite the exquisite craftsmanship of the textiles displayed within the glass cases, which were nearly indistinguishable from the originals. Chen Feng's keen appraisal skills allowed him to discern subtle flaws, to avoid misjudgment due to the distance. Chen Feng had even spent 500 system points to exchange for a skill enhancement card, elevating his appraisal skills from novice to intermediate. After scrutinizing the exhibits again, he confirmed his suspicions: forgeries, and quite a considerable number at that. Out of the several dozen exhibits he examined, nearly 1/3 were forgeries. However, due to the ropes keeping everyone 2 meters away and the barriers of the glass cases, as well as the exquisite craftsmanship, no one in attendance seemed to realize that there was anything amiss. The most anyone did was grumble about the unreasonable arrangements. If there had only been a handful of forgeries, it might have been plausible. After all, what collector hasn't been deceived or hasn't owned a counterfeit? Yet, with so many forgeries present, some of which Chen Feng had previously encountered at the exhibition in London, it was utterly impossible to assert that everything was above board. As Chen Feng pondered this, a voice rose from the crowd. "Mr. Ron has arrived." It was unclear who initiated the shout, but many turned their attention to a particular direction. There, clad in a deep yellow suit, Ron made his entrance, flanked by a throng of admirers. "Everyone!" Ron raised his hand as he approached a small raised platform, instantly capturing the attention of most attendees. "I'm delighted to see so many antiquity enthusiasts here to view my grandfather Leonardo's collection. I'm immensely grateful." As he spoke, Ron bowed deeply, his humble demeanor winning the favor of many. Yet, some remained unconvinced. What's with all this talk? No matter how much he says, we're still 2 meters away from the exhibits. What's the point of having an exhibition if you're so afraid of thieves? Exactly. Now, he comes here bowing and thanking us. How about removing the ropes instead? The murmurs in the crowd were not loud, but the quiet atmosphere allowed Ron to hear them clearly. However, he showed no sign of rebuttal and continued, "Of course, I understand that these security measures have affected many people's enjoyment of the exhibits. As an apology, I am willing to refund 70% of everyone's ticket price as compensation. A collective gasp arose. 70%. That meant most of the ticket price would be refunded. After compensating that 70%, the organizers would barely break even, let alone cover the time and manpower involved. Were these foreigners really here solely for charity? Just for the sake of cultural exchange and not for profit? A flurry of questions raced through the minds of the crowd, and those who had been complaining moments ago fell silent. Among them, Chen Feng pressed his lips together, a knowing smile gracing his features. A 70% refund on the ticket price, coupled with his earlier challenge and the abundance of forgeries present. The situation was beginning to take an intriguing turn, Mr. Ron. Everyone, Ron spoke again, and the venue fell silent, all eyes fixed on the generous host, eager for his next words. To further express my apologies, I will be adding an additional exhibit for your enjoyment. It is known as the Titan's Lament, reputed to be the largest ruby in the world. Chapter 83. The Titan's Grief. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The Titan's Grief. The largest ruby ever unearthed, shimmered with the exquisite hue of pigeon blood, its size comparable to that of a pebble, even exceeding the world-renowned sapphire, known as the heart of the ocean, by nearly double. Its worth is incalculable. 30 years ago, it fetched a staggering 6.9 million euros at a prestigious auction and has not been seen since. Now, it seems likely that the enigmatic collector who acquired the Titan's Grief 3 decades past is none other than Mr. Ron's grandfather, the venerable Leonardo. The current estimated value of this gem exceeds 300 million renminbi. Most notably, who does not know that Chen Feng has an affinity for precious stones? From the heart of the ocean to the moonlight's gaze, and subsequently the goddess's tears and the starlight stare. For invaluable gems have successively found their way into Chen Feng's possession, although 2 of these jewels have been returned. The whereabouts of the moonlight's gaze and the starlight's stare remain a mystery. Now, Ron's audacity in presenting the illustrious Titan's Grief is tantamount to inviting Chen Feng to steal it. Observing the crowd's reaction, Ron nodded in satisfaction. He had his own motives. Firstly, the adage "you can't catch wolves without letting go of the cubs" rang true. Chen Feng's silence over the past 3 days had left him somewhat anxious, prompting him to offer something of value to increase the allure. Secondly, and perhaps most crucially, even if Chen Feng were to steal the Titan's Grief, the United Government would reimburse them, leaving them out of pocket. What's not to like? Ron then delivered a brief speech, extolling the gem's value and expressing gratitude to the attendees. After concluding, he turned and exited the venue, leaving several staff members to carefully place the Titan's Grief into a pre-prepared glass display case. In the distance, Chen Feng joined the throng, casting a few glances at the Titan's Grief encased in glass. Confirming its authenticity, he made no further effort to linger and departed the venue. Upon returning to the CAF, Chen Feng pushed open the door to find Lin Qingyao idly passing time at the front desk and one other customer present. "Sula Shui, have you just returned from Europe?" Chen Feng smiled as he approached, naturally pulling out a chair to sit across from Su Luoxue. Lin Qingyao was taken aback by this scene. Earlier, upon seeing Su Luoxue enter, she had initially thought she had been discovered, fearing that the head of the pursuit team had come to apprehend her. Had she not noticed that Su Luoxue was alone and not in uniform, she might have fled at the first sight of her. Despite realizing this was a misunderstanding, she still had no intention of engaging Su Luoxue in conversation, responding only minimally to her inquiries. Much to her astonishment, the very person she wished to avoid was now conversing comfortably with Chen Feng, who appeared to be quite familiar with the head of the pursuit team. A thief befriending the beautiful captain intent on capturing him. Was this a scene from a film? Lin Qingyao swallowed hard and turned her gaze away from the pair. On Su Luoxue's side, upon Chen Feng's arrival, a smile graced her lips. "Yes, I just arrived this morning and came over after catching up on some sleep. It's been a while since I've had your coffee, which I have missed. Unfortunately, I came just as you were away, and it was your new staff member who prepared it for me." "Oh, really?" Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, glancing at Lin Qingyao at the front desk. "How did it taste?" "It was decent, but I prefer yours," Su Luoxue replied, taking a sip of her coffee with a smile. Their familiar exchange drew Lin Qingyao's attention once more. "By the way, what brings you back so suddenly?" Chen Feng inquired. Su Luoxua slowly set down her coffee cup, a hint of exasperation crossing her features. "What can I say? Someone here was bored and wanted to challenge Chen Feng to a wager. Knowing him, he will likely accept. What do you think?" "Perhaps," Chen Feng replied with a smile, offering a non-committal response that elicited an eye roll from Lin Qingyao nearby. Before long, Su Luoxua had finished her coffee and placed the empty cup before Chen Feng. "I wonder if Manager Yazan would be so kind as to refill my cup, considering our friendship?" "Of course," Chen Feng replied, retrieving a napkin from the nearby holder. With a playful glint in his eye, he placed the napkin over her coffee cup. "Take a look." Su Luoxua, puzzled, lifted the napkin. To her astonishment, the once empty cup was now brimming with steaming coffee, exuding an enticing aroma, as though freshly brewed. Taking a sip, she remarked, "Ah, still that familiar flavor. Rich and delightful." Setting the cup down, curiosity piqued, she asked, "Yazan, how did you achieve this?" With a snap of his fingers, Chen Feng presented a rose to Su Luoxua. "My apologies, Miss Su Luoxua, but one of the cardinal rules of magic is to never reveal the secrets behind a trick." Accepting the flower, she regarded Chen Feng thoughtfully. "Yazan, your demeanor easily evokes thoughts of a thief." "Oh, really? You must be referring to that notorious gentleman thief who is likewise skilled in magic." "I learned this trick from watching his performances," Chen Feng replied, his tone light. Su Luoxua chose not to press further, having once doubted Chen Feng's identity and nearly jeopardizing their friendship. Fortunately, the evidence had become clear. Her concerns were unfounded. After finishing 2 cups of coffee, Su Luoxua took her leave, realizing she was still adjusting to the time difference after returning home and needed to acclimate quickly in order to confront that thief in optimal conditions soon. As night fell swiftly, in Chen Feng's bedroom on the 2nd floor, he sat at his desk, illuminated by the soft glow of a lamp, fervently scribbling away. His pen danced across the paper, producing 1,000 characters with grace. After a considerable time, he finally set down his pen, surveying the fruits of his labor with satisfaction. A smile played upon his lips. "Mr. An, I trust you will appreciate this gift of mine. Additionally, I hope you have a pleasant dream tonight." "No, you will undoubtedly have a wonderful dream." "Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 84, The Inaugural Dream Incursion, a bonus chapter dedicated to I am for Raiden Shogun's dog. With gratitude for their generous contributions." Nightfall descended upon H City. Within the confines of Ron's temporary abode in China, he reclined on his bedchamber's mattress. Clad in sleepwear, his gaze was fixated on his mobile device, meticulously scrutinizing recent news and reports, his brow furrowed in evident concern. "Dearest, it is time to retire." A slender, alabaster arm reached across, obscuring the screen of Ron's mobile device. "Not now," Ron retorted, swiftly removing her arm from the screen, resuming his perusal. Jenny, rebuffed, wore a countenance of displeasure. "Now that we've committed, what purpose does your perpetual worry serve? Furthermore, it has been several days since we last." As she spoke, Jenny's hand traced a path along Ron's abdomen, only to be promptly intercepted. Ron regarded her, exhaling softly. "Be a dear, and see to your ablutions first, would you?" "Very well." Conceding to Ron's request, Jenny retracted her hand, yet still leaned in, her face drawing near. "Bestow a kiss, and I shall comply." "As you wish." Ron acquiesced with a sigh, planting a fleeting kiss upon Jenny's cheek before returning his attention to his mobile device. Following Jenny's departure, Ron extracted a small, azure pill from the bedside table's drawer. As he reached for water to ingest the medication, a sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him. 10 minutes later, Jenny emerged from her bath, buoyant and refreshed, only to discover Ron, who had moments before been engrossed in his mobile device, now slumped over, fast asleep. 2 azure pills lay scattered on the floor beside the bed, never to be consumed. Ding! Skill. Dream incursion successfully activated. Dreamscape weaving complete. The system's notification reverberated within Chen Feng's consciousness. In the subsequent moment, Chen Feng's eyes fluttered open. "Where am I?" "A private exhibition in London." A mere glance sufficed for Chen Feng to recognize his present location. the Leonardo private exhibition in London, the very site of his previous acquisition of the Solar Crown. Yet, in stark contrast to his prior visit, the exhibition hall was now eerily deserted, suggesting it was not during opening hours. October 25th, is it? It seems that on this day, Mr. Ron harbored some unresolved concerns. Chen Feng mused, observing the date inscribed on the wall. While the dream incursion's setting and temporal context are susceptible to his influence, they are predominantly shaped by the dream's host's own thoughts. In essence, everything here is a product of Ron's memories. As Chen Feng pondered, a voice echoed from afar. "Grandfather, why would you do such a thing? Do you even comprehend the implications of the agreement you signed?" From around a nearby corner, Ron's impassioned roar could be heard, directed at an elderly gentleman. None other than Leonardo, the private collector himself. Concealed in the shadows, Chen Feng surreptitiously observed the scene. Leonardo, his hair as white as snow, responded to his grandson's vehement outburst by removing his spectacles, gently massaging his weary eyes before uttering, "My boy, I apologize, but I was compelled to act. I know you well, and I'm also well acquainted with that woman, Jenny, at your side. In the event of my passing, you would lack the capacity to manage this estate. For your future, and for the sake of your future progeny, I had to." Before Leonardo could elaborate, Ron interjected, "So you entered into an agreement with the Private Collectors Association of Great Britain, entrusting all of your collection to their management, with a 50-50 split of the profits? Indeed, my boy, I am deeply sorry, but I extended opportunities to you more than once. Yet each time you fell short of expectations, incurring considerable losses." Leonardo paused, refraining from further elaboration. However, his meaning was unmistakable. "And what of me? What am I to do? I am your only grandson. I've been by your side for 20 years. And in the end, you cast me aside." Ron continued to bellow, but Leonardo had lost the will to argue. He simply shook his head and turned to depart. Ron, his countenance darkening, watched Leonardo's retreating figure. As if making a momentous decision, he turned and exited the scene, his face grim. Once both had vanished, Chen Feng emerged from his concealment. Oh, because his abilities were not recognized, he resolved to obtain what he believed was rightfully his through his own means? Chen Feng muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping across the array of artifacts within the hall. Many of these artifacts have been featured in the H-City exhibition. Clearly, Ron had pilfered a portion of the collection from the London exhibition hall and transported it to H-City. However, the distinction lay in the fact that the artifacts in this hall were almost entirely genuine, whereas the exhibits in H-City were comprised of one-third forgeries. Before Chen Feng could dwell further, the dreamscape began to crumble, only to swiftly reconstitute itself. The second layer of the dream had been initiated. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Feng found himself in a transformed environment. It was still an exhibition hall, but not the one in London. Rather, it was the H-City branch. The desolate hall was occupied by only two individuals, Ron and his secretary and paramour, Jenny. "Darling, all 7 regulators have been installed. Here is the controller," Jenny said, presenting a small device to Ron. Ron accepted the device, glancing at Jenny, and inquired, "May I test it now?" "Certainly. We have prepared 3 sets of replacements. So even if one malfunctions, we can readily substitute it." Ron nodded, then activated the switch, directing it toward the array of glass display cases. A faint sound accompanied the activation, and a cloud of white smoke billowed from the glass cases housing the 7 most prized artifacts. The glass shattered, and the smoke dissipated, revealing that the 7 artifacts had vanished without trace. "When that phantom thief kid arrives to steal the treasure, we shall activate this switch. Then, including his target, 8 exhibits will disappear simultaneously. Who would suspect that the other 7 were stolen?" Chapter 85. Target, the Titan's Lament. Listening to Jenny's words, Ron gradually relaxed from his previous state of tension. "Let us find someone to clean this place. We shall await the arrival of the illustrious Phantom Thief Kid." A satisfied smile graced Ron's lips, but as he turned to leave, he suddenly noticed a figure lurking at the corner. "Who is there?" Ron exclaimed in alarm, hastening towards the corner. There, he encountered a white-clad figure standing still, clutching a stack of papers filled with text. A mere glance revealed to Ron that these were the transaction records of the 7 items he had locked away in his safe. "Mr. Ron, it is an honor to meet you," Chen Feng said with a smile, placing his hand before him. "Phantom, thief kid." Ron's face darkened with dread. He had not anticipated that his scheme would be discovered even before it commenced. The very evidence of his dealings was now in Chen Feng's possession, leaving him both furious and astonished. "Please believe me, sir, we shall meet again under the moonlight in the near future. Of course, by then, I will also unveil the little secret you harbor within your heart." With this, Chen Feng gave a slight bow to Ron. Then, amidst Ron's murderous glare, he gradually faded away, transforming into countless white doves that scattered into the air. "Stop him. Don't let him escape." In a moment of panic, Ron sat up abruptly in bed, drenched in cold sweat and gasping for breath. "What's wrong?" Jenny, still drowsy from sleep, sat up, her blanket slipping away to reveal a generous expanse of skin. "And nothing." Ron swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from his brow, allowing his racing heart to calm slightly. At that moment, a soft, white arm wrapped around Ron's neck, and a gentle sensation emanated from his left side. "Did you have a nightmare?" "Yes," Ron admitted with a nod. "I dreamt that the phantom thief came. He knew our plan and had stolen the records of our prior dealings with the Central Asians." Jenny rolled her eyes at his response. "Darling, you've been far too anxious these days. Since we've made our choices, there's no need to dwell on them excessively, as it only serves to increase your worries without any benefit. Besides, our plan is foolproof, is it not?" Her soothing voice calmed Ron, who had been filled with terror just moments ago. However, this tranquility lasted only seconds. Remembering the dream, Ron quickly disentangled himself from Jenny's embrace and leapt from the bed. "No, those transaction records are like poison to us. I must burn them immediately." Ignoring Jenny's protests, he hastily dressed and left their quarters. He called for a driver and headed toward the exhibition hall. Upon arriving at the Grand Exhibition Building, Ron entered alone, taking the elevator to the top floor and rushing to his office. With great caution, he opened the safe and retrieved the transaction documents, 7 sheets in total, all inscribed in English, detailing the items, their prices, and the parties involved. These were agreements he had made with the Middle Eastern individuals, and only with these papers would those wretched Central Asians pay the remaining 30 of the payment. Yet at that moment, Ron was unconcerned with the money, even without it. He needed to obliterate this glaring flaw. After a quick glance through the documents to ensure he had the correct items, Ron decisively took out a lighter. Without a thought for the fact that he was still in his office, he ignited the papers. Watching the incriminating documents turn to ash brought him a sense of relief. After tidying up the remnants, he turned to leave, oblivious to the white dove outside his office window, equipped with a high-definition camera, diligently recording his every action. Meanwhile, in the CAF on the 2nd floor, Chen Feng watched the high-definition footage transmitted by Xiao Bai, which magnified the text on the papers Ron held. Satisfied, Chen Feng nodded and removed his headphones, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mr. Ron, it seems your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo's decision was indeed astute. You are rather endearingly foolish." The following day, when Ron returned to his office, he discovered an unexpected addition atop his previously immaculate desk, a small, white card. Invitation. When the sun's rays fade the day after tomorrow, and the midnight chimes resonate in the silence, I shall appear from the shadows to claim the gift from Titan. Yours sincerely, Phantom Thief Kid. An invitation? A gleam of joy illuminated Ron's face. His efforts had not been in vain. The Grand Ruby, the Titan's Lament, was finally attracting the attention of the elusive thief. Just as a smile began to form on his lips, Ron suddenly remembered something, feigning anger as he called out, "Come here." The security personnel stationed at the door promptly entered, but before they could inquire, Ron unleashed a barrage of reprimands upon them. Only then did they comprehend the situation as Ron slowly revealed the card from Chen Feng, realizing that the phantom thief had successfully evaded them, leaving behind the invitation in Ron's office. His target was none other than the precious Titan's Lament. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's live broadcast transformed into the contents of the invitation. In an instant, Chen Feng issues an invitation, aiming straight for the Grand Ruby, Titan's Lament. Chen Feng declares a challenge, issuing an invitation in the name of the thief towards Mr. Leonardo's prized possession, Titan's Lament. The thief, undefeated in 6 encounters, prepares to strike again. Will this endeavor proceed as smoothly as the last? The news rapidly surged to trending status. Unsurprisingly, public sentiment leaned overwhelmingly against Ron, with nearly everyone believing he had gone mad with the desire for vengeance, daring to challenge Chen Feng in Huaxia. Having proven his prowess, Chen Feng stood unassailable, while Ron was merely a foolish jester, emboldened by the backing of the united government. Chapter 86. Attention from Ouyang Muxue. How infuriating. They are utterly dismissing our pursuit team. Inside the CAF, Su Luoxue's face was flushed with anger. What is you so upset? Chen Feng approached, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee, setting it down before Su Luoxue with a gentle smile. Look, Su Luoxue thrust her phone towards him, indicating he should take a look. Chen Feng glanced at the screen, and a bemused smile crept onto his face. The content displayed a voting poll initiated by one of his fans on a popular platform. The question was straightforward. Will Kid's current operation succeed? Su Luoxue had voted definitely not, while a mere 1% shared her view. A staggering 99% believed he would undoubtedly succeed. The video had garnered millions of likes and thousands of comments. The most liked comment was succinct yet cutting. If those in the pursuit team truly had the capability to thwart Kid, he would not have succeeded 6 times without a single defeat. Seeing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle, pulling a chair to sit across from Su Luoxue. Is this why you're so upset? Of course. Look at what they're saying. This comment by someone named Invincible Tyrannosaurus. The pursuit team is a bunch of losers. What gives them the right to challenge Feng Shen? In this one, the only reason Feng Shen could fail is if his target is obliterated. Otherwise, how could a bunch of useless pursuers block Lord Kid? Su Luoxue read the comments one by one, her anger mounting with each line. Finally, she shut her phone with a decisive snap, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. Are these people insane? What is so appealing about this thief, Chen Feng? Some even elevate it to an art form. It's simply outrageous. Watching Su Luoxue's furious expression, Chen Feng found himself at a loss for words. Technically, he had only clashed with her pursuit team once, during the theft of the tears of the goddess. In the previous 3 encounters, either Su Luoxue had not been present, or she was not in command. In the recent 2 operations, during the Solar Crown mission, Su Luoxue was still in Asia, and during the Starlight Gaze mission, the royal family of Laurel King had denied the pursuit team's involvement. As a result, despite Su Luoxue's eagerness to confront Chen Feng again, she had yet to find an opportunity until now. Welcome, echoed the mechanical voice of a cat at the entrance. Chen Feng turned to see Ouyang Muxue, dressed in men's attire, entering. Upon noticing Chen Feng's gaze, she politely nodded before approaching Su Luoxue. Captain Su. Yes. Su Luoxue looked back at Ouyang Muxue. The exhibition has agreed to our involvement. Do you want to go check it out now? Okay, I understand. Su Luoxue nodded, taking a large sip of her coffee before rising to address Chen Feng. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. All right. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. As Su Luoxue turned to leave, she noticed that Ouyang Muxue had not followed. Curiously, she glanced back. Ouyang Muxue remained in her previous spot, scanning the CAF's interior with an expressionless demeanor. What is the matter, Muxue? Su Luoxue approached her with curiosity. Ouyang Muxue merely shook her head gently. Nothing, let us go. After taking a few steps, Ouyang Muxue halted again, turning to Chen Feng. Mr. Yazan, if you have time, I will come here to share a couple of cups of coffee with you. Always at your service, madam. Chen Feng maintained his warm smile, revealing no change in demeanor. After receiving his reply, Ouyang Muxue did not linger, turning to exit the CF alongside Su Luoxue. Once outside, as they got into the car, Su Luoxue voiced her curiosity. Muxue, did you sense something off about Yazan? Perhaps. Ouyang Muxue replied ambiguously. Please, if something is wrong, just say it. I do like to hear your thoughts. Su Luoxue looked at her with keen interest. After a brief hesitation, Ouyang Muxue spoke thoughtfully. Don't you find Mr. Yazan's demeanor a bit too unflappable? Whether in London or here, it seems nothing affects his expression. Su Luoxue, however, was somewhat unconcerned. After her earlier probing of Chen Feng, she felt quite reassured. What is wrong with that? Aren't you the same? It is precisely because he is like me that I find it peculiar. What do you mean? Ouyang Muxia narrowed her eyes, a hint of wariness surfacing. To quote my mentor, there are only two types of people who must vigilantly manage their expressions to prevent their true thoughts from leaking. Detectives pursuing thieves and the thieves themselves. Like that, mister. Chen Feng. Are you suggesting Yazan is Chen Feng? Su Luoxue exclaimed, her surprise quickly morphing into a composed smile. That's impossible. I suspected it before. But when Chen Feng stole the ring during the starlight gaze, Yazan was right beside me. So that simply cannot be true. Let us hope so. Ouyang Muxia offered no rebuttal, merely turning to gaze out the window, lost in thought. Meanwhile, back in his second-floor bedroom, Chen Feng slowly removed the earpiece connected to Su Luoxue's listening device. A competent detective? Quite the nuisance, indeed. Chen Feng mused to himself. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly time to get to work. In the evening, the exhibition was bustling with visitors, vibrant and lively. However, compared to the previous day, there were fewer burly security personnel, replaced instead by members of the pursuit team scattered throughout. Amidst the crowd, Lin Qingyao, who had recently undergone a brief training session with Chen Feng, strolled leisurely between the display cases. Occasionally, she paused to snap a few photos of the artifacts within the glass cabinets, seemingly engrossed in appreciating the craftsmanship. Chapter 87. Preparations for action. Lin Qingyao feigned interest in the exhibits around her as she gradually approached the display case housing the Titan's grief. Meanwhile, her eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of someone. Suddenly, she felt a hand resting on her shoulder, startling her. Just as she turned to see who it was, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Don't be alarmed, my lady. It's me." Upon hearing that voice, Lin Qingyao felt a wave of relief wash over her. She took a small step back and positioned herself beside Chen Feng, who was disguised as a student. Naturally, she linked her arm with his, portraying the image of a young couple. "You seem to have arrived a bit late, boss," she remarked, leaning against Chen Feng's arm as they walked forward. Speaking in hushed tones only they could hear, Chen Feng chuckled lightly in response. "Well, as you said, I'm the boss. I naturally have the privilege to be tardy." Lin Qingyao rolled her eyes at his response, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. "What are you planning to do?" Chen Feng glanced up at the central air conditioning unit on the ceiling, revealing a smile. "There's no rush. Today we are primarily here to appreciate the artwork." With that, he fell silent and strode ahead. Lin Qingyao, though somewhat puzzled, swallowed her questions considering Chen Feng's usual approach and quickened her pace to catch up. The area around the display case of Titan's grief was already teeming with people. Members of several pursuit teams stood guard among the crowd, their expressions vigilant as they clutched their walkie-talkies, seemingly prepared to respond to any unforeseen events. "What a stunning red gem!" someone exclaimed nearby. "Of course. It has been meticulously selected by Kid," came the immediate reply. "Only items that pass both value and aesthetic standards are worthy of Kid's attention. Indeed, our esteemed Kid is quite the connoisseur of beautiful gems." It appeared that the mere mention of Kid's name sparked endless chatter among the young women present. They animatedly discussed him, their voices a vibrant buzz. "You have quite a following among your female admirers," Lin Qingyao whispered to Chen Feng. He smiled but offered no response. "Mr. Ron has arrived." The crowd turned towards a certain direction. Dressed in formal attire, Ron was seen passing by accompanied by his secretary, Jenny, along with Su Luoxue, Ouyang Muxia, and several members of the pursuit team. Upon spotting Ron, reporters who had been waiting eagerly at the exhibition rushed forward, microphones in hand, only to be halted at a distance of over a meter by Ron's bodyguards and several pursuit team members. "Mr. Ron, there are rumors that you are at odds with your grandfather, Mr. Leonardo, and that this is why you left London for Huaxia. Is that true? Mr. Ron, what do you think about the widespread belief that you cannot compete with Chen Feng?" Mr. Ron, the reporters unleashed a barrage of questions, but Ron appeared indifferent, merely gesturing to his female secretary before turning to leave the venue. Mr. Ron, as he began to depart, the reporters, who were left behind, grew frantic, calling out his name in desperation. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press, may I have your attention, please? Jenny, her high heels clicking against the floor, stepped forward. My boss, Mr. Ron, has clearly stated regarding the notice Chen Feng issued that he will not allow anyone to take any exhibits from the exhibition. Furthermore, I would appreciate it if we could refrain from discussing Mr. Ron's family matters here. Thank you for your understanding. After her formal remarks, Jenny showed no intention of lingering and turned away, ignoring the reporter's pleas. We should be on our way, Chen Feng said softly to Lin Qingyao. Are we leaving already? Lin Qingyao replied, surprised. So you really came just to attend the exhibition? Seeing her incredulous expression, Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Fear not, my lady. I have accomplished what I needed to. Today was merely to familiarize you with the surroundings. With that, he turned and headed towards the exit of the exhibition. For this initial operation, Chen Feng intended to assign Lin Qingyao only simple tasks such as providing support, rather than involving her directly in the operation. Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Lin Qingyao snapped out of her daze and hurried to catch up. Later that evening, in Chen Feng's bedroom on the second floor of a CAF, the system notifications chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the skill hypnosis beginner, consuming 1,000 system points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have exchanged for a skill enhancement card X1, consuming 500 system points. Ding. Skill enhancement card used successfully. Hypnosis skill enhancement complete. Current proficiency, intermediate. As the system notifications echoed, Chen Feng found that more than half of his accumulated system points had vanished. However, he bore no regret. After all, money is meant to be spent, and system points were no different. At the window, gazing out at the dark world illuminated by the silvery moonlight, a smile crept onto Chen Feng's lips. His gaze drifted into the distance as he softly mused, let us anticipate tomorrow's performance, everyone. The following day, around noon, after completing a morning of work, Jenny visited a nearby CAF to enjoy a couple of cups of coffee for a much-needed boost. However, in the midst of her turn, a familiar figure appeared before her. Captain Su? What a coincidence. Are you here for coffee as well? Jenny greeted the person a short distance away politely. Indeed, Su Huaxia replied with a smile, approaching Jenny's table with a tray in hand. It's noon already. A cup of coffee is perfect to recharge before tackling that thief tonight. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Su. The two women engaged in casual conversation, creating a delightful sight within the CAF. However, due to the sparse clientele, no one approached to interrupt their chat. As they exchanged pleasantries, about 10 minutes later, Jenny, who had initially been lively, began to feel drowsy during their conversation. Sleepiness washed over her, and after struggling for just half a minute, she succumbed and laid her head on the table, slipping into a deep slumber. Chapter 88. The intruding phantom thief. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Luoxue revealed a faint smile. After declining the frantic offer of assistance from a CAF staff member, she simply stated that she was too fatigued before helping Jenny to her feet and departing. He was certainly not Su Luoxue, but rather the individual whom this secretary harbored intentions to manipulate. Chen Feng. However, since it was Ron and Miss Jenny who had plotted against him first, Chen Feng had no qualms about turning the tables on them. Finding a secluded corner, Chen Feng gazed at the drowsy yet semi-conscious Jenny, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. Leaning closer, his voice, laden with temptation, whispered into Jenny's ear. You are an assistant to a phantom thief. You must aid him in pilfering the exhibits at the exhibition. Your presence beside Ron is merely a guise for infiltration. As his words, enhanced by a moderate hypnosis skill, continued to permeate Jenny's consciousness, the frown on her brow gradually unfurled. Half an hour later, with a snap of his fingers, Jenny's once tightly shut eyes sprang open. The emotions within them shifted rapidly, transitioning from confusion and struggle to determination. She promptly stood and faced Chen Feng, addressing him with a simple, "Master, go." Chen Feng instructed softly. Jenny immediately understood, without a hint of doubt, and departed towards the exhibition. Observing Jenny's retreating figure, Chen Feng's smile broadened. Mr. Ron, I trust you will appreciate my little gift, haha. As time flowed by, nightfall swiftly approached. In just a few hours, it would be time for Chen Feng to set his plan into motion. For safety's sake, Su Luoxue suggested to Ron that the exhibition should temporarily cease operations that evening to prevent Chen Feng from blending in with the crowd. Although Ron's true intention was to have Chen Feng commit theft, thereby shifting the blame for the sold exhibits onto him, he acquiesced to Su Luoxue's proposal to suspend the evening's exhibition. Thus, within the venue, apart from Su Luoxue and a few dozen members of the pursuit team, there were virtually no others present. Even the security personnel Ron had brought were excluded at Su Luoxue's insistence, all to thwart any potential infiltration by Chen Feng. The arrangements for this precaution were meticulous and cautious. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Feng had already successfully infiltrated the venue under Jenny's cover and managed to incapacitate a member of the pursuit team, taking his place within the premises. At this moment, in Chen Feng's live streaming room, although it was not yet the time indicated in his announcement, millions had gathered to watch. The barrage of comments included not only a plethora of Chinese messages, but also numerous foreign languages, indicating that many international viewers were eagerly awaiting his stream. This wait is excruciating. My phone god insists on executing his plans in the dead of night, which severely disrupts my sleep. What can we do? No matter how astonishing Chen Feng's methods are, he remains a thief. Thieves thrive in darkness, just as a dog cannot change its nature. Upstairs, I must correct you. Phone God is not a thief, but a phantom thief. Exactly. How dare you label my husband a thief? Have you just gone online? Yes, sisters. Let us flood the DMs of this person who defamed Kid. A torrent of comments surged, overwhelming the screen in an instant. Perhaps even Chen Feng himself had not anticipated that one day he would amass such a fervent fanbase. Meanwhile, in a rental apartment in G City, a young man in his 20s slammed his hand on the table, fuming at the 99 private messages that had appeared in mere seconds. Damn it. Why are there so many delusional fans everywhere these days? Can I speak the truth? As time ticked away, shortly after 11 o'clock, Ron entered the venue with Jenny, joining Su Luoxue and others to guard the glass case, housing Titan's grief, prepared for any unforeseen incidents. However, this was merely a FAAD. In truth, Ron was feeling quite pleased with himself as he patted the controller in his pocket and glanced at the 7 glass cases positioned strategically around the venue. A smirk crept across his face. In just one more hour, his plan would come to fruition. His grandfather, that miserly old man, and that damn thief would never suspect that he would sell the genuine article and make the replica vanish under everyone's watchful gaze, leading everyone to believe that the thief had made off with all 8 exhibits. At that moment, even if the thief known as Kid had 10 mouths, he could not explain himself. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Ron's smile flourished, blissfully unaware that Jenny, his confidant, was regarding him with an expression of incredulity, as if to say, "You think you can outsmart the master? Dream on." Time continued its relentless march. Soon, more than half an hour had elapsed, and only minutes remained until Chen Feng's anticipated announcement. Everyone, remain vigilant. Su Luoxue's voice resonated throughout the venue. Almost all held their breath, on high alert for the sudden appearance of that elusive white figure. In this tense atmosphere, Ouyang Mushua, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Actually, that phantom thief has already infiltrated. What? Ouyang Mushua's unexpected statement caused the previously vigilant crowd to turn their attention toward her. Mushua, Su Luoxue began, but the confident smile on Ouyang Mushua's face silenced her, leaving her words unspoken. Amid the astonished gazes, Ouyang Mushu turned to face a particular direction and slowly declared, "Am I not correct, Captain Zheng? Or would it be more fitting to call you Phantom Thief Kid? Captain Zheng? Is he an imposter? Captain Zheng is Chen Feng? How is that possible?" Almost everyone was taken aback by Ouyang Mushua's revelation. The once quiet venue erupted into a cacophony of murmurs, as members of the pursuit team engaged in animated discussions, casting astonished and wary glances toward Zheng Chong, some even stealthily inching closer, as if preparing to apprehend their own captain. The tension in the atmosphere thickened. Chapter 89. The Clash Between Detective and Phantom Thief. Zheng Chong wore an expression of disbelief, observing the surrounding individuals who had assumed a defensive stance, his face a portrait of shock. "Miss Ouyang, have you misunderstood? How could I possibly be Chen Feng?" Zheng Chong attempted to protest, Yet Ouyang Muxiue was evidently not inclined to grant him further opportunity for discourse. She interjected directly. Are you curious about how I discovered your true identity? It's quite simple. At this juncture, Ouyang Muxiue retrieved a plastic bag from her pocket and tossed it onto the ground. The bag, unsealed, burst open upon impact, scattering its contents across the floor. What is this? Inquired Liu Yi, the leader of the third group, as he picked up one of the items, examining it closely. A small piece of black, triangular fabric. It seems somewhat familiar. Nearby, Sun Luo also picked one up, furrowing his brow. This is, he muttered, glancing down at the corner of his own clothing, and then, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed, This is the corner of our clothing. Upon hearing Sun Luo's words, the gathered crowd instinctively looked down at their own attire, soon realizing that the left corner of their garments had vanished without a trace. Ouyang Muxiue's technique was remarkably clever. She had employed scissors to cut at a subtle angle from the bottom upwards, the slope so gentle that it was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Phantom thief, you have lost. A rare smile graced Ouyang Muxiue's typically stoic face as she observed Zheng Chong, who remained in a state of confusion. Without further ado, Su Luoxue signaled to her team with a decisive wave. Advance. Wait, I'm truly Zheng. His protest was cut short as the prepared team members surged forward, swiftly pinning the bewildered kid beneath them. I'm really Zheng Chong. You have made a mistake. The pinned kid struggled in vain, but his efforts were futile. At Ouyang Muxiue's behest, two members of the capture team crouched beside the human pile and began to tear at Kid's face in an attempt to remove the so-called disguise. After a minute of frantic pulling, Zheng Chong's face was left reddened, yet the mask remained intact. How could this be? The two members exchanged incredulous glances. Observing the scene, Ouyang Muxiue furrowed her brow with concern. I am truly Zheng Chong. My work uniform was stolen while I was in the restroom. The clothes I am wearing are brand new, taken from the warehouse just an hour ago. Boom! Though Zheng Chong's voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the quiet atmosphere. The viewers in the live stream were nearly beside themselves with laughter. I can't believe I just heard that female detective's analysis. I thought Feng Shen was doomed this time. And yet, this is it? How dare you question Feng Shen's capabilities? I sentence you to transcribe the fan rules 10 times. Yes, I accept my punishment. But guys, am I the only one concerned for that poor captain? My husband is so handsome. Not yet, sister. Feng Shen hasn't appeared. Even so, he is still handsome. Returning to the exhibition hall, the crowd was momentarily stunned by Zheng Chong's words. But if Chen Feng did not disguise himself as Captain Zheng, then where is he now? Ouyang Muxiue's mind raced, a chill coursing through her veins. Oh no! In the next instant, a captivating voice resonated from a nearby window. Ladies and gentlemen, hearing the sound, everyone turned to see a team member, missing a corner of his work attire, standing boldly at the center of the exhibition, a smile playing on his lips. I am delighted that you could come to witness my live performance. As the words fell, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him, and his work attire vanished in an instant, replaced by the familiar white suit that everyone recognized. Beneath a monocle, his confident gaze appeared mocking to the members of the capture team. Chen Feng, Ouyang Muxiue clenched her teeth in frustration. Since the detective competition, she had never experienced such a significant blunder, especially in front of millions on a live broadcast. I sincerely apologize for playing a rather unkind prank on you, detective, Chen Feng said, placing his hand before him in a gentlemanly gesture, yet his smile was painfully conspicuous in the current context. Seize him, Su Luoxue Wuiflikemandith. And the group of team members who had just been assaulting Zheng Chong pivoted towards Chen Feng, charging in his direction. With a snap of his fingers, Chen Feng stood his ground, a crisp sound echoing through the air. In the next moment, countless petals erupted from the air conditioning vents, cascading downwards to create an indoor shower of blossoms. Just then the clock struck midnight. Almost everyone recognized this as the prelude to Chen Feng's move. Including Ouyang Muxiue and Su Luoxue, the capture team members quickly split into two factions. One group shielded Chen Feng from the glass display cases, while the other lunged towards him. At that moment, Ron, who had been silent, suddenly bore a smile. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Ron swiftly thrust his hand into his pocket, decisively pressing the button he had tested multiple times. But in the next moment, his smile faltered. The 7 traps he had meticulously arranged around the display cases malfunctioned simultaneously. Ron stared in disbelief, continuing to press the button in his pocket. Yet, regrettably, until the last pedal had floated to the ground, the traps remained dormant. Realizing the opportunity had slipped away, Ron begrudgingly withdrew his hand from his pocket, his expression darkening. He turned his gaze back to the scene, where the team members pursuing Chen Feng had predictably missed their mark, while those guarding Titan S-Wrath. Wait, where's Titan S-Wrath? Gazing at the empty glass case, the crowd stood in stunned silence, Ouyang Muxue especially incredulous. She had been intently watching Chen Feng, convinced he could not have crossed the distance in such a brief span to access the glass case and retrieve Titan S-Wrath. But now, right here, a female voice rang out from not far away, instantly capturing everyone's attention. P.S. A heartfelt thank you to all the supporters of this book. With your presence, this story shall never cease. Chapter 90. Chen Feng's gift. The crowd quickly turned towards the sound, spotting Jenny, who had been standing with Su, Huaxia, and others, now inexplicably positioned by the floor-to-ceiling window. Beside her stood Chen Feng, clad in white, and in her hand was the recently vanished ruby, the Titan's grief. The audience in the live stream was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Was Feng Shen's spy among them? Or was this a direct infiltration? Surely not, one might think. Hadn't they watched too many spy movies? It seemed more likely that this was merely one of Chen Feng's assistants in disguise. I concur with the previous sentiment. This individual is most likely an assistant of Feng Shen. Perhaps. Jenny? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Jenny, standing next to Chen Feng. At that moment, he felt a wave of jealousy wash over him. Had Jenny betrayed him? This thought was quickly dismissed. Jenny had always shown unwavering loyalty and would never turn against him. Thus, only one conclusion remained. Where have you hidden the real Jenny? Ron shouted furiously, attempting to charge at Chen Feng, but was forcibly restrained by a member of the pursuit team. Chen Feng chuckled softly, extending his hand to accept the Titan's grief from Jenny, lifting his gaze towards Ron. It seems Mr. Ron desires his true girlfriend, which I can certainly accommodate. As the weight of Ron's murderous glare bore down on him, Chen Feng slowly raised his right hand, presenting it before the dazed Jenny. Snap! A resounding finger snap echoed through the air. Instantly, the previously vacant expression on Jenny's face began to fade. Where is this? The exhibition? Wasn't I just having coffee? How did I end up here? Jenny surveyed her surroundings, utterly perplexed. But soon, her attention was drawn to the figure in white. Wait. Kaido Kid. Her eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling with surprise. Thank you very much for your assistance, Ms. Jenny. As for this gemstone, I shall gladly accept it, Chen Feng said with a smile. The red gemstone gleamed under the lighting, a mockery to all present. The Titan's grief? Jenny was momentarily stunned, her gaze darting across the other exhibits. Upon noticing that the 7 glass cases containing fakes remained intact, her brow furrowed in realization. She was not foolish. This meant that her and Ron's plan had utterly failed. In that case, the bait, the Titan's grief, could not be relinquished. With this thought, Jenny suddenly sprang into action, lunging towards Chen Feng. However, just as her fingers were about to brush against his clothing, a cloud of white smoke erupted from his form, and he vanished before her eyes. Such rudeness, madam. A light chuckle wafted from distance. As the smoke dissipated, the crowd could once again make out Chen Feng, now positioned in the middle of the venue at an unexpectedly open floor-to-ceiling window. The evening breeze rushed in, stirring his white cloak as he stood half outside. Turning to face the crowd, a confident and charming smile adorned his face. Detective Ouyang, along with the members of the pursuit team, allow me to share something with you. Under the watchful gaze of all, Chen Feng boldly turned to confront them, uttering a famous line from Kaido Kuroba. If the phantom thief is a skilled artist of theft, a creative genius, then the detective is merely a nitpicker, at best a mere critic. With those words, Chen Feng left a card as a parting gesture. Then, he gracefully leaped outward, his body soaring through the window. Simultaneously, a glider, controlled by a person, swept across the horizon. Upon spotting the glider, Chen Feng swiftly drew a playing card gun from his pocket and pulled the trigger towards it. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as a rope shot from the barrel, skillfully securing itself to the glider, which began to carry him away. At the same time, he retrieved a small controller from his pocket and, locking eyes with the attendees through the window, pressed a button slowly. Moments latte. A voice emanated from the speakers he had set up within the venue. Mr. Ron, in these final moments, I present you with one last gift. I hope it pleases you. As Chen Feng's voice echoed, the previously deactivated air conditioning whirred back to life, releasing a flurry of sharply captured, strategically angled photographs from events, which scattered throughout the Exhibitio Chapter 91, second season of Thief Game. As a former police officer, Huaxia could not hastily conclude Ron's guilt based solely on a few photographs of Chen Feng. However, verifying the authenticity of the matter was a straightforward task. It merely required inspecting the glass display cases mentioned in Chen Feng's notes and having specialists authenticate the 7 exhibited items. With Huaxia's directive, the majority of the officers present, already part of the pursuit team, demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Under Ron's dark scowl, they swiftly secured the scene and safeguarded the glass display cases, prohibiting anyone from approaching. They promptly arranged for professionals to examine the display cases and their contents. The following day, a flurry of reports surged to the trending topics. Mr. Ron, the grandson of private collector Mr. Leonardo and head of the Chinese branch, embezzled and sold 7 precious exhibits. Calculation and countercalculation. Chen Feng's successful heist of the Grand Ruby. Titan's Lament. Chen Feng's appraisal. The phantom thief is the true artist, while the detective merely a critic. Each article was met with a plethora of comments from netizens. The phrase describing the dexterous thief as an artist was particularly fitting for the enigmatic Chen Feng. Did you catch Chen Feng's live stream yesterday? I still can't fathom how he managed to manipulate Ron's secretary to assist him. Could it be the legendary art of soul control? Nonsense. Have you been reading too many novels? Please enlighten me. I believe it was hypnosis, perhaps, where one influences another's thoughts through verbal or physical cues, resulting in confusion. There are precedents in medicine, yet to find a hypnotist capable of achieving Chen Feng's level is an exceedingly rare feat. Goodness, how astonishing. It seems I have much to learn about Chen Feng. The online discussions among netizens remained fervent. Meanwhile, the events transpiring here quickly reached the shores of the Sunless Kingdom, causing the elderly Mr. Leonardo to appear a decade older upon receiving the news. That night, he sat alone in his office until the early hours, ultimately convening a press conference at dawn to announce that he would not pursue legal action against Ron. This declaration ignited another wave of heated debate online. The public opinion in the Sunless Kingdom became sharply divided. One faction expressed understanding, noting that Ron was Mr. Leonardo's own grandson. Even the fiercest of beasts often refrains from harming their kin, making the old man's decision justifiable. Conversely, another faction vehemently disagreed, asserting that regardless of the collector, the artifacts remained within the Sunless Kingdom. Ron's sale of the 7 treasures to Central Asians was seen as a betrayal of national interests. Nevertheless, with Mr. Leonardo's decision to refrain from prosecution, Ron, who should have been imprisoned, was released. However, he could no longer bear to return home, let alone remain in China. After arranging for the remaining artifacts to be sent back to London, Ron and Jenny boarded a flight to America, never to return to London. Of course, none of this bore much significance to Chen Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stealing Titan's Lament. Reward: Phantom Thief Kid Card Fusion Degree increased by 5. System points 500, current card fusion degree 75. In the CAF's second floor bedroom, Chen Feng admired the ruby he had stolen the previous day, Titan's Lament, under the soft glow of the lights. Upon hearing the system's notification, he couldn't help but exclaim, 75% already. How swift. Although he was unaware of the benefits awaiting him at 100% fusion, he sensed that the advantages were undoubtedly profound. gazing at the round moon outside. He continued to appreciate the gem for a while longer before gently putting it away. In the ensuing period, Chen Feng chose to take a break, refraining from further heists. His days were filled with managing the CAF, brewing coffee, caring for his pet bunny, and imparting knowledge to his assistant, ensuring she would be better equipped to assist him in future endeavors. Thus, more than a month passed leisurely. During this time, he returned the diadem crown he had previously stolen, but kept the Ruby Titan's Lament as a trophy from his wager against Ron's exhibition. Notably, during this period, the detective Ouyang Muxue frequented Chen Feng's CAF, becoming yet another regular patron. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's live stream gradually lost its fervor due to his prolonged absence. From an initial audience of millions, the numbers dwindled, with only a few tens of thousands still visiting his empty live stream daily. A month and a half later, the show Thief Game announced it had been airing for 6 months. The participants had mostly been apprehended by the pursuit teams, with only a handful remaining, fewer than 1% of the original count, rendering the extensive pursuit teams unnecessary. Therefore, after careful deliberation, the World United Government's program team made a significant decision to launch a second season. Once again, 800 competition zones would be established globally, each with 10 contestants, bringing 8,000 new participants into the fray. Alongside the remaining contestants from the first season, the total number of participants reached an unprecedented peak. Chapter 92. The Dessert Shop Next Door. Although the first episode of the show has been airing for half a year, its popularity remains exceedingly high. Consequently, when the second episode premiered, a vast audience worldwide eagerly awaited the commencement of the live stream. In this atmosphere of anticipation, the production team unexpectedly announced a significant piece of news. To enhance the mystery surrounding the contestants, the identities of all participants in the second episode would remain undisclosed. The live streaming equipment would only broadcast the pursuit teams from various regions and those contestants whose identities had already been revealed. In other words, the identities of the participants in the second episode would be entirely concealed, and it would be up to the pursuit teams or the public to uncover who they were. The rationale behind this decision was twofold. Firstly, it aimed to augment the show's enigmatic allure and bolster audience engagement. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, it sought to prevent the emergence of contestants like Chen Feng from the first episode, who could effortlessly evade the surveillance system. An embarrassment for the show if the live streaming equipment failed to capture anyone. However, the impact of this decision was evidently favorable, as the news generated considerable excitement upon its release. Many netizens expressed their eagerness in response. As a week slowly passed, one morning, Chen Feng sat at the front desk of the CF, engrossed in a book, while Lin Qingyao idly scrolled through a social media app. The CAF was devoid of customers, creating a rare tranquility amidst the bustling city. At that moment, a cheerful voice rang out from the entrance. "Hello." Hearing the sound, Chen Feng turned to look. A youthful girl, carrying a small box and possessing an innocent appearance, stood at the door, peering in. "Is this CAF yours?" she inquired, her youthful face adorned with a smile, revealing 2 charming dimples. "Hello, miss. I'm the manager here. How may I assist you?" Chen Feng set his book aside and stood to respond. Lin Qingyao, intrigued, glanced over, silently pondering whether her restless boss was attempting to charm another young girl, one who appeared to be fresh out of school. "Today is the grand opening of our dessert shop, and we will be neighbors from now on. I was wondering if you have some time. If possible, we would like to invite you to our shop to sample our little cakes and provide us with your feedback." The girl spoke with a bright smile, displaying no trace of the shyness often seen in youth, making her all the more intriguing. "A dessert shop? Congratulations. However, about tasting." Chen Feng began, but the girl, seemingly recalling something, hurriedly interjected, "We simply wish for your feedback, nothing else." After a brief pause, she added, "And there will be no charge." Upon saying this, the girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Chen Feng. Noticing her eagerness, Chen Feng chuckled gently. "You misunderstand. Miss, please return for now. I will change and come over." "All right," the girl replied with a smile, and just as she was about to leave, she turned back. "You must come." Chen Feng nodded with a smile as she departed. Afterward, Chen Feng went upstairs to change, grabbing a floral basket. With Lin Qingyao casting him a resentful glance, he exited the CAF and made his way next door. "Welcome, sir. May I take your order?" Upon entering, a tall woman resembling the previous girl approached him. Just as her words fell, the girl who had invited Chen Feng peeked out from behind a wall. "Huh? It's you. You arrived so quickly." The girl stepped out and introduced Chen Feng to the other woman. "Sister, this is the CAF owner I mentioned earlier. You said you wanted someone to provide us with feedback, and I have brought him." The woman nodded and smiled, extending her hand to Chen Feng. "Hello. We shall be neighbors from now on. I am Shangwan Shi, and this is my sister, Shangwan Meng. Our elder sister is still upstairs and will join us shortly. Greetings, Miss Shangwan. You may call me Yazin. I wish you a prosperous opening," Chen Feng said, shaking hands with Shangwan Shi and then presenting the floral basket. Shangwan Shi accepted it with a thank you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, another figure descended from the second floor. "What's going on? Is the guest invited by Meng here?" The newcomer descended the stairs in high heels, dressed in festive casual attire, her figure curvaceous and alluring. If Shangwan Meng embodied youthful innocence, and Shangwan Shi represented the balance between maturity and youth, then the woman now approaching radiated the essence of a sophisticated neighbor. "Elder sister." Upon seeing her, Shangwan Meng rushed over and affectionately hugged the woman's arm. "Sister, let me introduce you to our neighbor, the owner of the CAF next door, Yazin, whom Meng invited over." The woman nodded, walking down the stairs and approaching Chen Feng. "Hello, Yazin. I am Shangwan Lin. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Hello," Chen Feng replied, shaking hands politely with Shangwan Lin. Her hands were soft and smooth, clearly unaccustomed to hard labor. Observing the three women before him, Chen Feng was reminded of an anime he had watched in his past life, the name of which he had forgotten, but it seemed to tell the story of three sister thieves, somewhat reminiscent of the trio before him. Chapter 93. The Three Sisters of Shangwan? The Thieving Sisters? Chen Feng began, "From the accents of you ladies, it seems you are not locals. What brings you to H City to open a shop?" "Oh, we came here because—" Shangwan Meng was about to speak when she was interrupted by her elder sister, Shangwan Lin, who stepped forward. "You see, Xiaoming just got accepted into a university in H City this year. I was worried about her going so far alone, so I brought them along to open a shop here, making it easier to look after her." "Oh, is that so?" Chen Feng keenly noticed a fleeting look of discomfort in Shangwan Meng's eyes and feigned casualness as he continued. "I heard that in the second episode of the Thieves program that aired 2 weeks ago, 3 of the 10 contestants from Huaxia District 3 were female. Rumor has it they are sisters as well. I wonder if they are as beautiful as the 3 Miss Shangwans." Upon hearing this, Shangwan Shi and Shangwan Meng's expressions subtly changed, though they quickly masked it. However, Chen Feng noticed the hint of panic that crossed their faces, which clarified his suspicions. "You jest. We have never seen them. How could we know what they look like?" Shangwan Lin replied, without changing her expression. She then glanced at her watch and said to Shangwan Meng, "Xiaoxi, it's about time. The cake should be ready. Why don't you go check on it?" "Okay, big sister." Shangwan Shi nodded and left. After exchanging a few more words with Shangwan Lin, Chen Feng found a seat and sat down. The three continued to chat, shifting from discussing the shop to the program, and even touched on topics abroad. Although they had just met, Chen Feng's eloquence captivated the two sisters, leading them to listen intently while he spoke most of the time. They quickly grew more familiar with one another. By the way, Yazin Shangwan Meng, who had been listening to Chen Feng talk about Western European specialties, suddenly interjected, "If I recall correctly, that thief-named kid was also in Western Europe over 2 months ago. Have you seen him?" "Well, I suppose I've seen him," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. "I caught a glimpse of him from a distance during one of his performances." "Really?" Shangwan Meng exclaimed with delight, only to quickly turn to disappointment. "I always wanted to see that phantom thief in person, but my sister never lets me go." She cast a lingering glance at Shangwan Lin, her eyes filled with longing. "Xiaoming, you just started your freshman year. You should focus on your studies and not dwell on other matters, understand?" Shangwan Lin sighed in resignation. Hearing this, Shangwan Meng immediately bristled. "What do you mean focus on studies and not think about other things? I came along to participate in that." Cough. Cough. Shangwan Lin abruptly interrupted her with a couple of coughs, causing Shangwan Meng to realize Chen Feng was still beside them. She quickly shut her mouth and refrained from continuing. Chen Feng inquired, "Participate in what? Is there something besides opening the shop that you ladies are here for?" "Oh, it's just that our family has a tradition of gathering together during festivals. With New Year's approaching and the new shop opening, Xiaoming took a few days off to join the opening ceremony." "I see." Chen Feng nodded, seemingly not probing further. The two sisters visibly relaxed, and Shangguan Lin shot her younger sister a warning glance to be cautious and not speak out of turn. Shangguan Meng quickly understood, lowering her head to fiddle with the hem of her clothing. Thankfully, at that moment, Shangguan Shi emerged carrying a tray with a dozen small cakes. "Gulme, Gulme. Everyone try the first batch of cakes from our new shop. Yazin, you should give us your feedback." "All right." Chen Feng accepted a small cake and slowly brought it to his mouth. The three beautiful sisters watched him intently, seemingly awaiting his evaluation. Chen Feng savored the cake carefully before stating, "Quite delightful. It is sweet, yet not overwhelming. I believe many will enjoy it." His words were not mere flattery. The cake's aroma and cream blended perfectly, neither excessively sweet nor cloying, and the baking was executed flawlessly, soft and just right. Upon hearing Chen Feng's praise, the Shangguan sisters beamed with joy. After chatting for a while longer, Chen Feng eventually took his leave from the dessert shop. Once Chen Feng departed, only the three Shangguan sisters remained in the shop. Watching Chen Feng leave, Shangguan Shi furrowed her brows with concern. "Do you think Yazin noticed anything? He seems to have mentioned the thieves' game more than once." At her words, both Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Meng frowned, particularly Shangguan Meng, who began to regret inviting Chen Feng. "Shouldn't be a problem," Shangguan Lin reassured them. "Our identities are confidential, and they likely wouldn't suspect we have the audacity to open a shop in the city center." Hearing their eldest sister's words, both younger sisters gradually relaxed. "What about our actions?" Shangguan Meng tentatively asked. Shangguan Lin smiled calmly. "You need not worry about our plans. I've already identified a target. We just need to observe for a couple more days." "Yay!" Shangguan Meng exclaimed with excitement, jumping up. Meanwhile, the elder sisters, Shangguan Lin and Shangguan Shi, could only facepalm at their younger sister's impulsive enthusiasm. They wondered whether their decision to bring her along for the program was wise or foolish. On the other side, back in the CAF, Chen Feng first shared the cakes gifted by the Shangguan sisters with Lin Qingyao before retreating to his room on the second floor. Lying on the bed with his hands behind his head, he smiled and mused, "Sister thieves? How intriguing." As time passed, perhaps due to Chen Feng's prolonged inactivity, the once frightened private collectors began to regain their audacity. They not only resumed hosting small private auctions, but even restarted paused private exhibitions. Some bold collectors showcased their treasured items for display, igniting a wave of treasure exhibitions in H City. P.S. Here are today's 2 updates. Additionally, there will be extra updates due to readers' generous rewards. Please be patient. Give the author a little time to type. Love you all. 3. Chapter 94. The first target of the Shangguan sisters. Recently, the resurgence of cultural relic exhibitions across various regions has sparked considerable excitement and debate online. However, what captivates the attention of the vast majority of netizens is not the priceless treasures themselves, but rather the question of whether Chen Feng will take action once again. This query has lingered at the forefront of online discussions, but due to Chen Feng's inactivity for nearly 2 months, many speculate that he has earned enough and intends to retire. Conversely, a faction firmly believes that Chen Feng must have been preoccupied with other matters, resulting in his prolonged silence. The two groups adamantly oppose one another, engaging in daily verbal skirmishes on the forums. After their disputes, they eagerly await Chen Feng's anticipated announcement. To their astonishment, instead of the expected notification from Chen Feng, they receive an unprecedented new announcement, a black plastic card adorned with a rose on its reverse side. The message was devoid of embellishments or superfluous words, simply stating that in 3 days, a theft would occur involving the private collection of Mr. Lu Jingyu. Located in the southern part of the city, a diamond necklace named Desert Star. Boom! A fresh announcement and the emergence of an entirely new band of thieves ignited considerable buzz online. Given Chen Feng's previous notoriety, many were intrigued by this new thief's audacity to issue a pre-theft announcement. Naturally, this sparked significant interest, leading to a temporary cessation of hostilities on Chen Feng-related forums as users focused on this new development. After a 2-month hiatus, the sight of a new announcement, albeit not from the legendary Feng Shen, was still a welcome distraction. The hope lingered that this newcomer might possess a modicum of skill. Questions abounded regarding the capabilities of the individual behind the announcement. Would they be able to deliver, or would it merely be an empty promise? Meanwhile, in a dessert shop, Shangguan Meng sat fuming in the empty establishment, her phone playing the comments from the forum. Shangguan, she had just returned from the adjacent Chen Feng CAF with coffee when she noticed her sister's flushed face at the front counter. Curiously, she inquired, "What is the matter, Xiaoming? Who has upset you?" In response, Shangguan Meng, her face flushed with indignation, thrust her phone towards Shangguan Shi. "Look, sister, how can they say such things? We haven't even made a move yet, and they claim we are likely to fail." Shangguan Shi took the phone, glanced at the screen, and couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, Xiaoming, we are merely newcomers. It's no matter. We shall let our abilities speak for themselves when the time comes." "Fine," Shangguan Meng replied, still visibly irritated but obediently closing the forum, redirecting her focus. Shangguan, she handed one of the coffees she had just purchased to her sister, then surveyed the shop, noticing the absence of other patrons, and asked, "Where's the eldest sister?" "I'm here." A voice echoed from the staircase as a graceful figure clad in a white woolen top descended. Upon seeing Shangguan Lin's attire, Shangguan Shi inquired, "Eldest sister, what are you up to?" "Today, I plan to observe the scene over there. Xiaoming will accompany me while you manage the shop." "Xiaoxi." "All right, eldest sister." "Yay!" Shangguan Meng exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she eagerly rubbed her hands together, seemingly eager to prove herself against the online skeptics. Observing her sister's enthusiasm, Shangguan Shi and Shangguan Lin exchanged resigned glances, considering the need to counsel their spirited sibling to exercise a bit more restraint, as such exuberance could easily lead to exposure in a bustling urban area. Meanwhile, in the original Huaxia District 3, Chen Feng's dedicated pursuit bureau welcomed a fresh influx of visitors. Dozens of individuals clad in pursuit team uniforms flooded into the bureau, filling much of the lobby and leaving the original team members bewildered. The 4 team leaders, led by Su Luoxue, converged in the lobby. Noticing the neatly lined up newcomers, Sun Luo stepped forward, grasping the arm of one of the leading figures, and inquired, "Brother, which district are you from? What brings you here?" "We haven't received any notification regarding a merger." Before the detained individual could respond, a robust voice resonated from behind. "Xiao Sun, long time no see." Turning to the source of the voice, they saw a tall, muscular middle-aged man in work attire and sunglasses approaching. "You are?" Sun Luo hesitated momentarily, but upon the man removing his glasses, a smile spread across his face. "Captain Lin, is it you? You've returned?" Sun Luo stepped forward to embrace the newly arrived Lin Chuanxiong. Although their time together had not been extensive, this straightforward veteran officer had offered Sun Luo considerable assistance. "Captain, let me introduce you. This is one of the 3 captains from the former Huaxia District 3, Captain Lin Chuanxiong." He then turned to Lin Chuanxiong and introduced, "Captain Lin, this is our chief, Su Luoxue. This is Group 1 leader Zheng Chong, and Group 3 leader Lu Yi." "Hello, Captain Lin," the group greeted amicably, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Luoxue finally inquired, "Captain Lin, what is the purpose of your visit?" Lin Chuanxiong glanced back at the assembled team and responded with a smile, "Isn't your pursuit team now exclusively focused on capturing Chen Feng? With the second phase of the program now airing, the higher-ups felt it inappropriate to have you divided. So they sent me to re-establish the pursuit team for Huaxia District 3. However, since the new Pursuit Bureau is not yet operational, I thought I would come and disrupt your routine for a while." Chapter 95. Did Chen Feng also issue a notice? P.S. I made a slight modification to the previous chapter, changing the 2 characters of a Shangguan on the back of the Shangguan sisters' notice to a rose pattern. It was thoughtless of me to state the surname directly, and I have corrected it. My apologies. As this was mentioned, the robust Lin Chuanxiong revealed a hint of embarrassment. Hearing his words, Su Luoxue also smiled. "Captain Lin, There is no need for formality. The third floor is still vacant. If it is not too much trouble, a little tidying up will suffice for immediate use. Then I shall trouble you, Captain Su. As evening descended, the Shangwan sisters, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Meng, arrived at the City South Collection Museum, the intended destination. Perhaps due to its prime location, or perhaps the influence of the Shangwan sisters' notice. The museum was bustling with visitors that day, with dozens of men and women coming and going to admire the collection. Among them were the two sisters. Inside the museum, after circling around, the Shangwan sisters encountered each other once more. They exchanged glances, and Shangwan Meng spoke in a hushed tone first. Elder sister, I did not find anything over there. Shangwan Lin nodded. Neither did I. It seems the Desert Star must have been put away. However, it is of no concern. We can have Xiao Shi hack the surveillance back home to investigate where it is, and we shall return tomorrow. Lin Jie? Xiao Meng? Is it you? A sudden voice interrupted them, causing the sisters to turn swiftly. They saw Chen Feng, dressed casually, approaching them with a smile. After a few days of interaction, Chen Feng had gradually become acquainted with the Shangwan sisters, and they held a favorable impression of the young and dashing owner of the CF next door, who was articulate and could perform magic tricks. Chen Feng occasionally visited their shop to purchase small cakes, while they frequently bought coffee from him. Their exchanges had fostered a budding friendship. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Shangwan Meng was taken aback for a moment, but before she could respond, Shangwan Lin spoke up first. What a coincidence! Xiao Meng and I were passing by today and decided to take a look. Indeed, Shangwan Meng nodded in agreement. I thought you were here because of the new thief that has emerged, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. Upon hearing the mention of the new thief, Shangwan Meng's interest was piqued, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Chen Feng. Really? Did you come because of that thief? Do you think he will succeed? Xiao Meng, mind your words, Shangwan Lin gently reprimanded. At her elder sister's admonition, Shangwan Meng stuck out her tongue, but did not say anything further. However, the glimmer of expectation in her eyes remained fixed on Chen Feng. It is quite all right, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Whether he will succeed, I cannot say. However, since the second episode has aired, only half of the 10 contestants remain. If he has not been captured, he must possess some skill. Of course, they are formidable thieves. They? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning curiosity. Xiao Meng, are you suggesting that this new thief is not just one individual, but rather a team? How did you come to know this? Shangwan Meng was startled by the question, realizing she had inadvertently revealed too much in her excitement. Yet she quickly recovered, offering an explanation. Did you not know? There are already speculations online suggesting that this thief is actually the 3 sisters from District 3, and it seems this information has considerable credibility. As she earnestly elaborated, Chen Feng, who had already grasped the situation, smiled inwardly but did not press her further, simply nodding in acknowledgement. I see. I was unaware of that. Relieved that Chen Feng accepted her explanation, Shangwan Meng secretly congratulated herself on her cleverness. By the way, Shangwan Lin interjected suddenly, Chen Feng, do you know where the Desert Star necklace is? I am quite curious about what this diamond necklace that has garnered so much attention looks like. Oh, it was initially placed here, but has since been moved to the end of the corridor in front, where it is now guarded by personnel who do not allow anyone to approach. Following Chen Feng's gesture, Shangwan Lin indeed spotted a corridor at the corner, guarded by 6 burly men who prevented any close encounters. Realizing this, Shangwan Lin took note of her surroundings and, after exchanging a few more words with Chen Feng, left the venue with Shangwan Meng. As they departed, Chen Feng smiled, choosing not to linger further, and turned to leave the venue himself. Let be, Qing Yao. In a corner outside the museum, Chen Feng spoke softly into a small intercom, observing the lively scene within. In the next moment, the central air conditioning of the museum suddenly activated, and a small white card fell from the vent, landing precisely at the feet of the security personnel stationed at the corridor. The lead guard frowned upon seeing it, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. Hastily, he picked up the card, and its contents became clear. Notice, when a silver moonlight kisses the earth the day after tomorrow, and a beautiful chapter is played at the feast, I shall personally arrive to pay a visit to the most dazzling starlight in the desert. Respectfully, Phantom Thief Kid. The lead security guard froze. While the organizers were not particularly alarmed by the new thief targeting the gems inside the venue, the mention of the infallible Phantom Thief Kid sent a wave of dread through every private collector. Quick, notify Mr. Liu. Tell him the Phantom Thief Kid's notice has arrived. The lead guard exclaimed in a panic. The Phantom Thief Kid also sent a notice? Another guard gulped. Enough chatter. Hurry and inform him. Yes, I'm on it now. The commotion inside caught the attention of other visitors, many of whom noticed the white card still in the security guard's hand. Could that be the notice from Kid? Someone ventured. Soon, murmurs erupted throughout the venue, and the previously orderly museum was suddenly filled with noise. Some daring visitors even moved closer to the security personnel, eager for a glimpse of the notice from Chen Feng. The atmosphere was electric. Meanwhile, Chen Feng, the orchestrator behind it all, had already left the vicinity alongside Lin Qingyao. Chapter 96, Desert Star. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's announcement letter was once again made public in the live broadcast room. Within just a few hours, the trending topics were once more dominated by Chen Feng, a phenomenon that most people had become accustomed to by now. After a 2-month hiatus, Chen Feng has issued another announcement. His target, the prized exhibit of a private collection in the southern part of H City, the Desert Star. 2 announcement letters arrive in succession. 2 phantom thieves set their sights on the Desert Star necklace. What enchantment does this diamond necklace possess? A duel between thieves. Chen Feng's renewed efforts coincide with the emergence of a new phantom thief targeting a precious treasure. Amidst the overwhelming reports, numerous comments from netizens flooded in. Wow, I've been waiting for this. After 2 months, my godson has finally released another announcement. Is Feng Shun also interested in the Desert Star? This is intriguing. 2 phantom thieves are both after a diamond necklace. I truly want to witness this in person. Count me in. A showdown between thieves. Just thinking about it is thrilling. What showdown? Is there even any suspense? If Feng Shun doesn't win, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. Am I the only one concerned about that poor collector? Sitting at home, and suddenly, his treasure is targeted by not 1, but 2 phantom thieves. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit sorry for him too. Nightfall. On the 2nd floor of a dessert shop, Shangguan Lin sat at her writing desk, contemplating the details of their operation in 2 days. Meanwhile, she was at the computer desk, her slender fingers gliding over the laptop keyboard, seemingly engrossed in some task. The 2 sisters shared a silent moment, the room enveloped in tranquility. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and Shangguan Meng rushed in, her face a picture of urgency. Eldest sister, second sister, something's wrong. Seeing her sister in such a state, Shangguan Lin felt a stirring of curiosity. Though her younger sister was often a bit reckless, she rarely appeared this flustered, let alone to such an extent. What is the matter, Xiao Meng? What happened? Shangguan Lin stood up, her voice filled with concern. The announcement letter? That thief known as Phantom Thief Kid has also issued an announcement. And, just like us, he is after the Desert Star. What? Shangguan Shi, who had been sitting nearby, instantly became agitated. She gazed at Shangguan Meng with wide eyes, shock etched across her features. Even the usually composed Shangguan Lin furrowed her brow. Despite her confidence in the abilities of the 3 sisters, facing an opponent as formidable as Chen Feng was enough to induce a sense of trepidation. His fantastical methods of theft made it unappealing to confront him. However, with the announcement already made, it seemed too late to reconsider. Shangguan Lin sighed inwardly. Yet, as the eldest sister, even when feeling uncertain, she maintained an air of calmness, offering a few reassuring words to her younger sisters before retreating to her room to devise a strategy. On the other side, in Chen Feng's bedroom on the 2nd floor of a CAF, he surveyed the avalanche of reports on his phone with a bemused smile. What a group of journalists who thrive on chaos. Chen Feng mused inwardly. The online debates were fervent, with some speculating that Chen Feng had a conflict with the other phantom thief, leading him to issue an announcement for a target already chosen by someone else. Others suggested it was a rivalry among thieves, with Chen Feng attempting to undermine his competitors. Opinions varied widely, and outlandish theories had even emerged, weaving intricate and absurd narratives. Yet, Such speculation was akin to the complexities of literary comprehension. The answers may be convoluted, but the author's true intentions are often quite simple. For instance, the writer who lambasted your family are all scarecrows online. In this case, few would suspect that Chen Feng's latest announcement was merely a whimsical decision born of boredom. Nonetheless, having made the announcement, Chen Feng resolved to approach the situation with seriousness. After all, a misstep could lead to significant embarrassment. Yet, Phantom Thief Kid was known for never failing. The following day, vehicles emblazoned with Pursuit Bureau insignia arrived at the private collection in Southern H City. Once the vehicles came to a halt, the occupants disembarked one by one. The special team led by Su Huaxia, tasked specifically with apprehending Chen Feng, joined forces with a newly formed pursuit team of Huaxia District 3, headed by Lin Chuanxiong. As she stepped out of the vehicle and caught sight of Lin Chuanxiong, Sun Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "Captain Lin, I thought we had no further opportunities for collaboration, yet here we are so soon. Perhaps this is fate." Lin Chuanxiong replied with a light chuckle, leading the way into the collection. Sun Luo chose not to pursue him, but instead waited for her own team to gather before following Su Luoxua into the venue. Inside the venue, a somewhat portly middle-aged man paced anxiously. Although both Chen Feng and the new Phantom Thief were merely participants, with the World United Government backing them, the man was acutely aware that his business relied on the Desert Star as a centerpiece to attract visitors and sell tickets. If the Desert Star were stolen and not recovered promptly, he would find himself in an utterly despairing position. Furthermore, having the centerpiece of his collection stolen would be an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Just as the worried middle-aged man was engulfed in anxiety, Lin Chuanxiong and Su Luoxua entered the room in quick succession. Upon seeing the two captains, the man felt as though he had grasped a lifeline and hurried towards them. "Captains, you have arrived." Facing the man's exuberance, Su Luoxua and Lin Chuanxiong first offered him a few words of reassurance before getting down to business. "Mr. Lu, may I inquire where you have placed the item? Could you guide us to it?" "Of course, please follow me. P.S. I still owe 4 updates, so I will gradually fulfill those. If all goes well, I will also post a portion of the additional content from Dogga later today, while the other updates will be addressed in due course." Enough said, back to writing. Chapter 97. The Shangwan sisters begin their operation. 2 squads of pursuers have taken up residence in the Collection Museum, swiftly assuming control of its security operations. Hundreds of members of the pursuit teams surround the exhibition hall in concentric layers. Even the entrance to the corridor designated for Desert Stars is guarded by 8 members of the pursuit team, with infrared alarms and an array of defensive devices installed throughout the corridor, ensuring utmost caution. By the afternoon, the well-disguised Shangwan, she has successfully infiltrated the venue. Among the 3 sisters, she possesses the most agile skills and is responsible for executing the plan. Her younger sister, Shangwan Meng, assists in the operation and will provide support upon its conclusion. The eldest sister, Shangwan Lin, hides within a vehicle in a corner, directing the entire operation through surveillance and a concealed earpiece. Their roles are clearly defined, each fulfilling their respective duties. Inside the museum, the disguised Shangwan, she feigns the demeanor of a regular visitor, casually observing her surroundings and occasionally taking photographs. With a day and a half remaining before the 2 notorious thieves' scheduled appearance, the atmosphere remains relatively relaxed. "Little Shi." The voice of Shangwan Lin comes through the concealed earpiece in Shangwan Shi's left ear. "This is our first operation. We must not falter. Immediately go to the restroom. Little Meng is waiting inside. Once you enter, lock the door. The 3rd stall from the left has a vent that leads directly to the end of the corridor. You will enter through there, and Little Meng will guide you on the route. I apologize for making you wait inside for a day, but we will act when the time comes." Upon receiving the instructions, Shangwan Shi responds with a slight acknowledgement. Their prior agreement to enter the venue early was a strategic decision, as facing an elusive opponent like Chen Feng necessitates thorough preparation for any chance of success. Arriving at the ladies' restroom, she navigates around the under maintenance, "Please do not enter" sign and lightly knocks on the door. A rhythmic knock, 2 light taps followed by 3 heavier ones, serves as their prearranged signal. The restroom door opens, revealing Shangwan Meng, disguised as a cleaner, who quickly pulls Shangwan Shi inside, and locks the door behind them. Second sister, Shangwan Meng whispers, swiftly handing Shangwan Shi a small pouch and a simple map of the ventilation system. These are 2 compressed biscuits and a route map for the vent. Stay inside for now. When the time comes, I and the eldest sister will create a distraction to divert the pursuer's attention, and then you can act. Understood. Shangwan Shi nods in agreement, having thoroughly discussed the operation's details with her sisters beforehand. Second sister, Shangwan Meng calls out again just as Shangwan Shi prepares to move. Turning around, she notices the worry evident in Shangwan Meng's expressive eyes. If you feel unwell or encounter any unexpected events, promptly inform me and the eldest sister through the earpiece. We can always retreat. Rest assured, Shangwan Shi smiles, patting Shangwan Meng's head as if to reassure her. Without further ado, she nimbly climbs atop the restroom partition, carefully removing the vent cover and tossing it to Shangwan Meng below before swiftly disappearing into the duct. Seeing her sister successfully enter, Shangwan Meng wastes no time in reattaching the vent cover, then turns to leave the restroom. Before departing, she remembers to take the under maintenance sign with her. Unbeknownst to her, as she lifts the sign, a tiny robot falls from her, quickly picked up by a passing figure and concealed in her pocket. Observing the oblivious Shangwan Meng, the figure shakes her head, pondering the sister's lack of vigilance. This woman, Lin Xingyao, is an assistant to Chen Feng, acting under his instructions to recover the miniature surveillance device placed on Shangwan Meng. Shortly thereafter, Shangwan Meng returns to the command vehicle outside. Climbing into the passenger seat, she calls out, "Eldest sister." "Yes," Shangwan Lin nods. "Little Shi has entered. We should return to the shop to prepare and come back tomorrow night." All right. The 2 sisters drive back to the dessert shop, parking the vehicle and stepping out. They notice a figure waiting in front of their shop. Chen Feng. Shangwan Lin approaches and greets him. "What brings you here?" "Oh, I intended to buy a pet cake for my pigeon, but since all 3 lovely ladies are absent and the shop has no customers, I decided to wait here for a while," he replies with a smile. "Your pet? The clever little white pigeon?" Shangwan Lin inquires. Chen Feng nods. "It seems you take good care of your pet. Please come in." Shangwan Lin unlocks the shop door, and the 3 enter. Shangwan Meng moves to the counter to fetch the pet cake, while Shangwan Lin sits down with Chen Feng at a table. "Hey, where's little Shi? Isn't she here?" Chen Feng feigns confusion, scanning the shop. "Little Shi is unwell. She's still in the hospital receiving treatment." Shangwan Lin fabricates a story without missing a beat. "Unwell? Is it serious? May I visit her in the hospital?" Chen Feng asks, concern evident in his voice. Shangwan Meng, who is plating the cake, feels a tightness in her chest. Fortunately, Shangwan Lin responds quickly, "It's not serious, but best to avoid visiting." The doctor advises that she should rest quietly for a couple of days without any disturbances. "Very well," Chen Feng concedes, nodding and choosing not to press further on the matter, much to the sisters' relief. Soon, the pet cake is ready, and after settling the payment, Chen Feng takes the cake and leaves the dessert shop. The Shangwan sisters continue their normal business operations until closing time, at which point they return to the second floor to prepare for their operation the following night. P.S. The additional content concludes here for today. I will gradually provide the rest. Additionally, a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 98. The operation is about to commence. Another day has passed. It was around 10:30 in the evening. At this moment, the collection hall was devoid of visitors. All unrelated personnel were kept at a distance of 10 meters from the building, prohibited from approaching. Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong, the 2 captains of the pursuit team, were jointly commanding from the control room. Nearly 100 members of the pursuit team were stationed both inside and outside the building, maintaining vigilance. With less than 2 hours remaining until the time indicated on the 2 notices, the atmosphere was tense. Inside the monitoring room, a dozen individuals, led by Su Luoxue and Lin Chuanxiong, took their seats. Over 20 surveillance monitors covered half of the wall. Silence reigned. Suddenly, the creaking sound of the door signaled the return of Ouyang Muxue, who had just completed a round of inspection. "How is it, junior sister? Did you discover anything unusual?" Sun Luo inquired. Ouyang Muxue shook her head. "Not at the moment, but Chen Feng is exceptionally skilled at disguise. If he wishes to infiltrate, it may not be difficult for him." Upon hearing her words, the room fell into silence, including the newly formed pursuit team from the Xinhua District 3, all wearing solemn expressions. By the way, Ouyang Muxiue seemed to recall something suddenly, turning to Director Liu of the collection hall. Director Liu, while inspecting the corridor where Desert Star is stored, I noticed a ventilation duct at the end of the corridor, right above Desert Star. Am I correct? Ah, yes, there is such a thing, but it is seldom used, and since its location is inconspicuous, no one pays attention to it. Miss Ouyang has quite a keen eye to notice that. Director Liu acknowledged without hesitation. Lin Chuanxiong was taken aback. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Do you realize that this ventilation duct could very well become the thieves' route of operation? Calm down, Captain Lin, Director Liu waved dismissively. Rest assured, the duct is quite narrow. Even a woman would find it challenging to enter, let alone maneuver within it. Furthermore, the layout inside is complex. Even if the thieves try to navigate, they would struggle to find their way. I see. With Director Liu's reassurance, Lin Chuanxiong felt slightly relieved. However, Ouyang Muxiue still wore a frown. Perhaps it would be wise to exercise more caution. Ouyang Muxiue's words drew the attention of everyone present. Although Director Liu thought Ouyang Muxiue was being overly cautious, he suppressed his displeasure, considering she was here to assist voluntarily. What does Miss Ouyang propose? He inquired. Ouyang Muxiue replied, Director Liu, while reviewing the floor plan, I noticed there is a refrigeration room on the basement level, correct? Does it contain dry ice? Certainly, many of my new collections require dry ice for cleaning, so we keep a substantial supply year-round. Excellent. Ouyang Muxiue smiled. Then I would appreciate it if you could send someone to retrieve some dry ice. The more, the better. We can directly funnel it into the ventilation duct, effectively sealing it off. Once this is accomplished, Director Liu only needs to turn on the heating to allow the dry ice to evaporate and ventilate, without affecting the future use of the duct. Upon hearing Ouyang Muxiue's proposal, Director Liu hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. He had anticipated a more costly operation, only to find it was merely a request for dry ice. At $3 to $4 per pound, it was a negligible expense, and it would be foolish to offend the pursuit team over such a trivial matter. With Director Liu's permission granted, Ouyang Muxiue informed Su Luoxue and then led a group of over 10 individuals toward the refrigeration room in the basement. Meanwhile, at the rear of the pursuit team, a young member suddenly raised his head. Dry ice? Chen Feng, disguised as a member of the pursuit team, muttered to himself. Glancing at the screen displaying the surveillance of Desert Star, seemingly struck by a thought. After exchanging a few casual words with a companion, he excused himself under the pretext of needing to use the restroom and left the monitoring room. At that moment, Shangguan Shi, still concealed within the ventilation duct, remained unaware of the impending developments. Almost an hour later, a series of loud thuds resonated from behind her, echoing continuously. As Shangguan Shi pondered the commotion, the ventilation opening nearby was suddenly opened. Have I been exposed? Was her first reaction, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Although the vent had been opened, no one peered inside, nor did anyone call out. It did not appear as though she had been discovered. What is happening? Shangguan Shi furrowed her brows, still hearing the rumbling from the duct behind her. Strangely, she felt the temperature around her dropping. This compelled her to hug herself tightly, as she had only worn a snug outfit to squeeze into the duct, trying to conserve her warmth. Xiaoxi? What happened? Why is there such a commotion over there? The voice of her elder sister, Shangguan Lin, crackled through her earpiece. At that moment, Shangguan Shi was clearly unable to respond, her gaze fixed on the open ventilation duct ahead. Old Zhao, what bad luck we have to be sent to do this, came a voice from below. Don't mention it, one order from above, and we're running around like headless chickens. Hurry up and pour it in. This dry ice is making me feel cold just standing here. All right, let us get to work. As the two exchanged words, a cacophony of noise ensued, followed by a large bucket of dry ice being sent into the ventilation duct from below. The sound of the dry ice hitting the narrow space echoed sharply. Accompanying the din was a wave of frigid air that rushed in, forcing Shangguan Shi to huddle closer to herself to maintain her body heat. Outdoors, in the command vehicle of the Shangguan sisters, Shangguan Lin furrowed her brow as she listened to the sounds coming through her earpiece. Dry ice. She contemplated numerous unforeseen scenarios, but failed to consider this one. It was well known that the most alarming aspect of dry ice was not merely its coldness, but the substantial amount of carbon dioxide released as it sublimated. If a significant quantity of dry ice were indeed introduced into the ventilation duct within half an hour, the air inside would likely be suffocated by carbon dioxide. By that time, Chapter 99, The Crisis of Shangwan, Shangwan Lin could no longer bear to think further. Suddenly, the car door swung open. Shangwan Ming rushed into the vehicle, her face etched with urgency. Eldest sister, what shall we do? The ventilation duct on second sister's side has been filled with dry ice. Shangwan Lin furrowed her brow, her heart racing as her mind raced to devise a solution. Xiaoxi, check your bag. I prepared a small oxygen tank for you to use at high altitudes. If you find it hard to breathe, use it immediately, she shouted into her earpiece. Then she turned to Shangwan Ming. Xiao Ming, change your clothes right away, and let us sneak into the venue. If we get the chance, we must rescue Xiaoxi first. If not, Shangwan Lin hesitated. But Shangwan Ming understood the implication. They would have to announce their withdrawal from the program, though reluctant to exit so soon. The safety of their second sister took precedence over all else. Shangwan Ming nodded in agreement. The two quickly changed outfits and stealthily exited the car, evading surveillance as they made their way toward the venue. Meanwhile, hidden within the ventilation duct, Shangwan followed Shangwan Lin's instructions and retrieved the oxygen tank from her portable bag. She placed it at her mouth, pressed the switch, and took a deep breath, momentarily alleviating the discomfort caused by the lack of oxygen. However, the cold air from both sides still made her shiver in her tight-fitting attire. At that moment, in a secluded corner of the venue, Chen Feng evaded the cameras and approached a window. He pushed it open and whistled softly. Moments later, upon hearing the call, Xiao Bai flew over. I'm counting on you, Xiao Bai. Chen Feng affixed a small projector onto Xiao Bai's body and gently stroked its little head. Go! With a couple of chirps, Xiao Bai took flight. Simultaneously, Chen Feng quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket and sent a message to his assistant. The operation begins in 10 minutes. Lin Qingyao responded instantly. Okay. Chen Feng tucked his phone away and adjusted his pursuit team uniform before leaving the corner. A minute later, as Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Ming were still strategizing their entry, a sudden uproar erupted outside the building. Kid, it's Kid. Kid is here. Feng Shun, I love you. Look at me. Ah. Hubby, I'm right here. The unexpected shouts instantly captured the attention of the two sisters. They turned to see a white figure soaring through the sky on a glider, landing gracefully atop the building. This spectacle sent Chen Feng's fans into a frenzy, their cheers and screams echoing, rivaling the excitement of an international superstars concert. Naturally, the pursuit team members responsible for security were equally captivated by Chen Feng's presence. One opportunity, Shangwan Lin and Shangwan Ming exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they seized the moment when the crowd was distracted to slip inside. In the surveillance room, upon witnessing Chen Feng's figure descending from the sky in the footage, Lin Chuanxiong sprang to his feet. Notify everyone immediately. Prepare to apprehend Chen Feng on the upper floors. But before he could finish, he was halted by Ouyang Muxue. Wait, Captain Lin. Lin Chuanxiong instinctively frowned at being interrupted, yet he quickly relaxed and inquired, What is it? Miss Ouyang? Is there an issue? He was not unreasonable. Although he was not familiar with Ouyang Muxue, he was well acquainted with Sun Luo. As Ouyang Muxue was the champion of the detective competition in the Huaxia region and a friend of his, he was inclined to heed her advice. Captain Lin, our primary task now is to protect Desert Star, not to capture Chen Feng. Besides, have you forgotten? He is quite adept at using projection technology to deceive. How can you be certain that the Chen Feng outside is the real one? Listening to Ouyang Muxue's words, Lin Chuanxiong furrowed his brow and contemplated her reasoning. Finding it quite valid, he promptly ordered over the intercom, inform teams 1 and 2 to remain in position and focus on their tasks. Team 3 should investigate the rooftop. Report any issues immediately. Team 1 received. Team 2 received. Team 3 received. The responses echoed from the intercom, and Lin Chuanxiong resumed his seat, watching the monitors with the others. 5 minutes later, the intercom crackled again, Team 3 reports, the target has vanished and is currently untraceable. The voice resonated distinctly in the quiet surveillance room. The newly formed members of Team 3 cast admiring glances at Ouyang Muxiue. Even Lin Chuanxiong smiled and remarked to Su Luoxue, Captain Su has indeed secured an excellent advisor. With Miss Ouyang here, we are spared much trouble. Su Luoxue merely smiled in response, her gaze fixed on the monitors. Given her understanding of Chen Feng, she knew his actions could not be so straightforward. He would certainly have further plans. The group continued to wait. After a brief half-minute, another voice came through the intercom. Team 3 reports, the target has reappeared, currently circling the building with a glider. This time, Lin Chuanxiong was wiser. He ordered, you need not return, stay there on alert, and report any issues immediately. Other teams remain in position. As Lin Chuanxiong's orders concluded, the intercom buzzed with acknowledgments. Just then, the door to the monitoring room was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. Report, I just found an unconscious team member in the restroom. Before he finished, another pursuit team member rushed in, breathless. Report to both captains. Chen Feng has appeared in the collection hall. P.S. Lastly, I humbly request a few small gifts and a 5-star review. Chapter 100. The heist and the rescue. The live broadcast room was flooded with comments. Oh my, has Feng Shen appeared? Why the rush? He probably just caught a glimpse, but couldn't pinpoint his exact location. Damn it, the rules have changed. Now the live stream follows the pursuit team, and I can no longer appreciate Feng Shen's presence. There's nothing to be done. Feng Shen's elusive nature makes it challenging to capture him on camera, so the production team's actions are understandable. In the monitoring room, Su Luoxue and the others were startled, simultaneously turning to the reporting team member. Chen Feng has appeared. The team member, still looking anxious, replied, I saw a fleeting white figure near the restroom partition. I'm certain it was Chen Feng in white attire. The partition, Ouyang Muxiue murmured. Is he attempting to traverse the partition to reach the corridor? Skirting the conventional path is indeed his style. A smile crept across Ouyang Muxiue's face. Captains, let us head to the hall. Additionally, dispatch 2 teams for external reinforcement and secure the collection hall. Our prior preparations are about to come into play. Upon hearing Ouyang Muxiue mention prior preparations, Su Luoxue and the others nodded in agreement. Following her instructions, they sent 2 teams outside while a few remained to oversee the monitoring room before departing. Once they left, only the collection hall's director Lu and 5 monitoring team members, along with the anxious reporting team member, remained in the room. Noticing the breathless state of the reporting team member, Director Lu promptly offered him a glass of water. You worked hard, sir. However, the team member did not reach for the glass. Instead, he suddenly ceased his gasping and smiled. It's not hard. The real challenge is just beginning. What do you mean? Director Lu was puzzled, but before he could inquire further, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed, the water spilling from his glass. The commotion drew the attention of the monitoring team members. 2 stood up, but before they could speak, they too succumbed to darkness. All 6 individuals in the monitoring room fell unconscious. Disguised as a member of the pursuit team, Chen Feng emerged from behind, tossing an empty canister of sleeping gas onto the floor. Do take care next time, everyone, he remarked with a light smile. Having ingested an antidote for the sleeping gas, he was only minimally affected. Now system, exchange for the outfit of Director Lu Jingyu. Ding. Outfit exchange successful, consuming system points, 10. With the system's notification, Chen Feng found himself adorned in an outfit identical to that of the unconscious Director Lu. I must hurry, Chen Feng thought, sending a message to Lin Qingyao to notify her that the operation was commencing. Meanwhile, Su Luoxue and about 20 members of the pursuit team had arrived near their destination. Forming groups of 3, they remained vigilant, searching for the elusive white figure. There, someone shouted, and the team turned in unison to see a white silhouette hiding in a corner near the window. Realizing it had been spotted, the figure swiftly departed, securing a zipline to an iron rod beside the window and gliding downwards. Chase, Su Luoxue commanded, and everyone rushed downstairs, with only Ouyang Muxiue furrowing her brow, feeling something was amiss but unable to articulate it, and thus follow the others. Simultaneously, Chen Feng had reached the end of the corridor. Having shed the director's attire, he donned his white outfit once again, surrounded by 7 or 8 members of the pursuit team who had fallen unconscious at his feet. Chen Feng lifted his gaze towards the ceiling. Though not overtly visible, he discerned a faint outline of an iron grate in the corridor's center. If the position of the Desert Star were shifted, the grate would fall, trapping anyone inside the corridor, he mused. Glancing at the nearby Desert Star necklace, Chen Feng did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, he stepped onto a table in the corridor, reaching the ventilation duct. At that moment, the consciousness of Shang Wanxi, trapped within the duct, began to fade. The cold and lack of oxygen overwhelmed her, instilling a sense of despair in the woman, only 2 years Chen Feng senior. The oxygen in her tank was nearly depleted, and the chill forced her to curl up to conserve warmth. Perhaps I should withdraw from the program. This thought echoed in Shang Wanxi's hazy mind. Unfortunately, she no longer possessed the strength to raise her hand, let alone call for help. A wave of despair engulfed her. She regretted participating in the program, regretted attempting to steal the Desert Star, and even lamented not announcing her withdrawal when the dry ice first filled the chamber. In her foggy state, Shang Wanxi seemed to see the ventilation duct being reopened. The dry ice that had flooded in was swiftly cleared, and a strong arm reached in, gently pulling her from the duct. Warm, so warm. With her consciousness fading, Shang Wanxi instinctively moved towards the warmth. Even now, you won't withdraw, madam. Chen Feng chuckled, looking down at the unconscious Shang Wanxi in his arms, cradling her in a princess carry. He carefully threaded a thin rope through the Desert Star necklace's chain, binding it securely. Having completed this task, Chen Feng carried the still-dazed Shang Wanxi to the window and, without hesitation, leaped outside. Simultaneously, the wings of his glider unfurled, lifting him into the air. As Chen Feng swiftly distanced himself from the corridor, the thin rope tied to the Desert Star necklace tightened in an instant. The necklace, now under tension, flew out, propelled by the rope towards the window. Just as the Desert Star left its original position, the steel grate hidden in the ceiling plummeted. Regrettably, aside from the unconscious members of the pursuit team, it failed to trap anyone else.